The day the gates opened, the world fell. A dragon unleashes a beam of energy. A chaotic battle unfolds between humans and monsters. A monstrous creature with horns and a long tongue roars. Of the countless humans who were helplessly dying to the monsters, only a very small number awakened supernatural abilities. They were called the saviors of humanity. A knight stands ready for battle. Players. A figure surrounded by blue lightning stands on a grid-like structure. A monstrous orc towers over a dragon. An F-rank player, Great Steel Emperor Li Heinwook, is shown with a dragon. Li Heinwook extends his hand, surrounded by blue lightning. He was called the last savior of humanity. A shattered reflection stares back, distorted and fragmented. Shards of glass hang suspended, each a tiny mirror reflecting a broken reality. A silent scream echoes in the void. My ass. Hanging upside down, Li Heinwook grits his teeth, a grimace twisting his features. The thought claws at him. Savior my ass. I think my life has been royally fucked. A drill sergeant barks. Get your head straight, as rows of soldiers perform push-ups in perfect unison. A sign reads, AMT, we are proud of you. A hollow promise in the face of his despair. Hanging upside down once more, the weight of his situation presses down on him. The rough fabric of his uniform chafes against his skin as the question echoes in his mind. Why am I in this? The thought continues. Position if I'm the last savior of humanity? I don't. A soldier stands at the top of the stairs, declaring their strength. Two soldiers stand at attention, one questioning how they lost track of 9 cartridges. A soldier generates blue energy from their finger. A bullet is charged with blue energy. A soldier is being charged with blue energy. A soldier yells, his face contorted in anger. Soldiers stand at attention on the stairs. A close-up of a soldier's eyes reveals a determined gaze. How could Corporal Li Heinwook be in his right mind when this is his second time in the army? Future. How could this have happened? In the near? In the end, it wasn't monsters that killed humanity, but players. Oh my no, humanity's last hero, Great Steel Emperor, F-rank Li Heinwook SSI? The blonde-haired man with crimson eyes spreads his arms wide, declaring, you're wrong. Us divine creatures. He continues, his voice dripping with arrogance, have judged humanity. Lying on the ground, bloodied and bruised, the dark-haired man spits back. Divine creatures, my ass. You're just villains. The blonde man sneers, his red eyes gleaming. Are you frustrated? He continues, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Don't be too sad. The defeated man thinks to himself, his eyes filled with regret. Even if you had known earlier. The blonde man scoffs, his voice laced with disdain. Someone as useless as you, an F-rank, would have died right here anyway. A massive, crude weapon is raised, its jagged edges promising a brutal end. The blonde man declares, his eyes gleaming with malice. Is the most fitting for F-ranks like you. The weapon descends, a blur of motion against the dark sky. Hanging upside down, the defeated man screams in anguish. Gordon Tracy. The sound of impact echoes through the battlefield. Like that, I died. I never expected to regress like in web novels. A figure hangs upside down, suspended by their gear. Congratulations. You have realized how to grow stronger. 9 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until metal absorption. Weight of metal currently available for manipulation, 300 G. Corporal Li Heinwook stands over kneeling soldiers. He declares, I'll fix your rotten minds. The figure hangs upside down, a speech bubble reading. When I say 1, you say soldier. When I say 2, you say mindset. And back at their starting point. That's fine. 1. A multitude of soldiers stand at attention. Soldier. 2. But. A cartoon figure gives a thumbs up. 1. Why the fuck did it have to be? The army. The soldiers are dismissed after completing their exercises. The platoon is ordered to enter the building. A soldier mentions that the menu for today is sausage stir-fry with chicken stew. Corporal Li Heinwook looks surprised. A voice echoes, I didn't think I'd be back here. Meanwhile, a cat eats from a bowl. Corporal Li Heinwook is ordered to stand by with his squad. A soldier states that they need to do something before eating, as they just got back from training. Corporal Li Heinwook listens to the conversation. Another soldier asks what kind of training. Corporal Li Heinwook looks off into the distance, lost in thought. He had forgotten about him. The army's garbage. A soldier asks if his squad should do the work. Another soldier retorts that the F-ranks can't even level up and might as well take on more work instead of trying to compromise, adding that's what they're here to do. Back in his past life, Li Heinwook had thought he'd never get past F-rank. A soldier points at Li Heinwook, seemingly reprimanding him. The soldier asks if they're going to take responsibility if something urgent happens while they're working. The soldiers continue their discussion. How much of a loser was he in the past? The soldier asks if he wants to die. A magical circle appears. Li Heinwook looks surprised. Another soldier asks why he wants to go at it. The soldier's expression is obscured by his helmet, but his jaw is set with determination. Corporal Li Heinwook declares that he will do it, adding that it will at least give them some. Someone reacts with surprise, exclaiming, what? The others watch from the windows of a nearby building. Li Heinwook is warned that others might think he's being abusive. The soldier expresses concern that Lee Hyun-wook might get wrapped up in weird rumors when he's supposed to be a great person in society in the future. The soldier thinks to himself that this isn't how it was supposed to go. Since it was their orders, the soldiers declare they will eat real fast. The soldiers are told to get the work done real fast too. Gordon Tracy gives instructions, saying, "Good work." Lee Hyun-wook contemplates the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. Gordon Tracy orders the soldiers, all watching for, "Go eat." The soldiers stand in formation, their faces grim. One of the soldiers suggests, "Go eat. I don't feel like eating." Another soldier responds dutifully, "Yes, sir." Lee Hyun-wook adjusts his cap, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Asterisk, what was that? He feels a bit different. Asterisk. The corporal walks along the perimeter, his expression thoughtful. A close-up reveals the tension in Lee Hyun-wook's jaw. He exhales slowly, the symbol on his helmet glinting in the light. He thinks to himself, "Yeah, I did well." A flashback shows a scene of devastation. That much was nothing compared to what that bastard did. The flashback continues, revealing a menacing figure with glowing red eyes. He reflects, "If I have to stay here longer because I caused trouble, I won't be." A system message appears. Asterisk, able to catch up to that bastard. You can now manipulate 1G more. Metal absorption is complete. Weight of metal currently available for manipulation, 309G, asterisk. He considers his options. Either way, he can't. He thinks that the world doesn't know he can level up yet. In the mess hall, a soldier tells Private Park Junmo there's a problem, asking if he didn't bring them. The soldier exclaims that all the spoons are gone. Lee Hyun-wook puts a spoon in his mouth. The metal slides down his throat. He tastes steel. A system message appears, beginning metal absorption. 12 minutes and 59 seconds remain until metal absorption. The weight of metal currently available for manipulation is 309 grams. The expected increase after absorption is 1.25 grams. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that an M7 bayonet is 140 grams, if he wants to put more weight into it for impact. He thinks he'll only be able to control one of these. Lee Hyun-wook thinks it'll take too long to catch up to where he was before he died at this rate. He wonders if that is the only. He stood silhouetted against the skyline, the Namsan Tower looming in the distance. What option did he have then? He figured he had 3 days to prepare. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed in the training area. The soldier's gear shifted as he moved, the weight of his responsibilities heavy on his shoulders. Channeling his metal manipulation abilities, Lee Hyun-wook formed a blade of pure energy. A confident smirk played on his lips as the Steel Emperor gazed at his creation, lightning crackling around the blade. He declared, "All right, I'll show you what it means to be an expert." 3 days later, the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, Namsan 5th Post, stood silent under the night sky. The guard towers loomed, silent sentinels against the darkness. A soldier glanced around, his senses on high alert. Another soldier cast a sidelong glance, a flicker of unease in his eyes. He speaks into his comm, asking, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook?" The man continues, observing, "You seem to have changed recently." A close-up reveals the time on his wrist, 4:05. He wonders aloud, "Does it make you uncomfortable?" Park Junmo responds, "Ah, no." His expression betrays his unease. A system message appears. You can now manipulate 6G more. Metal absorption is complete, normal metal. Weight of metal currently available for manipulation, 1,359G. Lee Hyun-wook continues, "I think you've changed for the better." Park Junmo asks, "Why? Are you suddenly?" Lee Hyun-wook presses, "Park Junmo, do you trust me?" Park Junmo responds hesitantly, "Why yes, sir." The scene shifts to a view of Park Junmo through a window. Park Junmo, with a determined look, repeats, "Yes, sir." The tension hangs heavy in the air between them. A palpable sense of unease fills the space. A monstrous figure towers over the city, its jagged teeth bared in a menacing snarl. The distant skyline is dwarfed by its immense size. Energy crackles around the beast as it prepares to unleash its power. A dark vortex seems to emanate from its very being. The monster grips a crude, bladed weapon, its eyes burning with predatory intent. A deafening crash echoes through the night. From above, the monster gazes down upon the unsuspecting barracks, its shadow looming over the sleeping soldiers. A guttural growl rumbles from the monster's throat as it prepares to strike. The soldiers remain oblivious to the impending doom. The monster's maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour its prey. Another earth-shattering impact reverberates through the air. A soldier is sent flying through the air, a helpless victim of the monster's brutal assault. The monster's massive hand reaches out, ready to crush any who stand in its path. Lee Hyun-wook stands defiant, energy crackling around him as he prepares to face the monstrous threat. The monster unleashes its fury upon the barracks, leaving chaos and destruction in its wake. "I never expected to be working to death," a soldier thinks. He grins, a manic edge to his expression. "So happy to see you guys. I've waited 3 whole days." Blue energy crackles around his outstretched hand, promising pain. The monster, hulking and grotesque, remains unaware of the hunter's presence, its back turned to the impending assault. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's eyes glint with determination. "I've never failed at ambushes before." A blue circle of energy begins to form around his hand. I guess I really am level 1. The monster's voice, guttural and rasping, echoes through the forest. This is my second chance at life. The monster continues, its tone laced with annoyance. So I really don't like doing the same work twice. A surge of power slams into the monster, sending it hurtling skyward with a pained shriek. Lee Hyun-wook's voice rings out, cold and unforgiving. If you drop anything shitty, you're dead to me for real. The monster's maw gapes open in a silent roar of agony, its eyes wide with terror as it plummets. The Steel Emperor prepares another strike, blue energy coalescing around his hand once more. Another blast of power slams into the monster, reversing its trajectory and sending it crashing back towards the earth. The blade of Lee Hyun-wook's weapon glows with an intense blue light, ready to deliver the final blow. A horde of goblins lurks in the shadows, their eyes gleaming with malice. He stands over a pulsating red orb, its energy palpable in the air. Blue energy crackles as Corporal Lee Hyun-wook draws the mana steel into his mouth. The goblins watch from afar. Lee Hyun-wook grimaces. Right, this stinky taste. Mana steel. The goblins recoil in disgust. He glances at the system window. If I eat all the items I come across from now on. A wide grin spreads across Lee Hyun-wook's face. He is taken aback by the sudden appearance of a swirling blue portal, from which grotesque monsters begin to emerge, their weapons raised. A surge of blue energy erupts, crackling through the air as it seeks its target. Lee Hyun-wook shouts, now, as he prepares to unleash his power. His fist glows with intense blue energy, ready to deliver a devastating blow. He thinks, mukbang. The blue energy intensifies, swirling and crackling with raw power. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook stands guard, rifle in hand, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Confusion hangs heavy in the air, an unspoken question lingering. The night air vibrates with an unnatural energy, the distant tower a silent witness to unseen events. Right now, I can sense that the metal is moving. Hyun-wook Lee thinks to himself as Park Junmo silences him, his hand clamped firmly over his mouth. Can't you only sense the metal that you can see? You can sense metal that you can't see, too? Then you should report it. Park Junmo exclaims, his eyes wide with alarm. No. Will the branch office believe you? Branch office believe you if you say you can sense an unconfirmed F rank that you can't see? Then what should we do? Promise me one thing, Park Junmo pleads, his voice barely a whisper. I'm going to go check. Of course, that's a lie, so don't leave your post. You must never report it to the higher-ups. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. If the military finds out. A portal crackles with blue energy, and Gordon Tracy stands guard as grotesque monsters emerge. All the weapons will belong to them. Energy crackles in the air. The monsters advance, their eyes burning with malice. All right. Gordon Tracy grins, a manic glint in his eyes as he prepares for the coming battle. He clenches his fist, gathering a ball of crackling blue energy. Should he start his mukbang? The energy intensifies, forming a sharp, glowing point. The night sky looms, a silent witness to the impending conflict. With a surge of power, Gordon Tracy leaps into the fray, blue energy trailing behind him as he engages the horde. The grotesque monsters descend upon the soldiers, claws extended and teeth bared. The soldiers retaliate, swords flashing and guns roaring, pushing back against the tide of creatures. A soldier unleashes a surge of blue energy, preparing to strike the advancing horde. The energy slams into the monsters, a brilliant explosion of light and force. One of the monsters is sent flying, its body racked with pain as it crashes to the ground. Another soldier channels arcane power, blue energy crackling around his hands. The monsters scream as the soldier's attack finds its mark, another wave of creatures falling before the onslaught. A close-up reveals the horrifying visage of one of the monsters, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. The battle rages on, soldiers and monsters locked in a desperate struggle for survival. The soldier's eyes gleam with a dark intensity as he shouts, "Good, keep screaming." A monstrous claw descends, striking a soldier down. A monster's weapon lies broken on the ground, glowing with an eerie blue light. The soldier raises his arm, preparing to strike the monster. A blade of pure blue energy crackles into existence, ready to cut through the darkness. The energy blade slams into the monster, sending a shockwave through its grotesque form. The soldier continues his assault, the blue energy slicing through the air with deadly precision. The monster's face contorts in agony as the energy tears through its flesh. The soldier presses his advantage, the blue light illuminating the monster's terror. Another strike lands, the monster reeling from the force of the blow. Blood splatters across the ground as the monster's wounds deepen. The monster's eyes widen in pain, its body riddled with cuts. The soldier continues his relentless assault, the blue energy a beacon of destruction. More blood sprays as the monster struggles to defend itself. The monster, wounded and enraged, croaks, "And you know that I died because I was hit from behind?" They dare to attack from behind. The monster's voice echoed with fury, its unseen eyes burning with resentment. "I'm going to eat that bastard alive," the monster roared, its unseen fangs bared in anticipation of revenge. The monster paused, a chilling confidence seeping into its tone. It believed it had instilled enough fear into these unintelligent bastards. Li Hyenwook stood amidst the fallen, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. So should I get started with the main course now? He mused, his voice calm amidst the carnage. The monster's frustration grew, its voice laced with desperation. It was frustrating trying to find its attacker with its eyes. Where are you? The monster hissed, its unseen form writhing with impatience. The monster's voice intensified, laced with a primal rage. Where the hell are you hiding? The cunning boss monster, unseen but ever-present, continued its desperate search. The goblin shaman stood revealed, a grotesque figure amidst the carnage, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The goblin shaman, its form now visible, continued its tirade, its voice echoing through the forest. A close-up of the goblin shaman's face revealed its grotesque features, its eyes narrowed in fury, its fangs bared in a snarl. Li Hyenwook's eyes widened as he spotted something amidst the fallen. Huh, there's an item. Here, he exclaimed, reaching for it. All right, shall I get started then? The goblin shaman boasts, believing he gave his opponent a significant opening. He anticipates that his target won't miss this golden opportunity. The goblin shaman questions if his target is different from the other stupid idiots. The shaman prepares a spell, runes glowing around his hands. The air crackles with magical energy. The goblin shaman commands his prey to hurry up and reveal themselves. A close-up reveals the goblin shaman's menacing grin, his sharp teeth bared. The shaman's spell intensifies, the runes glowing brighter. Li Hyenwook, eyes narrowed, looks up, anticipating the impending threat. The ground trembles as something stirs beneath. Goblins emerge from the earth, weapons raised, ready to attack. In the distance, a tower stands silhouetted against the night sky, overlooking the scene. The archer, Li Hyenwook, sits with his arms crossed, looking concerned. Another soldier asks if the platoon leader is present, wondering if the ground just shook. Gordon Precy, the platoon leader, responds to the soldier, asking if he is scared. He threatens to kill him if he wakes him up again over something so meaningless, before curtly saying, Roger. Meanwhile, a grotesque monster crawls on all fours, its eyes gleaming with malice. More of the creatures lurk in the shadows, their forms barely visible against the dark landscape. Two of the monsters emerge from the darkness, their sharp teeth bared in anticipation. The monster peers down from a high vantage point, its gaze fixed on its prey. The goblin shaman stands tall, clutching a gnarled staff, ready to unleash its power. A close-up reveals the monster's menacing grin, its eyes burning with dark intent. A booming voice declares, I found you. The goblin shaman begins to cast a spell, arcane energy crackling around its hands. The spell takes shape, swirling with blue energy as it hurtles toward its target. The spell is fully unleashed, a torrent of blue energy surging through the air. The goblin shaman raises his staff, preparing to unleash his magic. He swings the staff down, casting the spell. A guttural cry escapes the goblin shaman's throat as the magic surges. Corporal Li Hyenwook, observing the spell, shouts, It's a fake, you dumbass. The magical energy crackles, arcing towards its destination. The spell impacts the ground, sending ripples of energy outwards. The forest remains silent, the only sound the rustling of leaves. Corporal Li Hyenwook stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The magical energy dissipates, leaving a faint glow in the air. The goblin shaman continues to channel the spell, his expression intense. A sinister grin spreads across the goblin shaman's face. He laughs. The Steel Emperor is speechless, surprised that the goblin shaman caught his greatsword. It seemed like he was a failure in the past. The goblin shaman stands, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Li Hyenwook scoffs, remarking that for someone who sent a huge gang of goblins after him, the goblin shaman shouldn't complain about getting a small scratch. The Steel Emperor declares he's going to slice them all up in one go, then admits he bluffed. Corporal Li Hyenwook wonders what he should do about this situation. A horde of goblins, their eyes burning with fervor, are in high spirits now that their boss is fighting head-on. More importantly, Li Hyenwook realizes his mana is the problem. Since things have come to this, the Steel Emperor prepares for a desperate fight. The goblin shaman raises his staff, ready to strike. Li Hyenwook declares that if he can't eat the goblin shaman, then they'll die together. Even if it takes time, he's going to eat him and go to the guardhouse. The goblin shaman's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their depths. A voice echoes through the darkness, questioning if that is Corporal Li Hyenwook. The soldiers stand alert in the misty forest, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Park Junmo calls out in desperation, his voice trembling as he asks where they are. The goblin shaman shrieks in a guttural tongue, his words unintelligible. A low angle shows the forest floor, the tall grass swaying in the unseen wind. The name, Park, is visible, perhaps a clue to the soldier's identity. The goblin shaman plummets from above, a crude weapon clutched in his hand. Park Junmo grits his teeth, leveling his weapon at the descending threat. Terror grips Park Junmo as he stares up at the falling goblin shaman. The goblin shaman raises his crude, saw-toothed blade, preparing to strike. A soldier shouts a warning, urging someone to get down. The goblin shaman brings his weapon down, poised to strike a devastating blow. The goblin shaman swings its crude blade, a trail of blue energy following the arc of the weapon. The blow connects, sending a shockwave through the air. The goblin's face contorts in a savage grin, its yellow eyes gleaming with malice. The goblin shaman continues its assault, now targeting Lieutenant Seo Yunha. Seo Yunha fires her weapon, the shot tearing through the goblin's flesh. The lieutenant collapses to the rain-soaked ground, defeated. Her face contorted in pain, Seo Yunha grits her teeth. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook watches the scene unfold, his expression grim. A swirling portal of blue energy opens nearby. I missed everything. He finds everything more cautious than he thought. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook reports hearing gunfire and orders each post to report. The soldier reports that this is the 5th post, and a gate has appeared within the area. The soldier repeats that a gate has appeared within the area and monsters have been confirmed to be goblins. The soldier reports that after the first skirmish, they left the current area and casualties in the 5th post are. Lee Hyun-wook stands over Lieutenant Seo Yunha. Park Junmo holds a radio. Park Junmo reports no casualties. Park Junmo reports receiving the report and that those from the 5th post are to be on standby. Park Junmo orders to defend the post, repeating the order. Park Junmo orders those from the 5th post to defend their post. Park Junmo reports that she's going to arrive soon and orders a 5-minute standby for an emergency. A gate has appeared within the area, prompting a response from armed soldiers. The announcement confirms the appearance of a gate within the area, signaling an unknown threat. Lieutenant Seo Yunha stands ready, her expression determined as she prepares for the coming conflict. If she comes, a lone figure stands silhouetted against the night sky, their purpose yet unknown. Like in my past life, she'll stop the gate and take all the weapons, a voice echoes, hinting at a recurring cycle of conflict. A legendary grade item is confirmed, now belonging to the military from this moment on. Adamantium, a legendary item, shimmers with untold power. In the past, it was the ultimate item that made people call me the Steel Emperor, a figure recalls, their words heavy with history. Goblins, twisted and savage, stand amidst the carnage, a reminder of the dangers lurking beyond the gate. If I miss the chance to get this now, the next chance I'll get is 4 years from now, a desperate voice laments, highlighting the stakes of the current situation. If that happens, a figure stands bloodied and battered, a testament to the brutal cost of failure. It'll be the same as the past. A haunting premonition echoes, suggesting a grim fate awaits if history repeats itself. The soldier, eyes narrowed, declares he's going to get to it first. He mutters that he needs to finish this before the standby team arrives, considering the possibility of goblins. Kneeling, the soldier overhears that they need a living human sacrifice. Pointing, the soldier questions what's going on. He voices his concern about the city center, stating that the population density is too high for goblins who hunt in packs. The soldier states that this is the 6th post. The soldier shouts in alarm, "It's goblins!" Gunfire echoes through the forest. A sinister grin spreads across the soldier's face. Another soldier relays that they will support the 6th post. The soldier questions what the F ranks are doing, referencing the command to defend their post. A soldier expresses fear and denial, stammering in no. He continues to walk through the forest, the air thick with tension. The threat of punishment hangs heavy in the air. This won't end with you being confined to the guardhouse. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens as he considers the strategic implications. The 6th post are either archers or mages, with only long-range players. The corporal's voice rises with urgency, a grim premonition coloring his words. They won't be able to handle the goblins. They'll all die. His face contorted with worry, Lee Hyun-wook's voice cracks as he shouts, "This is enough for a military trial." Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen, a desperate plea in his voice as he reaches out. "I have you." A beat of silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by the rustling of leaves. What will change by going by yourself? A chilling realization dawns on Lee Hyun-wook. Why am I alone? Did you not hear me correctly? A desperate plea echoes in the night. They need help at post number 6. The report comes in. Corporal Kim Jong-ok is down. The rapid response unit has departed, leaving the remaining soldiers to guard their posts with their lives. A monstrous voice booms, declaring that at this rate, they will all die. The soldiers desperately call for help, their voices laced with fear. The grotesque horde advances, their eyes gleaming with malice. A voice calls out, asking if Corporal Kim is okay. Coughing violently, one of the soldiers laments that he doesn't think the barrier will last long. Panic sets in as the soldiers wonder when the reinforcements will arrive, fearing they will all be dead before they do. A soldier, his voice filled with dread, wonders why it suddenly got quiet. The barrier lies in ruins, the silence a chilling testament to its failure. The green barrier protecting post number 6 flickers, its energy visibly weakening as cracks spiderweb across its surface. Outside, the relentless rain intensifies, mirroring the escalating goblin assault against the failing defense. The barrier groans under the strain, the cracks widening as its emerald glow dims, threatening to extinguish completely. With a final, deafening crack, the barrier shatters, its protective energy erupting in a shower of green sparks, leaving post number 6 exposed. Panic rises as one of the soldiers cries out, questioning the unfolding chaos. A grim realization dawns. A boss monster has arrived, and the goblins intend to capture them after the post falls. The goblin shaman, surrounded by its grotesque kin, speaks of raising them to the altar and extracting their hearts while they still live. Coughing, a soldier wonders if ending it all right now would be less painful. Tears stream down a soldier's face, the weight of their impending doom crushing his spirit. Post number 6 is now fully exposed, the goblin swarm descending upon it like a plague. The goblin shaman raises its staff high, preparing to unleash a dark ritual upon the captured soldiers. Green energy swirls around the goblin shaman, the air thick with the stench of impending sacrifice. A voice crackles over the radio. Post number 6. We'll assist you from now on. The voice continues, directing Archer Private Park. After you load the bow and shoot the arrow, aim at the light and stand by. The voice repeats the instructions. Repeating, after loading the arrows, use the fire skill and just aim at the light. Archer prepares to fire, the arrow glowing with heat. A soldier questions the plan. We'd need at least a whole unit of archers at my level to put up a fight. What the hell are we supposed to do? The target area is a mass of floating rocks, dimly lit. Archer complains. Also, I can't even see anything. What the hell am I supposed to aim at? The floating rocks are dimly lit by a central point of light. A soldier wonders, is that it? Archer takes aim at the distant target. Another soldier declares, I'll be the one controlling the trigger. A gloved hand rests on a weapon, finger hovering over the trigger. He takes aim, his eyes focused on the unseen target. Archer Private Park exclaims in surprise as the trigger moves on its own. A fire arrow streaks through the air, leaving a trail of burning embers. The fire arrow pierces the goblin shaman, flames erupting around him. Archer Private Park watches from below as the arrow flies towards its target. The goblin shaman writhes in agony, engulfed in flames. The goblin shaman explodes in a burst of fire, sending debris flying in all directions. A system message appears, indicating a loss of mana. Archer Private Park realizes he can now save his mana, considering the archer's destructive power a bonus. The charred remains of the goblin shaman smolder. Archer Private Park realizes he hit the target. The goblin shaman's face contorts in a silent scream, its yellow eyes wide with terror as its end approaches. A blinding explosion rips through the forest, sending debris flying in all directions. The air fills with dust and the sharp scent of ozone as the shockwave dissipates. Rocks and shattered wood rain down, the forest floor scarred by the force of the blast. The inferno subsides, leaving behind a smoldering crater and the lingering smell of burnt flesh. The goblin shaman's lifeless body tumbles through the air, a broken puppet falling from a great height. The corpse lands with a sickening thud, its final resting place a testament to the soldier's power. Meanwhile, Archer Private Park, eyes wide with shock, hears the order barked from above. Archer, reload your bow. He snaps to attention, his voice tight with adrenaline. Huh? Yes, sir. The disembodied voice continues, commanding him to aim for the light after reloading the bow. The night sky stretches above, a canvas of deep blues and scattered stars, hinting at the challenges yet to come. Elsewhere, a lone female figure stands atop a rocky outcrop, her silhouette framed against the starlit sky. The goblin shaman erupts in a ball of fire, the force of the explosion rippling outwards. The flames engulf the area, leaving nothing but scorched earth. A grotesque face emerges from the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent and teeth bared in a horrifying grin. The forest remains silent, save for the rustling of leaves under the night sky. Archer Private Park peers through the dense foliage, muttering to himself about finding the boss monster. Another explosion lights up the night, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning wood. The soldier continues his trek through the forest, his boots crunching on the undergrowth. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's words echo in the soldier's mind, a reminder that he was only meant to be a distraction. His eyes widen in realization. He thinks to himself that this is more like him finishing the whole gate on his own. A goblin lunges from the shadows, spear raised high, ready to strike. Terror grips the soldier as he stares up at the approaching goblin. The goblin's spear descends, a blur of motion against the night sky. He is illuminated by a blinding flash of light. The force of the explosion sends him flying through the air. He points a finger, his expression grim. A goblin is engulfed in flames, writhing in agony. The soldier is consumed by the inferno. The goblin is thrown backward, a ragdoll of pain. The soldier shouts, "Ah yes, sir. Rifle, to its position." The soldier is once again engulfed in flames. A voice wonders, is he really the same Corporal Lee Hyun-wook? A hulking goblin stands amidst the trees, its eyes gleaming with malice. The goblin's face fills the view, its fangs bared in a menacing snarl. A voice booms, "You've shown enough. Now come out, will you?" Corporal Lee Hyun-wook stands ready. A stern warning flashes. This rascal should not be telling him anything. Mana is being lost at a rapid rate. Caution is needed when using it. Mana is at 12%. A warning states that only a small amount of mana is left. A question hangs in the air. Do they want him to wait? The soldier grits his teeth, determined. He'll keep going, even if his mana hits rock bottom. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's face is grim. Even if his juniors are wiped out, he will continue. A desperate plea echoes. "Please save me." A soldier is thrown backwards through the air. A towering, werewolf-like creature stands beside a soldier, its eyes glowing menacingly. A soldier, surrounded by swirling blue energy, apologizes, stating that he really followed all their orders. Soldiers stand ready, their faces grim as they prepare for the coming onslaught. A soldier aims his weapon, his expression a mask of grim determination. A monstrous creature roars, its eyes burning with savage fury. Park Junmo's face is contorted in pain or rage. He stands, arms outstretched, energy crackling around him as he prepares to unleash his power. His finger points forward, a silent declaration of intent. In the end, all because of you. The energy intensifies as he faces the monstrous creatures, the air thick with anticipation. The finger remains extended, a precise and deadly gesture. A grin spreads across his face, revealing a chilling confidence. It's checkmate. Again, the finger points, sealing the creature's fate. A device hums to life, a mechanical heartbeat in the tense silence. Blasts of energy erupt, tearing through the night as he unleashes his attack. The creatures are caught in the blast, their forms distorted by the raw power. A monstrous face contorts in agony, its eyes wide with terror. The energy continues to surge, obliterating everything in its path. Park stands amidst the chaos, a beacon of destructive force. Park Junmo's name is called out. Private Park Junmo confirms his presence. Lee Hyun-wook declares, in that case, bon appetit. He launches a blue energy attack against the goblin shaman. The goblin shaman's claws are bared. Lee Hyun-wook continues his assault, a blue energy trail following his movements. He wonders if the monster is wearing leather armor. The soldier continues his attack. The goblin shaman is struck, and someone questions why it only covered its back. Another attack lands, the goblin shaman's face contorted in a snarl. Lee Hyun-wook spots something and exclaims, the gate. The soldier's expression is one of shock and urgency. The goblin shaman cries out, his hand outstretched as he begins to cast his spell. A magic circle begins to form around the shaman as he continues his incantation. The shaman's clawed hand hovers over the forming magic circle, the air crackling with energy. The goblin shaman's eyes narrow as he thinks, steal? Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen as he notices the shaman's spell, a warning flashing, mana 7%. The shaman's hand glows with an eerie light as the spell intensifies. The shaman clenches his fist, focusing his power into the spell. The goblin shaman's face contorts in concentration as the magic circle pulses with energy. The shaman's mana continues to drain, now at 4% as he pours more power into the spell. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, preparing for whatever the shaman is planning. The shaman's mana dwindles to 3% as the spell nears completion. The goblin shaman's mana is now at a critical 2% as he finishes casting the spell. He continues to channel the spell, drawing power from the surrounding environment as blue energy crackles around him. A voice echoes, filled with frustration. Enough of this, just let me. The system displays a stark warning. Only 1% of mana remains. A concentrated beam of blue energy pulses intensely. Eyes glowing with power, the goblin shaman prepares to unleash the spell, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Eat. The blue energy surges downwards, a concentrated beam of destructive force. The air crackles with raw magical energy. Heavy breaths echo in the tense atmosphere. A stark warning flashes, your mana will soon run out. Mana remaining, 0%. Lee Hyun-wook, bracing himself, thinks, abilities are at their own place, but God, this body from the past. I gotta give it a workout. A blinding light erupts, filling the sky. Lee Hyun-wook stares at the light, recognizing it. That light. It's the holy light. A group of soldiers advances through the darkened woods, drawn towards a beam of light piercing the canopy. A hand clad in metallic armor grips a crystalline shard, the source of the radiant glow. Lieutenant Seo Yunha stands vigilant, her gaze sharp as she surveys the surrounding forest. A voice echoes, declaring, she's here. Another voice, laced with frustration, wonders, geez, why can't I find it? A soldier lies prone on the forest floor, seemingly injured. A voice calls out, come on, come out already. Another soldier clutches a glowing object, his expression strained. A voice shouts, we've found the gate. Two soldiers level their weapons, their voices ringing out. Hands up. Don't move, or we'll shoot. A figure raises his hands in compliance, his face obscured by shadow. A voice demands, identify yourself, rank and name. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook raises his head, revealing his face. A voice announces, found an injured person. The portal crackles with energy as Lieutenant Seo Yunha orders someone to bring a stretcher over. A monstrous maw gapes open near the gate, its teeth like jagged daggers. The enemies must still be here. Lieutenant Seo Yunha wonders how four regular soldiers took down a boss monster. A soldier examines a body, determining that it's not the one they're looking for. All the monsters have similar wounds. The ground is littered with corpses, a testament to the battle that took place. Two soldiers carry a body away, Lieutenant Seo Yunha watching them. The soldier notes that all the monsters have similar wounds. Lieutenant Seo Yunha's expression is unreadable. A triumphant declaration echoes, I finally got it back. A figure warns that two goblins are on the run, closing in on post number 6. A voice resonates, sensing the metals nearby. A sword and shield emit a blue glow. A close-up reveals Lee Hyun-wook, his expression intense. The fist clenches, a declaration that the Great Steel Emperor has truly made a comeback. A few days after the incident at the barracks gate, word spread that the rumors of an F rank were true. The story came from the worker himself, Ajushi, at the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station. The other workers were just waiting to be killed. But suddenly, an F-rank corporal appeared with a huge sword and sliced up the goblins. What? An F-rank? This isn't some fantasy. That makes no sense. Hey, you want me to believe that shit? Sergeant Oh Sang-guk, a wizard specializing in communication, looked incredulous. Park Junmo saluted, his expression unreadable. A larger man stood with his back to Park Junmo. Sergeant Oh Sang-guk scoffed. I'll rectify that. Sergeant Oh Sang-guk hasn't accepted your salute, but your hands are going down. He firmly states no. Private Park Il looks nervous. Sergeant Oh Sang-guk asks if Private Park Il, who can rip goblins with his bare hands, can take 3 of the boys and do a gate raid. There's no way, according to Private Lee Won-suk, a barbarian of the close combat affiliation, high-rank specialty, a D rank judged as a C rank. He says he didn't see the workers defeating a boss mob himself. So his conclusion is that it was the last attack of some of the bastards who fell behind from the herd of goblins. Sergeant Oh Sang-guk glares intensely. If by some fluke an F rank went wild, it'll become an issue for the military discipline. Sergeant Oh Sang-guk's expression hardens. So we can't let it become an issue for military discipline. The South Korean and military flags fluttered in the breeze outside the building, a stark reminder of duty and consequence. The hallway stretched onward, lined with closed doors and the cold, impersonal lighting of a military installation. A sign designated the location as the battalion commander's room. Inside the office, soldiers stood at attention, saluting a superior officer. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The soldier thought to himself, if things had finished well, they could have just let it slide. Another soldier wondered, why did they have to call me? Lieutenant Seo Yunha, a black paladin with a paladin specialty, was a B-ranked player. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a wizard with a magician affiliation and a warp specialty, was a C-ranked player. A gruff voice demanded, Soldier, is it true that you disobeyed the command to wait? Battalion Commander Lieutenant Major Kim Kang-seok, a druid named Namsan's King of Mountains, was a B-ranked player, ranked 166 in South Korea. He had forcefully repelled the first round of the gate. The soldier thought, if I say one wrong thing, I'll end up in a military trial. Another soldier internally urged, get a grip. I have to end things with the guardhouse at most. The battalion commander stands with Lieutenant Seo Yunha and Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook declares that it is true that he seized the gate's outbreak while on duty and responded immediately. The report is reviewed, but the situation remains unclear. It's stated that in a normal situation, an F-ranked soldier. Park Junmo's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. The uniform, seemingly untouched, should have been ripped to shreds. Lee Hyun-wook feels an incredibly intense pressure. Park Junmo contemplates the consequences. If he steps back here, his military life will be screwed. He feels wronged. The battalion commander is accused of scamming. Park Junmo thinks to himself, I've been scammed by you, battalion commander. Lieutenant Seo Yunha gestures emphatically, questioning the situation. That to the battalion commander? Park Junmo's face is filled with shock and disbelief. The battalion commander stands firm, questioning the accusations. Why? There's something more to this than meets the eye. He emphasizes every time they've trained together, something the battalion commander says without fail. Gordon Tracy remembers. No matter how low your rank is, if you approach using AMT's Great Monster Tactical Textbook, even if you're a D rank, no, even if you're an E rank, you can face trolls. According to your training, even if an F rank like me might struggle with a troll, a goblin isn't impossible. If I hadn't gone to support the 6th post, all of the workers would have died. Nice, I've given my rational attack. So now let's attack emotionally. Therefore, for a true soldier, there are no ranks. Prepare for the worst and fight with your all. Is what you always emphasized, and so like you said, as a true soldier, as a soldier under the battalion commander, who I so respect. He took the tactics learned from the difficult training to heart, doing his best to respond by carrying out the strategy with the workers, with his life on the line. It was because of the true military mindset he felt from the battalion commander that belief was the only reason. So to see you deny the results of that belief, battalion commander, it feels like my entire military life is being denied. So, that's why I feel like I've been scammed. Right around when he was appointed as 2nd lieutenant, the gates started opening. A fierce battle against orcs raged. He almost died in a fight with orcs. But without a second of hesitation, the battalion commander returned to the army and became an early foundational member of AMT. In other words, he's a soldier down to the bone. His words, as my superior, as my belief, and put my life on the line for my fellow soldiers. So how could? A comforting hand rests on his shoulder. A voice echoes, revealing a character's inner thoughts. A superior places his hands on the shoulders of a young soldier. The soldier is addressed with a shout. Private Lee Hyun-wook is congratulated. The congratulations continue. Lightning crackles as a man declares he will become a non-commissioned officer. The declaration echoes with determination. A system message appears, congratulating him on acquiring a new skill, Steel Physique. Kim Kang-seok congratulates Lee Hyun-wook on his achievement. Elsewhere, a man looks surprised, while a woman covers her face in distress. Kim Kang-seok's expression hardens, a silent resolve etched on his face. Lee Hyun-wook stares in stunned silence. Tears well in his eyes as he stares ahead. The camera pans out to show the exterior of a building. A South Korean flag flaps in the wind. A voice echoes, "Did I hear you wrong?" The scene shifts to the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Station, training room. Soldiers sit in formation. Lee Hyun-wook strains as he bench presses a heavy barbell. The weight plates clang together. Sweat drips from Lee Hyun-wook's brow as he struggles to catch his breath. He sits on the bench, catching his breath. Another soldier approaches him. Lee Hyun-wook wipes the sweat from his face with a towel. A soldier declares that someone can't do that. 2 other soldiers stand nearby, listening to the conversation. A voice narrates that an ANC rank has never become a non-commissioned officer in AMT before. The narration thanks the platoon leader. The narrator states that due to Lieutenant Lee Min-hee's dissuasions, he gained some time by saying he'd think about it. The narrator thinks that he'd better live like a mouse for a while, so he doesn't catch his eye. He is then addressed as Private Lee Hyun-wook. Someone asks if another person is done using the bench. Someone thinks, not yet. A man with an undercut hairstyle smirks. Someone asks Lee Hyun-wook what he is doing right now. Lee Hyun-wook is sitting on a bench. Someone says that only using this much weight would be an embarrassment to their unit. Someone asks if it's Private Lee Hyun-wook and wonders what's going on. Lee Hyun-wook sits on a bench, looking off to the side. Other soldiers are in the background. Several soldiers are working out and laughing. Sergeant Oh Sang-wook is responsible for this mess, according to an unseen observer. Shadowy figures surround Lee Hyun-wook, their eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. Annoyed, Lee Hyun-wook clutches his head, frustration etched on his face. He had just decided to avoid attracting attention. Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself that he had just felt annoyed, so the timing is perfect. Sergeant Oh Sang-wook lifts weights, his back to the viewer. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens, a fire igniting in his eyes as the word fight appears in a speech bubble. A soldier's eyes widen in surprise, a question mark punctuating his shock. And those F-rank privates are about to. A crowd gathers around a fighting ring, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Lee Hyun-wook prepares for a fight, his hands raised in a defensive stance. He clenches his gloved fists, knuckles white with tension, ready to unleash his power. The man named Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in a grimace of determination and simmering rage. The air crackles with anticipation as he declares, "It's time for me to teach you a lesson." The air crackles around Lee Hyun-wook, energy coalescing around his hands. Gordon Precy sneers, "Our amazing Private Lee Hyun-wook." Gordon Precy clenches his fist, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "It's time for me to teach you a lesson." The crowd watches with bated breath as the 2 fighters prepare to clash in the ring. The murmurs of the crowd fill the arena, a low hum of anticipation. Gordon Precy raises his fist, a savage grin plastered on his face, ready to strike. The tension in the air is palpable as the fighters circle each other, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Exploding forward, Gordon Precy unleashes a devastating punch towards Lee Hyun-wook. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the arena. A voice wonders if Choi Yun-jun went on vacation. 2 figures stand outside a dimly lit building, the night air thick with anticipation. One of the soldiers expresses excitement, having heard of someone with the talent to become a sword saint. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Warrant Officer Cheon seems concerned. He notes that while Sergeant Choi Myongo may be the ace right now, there's another guy called the future ace. A voice mentions the barbarian trait. Cheon Myongo, a warrant officer and tactical instructor for the Black Tiger unit, is the focus. Everything but his name is a state secret. Someone suggests taking a look while they're here. Hyun-wook Lee clenches his fist, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He stomps his foot, the force of the impact cracking the ground beneath him. His gloved hands tighten, ready to unleash a devastating attack. Blurring into a series of afterimages, he unleashes a rapid flurry of movements. He strikes a final pose, the air still crackling with energy. A combat boot crushes a tie underfoot, the sound of tearing fabric echoing in the training room. Gordon Precy throws a punch, the force behind it evident in the crack that fills the air. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in shock. A crowd of soldiers watches with bated breath. The punch connects, the impact reverberating through the room. The fight intensifies, a flurry of blows exchanged between the 2 men. Gordon Precy advances. Lee Hyun-wook steps back to create distance. Lee Hyun-wook prepares to counter. Gordon Precy's face contorts in rage. The soldiers gasp as the fight continues. One of the soldiers remarks, "The stage is set up as if it were meant for you to see the audition, Warrant Officer Cheon." Another soldier responds, "What do you think?" All of his shots pack quite a punch. He and Gordon Precy continued their sparring match, trading blows within the confines of the ring. Warrant Officer Cheon watched with a critical eye, wondering what the reason for the fight could be. Cheon Myongo remarked that the fighter was inexperienced, but if he landed a proper punch, it would be grand slam time. Another soldier watched with bated breath, his muscles tense. Lee Won-suk yelled, questioning if the fighter was going too easy on his opponent. An unseen figure demanded that someone get their act together. Another soldier questioned if they thought sparring was a joke. Another soldier yelled that he was betting on one of the fighters and questioned if he was going easy on his opponent, calling it bullshit. Lee Hyun-wook continued to fight, but his body felt strangely heavy. Blue energy emanated from Lee Hyun-wook's foot. Blue energy emanated from Lee Hyun-wook's hand. Lee Hyun-wook thought that it was because of his metal control power. The Steel Emperor Hyun-wook Lee's opponent, Gordon Tracy, lunges forward, fist cocked back, ready to deliver another blow. The punch connects, sending a shockwave through the air. Gordon Tracy's eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell is wrong with me, he wonders. Gordon Tracy continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying immense force. A grimace stretches across Lee Hyun-wook's face. Staggering back, Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth. My legs feel a bit weird. Out of nowhere. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Why? Things. Gordon Tracy's face contorts with rage. You fucking. The air crackles with unseen energy. The force of the blows intensifies, the impact resonating through the room. Gordon Tracy delivers a final, devastating blow. The observing soldiers gasp, witnessing the brutal exchange. Gordon Tracy activates, strengthening berserker mode. His muscles bulge, and a white aura flares around him as his eyes glow red. His face contorted in rage, veins pulsing as the transformation takes hold. Corporal Kim Jong-ok exclaims in disbelief. Body strengthening? They're not in the sparring domain anymore. The deal with his opponent? His gaze didn't shake at all. It's almost like a fight between an enraged buffalo and a leopard who has his fangs hidden. Lee Hyun-wook faces Gordon Tracy, the size difference now immense. A D-ranker who can use body strengthening? It was my first time seeing one too. Gordon Tracy declares, I'll end this right here, right now. He launches a devastating strike, the force cracking the ground beneath him. He is sent hurtling through the air, a helpless projectile against the unforgiving wall. Gordon Tracy follows up with a brutal stomp, the force of the impact echoing through the training room. From the sidelines, a man shouts, That's my boy. That's Lee Won-suk. Another voice chimes in. Yeah, he's at a different level after all. A voice booms. He's not called the future ace for nothing. Gordon Tracy's fist begins to glow with a crimson light. The man thinks, the shock feels like I just hit steel bare-fisted. Gordon Tracy undergoes a strengthening body transformation. His eyes burning with red intensity, Gordon Tracy's skin takes on a metallic blue sheen. The blue spreads down his arms, the veins beneath his skin now glowing with the same unnatural light. A manic grin stretches across Gordon Tracy's face as he prepares to strike again. Gordon Tracy screams, You worthless F-ranker, as he delivers another devastating blow. He continues his brutal assault, a kick landing squarely on Lee Won-suk. Gordon Tracy gazes down at his opponent, a predatory glint in his eyes. Another kick follows, the force of the blow echoing through the arena. The onslaught continues, each strike a testament to Gordon Tracy's enhanced strength. Standing over the fallen Lee Won-suk, Gordon Tracy sneers, For fuckers like you, acting up because they're strong, I said a whipping is the cure, didn't I? The relentless assault shows no sign of stopping, another kick aimed at the downed soldier. The impact reverberates, a brutal reminder of the power disparity. Park Jun-mo watches with wide eyes, a horrified expression on his face as he realizes, he's finally showed his fangs, huh? The beating continues, each blow a crushing display of force. The bull-like creature finally bit his neck. If you're a real beast, there's no way you're letting go of his neck, are you? Cut off his breaths. He reels from the previous blow, but Gordon Tracy prepares another punch. The punch connects, sending Lee Won-suk flying. While he's airborne, Gordon Tracy delivers a brutal kick. Gordon Tracy snarls, You filthy bastard. I don't know what tricks you're playing here, but... Lee Won-suk screams, Just fucking die. Gordon Tracy continues to hold Lee Won-suk. Lee Won-suk's face is filled with rage. His fist blurred, Gordon Tracy continued his assault on the prone Lee Won-suk. Lee Hyun-wook launches a kick, his foot blurring as it hurtles toward Gordon Tracy's chest. The force of the blow sends the antagonist flying backward, his face contorted in pain. The Steel Emperor's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. Continuing his assault, Lee Hyun-wook unleashes another kick, driving his foot into Gordon Tracy once more. Gordon Tracy's face is a mask of agony, his teeth gritted against the pain. The Steel Emperor's relentless assault continues, his foot connecting with the antagonist's body again and again. Finally, Lee Hyun-wook grabs hold of Gordon Tracy, ending the brutal barrage. He finds himself caught in a flying armbar. Park Jun-mo observes the fight, thinking that if Gordon Tracy had landed that punch, he'd have broken his own arm. Kim Jong-ok thinks that the Buffalo guy has better instincts than he expected. Park Jun-mo thinks that there's no way a normal player can win against a barbarian who's using body strengthening. He wonders if he overestimated him. Gordon Tracy tells Lee Hyun-wook that he's really struggling for his life. Gordon Tracy asks if Lee Hyun-wook thinks he can crush his arm like that. Lee Hyun-wook struggles against the armbar, his face contorted in pain. Gordon Tracy threatens to break Lee Hyun-wook's fingers. Lee Hyun-wook continues to struggle against the armbar. Gordon Tracy applies more pressure to the armbar. The two men remain locked in the armbar position, neither willing to give in. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, determined to endure the pain. He maintains the rear naked choke, his grip tightening. Gordon Tracy struggles against the hold, a look of desperation on his face. A soldier watches with a smirk, thinking, "Oh yeah, there you go." A disembodied voice declares, "That's good. Body strengthening only strengthens the..." Gordon Tracy, face contorted in effort, thinks, "All I need to do is use." Lee Hyun-wook smirks, thinking, "My strength to take you off of me." Gordon Tracy, straining against the hold, thinks, "No way. Even my strength can't get me out of this." Blue energy crackles around Gordon Tracy as he continues to struggle against the rear naked choke. Two soldiers watch the fight, one exclaiming, "Sergeant Oh Sang-guk, shouldn't we be stopping them?" Lee Hyun-wook, bruised but determined, continues to apply the rear naked choke, a fierce glint in his eyes. A flashback begins, showing a figure being choked out in a UFC match. It should be enough of a warning to you. The scene shifts to a figure lying on an operating table. Right? A man sweats, looking nervous. Gordon Tracy is caught in a rear naked choke hold. He wonders if he is losing to a loser like him. He thinks to himself, "Am I going to be humiliated like this in front of everyone? Me? The future ace." A figure is surrounded by a red aura. A close-up of eyes and a figure being choked out is shown. A fist clenches. Knock. A figure is knocked out. A figure is surrounded by a dark aura. Gordon Tracy grits his teeth, his face contorted in rage. A voice narrates that he is surprisingly using D-rank body strengthening twice. Gordon Tracy's eyes narrow, a grim determination etched on his face. Who will it be? A voice booms, questioning which one of them is the predator. A man with a bloodied face and white hair glares back. Gordon Tracy screams in agony, blood splattering as he's struck. The scream continues, the pain unbearable as the assault continues. He is overwhelmed, the blows raining down relentlessly. The chaotic scene shows a brutal fight unfolding, bodies clashing and blood flying. A crowd watches with a mix of shock and fear, their faces reflecting the brutality of the scene. A voice declares that he's the real deal. Gordon Tracy smiles grimly, clenching his fist. A voice proclaims that guy's a real beast. A monstrous beast with glowing eyes looms, a symbol of raw power. He stands victorious, his boot planted firmly on the chest of his defeated foe. Elsewhere, Lee Won-suk is asked if he is okay. The crowd gathers around Gordon Tracy, relieved that he is still breathing, though seemingly unconscious. They wonder how they will turn him. Someone cheers for Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, exclaiming that they knew he would win. Lee Hyun-wook is asked if he was hurt anywhere. He replies that he wasn't worried, but Lee Hyun-wook stands, looking concerned. A soldier questions Warrant Officer Cheon. First Lieutenant Cheon Myongo. The Steel Emperor Hyun-wook Lee offers a crisp salute. A disembodied voice wonders why the man is here. Lieutenant Cheon Myongo, the raid tactics instructor of the Black Tiger unit, returns the salute. Someone comments that the duel was quite impressive. Cheon Myongo holds out a card, asking if he is interested. The card reads, "Special Warfare Raid?" Other soldiers discuss the Black Tiger unit. The soldiers continue, noting that the scout offered him a position in the Black Tiger unit, the best troop in the AMT. Someone expresses frustration, declaring the situation ridiculous. Lee Hyun-wook looks at Cheon Myongo, who appears to be apologizing. Lee Hyun-wook states that he is an F-rank player, adding that a rank is just a standard set by normal people. Cheon Myongo insists that they need a warrior like him. The thought echoes in his mind, "God damn it. All these dudes." A ghostly image of himself screaming overlays Lee Hyun-wook's face. The thought continues, "They're busy claiming their stake on me. The military is a thought." Lee Hyun-wook holds out a card, his expression troubled. He wonders if he's going to be made to keep holding it out in this closed-up place. He thinks to himself that he'll definitely get caught up in confrontations of villain groups later. A handoff occurs between two soldiers in a gym. The thought lingers, "I need to keep my distance." A group of soldiers salute. The military is a thought. A man with a bowl cut glares, his teeth bared. A tower stands silhouetted against the night sky. A building glows with light in the darkness. A sign reads, "Battalion Commander's Office." Someone wonders how the Black Tigers are doing these days. The scene opens in the Battalion Commander's office, where Lee Hyun-wook sits on a couch, while Battalion Commander Lieutenant Major Kim Kang-seok sits on the edge of his desk. Kim Kang-seok takes a sip from his cup. "Well, we're always short-staffed." The battalion commander continues, "Nowadays, the guilds try to recruit even when you're C rank, so that's to be expected." Kim Kang-seok's eyes narrow as he explains, "After doing our best to train our talent, they're taken away in the name of an outside appointment or whatever. We're having a hard time too, just like everyone." Kim Kang-seok smiles, revealing a scar on his cheek. "You must be here because of Sergeant Choi Youngjun, right?" Elsewhere, a figure clad in black and orange stands with a sword, surrounded by sparks. The figure's sword glows with heat, the air shimmering around it. Back in the office, Kim Kang-seok laughs. "That's right, but I heard." Kim Kang-seok's expression turns serious. "He's on leave?" Kim Kang-seok stares into his cup. "Thanks to that, I found quite an interesting soldier." The battalion commander's eyes gleam with intrigue. A figure crackles with blue lightning. The gears of thought turn in Kim Kang-seok's mind. He sips his tea, a contemplative expression on his face. Kim Kang-seok's gaze hardens as he considers the matter. He crosses his arms, a picture of stern authority. He wonders to himself, what could the reason be for this interesting soldier? Meanwhile, under the night sky, a figure runs with determination. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook pushes himself to his limits. His breath comes in ragged gasps as he continues his training. Back at the base, Kim Kang-seok speaks on the phone. He tells the person on the other end that it's nothing special, just to find out what Corporal Lee Hyun-wook used to do before he joined the army. Elsewhere, another soldier watches Lee Hyun-wook, his face a mask of awe and determination. How can I get strong? The soldier clings to another, exclaiming that he wants to be like Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. A soldier runs, questioning why he is being chased. Another soldier, watching from a window, tells someone to go ahead and take care of Corporal Lee. The soldier continues to run, panting heavily. A soldier states that it is not his fault. The soldier continues, saying it's purely. The soldier smiles menacingly. A child, spotting something in the distance, shouts with glee, a monkey. He continues running down the street, his eyes fixed on the creature ahead. Oh, monkey, he calls out. But it's no monkey. A monstrous rat-like creature, draped in tattered cloth, lurks in the shadows. The child's expression shifts to horror. It's not a monkey, he stammers, fear gripping his small frame. A guttural growl echoes as the creature's face comes into view, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A swirling portal tears open the fabric of reality, revealing a horde of smaller, equally grotesque creatures. Two of the monstrous figures emerge, their eyes gleaming in the dim light, their growls intensifying. A piercing scream cuts through the night, followed by the sickening sound of tearing flesh. The sound of something breaking echoes. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in shock. The battalion armory stands ready. The battalion commander acknowledges accomplishments and is giving days off as well as a weapon, but the platoon leader doesn't believe in him. He was so stuck up in his previous life. Guess he hasn't changed, huh? Whether he believes me or not. It's all in the past now, isn't it? Seo Yunha stands before the shields. Seo Yunha's eyes narrow. You're really smug, aren't you? The sword marks on the goblins close to the gate were all the same. That means you stopped the first wave of the goblins alone. Do you think that makes any sense? Lee Hyun-wook holds a sword. He gestures with a wooden stick, indicating the array of weapons. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook warns, don't just choose any random weapon because I'm backing you into a corner. Lieutenant Seo Yunha responds, pick a proper weapon. I like this one. The screen displays item information. Name, Cloudblade. Effect, absorbs water and releases wet fog. It may seem like a useless and trashy item right now. A figure stands before a crowd, the cloud blade held aloft. The item's real name is Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. In Dangun mythology, along with Wanwung, 3 weather gods descended upon Earth. The Wind Lord, Rain Master, and the Cloud Master. Among them, the god that controlled the clouds was the Cloud Master. But in the future, Sergeant Choi Youngjun becomes known as a sword saint with this one sword, and his pitch-black hand was called the Hand of Darkness. The blades hidden amidst the clouds were none other than the Thunder God. Upon unleashing its full powers, it becomes capable of using lightning mighty enough for it to raid a mid-sized monster dungeon all alone. With the combination of steel and lightning, nothing can beat this. Sorry, but I'll be the one taking it this time. Isn't that scrappy? She is offered a small sword as a reward, but the voice suggests it's too small considering her accomplishments. Lee Hyun-wook states that he is okay with the reward. An emergency is announced, and Lieutenant Seo Yunha realizes there's no time to pick another reward. The scene shifts to a tall structure at night. The building is shown at night, with rain falling. Soldiers are running, responding to the emergency. Lee Hyun-wook is shown in profile, reacting to the emergency announcement. Seo Yunha notes that he's not surprised by the emergency. The voice continues, noting that he's calm, as if he was expecting it. The night sky is shown. The scene shifts to a city street at night. A line of soldiers stand at attention, their faces grim as they await orders. The air crackles with anticipation. A figure clad in ornate blue and silver armor stands tall, a symbol of the Blue Flower Guild's might. The armor gleams under the dim light, reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Private Park's eyes widen. He whispers, "Whoa, this is my first time seeing the Blue Flower Guild." From above, the assembled forces look like a well-oiled machine, ready to face whatever threat emerges from the Cobalt Gate. One soldier remarks, "Look at all that armor and those weapons." Private Lee Won-suk jokes, "If you just sell what you see, you could buy a building in Gangnam." He adds, "I'll get transferred to Blue Flower after my service and live my whole life flexing." The soldiers stand in formation, counting off as they prepare to move out. The rhythmic calls echo in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. The count continues. 5, 6 and a voice booms, relaying orders. "As you heard from the vice platoon commander on the way here, this time it's a Cobalt Gate." Private Park's expression turns serious. They may be small monsters, but with them using poison needles and gas, the casualties are sometimes greater than when fighting against great orcs. Corporal Kim barks, "No rolling up of sleeves in the middle of duty." The air is thick with tension. Lee Won-suk questions, "But they won't even come all the way here. Do we really need to be so serious?" A stern voice replies, "This is not a drill. Would you like to have the kobolds gouge your eyes out while you're alive? A soldier replies, no, sir. The order is given. Make sure to inspect your masks well for protection against poison gas in the case of an emergency. Lee Won-suk mutters, "Oh, it looks like trash units also have strategy meetings, huh?" The soldiers prepare for the dangers ahead. A support squad mutters about a raid or something. Oi, Kwok Jinchul. Many kobolds escaped the red ground during the raid. Don't be so carefree just because we're at the back. Have your gas masks ready. Lee Hyun-wook says he can take care of it himself. Remember, I warned you. Sure, Mr. Squad Commander of the shitty squad. The support squad is confused by what he's yapping about. All of you, return to your senses. That's not the first time we've heard that, is it? Yes, sir. Kobolds have a small build. That's why we need to attach all these motion sensors to the sewers and narrow passageways. You have 20 minutes to get it done. Go. The soldiers move out, heading towards the dark tunnel entrance. A voice booms, ordering them forward. One of the soldiers raises his fist in acknowledgement. Private Park Junmo confirms the order. Another soldier wonders aloud if Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is more anxious than usual. Another soldier agrees, noting that Lee Hyun-wook seems especially serious today. The convoy of military vehicles sits idle, the orange cones a stark warning against entry. Park Junmo stands ready, awaiting further instructions. A superior officer asks what the matter is, his expression unreadable beneath his helmet. A voice echoes, a single word hanging in the air, you. He is struck from behind, his face contorted in a silent scream of pain and surprise. The blow lands squarely on his neck, drawing blood. Sent flying from the force of the attack, his helmet spins away. The sickening thud of impact echoes in the night. He is suddenly sent flying backward by an unseen force. A cloud of green gas erupts from the ground. The gas expands rapidly, filling the street with a sickly green haze. Poison gas fills the air as soldiers begin to collapse. The soldiers struggle against the spreading poison. The gas continues to spread, its deadly tendrils reaching every corner. Kobolds emerge from the shadows, claws bared, as Corporal Kim is attacked. It's the kobolds. Private Park Nil chokes, desperately trying to breathe in the toxic air. A desperate plea echoes, save me. Park Nil lies helpless, succumbing to the poison. A monstrous kobold shaman grins, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The goblin shaman's grotesque necklace of eyes looms over Private Park Nil, who lies helpless on the ground, his vision blurring. His eyes widen in terror as the poison takes hold. The goblin shaman raises a crude, serrated blade, ready to strike. The shaman's face is a mask of savage glee, its orange eyes gleaming in the dim light. The goblin shaman towers over the fallen soldier, blade raised high, ready to deliver the killing blow. Park Nil can only watch, paralyzed by the poison, as death approaches. A blur of motion as Corporal Lee Hyun-wook intercepts the goblin shaman's attack, engaging him in a desperate struggle. Sergeant Oh Sang-guk rushes to the side of Private Park Nil, shouting, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay?" Park Nil coughs, struggling to speak. The fight between Corporal Lee Hyun-wook and the goblin shaman continues, a desperate dance of blades in the dim, gas-filled air. Flames erupt above the goblin shaman's head as it prepares another attack. Private Park Nil, barely conscious, manages to choke out, "Park, Junmo, run," as Sergeant Oh Sang-guk asks, "What's wrong, sir?" Hurry is of the essence as a gloved hand secures a gas mask. A soldier falls, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. The world spins as another soldier plummets headfirst. A raw, guttural scream tears through the chaos, a sound of pure anguish. The name Park Junmo echoes in the aftermath. Under the cloak of night, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook wonders what is happening. In his previous life, Lee Hyun-wook salutes. Lee Hyun-wook's expression is grim. Park Junmo was killed by the kobolds trying to save someone. The remaining soldiers install sensors. Orders ring out, bring more sensors. The main battle will be at the rear gate. The name Junmo is uttered with desperation. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is given orders to relay. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook states that he will send a signal later. He adds that when he does, the squad members should leave the operation zone. A soldier expresses surprise. Another soldier wonders if that is what they think it is. The text defines armed desertion as a soldier's departure from a designated place for the purpose of avoiding military duty. It is punishable by law and carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years in Korea. Lee Hyun-wook denies that it is armed desertion. A soldier insists that it is a war tactic. Delta reports that there are no survivors in Zones 1 and 3. Gamma reports that there are no survivors within the first red ground. Beta reports that a kobold nest has been discovered in Zone 2, B, 9. The estimated kobold count is over 200. A gloved fist clenches, a silent command given. They are entering in wide-range magic, a formation. A building looms in the distance. A gloved hand points forward, directing the team. The team breaches the building, moving swiftly behind a shield. Infiltration of Point P is complete. A formation, unleash. They continue their advance, the sounds of their movement echoing through the building. The attack squad raises their shields, each emblazoned with a glowing magic circle, ready to unleash their formation. The horde of monsters gathers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation of the coming battle. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern as the beasts bare their fangs. The monsters mass, a dark tide ready to crash against the prepared defense. The squad stands firm, the magic circles on their shields radiating a protective light. The monsters snarl, their eyes fixed on the squad, ready to pounce. With a savage cry, a monster leaps forward, pickaxe raised, eager to break through the magical barrier. The order rings out, fire. Magical energy begins to coalesce, a fiery orange glow building in the air. A massive, fiery blast erupts, incinerating everything in its path. The force of the blast sends shockwaves rippling outwards. The inferno expands, consuming the battlefield in a sea of flames. The fiery explosion reaches its peak, a cataclysm of destruction. Meanwhile, amidst the city's darkened alleys, a voice commands to stick them all the way to the back of the drains. The order is barked out. Hurry up. A soldier responds. Yes, sir. Zone 2 reports in. All sensors attached. Zone 5 confirms. All sensors attached. Aluminum tape lies discarded on the ground. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is crouched down when someone calls out to him. Lee Hyun-wook, what are you doing right now? A soldier salutes in the distance. Motion sensors are being attached according to the manual. The soldier marks the relevant location with aluminum tape, muttering, Geez, this piece of shit. Soldiers stand guard with flags. A voice declares, Blue Flower Guild's here to assist. So, stop making a fool of yourself over a cobalt gate. Lieutenant Lee Minwee, a wizard of the mage class, specializing in warp magic and ranked as a C-rank player, stands ready. The soldier thinks, the first platoon will start its operation in 20 minutes, so you, support squad, just get the detox potion. A close-up shows the soldier's determined eyes. The support squad's mission, as relayed to them by the vice platoon commander, is to stop the monsters that may escape from the rear from entering the civilian area. Someone observes, there goes the platoon leader again. But why is Private Lee shouting? A group of soldiers stands at attention, their faces grim. The soldier's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. The soldier sneers. I guess you forgot your place just because the battalion commander showed a bit of favor to you, huh? The soldier jabs a finger into Private Lee Hyun-wook's face, towering over him. The only guy in the barracks. Hyun-wook's face contorts in anger, his voice rising. Who only has one gate as real battle experience. The soldier continues to berate him. Private Lee Hyun-wook. You dare teach me. Get that look off your face. A figure sprints away, shouting, No, sir. The second platoon leader looks on, panting, concern etched on her face. Second platoon leader, is something wrong? Sergeant Choi Seonha, a caster mage class specializing in heal, is a C-rank player. Hyun-wook's eyes widen, his expression shifting to surprise. Oh, vice platoon leader? Oh, the thing is. A sinister figure watches, a cruel smile playing on his lips. This is why I provoked him into coming here. She's Lieutenant Lee Minwee's weakness. Well, the support squad seemed to be having a hard time assessing the site. Private Park NIL laughed, finding humor in the situation. He was just telling them what a real battle's like. The private continued to chuckle. How come you're here, though? Sergeant Choi Seonha asked, tilting her head. Right. The battalion commander called for Private Lee. I was just telling them what, Hyun-wook. The private trailed off, his expression shifting. Me? The city stretched out before them, silent and still. The streets below were eerily empty. A squad of soldiers stood guard on a nearby rooftop. Lieutenant Seo Yunha observed the scene through binoculars, her expression unreadable. The city was under surveillance. A tactical map displays the layout of the area, highlighting strategic positions. A voice echoes, emphasizing the importance of preventing the second platoon leader from reaching their target. The voice concludes with a firm, okay. She stands with another soldier, stating that she still has work to do. Lieutenant Seo Yunha winks, stating that she will finish setting up the sensors and suggests they leave now. The soldier sighs in response. A soldier's eyes narrow in frustration. Time is running out. The soldier wonders what the battalion commander is planning. On a rooftop, a soldier peers through binoculars, while another aims a sniper rifle. The soldier with the binoculars asks if the other is sure. The soldier with the rifle states that it's okay for their attack squad to be here in a kobold raid when they're under the battalion commander's direct command. A tactical map shows the positions of various units. The voice declares that it's the battalion commander's orders. The soldier states that soldiers are meant to just follow the orders they're given. A salute is given. Private Lee Hyun-wook is summoned. A voice calls out, stating that he was told the private called for him. A truck sits outside the battalion commander's temporary command post. A stern face stares forward, a scar visible on his cheek. The man is identified as First Lieutenant Cheon Myongo. The private enters a meeting room, where several figures are already seated around a long table. Private Lee Hyun-wook wonders why he is here with the battalion commander. He swallows nervously. First Lieutenant Cheon Myongo states that he is going to put him to a test, and that he will take the place of Choi Youngjun, who is currently on leave, and serve as the temporary squad leader of the 1st Platoon for the 2nd Strike mission. Lee Hyun-wook thinks back, recalling that Cheon Myongo never paid him an ounce of attention in his previous life. He wonders why Cheon Myongo is doing this now, thinking he doesn't have time for this and needs to get his act together. The battalion commander is present. Lee Hyun-wook internally exclaims that this isn't even a drill, and he doesn't understand why they'd put the lives of the first platoon on the line. A platoon stands ready on the line during an actual battle. Gordon Precy's gaze narrows, his expression hardening. His hands clasped, Gordon Precy declares, "That is my order." The soldier grimaces, a sound of discomfort escaping him. Delta reports that the boss monster has left the kobold nest. A crackle of static precedes the urgent alert. Personnel on the second and third red ground, stay alert. The soldier worries that the kobolds will pounce on the support squad soon, fearing that if he doesn't get there in time, the whole rear squad will be annihilated. The alert blares again. Personnel on the second and third red ground, stay alert. The soldier grits his teeth, thinking, I need to get out of here right now, no matter the cost. The soldier declares to the battalion commander that he has something to say. Gordon Precy's expression is stern. Gordon Precy commands, go on. The soldier's face is partially obscured by the helmet as they speak. The night sky stretches above. Lieutenant Seo Yunha looks up at the sky. A targeting system focuses on a figure running through the city. Lieutenant Seo Yunha looks back, a question on her face. The lieutenant is clad in military gear. Lieutenant Seo Yunha sprints forward. The soldier's eyes are filled with determination. The soldier shouts, support squad. Lieutenant Seo Yunha continues to run through the city street. A voice cries out, the gas. The city is being gassed. The city streets are lined with military vehicles, silent sentinels awaiting the inevitable. A gas canister sits ominously, its red lights glowing with a sinister promise. Corporal Kim Jong-ok's eyes widen in horror as the gas begins to spread, his mouth agape in a silent scream. Lieutenant Seo Yunha grips her weapon, her expression a mixture of shock and grim determination as the gas billows around her. The gas creeps along the streets, a silent, deadly tide consuming everything in its path. The tendrils of gas reach further, blanketing the city in an eerie, toxic fog. Surrounded by the encroaching gas, Corporal Kim Jong-ok cries out in desperation, his voice cracking with fear. No! The city vanishes beneath the suffocating blanket of gas, its buildings fading into ghostly silhouettes. The gas continues its relentless advance, a creeping doom that promises oblivion. A voice echoes in the chaos, filled with frustration and despair. Damn it! Corporal Kim Jong-ok's face is a mask of terror, his eyes wide with the realization that everything has gone horribly wrong. A disembodied voice reflects on the unfolding disaster. It happened way quicker than I remember. A soldier, his face obscured by his helmet, speaks with urgency. Battalion commander, I have something to say. A military truck sits parked, a sign designating it as the battalion commander's temporary command post. Battalion commander Lieutenant Major Kim Kangseok stares intently, his hands clasped together. Scars mark his face, a testament to battles fought. Kim Kangseok gestures for the soldier to continue. Go on. The soldier's voice rises, laced with accusation. I heard that in your first mission, you lost all your platoon members. Kim Kangseok's expression hardens as he listens to the soldier's words. Another soldier stands nearby, observing the confrontation. The soldier's voice drips with disbelief. That's why I just can't come to believe that you're ordering me to join the combat squad for the sake of a test, even though I'm a lowly corporal of the... The scene shifts to a sterile meeting room, the tension palpable even in the sparse surroundings. The soldier continues his accusations. The soldier's voice rises in anger. Does this mean that you, the battalion commander? The soldier's accusation hangs in the air. I so respect. Also consider the regular soldiers to be expendable. A second soldier attempts to interject. There's a misunderstanding here. Kim Kangseok's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable. That's why the attack squad directly under me will FO. If it is to follow your orders, I'd gladly give my life. A soldier stands at attention. Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself, frustrated, that he can't even tell the battalion commander that he knows the future. The battalion commander sits at the head of a long table, Warrant Officer Cheon standing behind him. Lee Hyun-wook reflects that if he, with his lack of battlefield experience, were to command someone else's squad, there is a very real possibility of casualties. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that he is very grateful for the battalion commander's expectations of him, but if the price of that validation is the lives of his comrades in arms, he will disobey the order. The battalion commander pauses, considering. Warrant Officer Cheon barks at Lee Hyun-wook that defiance during wartime is a capital offense, demanding if he knows what that means. Lee Hyun-wook retorts that he knows that. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that if he doesn't go now, everyone in the rear guard will die. The battalion commander says okay. The battalion commander tells Lee Hyun-wook that since he insists, he can go ahead with the original support mission today. Lee Hyun-wook thinks, surprised, oh battalion commander, but, he is told, like a true soldier. Battalion commander Kim Kangseok warns, you'll have to deal with the consequences of disobeying orders later. Meanwhile, a series of beeps echo through the forest. The beeping continues. The beeping grows louder as Lee Hyun-wook looks around, concerned. The beeping persists. Lee Hyun-wook curses, fuck, fuck. He clutches his head, exclaiming, this piece of shit. The inventory bag is displayed, indicating that items can be loaded from military supplies. Water pours from a container, the liquid shimmering in the dim light. The cloud blade absorbs the water, its surface drinking in the moisture. The soldier, His vision obscured by the toxic gas, struggles to see. He wonders if he's arrived too late, the thought heavy in his mind. A sharp intake of breath betrays his shock. Junmo, his voice strained, pleads, please take everyone and run. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the air. The city looms in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding horror. A monstrous roar tears through the night. The monster, drenched in blood, stands triumphant. Terror grips the soldier as he stares at the gruesome sight. A soldier lies prone, his armor stained crimson with blood. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of carnage. A desperate cry pierces the gloom. Help me. Private Park Junmo's voice cracks with terror as he shouts. From him right now. A grotesque, rat-like monster claws at a fallen soldier. Another soldier, clad in tactical gear and a gas mask, raises his rifle, the weapon leveled at the monstrous assailant. The sharp report of gunfire echoes through the forest. The aftermath of the brutal skirmish is visible, bodies littering the forest floor. Junmo, eyes wide behind his mask, unleashes a volley of shots, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating his face. The bullets strike home, impacting the monster with brutal force. Another shot rings out, adding to the cacophony of battle. A soldier curses, "You fucking rat, get away," as he struggles against the relentless assault. The darkness is punctuated by flashes of light, the energy of the battle crackling in the air. A soldier lies wounded, his body trembling in pain and fear. The stench of blood and decay fills the air. The desperate call for aid rings out, "Support squad." The battle rages on, the fate of the soldiers hanging in the balance. A soldier orders the others to get inside the military box and take on Mente with them. The military box has basic barrier spells around it for transporting supplies and to set up camp in case of an emergency. A soldier reports that they've secured Private on Mente. The soldiers fire their weapons into the darkness. A soldier lies fallen, blood pooling around him. A scream echoes through the tunnels. A soldier's face is visible through the lens of his gas mask. A soldier urges the vice platoon leader to come back to their senses. The soldier struggles to maintain composure. The soldier reflects that she's barely 20 years old. He understands it's her first real mission after appointment. A soldier raises his weapon, ready to fire. The soldier laments that he can't do anything for the support squad soldiers in this situation. Another soldier calls out to Private Park Junmo, stating they're running out of ammo. A soldier fires his last magazine, the weapon bucking in his grip. He thinks, "I'm on my last magazine." The sickening sound of metal striking flesh echoes through the dungeon. The soldier in the gas mask wonders what he should do. The soldier in the gas mask pauses, a thought striking him. He wonders what Corporal Lee Heinwook would do in this situation. He thinks, if only Corporal Lee Heinwook was here. The vice platoon leader shouts that Private on Mente needs immediate medical attention, wondering if they are all going to die here. A soldier prepares a glowing weapon. A soldier reports that they are out of ammo. A soldier strikes with a hammer. The soldier in the gas mask calls for support. Kobolds are obsessed with shiny things. A soldier declares that he will attack the monsters to lure them away. An order rings out. All platoon members are to evacuate with the vice platoon leader and the injured. Private Park Junmo speaks, but his words are unclear. The vice platoon leader gives his order, electricity crackling around his hand. As Corporal Lee Heinwook stated, the Blue Flower Guild is just outside the red ground. Another order, when the signal is given, clench your teeth and run for your life. Monsters growl, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger. A soldier laments that his pathetic electric powers can't even kill a single monster. Yet, in the end, he gets to use them to save people. A soldier screams in terror. A soldier runs, desperate to escape. The monster's eyes narrow, focusing on their prey. The soldiers continue their retreat, monsters hot on their heels. Raising his weapon, Corporal Lee Heinwook prepares to unleash his power. A voice booms, "Now's your chance. Run, all of you." Private Park, now revealed to be Junmo, is among those fleeing. Junmo continues to run, the monsters closing in. Corporal Lee Heinwook thinks to himself, if Corporal Lee Heinwook was here, he would have used my pathetic power like this too. The monsters surround Corporal Lee Heinwook as he prepares to attack. He thinks, he would have definitely used me as bait. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, Corporal Lee Heinwook strikes back. The blue energy rips through the monsters, scattering them in a spray of blood. Meanwhile, Gordon Tracy takes aim with his rifle. Gordon Tracy shouts, "You rascal, I heard everything." The item information box displays the name of the weapon, Cloud Blade. Its effect, the Cloud Blade absorbs water. The Cloud Blade unleashes wet fog. The wet fog spreads through the forest. The wet fog is neutralizing the toxic gas as it spreads, with an absorption rate of 100%. Lee Heinwook's expression is grim. Corporal Lee Heinwook speaks, his voice muffled by his mask. Park Junmo calls out. Private Park Junmo responds, "Yes, sir." He continues, "It's not what you think, I was just imitating you, and I got carried away." A message appears, "Thank you for being alive." Lee Heinwook smiles, telling him, "You did a really good job." Park Junmo's eyes widen behind his mask. Monsters snarl, as a message appears, "I'm sincerely proud of you." The monster's mouth curves into a sinister smile. "Thanks to your noble courage." A pack of monsters gathers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The monster continues, savoring the moment. What a feast I get to enjoy. Okay then, since you've set up such a great meal for me. Lee Hyun-wook grins widely, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The monster finishes, promising, I shall devour it with all I got. A voice echoes, declaring that since a great meal has been set up, it will be devoured. The Steel Emperor, Lee Hyun-wook, vows to devour it with all he's got. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air. The blue energy tears through a monstrous creature. The energy continues to rip through the monster's flesh. Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the carnage, his blue energy swirling around him as he surveys the fallen monsters. Another monster falls, consumed by the blue energy. The blue energy continues its relentless assault, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A voice remarks that it looks delicious. Lee Hyun-wook stands with another soldier, who asks if he's talking about the kobolds. A monster lets out a guttural growl. He scowls, muttering about being unable to eat because of the situation. A horde of grotesque monsters advances, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Lee Hyun-wook pauses, a question forming on his lips. By the way, a guttural growl echoes through the chamber. Where's your boss? The monsters snarl, their demonic sigils burning bright. The creatures hiss, their claws scraping against the stone floor. A figure in a gas mask exclaims, no way. A wave of crimson energy pulses outward. Lee Hyun-wook raises a glowing disc, its blue light illuminating the encroaching darkness. The monsters surge forward, their numbers seemingly endless. Energy crackles as the disc glows brighter. Park Junmo shouts, run. The situation intensifies as the message blares that the squad members are in danger. The gas makes it difficult to maintain a clear view of the surroundings. At this rate, any assistance is impossible. Orders ring out to the attack squad to maintain their current position and eliminate all kobolds. The command continues, stating that those escaping the gas zone along with the Blue Flower Guild must be stopped to prevent them from reaching civilians. Understood, comes the reply. But, where are you going? There's something I have to confirm. A figure plummets from a great height. Lee Hyun-wook. He definitely acted as if he knew this would happen. Please save me. A voice cries out, desperate for rescue. The plea echoes again, a desperate cry for salvation. The situation grows dire. Private Onmente has lost consciousness and is on the brink of death, requiring immediate healing. A voice urges the vice platoon leader to take action, the urgency palpable. The desperate call for help rings out once more, a plea for someone to intervene. The protective barrier is being torn asunder. The soldiers inside cry out as the boss monster's spell proves too powerful to withstand. They are urged to hold on, to not let go at any cost, as the structure groans under immense strain. The monster's spell intensifies, its power radiating outwards. The barrier continues to crack and splinter. The monstrous entity stands revealed, wreathed in arcane energy. The structure is further compromised, its integrity failing. It tore through the box's barrier. The kobolds are closing in on us. The kobolds continue their advance. The kobolds continue their advance, their guttural cries echoing through the darkness. What do we do now? We might really be done for. The goblin shaman prepares another spell, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Oyu. The horde of kobolds surges forward, an unstoppable wave of teeth and claws. Fucking rats. Don't mess with. A figure with dark blue hair and a determined expression draws a sword, ready to face the oncoming horde. The sword gleams in the dim light, a promise of swift and deadly retribution. A beam of blue energy shoots skyward, the monster bellowing, my squad. Flames erupt around the monster's head as it gazes upward, its expression fierce. The blue energy envelopes the monster, crackling with power. The beam of energy descends, a conduit for the summoning. The monster is wreathed in the blue light, the air shimmering with magical energy. Raising its arm, the monster channels the energy, green smoke swirling around it. The monster clutches a large pod, blue energy surging from its opening. The energy beam intensifies, focused on a single point. The monster's eyes glow with power as the summoning nears completion. Through the swirling green smoke, the silhouettes of the monster's squad begin to materialize. The pot cracks under the strain of the summoning, the inscription on its side glowing brightly. The monster's squad is fully summoned, their forms now visible amidst the fading energy. The goblin monsters, eyes glowing with malevolent energy, prepare their assault. They surge forward, closing the distance with surprising speed. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in alarm as he sees the approaching horde. A barrage of projectiles streaks through the air, aimed directly at him. The impact creates a cloud of dust, obscuring the battlefield. Undaunted, the goblin monsters press their attack, their forms blurring with motion. Each projectile is a deadly threat, honed to pierce armor and flesh. Reacting instantly, Lee Hyun-wook throws himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly hail. The projectiles slam into the ground around him, each impact a testament to their power. He raises his weapon, deflecting the incoming projectiles with practiced ease. The goblin monsters unleash another volley, relentless in their assault. Lee Hyun-wook continues to fight, a whirlwind of motion as he dodges and deflects the unending barrage. Park Junmo, get down. The warning echoes as the battle intensifies. A figure dives for cover, a gas mask obscuring their features as they seek refuge from the onslaught. He summons a barrage of metallic blades, the skill Metal Control manifesting as a deadly storm of steel. The blades rain down, each one a potential death sentence for his unseen enemies. The Metal Control intensifies, the blades blurring as they slice through the air. A grotesque kobold lumbers forward, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. The kobold's face contorts into a sinister grin, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Fucking dark kobold mage. Lee Hyun-wook unleashes another wave of Metal Control, the air crackling with energy. He's not the kobold's commander. He's literally controlling the kobolds themselves. He realizes that scaring the enemies away won't buy him any time. He thinks it's too dangerous to be fighting with Junmo by his side. He orders a retreat to the box. The soldier replies, "Yes, sir, when you give me the signal." The soldier asks what signal, and Lee Hyun-wook shouts for him to just run. A kobold screams, "UAAKK Corporal Lee." A kobold attacks. Lee Hyun-wook and the soldier run through the fog. They are attacked by projectiles. Using Metal Control, Lee Hyun-wook deflects the projectiles. The projectiles fall to the ground. Corporal Lee prepares to use Metal Control again, his eyes glowing with power. The monstrous creature looms, its presence a stark reminder of the battle's ferocity. The beast stands guard over the battlefield, its silhouette a dark omen against the fading light. A grotesque face, framed by a star-shaped ornament, snarls in victory. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook sighs in relief. They made it, but just barely. The scene is chaotic, soldiers tending to the wounded amidst the wreckage of battle. The corporal watches over his men, a grim reminder of the cost of victory etched on his face. The soldiers huddle together, their faces obscured by masks, as Corporal Lee Hyun-wook calls out. One of the soldiers reports that Private on Minte has lost consciousness. Lee Hyun-wook, his expression hardening, demands to know what they are talking about, asserting his authority. A soldier trembles, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. The corporal, his voice laced with urgency, demands to know what they are doing. The soldier reports that Private on Minte is dying, revealing she is suffering a panic attack. With their only healer in this state, the situation looks grim. The soldiers' eyes widen in fear. They'll be annihilated. A sigh of relief escapes someone's lips. The speaker is identified as Sergeant Choi Seonha. The sound of something cracking fills the air. Sergeant Choi Seonha struggles, her eyes wide with panic behind the gas mask. A soldier looks on in shock. Sergeant Choi Seonha's condition worsens. Lee Hyun-wook looks on, concerned. The healer's condition is critical. Lee Hyun-wook tries to reason with someone, urging them to come back to their senses. They are in the middle of battle right now. A figure wearing a gas mask stares intently, their eyes wide with an unknown emotion. The figure's pink hair frames the gas mask, adding a touch of color to the otherwise dark scene. Two figures in gas masks attend to someone lying on the ground. Lee Hyun-wook's expression is grave as he pleads, "Do you want everyone here to die? Come back to your senses." The figure in the gas mask stands, their posture suggesting a tense awareness of their surroundings. "We're in the middle of battle right now." The figure in the gas mask asks, "Are you going to live with regret your whole life?" The figure in the gas mask continues, "Do you even know how?" Lee Hyun-wook's face is etched with worry, a single word escaping his lips, horrifying. The figure in the gas mask, identified as Hyun-wook, seems lost in thought. A life full of regret is. The figure in the gas mask stands silently. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. A figure in a gas mask stands amidst swirling circles of arcane power, a book opened before them. A soldier asks the vice platoon leader how the figure is doing. Another soldier says that the figure lost a lot of blood because he was late. The figure in the gas mask declares that they won't give up. Lee Hyun-wook says thank you. Lee Hyun-wook states that he will be borrowing their greatswords. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is told not to tell them he will. Lee Hyun-wook says that of course, they have to give it back to them. Someone says yeah, and wonders if such an amusing event happened. A car drives down a road, and someone says understood. A hand holds a phone, and a spider is shown. The woman in the dress sits back, glancing at her phone. She muses that she'll have to pay a visit for consolation. A car speeds down a brightly lit road at night. A text bubble declares, "Head to Itaewon." The sound of footsteps echoes. A lone figure stands amidst a gathering of monsters. A foot comes down, crushing a symbol on the ground. A figure plummets downwards. A monstrous face peers out from behind a barrier. A monster raises a crude, bladed weapon. Another monster grips a similar weapon, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A figure stands amidst swirling arcs of blue lightning. The figure smirks, noting that the prey has walked into the perfect hunting spot all on their own, wondering if Farintia is going crazy right now. With the center mark in place, boxes and sensors are set up at the desired locations. The only margin of error is a section of Area A, commanded by Vice Platoon Leader Choi Seonha. It's game over once he gets his hands on their leader, who's pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Metal detection. The figure stands in the center of a room surrounded by kobolds. Any metal he doesn't recognize outside of Area A has to be a kobold. His eyes narrow. Metal is being controlled. Skill information, metal control. Effect, consumes mana to control metal. Eating and absorbing metal increases the weight you can control. Currently controllable metal weight, 2.959 g. The metal is being controlled to attack. A kobold snarls. The metal is being controlled to attack. He sends a spear of metal through one of the kobolds, the creature letting out a gurgled cry. More spears follow, impaling several more of the creatures, their death rattles echoing through the cavern. A final spear hurtles towards the goblin shaman. The goblin shaman gathers a swirling mass of fire in its hands, preparing a counterattack. The shaman unleashes the fiery blast. Li Heinwook, seeing the opening, prepares to strike. There you are. He launches a volley of metal spears at the shaman. The spears find their mark, piercing the shaman's body. The goblin shaman screams in agony, the fire around him intensifying. Li Heinwook watches, his eyes narrowed. The goblin shaman manipulates the air around him, red energy crackling as he attempts to maintain control of the great swords. The goblin shaman's orange eyes narrow, his expression a mask of intense concentration. A blue aura flares around Li Heinwook's fist as he prepares to counter the shaman's magic. Li Heinwook's voice cracks with fury. You little piece of shit. Give back my great swords. The metal control skill fails to activate. What? It won't work? Li Heinwook exclaims. The goblin shaman's face is contorted in a sneer. The goblin shaman clutches the great swords, a sinister red glow emanating from the strange symbol on his forehead. The great swords plummet downwards, defying Li Heinwook's control. Li Heinwook raises his hand, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. His eyes widen in disbelief as his power fails him. Li Heinwook strains, the blue aura around his hand intensifying as he desperately tries to regain control. The goblin shaman stands amidst the bodies of his fallen brethren, a silent testament to his desperation. A crimson aura erupts around the shaman, the air crackling with raw magical power. Several great swords levitate around him, vibrating intensely. The shaman's features contort, his eyes burning with a malevolent red light as his body begins to undergo a grotesque transformation. His teeth sharpen into fangs, his skin hardening into a thick, armored hide. The transformation continues, his frame growing larger and more monstrous. The shaman's body twists and bulges, his form becoming increasingly feral. The transformation nears its peak, the shaman's features now barely recognizable. The great swords plunge into the shaman's body, impaling him from all sides. Yet he does not fall. A twisted grin spreads across the shaman's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The shaman's thoughts echo with dark satisfaction. Had it not been for strengthening body transformation, that is. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoes as Gordon Precy prepares his weapon, ready to strike. The goblin shaman unleashes a barrage of magical projectiles, each glowing with an eerie blue light. The magical projectiles spin through the air, leaving trails of blue energy in their wake. Eyes blazing with fury, an unseen figure snarls. You little shits. The battlefield is a chaotic scene, with combatants scattered amidst the swirling energy. Streaks of magical energy tear through the air, illuminating the dark landscape. Gordon Precy, face contorted in a furious yell, shouts, "Get lost!" A magical attack slams into the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. With a pained urg, a monster is struck by a blast of blue energy. Magical energy swirls and coalesces, forming a vortex of power. The vortex of magical energy engulfs the battlefield, threatening to consume everything in its path. A final burst of magical energy erupts, signaling the climax of the attack. The magical vortex churns, a swirling gateway of raw energy. Meanwhile, the archer stands amidst the ruins of a desolate city, the air thick with the scent of decay and lingering magic. A guttural growl echoes through the shattered streets, laced with confusion. Oi, kobold dark mage. The archer, Li Heinwook, advances cautiously through the mist-shrouded ruins, his eyes narrowed, his senses on high alert. His face hardens with grim determination. Time to settle the score. A swirling vortex of energy tears through the air, a chaotic dance of wind and raw power. The kobold dark mage stands tall, a looming figure amidst the swirling dust and shadows. Oi, kobold dark mage. A close-up reveals the protagonist's dark, spiky hair, a shadow falling across his determined face. Li Heinwook's eyes burn with resolve, his teeth gritted. Time to settle the score. A monstrous maw opens wide, rows of jagged teeth promising a brutal end. A guttural roar echoes through the battlefield, a primal scream of rage and hunger. The kobold dark mage stands ready, bandages wrapped around his arms, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Another monstrous roar tears through the air, a promise of pain and destruction. He sprints through the forest, the undergrowth crunching beneath his boots. A faint rustling echoes through the trees. The sound grows louder, closer. The archer thinks, struggling is pointless. The squad members will only curse you out more. His eyes narrow, a glint of determination in their depths. A piercing alarm blares, detection. A voice echoes in his mind, recklessly throwing the daggers at him like last time will only get them caught. He steels himself, thinking, I need to attack carefully. A metallic ping resonates, revealing his position. Lee Hyun-wook wonders, but why isn't he making any movements at all? He prepares to strike, a crimson aura flaring around his hands. The Kobold Dark Mage crouches amidst a swirling vortex of fire, ready to retaliate. Tendrils of crimson energy erupted from the earth, snaking towards the Kobold Dark Mage. They lashed around his legs, binding him in place. A guttural roar tore from the mage's throat, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury. The tendrils tightened, hoisting him into the air like a puppet on strings. He was sent hurtling through the ruined cityscape, a ragdoll caught in a crimson whirlwind. The wind screamed past his ears as he struggled against his restraints, a silent scream lost in the rush. Pulled downwards with increasing velocity, the ground rushed up to meet him. The tendrils spun him around, a dizzying prelude to the inevitable impact. He slammed into the earth with bone-jarring force, a crater blooming beneath him. Dust billowed, obscuring the devastation. The air hung thick with the smell of pulverized stone and ozone. Silence descended upon the ruined city, broken only by the whisper of settling dust. The Kobold Dark Mage was defeated. He conjures tendrils of crimson energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The Kobold Dark Mage, a grotesque figure adorned with a bone headdress, looms large. The Kobold bellows, his voice a guttural snarl. "Oi, you little rat." The archer, clad in dark armor, levels his blade, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. "You dare laugh." His boots crunch on the shattered ground, each step deliberate. The Kobold's bare feet stand firm amidst the debris. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in rage, his blue eyes burning with a cold fury. "Going to give me a PTSD flashback today?" The Kobold snarls, a low growl rumbling in his chest. A surge of crimson energy pulses outward. Hyun-wook's eyes blaze with an intense, focused light. A hand clenches, knuckles white with strain. A chaotic scene unfolds, vehicles overturned and debris scattered amidst a green haze. Strengthening body transformation. A foot steps forward, initiating the transformation. "You need." The Kobold Dark Mage's face contorts in rage. A beating. Lee Hyun-wook strikes the Kobold Dark Mage with his sword. The Kobold Dark Mage is sent flying. "Do you know how many times I've imagined this moment, when I'd finally take revenge against you backstabbers? Since the day I regressed. You're the first one down. Think of it as an honor." The Kobold Dark Mage trembles in fear. "With that mass crushed to pieces, you can no longer use that shitty magic either. Okay, then shall we cure that PTSD now?" The force of the blow shatters the Kobold Dark Mage's helmet, sending shards of metal flying. His orange eyes widen in shock as the protective barrier is torn away. The attack continues, a relentless barrage of unseen blows. The Kobold Dark Mage is sent hurtling backwards, a ragdoll caught in a whirlwind of force. The unseen assailant continues the assault, the air crackling with energy. He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around him. The shattered remains of his helmet lie scattered amidst the debris. The Kobold Dark Mage groans, his body battered and bruised, the taste of blood filling his mouth. A voice booms from above, laced with contempt. "What are you, a sissy? You ain't dying yet." A gloved hand seizes the Kobold Dark Mage by the head, the grip tightening like a vice. He slams the mage into the ground, the impact creating a small crater. The voice continues, dripping with venom. "How many years I spent like a cripple because of you." He continues his relentless assault, the Kobold Dark Mage already pierced by the daggers of squad members he annihilated in a previous life. And this. Meanwhile, in a memory, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is called out by name. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is asked if he is okay and told to put on a gas mask. The Steel Emperor raises the cloud blade, its edge shimmering with an unearthly light. The hunter's attack is payback for Park Junmo, who died trying to save him. He plunges the cloud blade deep into the Kobold Dark Mage's flesh, the wound erupting in a spray of crimson. The blade glows brighter as it pierces deeper. The Kobold Dark Mage gurgles, struggling against the agonizing pain. The blade hums with power. The Steel Emperor ignores the Kobold's pain, declaring that he won't die just yet, as there's one more step to go. The last is Lee Hyun-wook, his face marred with sweat and determination, snarls. "Payback for the scar you left on my face." A blade of pure energy pierces through the monster's grotesque form, eliciting a silent scream. The monster's eyes widen in agony as the blade tears through its flesh. The sword falls to the ground with a heavy thud, the battle concluded. The monster lies defeated, its massive form still. Wiping the blood from his brow, Lee Hyun-wook breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, I've reversed the first event, a past that's been haunting him. The world swims back into focus, a distorted reality coalescing into something tangible. A body lies prone, limbs askew, a grim testament to a recent struggle. Heavy footsteps approach, the sound echoing in the desolate space. His eyes widen, a mixture of shock and disbelief etched across his face. Lee Hyun-wook stares at the medallion in his hand, a question forming on his lips. "Why are you appearing here?" A monstrous visage looms, its jagged teeth and piercing eyes promising untold horrors. It belongs to him. Shadows writhe, revealing colossal demonic figures lurking in the darkness. An endless horde of undead warriors advances, their decaying forms a terrifying spectacle. A towering figure commands the undead legion, its presence radiating an aura of death and despair. The narrative speaks of humanity's worst villain. A shadowy figure with piercing red eyes looms, surrounded by sharp, menacing spikes. The figure is identified as a necromancer. There is virtually no intelligence available about him, other than the specific growth trait we have in common. After regressing, he's hidden the fact that he can advance from F rank because of him. In his previous life, he barely managed to end the battle at his blue lava golem workshop, and got a mere replica of Inferno. So why? Why is the original Inferno here, right now? A hand clutches the devil's medallion Inferno. Is there something else he doesn't know about? Shit, the poison gas is clearing up. A figure consumes something, muttering about eating it first. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in shock as his name is called out. The camera focuses on the figure's mouth as they continue to eat. The figure points a finger, singling out someone with a sharp U. A glint of steel catches the light, revealing a blade. Lee Hyun-wook's expression turns to one of dread. He realizes, I'm screwed. The figure wonders how much he saw. Clapping echoes in the night. The figure stands in the street, the scene bathed in an eerie glow. A close-up reveals the figure's face, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. That battle was impressive. The figure extends a hand. Nice to meet you, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. The woman introduces herself, a spider perched on her shoulder. I'm Catherine. Lee Hyun-wook's name echoes through the scene. A figure stands amidst the fallen. The aftermath of a brutal encounter. The scene is littered with bodies. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's name is called out again, followed by a sharp accusation. A woman with piercing blue eyes stares intently. A voice demands to know who she is. A figure with a sword confronts Lee Hyun-wook, questioning what he is hiding. Lee Hyun-wook realizes he is in a dire situation, questioning what the other person means. A man with blue hair smiles ominously. Someone wonders how much he saw. The sound of clapping echoes through the night as a woman in a sharp suit surveys the scene. A voice observes, having only seen the battle from afar. The unseen speaker admits that the battle was impressive. The woman notes someone's arrival, questioning who it could be. A pair of eyes widen in surprise. The woman in military gear identifies herself as the captain of the 1st Battalion Attack Squad of the 3rd AMT Brigade, declaring that they are inside a military operations area. The captain acknowledges someone's presence, noting that they aren't allowed to be there. The woman in the suit greets the captain, stating it's nice to meet her. Catherine Yu, head of the Soul Attack Unit of the Blue Flower Guild, introduces herself. Yu Haina, second daughter of the leader of Korea's most powerful civilian guild, Blue Flower, is revealed to be an A-rank player. A card bearing a question mark is held aloft, its meaning unclear. Catherine Yu demands recognition, her voice laced with disbelief. Do you not know who I am? How could I not know you? A wave of frustration washes over Catherine. Of all the villains annihilating mankind, she thinks she couldn't forget him if she tried. Catherine, surrounded by a fiery aura, commands someone to get their act together. A figure, cloaked in shadow, declares that someone has to survive through this at all costs. Catherine Yu shouts, ordering Seo Yunha to get out of the way. No, I'm your shield, Seo Yunha replies. Seo Yunha, resolute, states that she is someone's first life. A swirling vortex of dark energy pulses with an unknown power. Seo Yunha's name is screamed in anguish. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. Against the backdrop of a crimson moon, a lone figure stands silhouetted, their purpose shrouded in mystery. A pile of corpses lies still. Against the backdrop of a crimson moon, a figure is labeled as Seo Yunha's murderer. The figure is identified as Yuhaina. Catherine Yu holds a card, a spider-like creature resting on her shoulder. That means she doesn't know. A voice declares that a huge opportunity is right in front of her. Someone trembles. On a street, Catherine Yu is addressed as Ms. Yuhaina. Someone sighs in relief. Catherine Yu is told that she should be calling her department head of the Soul Attack Squads of the Blue Flower Guild. She wonders what this is. Lightning crackles around Catherine Yu and Yuhaina. Someone thinks this is way too uncomfortable to be a part of. Catherine Yu and Yuhaina stand on a street at night. A vehicle approaches, its headlights cutting through the night. The vehicle's tires crunch on the pavement as it comes to a halt. A voice booms out, salute. Lieutenant Seo Yunha reporting to the battalion commander. Wait. A man in military gear stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. Military boots stand firmly on the street, ready for action. The man's eyes narrow, a hint of concern flickering within them. The street is littered with bodies, a grim testament to a recent battle. His gaze hardens, a steely determination settling in his eyes. A blue-haired man struggles, gasping for air as he's choked. A voice echoes, there's no way out of this. The man in military gear tightens his grip, his face grim. Let go, you bastard. You gotta handle this shit on your own now. The department head of the Soul Attack Squads approaches. Nice to meet you. It's been a long time. He speaks to the battalion commander, greeting him. The battalion commander expresses gratitude for the reinforcements sent by the Blue Flower Guild, but reminds them that this is a military operations area. The battalion commander states that unauthorized entry into the operations area without prior agreement is not acceptable, even for the Blue Flower Guild. Catherine expresses her frustration with the soldiers, calling them inflexible. Catherine asks Corporal Lee Hyun-wook to call her. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is surprised by the request. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook responds affirmatively. The battalion commander announces that from now on, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is the squad commander for this kobold operation, entrusting him with the rescue of the survivors and the delegation of assignment of the squad members. Battalion commander, what on earth is he thinking? The battalion commander instructs Corporal Lee Hyun-wook to report to him in person after the debriefing, once the whole situation is wrapped up. The team stands on the street, the aftermath of the crisis still lingering in the air. A voice confirms, "Yes, sir." The red-haired woman looks up, a slight frown creasing her brow. Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself, well, I'm past the crisis for now, right? A week later, the sky is a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The South Korean flag waves proudly in front of a building. A sign reads, "Tomorrow doesn't," above the words 3rd AMT Brigade, 1st Battalion. A system message appears. Metal absorption is complete. Controllable metal weight increased by 499 g. Current controllable metal weight, 458 g. A restroom sign is visible, accompanied by the sound of someone breathing heavily. Another system message, a breath room is forming in your stomach, 1%. He may feel excruciating pain. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook struggles to breathe, clutching his stomach. This body is still weak, so it's much more painful. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook makes his way down the hallway. Another soldier approaches him. Are you looking at something nice by yourself? Lee Hyun-wook, clutching his stomach, struggles to speak. It's not. What you think? Oh, come on. Can't you just show me later? Lee Hyun-wook stands in the locker room, panting. I said it's not what you think. The Cobalt Gate that everyone underestimated this time caused a large number of casualties. Fortunately, Sergeant Choi Seon-ha pulled Private On Min-tae out of critical condition, and he was safely transported to the military hospital. After this incident, I gave up on the thought of protecting everything alone. The support squad members trained on the pull-up bars, grunting with effort. Choi Seon-ha called out, Hyun-wook. Choi Seon-ha's voice echoed, Lee Hyun-wook. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook stood rigidly as Choi Seon-ha approached. A voice questioned, Vice Platoon Leader, what is it again? Everything would go according to plan. The offer was clear. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, quit working as an NCO and join us as a commissioned officer. The thought of being discharged brought a sigh of relief. It doesn't even surprise me anymore. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok spoke about Lee Hyun-wook. Kim Kang-seok asked why Lee Hyun-wook wanted him to help with his dream, calling him a crazy bastard. The day finally came, and Lee Hyun-wook arrived at Seoul Station. Vacation Day 1. Someone in a bathroom hoped to stop the rumors of them doing weird things in the bathroom. Huffing, Lee Hyun-wook stood in front of a toilet. Lee Hyun-wook thought that he could finally stop the rumors of him doing weird things in the bathroom. The situation is dire. As he is now, he might not be able to handle the next gate. What could that possibly mean? The implication hangs heavy in the air. They'll abandon Seoul. Is this the end of the line for the station? The department head of the Seoul attack squads grits his teeth, the weight of responsibility etched on his face. The military and authorities are urged to clarify their position. Are they really saying they'll give up the citizens inside Seoul Station? A desperate plea rises from the crowd. Please let us out. Somebody help us. A single, desperate cry pierces the chaos. Save me. He could die for real. Lee Hyun-wook resolves to completely prepare himself during this vacation. The archer strides forward, his long coat billowing behind him as he enters the subway. He thinks, let's go? Now's the time to actually change the future. It's been so long since his last vacation. The military shit for real. Standing in front of a vending machine, the pink-haired girl wondered what was wrong with her lighter again. Turning to the man with dark blue hair, the girl asked, Lee Hyun-wook? She then asked, you got a light? Someone wondered if he was the vice platoon leader. The pink-haired woman stands in front of a vending machine, a slight smile gracing her lips. She pops a lollipop into her mouth, glancing up at Lee Hyun-wook. The pink-haired woman calls out, Lee Hyun-wook? The pink-haired woman asks, you got a light? Lee Hyun-wook and the pink-haired woman stand together. She thinks, I subconsciously showed my real personality. The sky is bright and blue. A train speeds along the tracks. Lee Hyun-wook and the pink-haired woman sit together on the train. The pink-haired woman thinks, awkward. The pink-haired woman says, Hyun-wook, isn't this your first vacation in a while? The pink-haired woman smiles, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she looks at Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook states that neither of them are alive. The woman sighs, mentioning that they passed away when he was young. A close-up reveals the intensity in Lee Hyun-wook's blue eyes. He waves his hand dismissively, saying it's all good, even though it was hard and lonely when he was young. The pink-haired woman looks up at him, a hint of concern etched on her face. She wonders if they're just like family. A voice booms, calling someone Captain and Great Steel Emperor. Meanwhile, a figure stands silhouetted against a ruined cityscape as a voice calls out, Lee Hyun-wook. A group of people awaits, one of them exclaiming that they were waiting for him. Lee Hyun-wook looks out the window, questioning if they are friends. A disembodied voice wonders if they are co-workers. Comrades in arms seemed like the right word. He stood in front of the train doors, waiting. Young Dungpo. And among those preparations, the first one is. Lee Hyun-wook paused before a billboard. Blue tree. We support our players. His expression hardened. Gordon Tracy stands amidst a downpour of cash, a wine glass held casually in his hand. His black money moved underwater, unseen and untouchable. The money bought out high-ranking powerful people and players, purchasing items and influence. Gradually, yet perfectly, it took reins over everything. The core reason for their loss was money. Even having as much money as Gordon is impossible. One should at least have enough to not get swept up in his money game. A building displays a blue tree advertisement, speaking of innovation and the future. He knows about the important future events and where and when money will accumulate. Simply put, if one invests before others do, even chump change can snowball. The entrance to Hope Guild is visible. For that, he needs a person who won't betray him during investments, no matter what. He must entrust this to someone faithful and loyal, even with the slightest promise. An angry voice booms out, questioning someone's intelligence with an expletive-laden insult. The man in the black coat descends the stairs, warning someone not to make him resort to violence. The silver-haired man speaks to a younger man, mentioning Wunschel and lamenting the lack of clients this month. An unseen speaker declares indifference to the situation, stating that they only need to pick up leftover jobs. Rejecting the idea of being a guard, the silver-haired man expresses his humiliation at the thought. The silver-haired man looks on with a surprised expression as the younger man looks worried. Someone shouts, "Can pilot," as the silver-haired man spreads his arms wide. The silver-haired man states that he heard the other person isn't awakened, and that he is as well. A hand reaches out, and a speech bubble reveals, "My name's Lee Wunschel. Nice to meet you, buddy." A young man with dark blue hair shakes hands, saying, "Oh, nice to meet you." The man in the black coat states, "I don't." The disembodied voice echoes, questioning if it's good enough to think it's nice to meet each other. Lee Wunschel greets Hyun-wook, stating it's been a long time. Lee Wunschel agrees, acknowledging the long time that has passed. The unnamed man with white hair asks Hyun-wook why he is here. The white-haired man continues, asking if Hyun-wook ate his brain for lunch. Hyun-wook replies that just because he greeted him well doesn't mean anything. The white-haired man asks if Hyun-wook forgot all their old memories. The white-haired man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. The white-haired man asks if he needs to refresh Hyun-wook's memory with the real deal. Hyun-wook exclaims, questioning what the hell that is. The white-haired man tells him to stop kidding around and show them all he's got, asking if that's all. The white-haired man says that if that's what it takes, he guesses he could be awakened too. The man's face contorted in rage, his eyes narrowed as he spat. "Awakened the hell? You're just a fucking loser dipshit." A pen and ruler clattered to the floor, knocked aside in the heat of the moment. The taste of blood filled the air as a lip split open. The man stood over his victim, a crowd of onlookers gathering around the scene. "Damn," he muttered. He continued, his voice rising. "You're running your mouth calling yourself awakened with that dumbass power? Try bragging about how you're awakened once again, and I'll fucking kill you." His fist clenched, knuckles white with fury. He sneered, "You little tin can pilot, acting all strong, huh?" Lee Wunschel, C-rank player, trait, fighter. Hope Guild's signature player. A desk displayed an array of swords and other weaponry. Lee Wunschel threatened, "I beat you up like back in the school days. I'll make you beg me for your life as you used to back then." Wunschel grabbed the man by the collar, his face inches away from his own. Another man stood nearby, pleading, "Wunschel, please don't." Lee Wunschel is told to leave the room. A man behind him says, Someone shouts, "Unless you want to die with this bastard." A voice challenges, "Give it a shot." Hyun-wook calls out, "Hyung, Hyun-wook." His expression is worried. A voice asks, "What?" The silver-haired man's eyes narrow. Someone shouts, "Fucking son of a bitch." A foot slams down with incredible force. The blue-haired man is sent flying. The blue-haired man is struck. A sharp intake of breath. A strange, glowing artifact is revealed. A polished black shoe steps close to a blade crackling with blue energy. Surrounded by floating, electrically charged swords, the white-haired man's expression is one of fierce determination. Lee Hyun-wook gazes down at the swords, his face unreadable. The white-haired man declares, "I can't guarantee I'll beat you today, but I assure you I can at least." A voice booms, "Gripple you half to death to the point you'd think a whole army unit attacked you." In other words, Lee Hyun-wook prepares to fight. The white-haired man states, "I can end your life as a close-range fighting player." The white-haired man grits his teeth, a snarl twisting his features. A voice cries out, "Hyungnam, we have to leave now." The voice continues, "To make it to the event on time." A man in a purple hoodie looks on, a question mark floating above his head. "Happening?" he asks. The man in the purple hoodie stands in a doorway. Lee Hyun-wook, his expression filled with remorse, cries out, "Wunschel, I'm so sorry." A voice responds, declaring, "I'll be careful next time." The department head grabs Lee Hyun-wook roughly by the shoulder, demanding, "What the heck are you doing?" The department head continues, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "My dear Wunschel, I heard White Tiger Guild kicked you out." A voice booms out, "What are you doing?" Lee Wunschel, "Hold your position." Meanwhile, a monstrous figure, axe raised high, towers over the city streets. A voice shouts in the distance, "You fucker, where are you going?" The department head glares intensely at Lee Hyun-wook. A voice questions, how do you know that? The department head retorts, have a big mouth. Also, the department head continues, are you going to pathetically fight a F-rank player in front of everyone you know? The department head concludes, I'm saving the face you're so fucking obsessed about. So while I am. A man with dark blue hair pushes someone away, telling them to get lost. The Hope Guild building stands tall, its sign visible in the daylight. Hyun-wook sits across from another man, who asks if everything he said is true. The man wonders if the stocks are really going to skyrocket by these numbers. Lee Hyun-wook sits at a desk, a calendar, and papers behind him. A man stares at a tablet with a shocked expression. The text bubble reads, this is life-changing. A building displays banners that read, Blue Tree speaks of innovation and speaks of the future. Someone says, geez, how long do we have to stay? A line of guards stands silently before the imposing building. Private on Minte, looking anxious, says, we try our hand at a gate raid once too? An unseen character asks, but Hyungnam, what's wrong with you since earlier? A figure strides down a hallway, addressing the guards. Servants, why are you causing a ruckus in this reserved place? The figure continues, his voice rising. Leader here, aren't you, old man? The unseen character shouts, I told you it's Zone C, A, B, C, D. Don't you know the alphabet? The unseen character continues to yell, how many times do I have to tell you? If you don't know how to read, at least work on your fucking listening. The gray-haired man is struck. The gray-haired man is sent flying through the air. On Minte watches in shock. They were caught in a sudden, brutal ambush. Blood and debris exploded outwards as the unseen assailant struck with terrifying force. The force of the blow created a shockwave, sending dust and fragments scattering in all directions. Gordon Tracy lay sprawled on the ground, the attack having left him vulnerable. A furious roar tore through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. The men watching from the side reacted with shock and disbelief, their faces etched with horror. Panting heavily, Gordon Tracy stood over the fallen figure, his shadow looming over the prone form. He spat out an order. Go and search for a guy. A voice seethed with rage, the words dripping with venomous intent. Lee Hyun-wook, you fucking dipshit. Lee Hyun-wook's face was a mask of fury, his eyes burning with a crimson light, blood splattered across his face. The promise hung in the air, a vow of brutal retribution. I'm going to fucking kill him. A man wonders aloud if the stocks are really going to skyrocket based on these figures. A phone displays information about Park Kyol-soo, the Hope Guild leader, who is an analyst class. The text notes that he is the player who would go on to lead the rediscovery of rank F and Hyun-wook's benefactor, who found a way to boost his abilities. It would be life-changing. The Hope Guild building stands tall against a blue sky. A voice apologizes, saying it's not easy. It's a reasonable reaction. Anyone who claims they'd help you make life-changing money out of nowhere would be hard to believe. Is it possible that they gave you this information to scout you out? The man with newly dyed blue hair looks on. A voice questions if they are trustworthy. Lee Hyun-wook expresses surprise. The man with blue hair insists that, except for the source being his past life, everything he says is the truth and that he must be believed. The voice assures that it's all the truth. Lee Hyun-wook, still surprised, looks at his phone. The brown-haired man confirms that it's true. The blue-haired man offers his investment to Lee Hyun-wook. The man explains that the 20 million won isn't a lot of money, but it's what his parents left him. The brown-haired man asks if Lee Hyun-wook has genuine faith in him as he hands over the money. Lee Hyun-wook is told that no one in this world is without talent. He sits with his head in his hands, seemingly dejected. It's just that talent is given the name of your superpower in this day and age. The man pats him on the back. Don't beat yourself up. Let's live a little longer until our talents are recognized as superpowers, too. Investment, a way of repaying my brother for the only warmth I received in my previous life when I was nothing. In the future, humanity will encounter otherworldly beings who can communicate. Technology, gained through their interactions, will be a turning point in the Gate War. So their skills will be vital in stopping the gates and waves that are to come. For that, I need an expert who can communicate with the otherworldly beings. The hooded figures vow to pass on their technology. Clouds drift lazily across the sky. A voice wonders how much mana is in the stone and how much someone has in mind. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook walks through Yongdongpo Blacksmith Alley. Lee Hyun-wook continues his second preparation for the future. With dwarven artisans, a figure plans to create their first master-grade item. Blacksmiths whose status went beyond artisan to master are preoccupied. Before thee, a blacksmith works diligently on a piece of metal. A voice insists they are only selling what's on the shelves and to not look at anything else. At those, the blacksmith continues to work. Artisan Kong Jeongdu was fired from. The Blacksmiths Guild is known for its eccentricities, and it's no wonder. Lee Hyun-wook voices his confusion, then seems to understand something. The sound of a hammer striking metal echoes through the workshop. A narration box describes the javelin as being made of orichalcum, a crude but effective Dragon Slayer spear. The Dragon Slayer spear is shown embedded in the heart of the Dragon Terex. A close-up reveals the grotesque face of a monster. The narration explains that the foundation for the first master-grade item was laid in this ramshackle workshop. The hunter, Lee Hyun-wook, notes the presence of a crusty individual. An unnamed girl expresses her frustration with the situation. Lee Hyun-wook states that it has been a long time. The panel simply states, Master Blacksmith. Kang Baek-seol is introduced. The text explains that 4 years after the passing of artisan Kang Jeong-do, she inherited all his skills and became a master smith, surpassing even her master. Lee Hyun-wook and Kang Baek-seol are shown in front of a display of expensive clothing. A voice exclaims that the person is not a crusty, but a customer. The shopkeeper smiles, her hands clasped together. She asks what the customer is looking for, urging them to just say the word. Lee Hyun-wook stands with the shopkeeper, a thought bubble above him stating that her blind money craze suits a dwarf perfectly. A narration box states that now that she has his attention, it'll turn into a total of 18 million won. The shopkeeper is overjoyed at the amount of money. She exclaims that the customer is not just a customer, but the boss. Kang Jeong-do wonders why Lee Hyun-wook is buying poisonous magical metals and mistral tungsten alloy beads that he can't even handle. Kang Jeong-do wonders if Lee Hyun-wook's money won't rot. A voice tells him to pipe down, stating that Lee Hyun-wook must have a place to use it. Kang Jeong-do is shown in a close-up. The shopkeeper tells Lee Hyun-wook to see her next time as well. A voice echoes, filled with regret. I'm sorry. The voice continues, explaining, because unlike other comrades in arms, I have to call you back to battle. A figure bids farewell, stating, see you again next time. Another figure vows, I'll protect you this time at all costs. The gag motel looms under a night sky. A figure stands outside the gag motel. The figure glances around, shrouded in a purple hoodie. Inside a room, a hand reaches into a bag filled with dark, cube-shaped objects. He sits on the bed, a determined look on his face. I must significantly increase my poison resistance and the metal weight I can manipulate, he thinks. Lee Hyun-wook reflects. Normally, this would have taken the same time as it says. He finds a moment of respite. But now, he has a breath room. His internal furnace activates, orange flames engulfing his body as his metal absorption efficiency skyrockets. Energy swirls around a cube of power. The cube shatters into fragments. The swirling energy intensifies. The skill information appears, breath room, fire. His internal furnace is activated, causing his metal absorption efficiency to skyrocket by 250%. His eyes widen in agony as the pain intensifies. Warning messages flash, severe pain is inflicted. He grits his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pain. Shut up. I know that already. He thinks, his body trembling, that he doesn't have much time before the Soul Station gate. Lee Hyun-wook steals his resolve. I must eat it all. Endure it, Lee Hyun-wook. 2 days later, Lee Hyun-wook is at the AG Motel. Hyungnam, he's here. Outside the AG Motel, 2 figures stand, observing the building. One remarks that the man inside has been locked in there for 2 days and won't come out. A system notification appears. Lee Hyun-wook has been poisoned, with poisons of various nature. Tier 2 resistance to poison is being created at 81%. Blue energy swirls around Lee Hyun-wook as he absorbs all the metals he ingested. His currently controllable metal weight is 17 for 99G, and his metal detection ability has increased, allowing him to detect up to 500 grams of metal up to 135 meters away. Tier 2 poison resistance? That's not quite as good as he expected, but at least he has enough controllable weight to carry about 60 daggers. A system notification congratulates Lee Hyun-wook for successfully passing the first latent breakthrough and gaining the trait skill. Skill info, Metal Smash, rank D. Effect, consumes mana to crush a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana consumed varies depending on the amount of metal the skill is applied to. A powerful skill that destroys metal. With this skill, he can disarm almost any piece of equipment in one fell swoop. The fact that he acquired this skill is good enough. Lee Hyun-wook tests the Metal Smash skill. Gordon Precy's eyes widened. Oh, this fucker's not even shocked. The man's expression hardened. So you were hiding in here? Lee Hyun-wook stood his ground, his gaze unwavering. So there's countless restrictions governing my actions. Can't you just go back? The sound of suppressed laughter echoed in the room. Gordon Precy's face contorted into a sneer. The man spat. Bullshit. Fucking yapping your mouth now that you think you're gonna die? The force of the blow sent Lee Hyun-wook sprawling. Gordon Precy roared. Just fucking die. His fist blurred through the air, closing in. The impact reverberated through the room. Gordon Precy's eyes widened in disbelief. Lee Hyun-wook stood over him, his voice cold. You? What the hell is up with that body? He declares that they should take this outside. Lee Hyun-wook realizes that at this rate, civilians will get caught up in this too. A man wonders what the hell is going on, noting another gate and complaining that he's sick of this. Another man notes that the alarm didn't even go off. Gordon Precy screams, calling him a fucking tin can as he attacks. The attack blurs as Lee Hyun-wook attempts to defend himself. Gordon Precy, undeterred, roars, how dare you bluff in front of me till the end? The clash of their attacks creates a shockwave of blurred motion. 2 days ago, it might have been a bluff, but now, in a flashback, Gordon Precy launches a kick. Back in the present, Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike. Gordon Precy declares, but not today. Another clash of attacks blurs into a single point. In another flashback, Lee Hyun-wook attacks. Gordon Precy writhes in pain, his face contorted in agony. The words echo in the air. Lee Wunschel, let me ask you just one question. Lee Hyun-wook stands over Gordon Tracy, his expression grim. Gordon Tracy coughs, retorting, this is nothing compared to what you did to me. So why are you going this far? Gordon Tracy coughs again, his face a mask of pain and anger. Gordon Tracy sneers, you sure are cocky after getting lucky enough to land one blow on me. Gordon Tracy, lying on the ground, shouts, don't look at me with those eyes. You fucking dumbass. Gordon Tracy's legs are shown. Gordon Tracy continues to struggle on the ground. Lee Hyun-wook retorts, don't you realize civilians could get hurt if we stay and fight here? Gordon Tracy is still on the ground. Gordon Tracy asks, fuck does that have to do with anything? Lee Hyun-wook, his face shadowed with anger, thinks, he's not after me. The only way to minimize the shock to the building would be to. He sprints away, desperation etched on his face. Gordon Tracy, his face contorted with rage, shouts, where are you running off to? The Steel Emperor continues to flee, his bare feet pounding against the floor. A surge of energy builds behind him. The building explodes in a cataclysmic burst of fire and debris. The force of the blast sends Lee Hyun-wook hurtling through the air. Gordon Tracy, amidst the chaos, screams, I'm going to fucking kill you. He is caught in the blast as the explosion erupts, the shockwave throwing debris in all directions. A desperate cry echoes through the chaos. Lee Hyun-wook. A crimson energy slashed tears through the air, leaving a burning scent of ozone in its wake. The force of the blow explodes outward, sending splinters of concrete and twisted metal flying in all directions. The world erupts in a blinding flash of light and heat. The surrounding vehicles are tossed aside like toys, their alarms blaring in a discordant symphony of destruction. Dust and smoke billow, obscuring the devastation. A voice, raw with fury, promises retribution. I'm gonna kill you. His eyes burn with a crimson light, his hair now the color of freshly fallen snow. The attack has triggered a transformation. Lee Hyun-wook's rage echoes through the ruined landscape. A surge of power courses through him, strengthening his body. He plummets through the air, surrounded by falling debris. Blue energy flares from his foot as Lee Hyun-wook activates his metal control ability. Metal control. The skill chain activates. Red energy surrounds Lee Hyun-wook as he flies through the air. Lee Hyun-wook continues to fly through the air. Gordon Tracy's eyes widen in disbelief. He changed direction midair? The sound of his flight echoes through the night. The city looms in the background. Lee Hyun-wook continues his flight, blue energy crackling around his feet. He thinks to himself, I may not be able to fly as freely as in my previous life. He continues, but by chaining the skills strengthening body transformation and metal control, I can control my body this much. The military might have given. Gordon Tracy watches him, sneering. Use some cheap-ass buffs. He declares that his opponent's petty tricks are useless. Lee Hyun-wook follows through, launching a metal-enhanced strike. From a distance, one of the players exclaims in surprise. Someone wonders if those are players over there. Gordon Tracy dodges the attack, leaving a dust cloud in his wake. He taunts Lee Hyun-wook, asking if he's going to keep dodging like a rat. Gordon Tracy yells for him to come at him like before. He repeats his challenge, demanding that Lee Hyun-wook come at him. Lee Hyun-wook and Gordon Tracy clash in a burst of speed and force. An unknown voice warns Gordon Tracy not to go down to the first floor. From a distance, a man in a white shirt observes, believing players are causing a ruckus. He reports them, deciding to wait for a while. A voice narrates that many civilians are watching, and as a military officer, he can't counterattack as fiercely. Gordon Tracy thinks that if people get dragged into it, it could ruin his plans for the Soul Station gate. A sound effect echoes. The observers continue to watch. One of the observers wonders if the reason for the restraint is because there are a lot of eyes on them. Gordon Tracy declares that they just gotta get rid of the nuisance. Another sound effect rings out. Energy crackles around Gordon Tracy. Gordon Tracy asks if they are planning on destroying the building, questioning if they don't realize there are innocent civilians. He asks if they are in there. Gordon Tracy declares that those people don't have anything to do with him. He spat out his rage, declaring that they and those fucking trash bags were the reason for his actions. Gordon Tracy, consumed by fury, launched himself forward, a whirlwind of barely contained power. Lee Hyun-wook stood his ground, arms outstretched, a defiant stance against the oncoming storm. His eyes blazed with a cold fury, a silent promise of retribution. Gordon Tracy vowed to end Lee Hyun-wook's life as a player. Gathering mana, the air crackled with blue energy as Gordon Tracy prepared his attack. The energy intensified, forming a swirling vortex of power. From the swirling energy, a weapon materialized, glowing with an ominous light. Runes blazed across the weapon's surface, pulsing with raw magical force. Wielding the weapon, Gordon Tracy lunged, bringing it down upon Lee Hyun-wook with devastating speed. The attack, a skill known as Metal Smash, connected with brutal force, consuming mana to crush a certain amount of metal. He stood, bloodied but unbroken, the aftermath of the Metal Smash skill painting a gruesome tableau around him. His eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind them as he glared at his opponent. The force of the attack had clearly been immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Gordon Tracy howled in pain, clutching at his leg. My leg, he screamed. Lee Hyun-wook demanded. Why you bastard? What the hell did you do? Gordon Tracy, struggling to maintain his composure, snarled. Fuck, don't come any closer. Lee Hyun-wook's voice was cold as he stated. I'm going to ask you one last time. Why are you going this far? Gordon Tracy, his face contorted in rage, barked. What the heck are you yapping about? His teeth bared, Gordon Tracy spat. If fucking mosquitoes dare to annoy me, of course I'm gonna kill them off. Lee Hyun-wook observed, his gaze unwavering. I see. I'm sure there's a reason a fucking rat like you, who got kicked out of a pack of wolves, is snarling like that. Lee Hyun-wook continued, his voice laced with disdain. Rascals like you who are drunk on superiority complexes don't deserve to be players. Gordon Tracy, his eyes burning with hatred, declared, because they always turn out to be villains. What can a mere piece of shit like you even do? Stop trying to act like you're all that. Gordon Tracy's face contorts in pain as he grits his teeth, blood trickling from his mouth. A finger points accusingly at him. He is thrown back, electricity crackling around him. Lee Hyun-wook's voice booms, filled with rage. Lee Wunschel, don't you fucking show up in front of me ever again. Lee Wunschel's eyes glow with an intense purple light as he clenches his fist, electricity arcing around his knuckles. Gordon Tracy's eyes widen in fear as Lee Hyun-wook's threat echoes. If you do, it won't end with just one leg. Gordon Tracy's face is a mask of pain and terror. Bloodied and bruised, Gordon Tracy grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his neck. You better thank the gods I'm a military officer. A voice declares, that's right. I can't let the chance to save comrades and take revenge on villains. Meanwhile, the gag motel looms against the twilight sky, a gaping hole visible in its facade. Police cars swarm the gag motel, their lights flashing. A disembodied voice states, be taken away by someone like him. A police station stands under a bright sky. A voice from within claims to have only tried to stop Lee Wunschel. The logo for the Awakened Task Force is displayed. Inside the police station, an officer sits across from Lee Hyun-wook. The officer states that the testimony is consistent with the witnesses' statements. The officer continues, saying that Lee Wunschel is problematic and vicious, and that Lee Hyun-wook was quite lucky. Lee Hyun-wook smiles, acknowledging that he survived thanks to the greave suddenly bursting open. A text box explains that a greave is a type of armor that protects the shins and calves of the legs. The officer tells Lee Hyun-wook that he is free to leave now. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that he always thought an F was a shitty label, but he didn't expect it would help him avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, another officer tells his senior that he might want to take a look at something. The officer explains that Lee Wunschel's greave had no durability issues or mana overturn. He asks if they are saying an F rank crushed a C rank's armor. The senior officer is shocked that the armor took him down without a scratch, and wonders how that makes any sense. Lee Hyun-wook runs away from the police station. A distant explosion rocks the city, the shockwave rippling through the air. Debris rains down on the city streets. A figure is thrown through the air amidst the chaos. The city skyline is visible in the distance, smoke rising from the affected area. Lee Hyun-wook stares intently, his expression unreadable. The news reports a grim update. The death toll of citizens stranded at the gates of Seoul Station has reached 745. The report emphasizes that this monster disaster is unlike any seen before, except for the first 3 waves. Lee Hyun-wook watches the news report on a television screen, the gravity of the situation etched on his face. The aftermath of the explosion is shown, the city streets in ruins. The narrator acknowledges a lack of first-hand experience with the gate opening, suggesting that the information presented may be incomplete or subject to change. Seoul Station stands bathed in sunlight, a seemingly ordinary scene juxtaposed with the weight of what is to come. A figure strides forward, their purpose unknown amidst the bustling crowd. The Seoul Station disaster is remembered as one of the worst monster outbreaks. Inside the station, people move along escalators, unaware of the looming threat. A dark impulse stirs within someone, a desire to unleash chaos and evacuate the population. But he steels himself, resolving, I can't do that. There is. A villain lurks, hidden amongst the innocent. The crowd presses onward, oblivious to the danger in their midst. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes blaze with determination. I'll never find the turning point that changes the future. A sea of faces moved through the city. 2 minutes remained. Someone called out, Oi, Lee Hyun-wook. A woman with pink hair stood in a dark corridor. Ah, fuck, she exclaimed. I've been looking for you for so long. A voice echoed, questioning if he was a V-Vice platoon leader. Another voice saluted, Salute, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. It continued, I heard you went to the police station last night. The pink-haired woman stood beside Lee Hyun-wook. Unit is going crazy, she said. He asked, How did you know I was here? The woman wondered why he wouldn't pick up his phone. A voice echoed, stating that in his previous life, Choi Seon-ho wasn't. Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself, Here. So, how come? She's here right now? Well, my. A voice stated that his cell phone got crushed. It continued, Is it because I changed the past? A voice declared, The worst gate in the world will open up. Choi Seon-ho responded, Okay, let's say that's the case. The text demands an explanation to the police station, detailing the who, what, where, when, why, and how. There's no time. Lee Hyun-wook steels his resolve. For now, he must stick to the plan. He glances at the clock. It reads 15:24. Why aren't you saying anything, Lee Hyun-wook? A sharp sound echoes. Chaos erupts in the city. What the hell? Hey, are you crazy? Someone shouts. People are falling. Spill that in the dead center. Choi Sionha's voice rises in anger. First you don't answer me when I'm talking to you. And now what the heck is this? When I give the signal. Lee Hyun-wook's expression is grim. You must run to where the gas masks are. Choi Sionha's eyes widen. What? People are running towards a building. People scream in terror as they flee in a panic. A surge of purple energy erupts, cracking the very ground beneath their feet. The purple energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The energy coalesces into a swirling, ominous vortex. The vortex manifests within the city, visible through the windows of a towering building. Lee Hyun-wook and another figure look up, their faces etched with alarm as they witness the unfolding chaos. A monstrous roar echoes through the city, shaking the very air. A monstrous figure descends from the vortex, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Lee Hyun-wook stumbles back, his expression a mask of shock and disbelief. His eyes widen in terror, sweat beading on his brow as the full horror of the situation dawns on him. The sky cracks, a web of fissures spreading across the blue expanse. At Seoul Station, a woman tells another to go on now, as she is going in. Why do you? She asks why she keeps telling her to leave, stating she is going to watch her get on the train. The other woman says she just doesn't want her to get tired. She asks if she isn't sad, as they don't even know when they'll see each other again. She replies, geez, what are you talking about? Next time. Meanwhile, a figure runs through a dark, starry space. She continues to run. The figure cries out, Mom. A large, dark object looms over the city as she cries out again, Mom. A red announcement declares a new, unlucky event has occurred in the zone. One can enter, but not leave. An entry-level restriction of level 15 will be imposed. To escape, one must survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster. The timer ticks down. 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds remain. A voice echoes, when I give the signal. A swirling vortex hangs ominously above the building. Lee Hyun-wook urges, you must run to where the gas masks are. Feet pound the ground as people scramble to escape. Someone looks up, fear etched on their face. The building looms, a silent witness to the unfolding chaos. Lee Hyun-wook sprints through the building, his expression grim. He shouts, now. A surge of energy erupts. Towering insect-like creatures stand amidst the shattered remains of the city, their presence a terrifying omen. A monstrous roar echoes through the ruins, a chilling testament to the creature's power. Panic sets in as soldiers scramble to escape the monstrous insects, their faces etched with terror. The cries for help pierce the air as more soldiers desperately flee, their hopes dwindling with each passing moment. The soldiers continue their desperate retreat, the insect-like creatures looming ever closer. Sergeant Choi Sionha barks out orders, commanding the vice platoon leader to prioritize their own safety. Vice platoon leader, get to safety first. Choi Sionha continues, urging the vice platoon leader to secure a gas mask. Make sure to grab a gas mask from the passenger aid station. The vice platoon leader hesitates, a flicker of doubt crossing their face. The vice platoon leader insists that they are a soldier too, refusing to abandon their comrades. I'm a soldier too. I don't intend on surviving all alone. The vice platoon leader explains that they are not combat personnel and will focus on evacuating civilians and treating the wounded. I'm not combat personnel, so I'll be in the back, evacuating civilians and treating the wounded. I don't know what on earth you're trying to do, but I trust you. Choi Sionha firmly commands the vice platoon leader, reminding them of their duty. Instead, I command you, as your platoon leader. Choi Sionha gives a final, desperate order. Stay alive at all costs. The soldier shouts. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook responds, yes, ma'am. The brigadier general asks if that makes any sense. The brigadier general continues, stating that he doesn't believe the assessment of talent to be an outstanding officer is limited to the mechanical grading of players' ranks. He asks, what? The text explains that the ranks are not tied to a player's level, but are merely a basic metric assigned at the player training center as per the expected outcome of a trait and their aptitude in a raid fight for effectiveness. The text refers to a real-life battle. The text explains that as players level up, the ranks have been adjusted, but undervalued skills are dying on the field. Oi, Kim Kang-seok. Brigadier General Choi Jung-shil asks if he is being educated right now. The soldier is shocked. The text states that all the veterans are joining civil guilds as is. The text asks if it would apply to him if he commissioned a lowly F-rank soldier as an officer. He demands, his expression tight with displeasure. And what's so wrong with our military system? A voice retorts, dripping with sarcasm. Huh? You might as well go around shouting that AMT needs to be done away with. A soldier stands at attention, his gaze fixed and resolute. Choi Jung-shil sits at his desk, his expression hardening. Battalion commander, I think you saw something in that guy, but an insect is still an insect. A hand dials a number on the phone. Geez, what is it? The message arrives. Brigadier General, we've received news of a gate appearing within the 1st Battalion's post area. The report continues, but its location is the Seoul Station. On top of that, it's an unlucky event. Choi Jung-cheol's eyes widen in surprise, while the soldier looks on with concern. A description appears. Asterisk unlucky event. A natural disaster-like phenomenon that occurs in specific regions, with debuffs that may harm the player or create extra rules that. A red glow emanates from a building in the city. A large, dark gate looms over the Seoul skyline. Golden energy explodes outward, blasting a figure backward. From the heart of the eruption, a monstrous spider of pure golden energy takes form. Another figure raises a hand, summoning a glowing magical circle above. A soldier shouts, "Team leader, what the heck is this spider monster? I've never seen one of these in the field guide ever." A voice cries out, "Before." The monstrous spider looms, its shadow falling over a soldier. The golden energy continues to spread, filling the space. Another soldier raises a weapon, preparing to fire at the approaching monster. The golden energy intensifies, crackling with power. Another soldier is blasted backward, thrown off their feet. The spider monster descends further, its form becoming more defined. A soldier prepares to strike, a magical circle glowing in their hand. A blast of fire erupts, engulfing the area. One of the soldiers shouts, "I don't think the fire attacks will work." John Manhwa, a Class C veteran player and gladiator, orders, "Switch to a frost rune. Bind its legs." The soldiers switch to a frost rune, preparing a new attack. The fire attack impacts the monster, but it seems unfazed. The frost rune attack is launched. The frost rune binds the monster's legs with icy energy. The ice spreads, encasing the monster's lower body. The monster is now completely bound by the frost rune. Another soldier considering that guy's size, I don't think he'll last long. Another soldier thinks, gotta take out an eye while his legs are bound. Keep up the frost rune. One of the soldiers declares, I'm going to attack him myself. The monster unleashes a devastating beam of energy, bathing the area in blinding light. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power. The beam continues its relentless assault, vaporizing everything in its path. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent energy as it focuses its attack. A soldier shouts a desperate warning, his face contorted with fear. The monster's attack intensifies, the ground shaking with each blast. The energy beam cuts through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another soldier raises his shield, preparing to defend against the onslaught. A desperate cry rings out, "Shield guard." The soldier braces for impact, his eyes wide with determination. The monster's energy coalesces into a concentrated blast, ready to strike. The sound of the attack echoes through the battlefield. It crackles with blue energy, the metallic beast poised to strike. Its yellow eyes glow menacingly, promising destruction. Heavy footsteps echo on the shattered ground. Lee Hyun-wook watches the monster, his resolve hardening. The metallic horror looms, a silent predator ready to pounce. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, a spark of defiance in his eyes. No. Now's not the time for doubt. The monster prepares its next attack, energy coalescing around its form. It's time to check. The monster lunges forward, a blur of metal and malice. Skill info name, Metal Smash. Rank, D. Effect, consumes mana to crush a certain amount of metal. The amount of mana consumed varies depending on the amount of metal the skill is applied to. Warning, mana is rapidly decreasing, mana 92%. A warning flashes, indicating mana is rapidly decreasing, 84%. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, his eyes glowing with intense blue energy. The warning persists, mana is rapidly decreasing, now at 76%. A swirling vortex of blue energy takes shape before him, forming a figure-8 pattern. The air crackles with power. Tendrils of blue energy erupt from Lee Hyun-wook, reaching towards the sky. He thrusts his hand upwards, channeling the raw power. A soldier watches with wide-eyed shock. The other soldiers look on, their faces etched with concern. Lee Hyun-wook focuses, thinking, it's working. He thinks, with all this power, I can stop this gate. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes burn with determination, and I can not only stop it. He unleashes a burst of energy. The monster roars in response, its maw wide with fury. The monster continues to roar, its voice echoing through the chamber. Go on and wail. Howl all you want. Lee Hyun-wook prepares to attack again, energy orbs swirling around him. The Steel Emperor declares, I can have the rewards for clearing this gate all to myself. That temper left within you. Raw energy swirls around the battlefield. The energy slams into the monster. Lee Hyun-wook says, I'll squeeze out and devour the very last bit of that temper left. Let's see if your insides are as hard as steel too. The energy begins to spin, gathering momentum. The swirling energy intensifies. The energy continues to swirl. The monster is struck again by the spinning energy. The monster roars, its fangs bared in a display of raw aggression. It snarls, how does it feel to have your insides ground like a damn blender? The monster's body is torn apart. The monster's body is torn apart. Lee Hyun-wook stands tall, the monster's remains scattered around him. The monster's body is torn apart. A man in uniform stares in disbelief. The entire garrison of guards couldn't lay a finger on that monster, yet he captured it single-handedly. He continues, in countless raids, I've seen many A-rankers. The man exclaims, but I've never met anyone who's this laid back. He wonders, is this the... Another man thinks, power of an S-rank ranker I've only ever heard stories of before. A third man curses, fuck. Who the fuck is that bastard? He's ruining my quest by appearing out of nowhere. A man introduces himself as John Manhwa from the Seoul Station's Guard 2 team, questioning if the other is perhaps an S-rank player, but tells him not to. Lee Hyun-wook expresses his surprise, wondering why the man lowered his guard so quickly. John Manhwa, surrounded by glowing blue orbs, declares that the first wave isn't over yet. A monstrous creature looms, its form twisted and menacing. A close-up reveals a hand, tense and ready for action. John Manhwa, his expression hardening, asks if there are any doubts. Energy crackles around John Manhwa's hands as he states that he has just now made it certain. A hand clenches, surrounded by the same glowing blue orbs. Raw energy surges, a prelude to the coming battle. John Manhwa prepares to unleash his power, energy coalescing in his hand. The energy intensifies, a torrent of power ready to be unleashed. The Seoul Station gate looms as John Manhwa vows to be the one to stop it. A figure stands before a monstrous form, the air thick with anticipation. The man in the blue beret looks on, his face etched with shock. The blue-haired man looks up, surrounded by floating orbs. Don't lower your guard so quickly. The voice echoes, a chilling reminder. The first wave isn't over yet. A grotesque, spider-like creature descends, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A close-up reveals a face contorted in terror, the exclamation mark amplifying the dread. The blue-haired man's voice booms, laced with disdain. Look at these brats. A sinister grin spreads across the blue-haired man's face, his eyes gleaming with malice. You dare use petty tricks? The city lies under a massive, dark dome, its buildings and streets eerily silent. The 1st Battalion reports its assembly is complete, the troops lined up in perfect formation. The 3rd Battalion echoes the sentiment, their assembly also finalized. One of the soldiers remarks that the sight of the military troopers brings back memories. One of the soldiers suggests gathering all the mage players, given the scale of the situation. The soldier wonders if they could use battering magic to smash the dome. The other soldier explains that it's not magic, but a rule created by the system, and they can't shatter it unless they override the system. They'll just have to wait for the time to pass. Helicopters fill the sky, their rotors thrumming through the air. A notification appears, warning of an unlucky event happening in the area. It states that one can enter, but not leave, and that the area has an entry-level limit of 15. The objective is to survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. The starry sky stretches out, a vast expanse of twinkling lights. Helicopters descend, landing in the city. A soldier's boot hits the ground with a thud. The click of heels echoed in the sterile environment. Kim Kang-seok, a lieutenant major, stood with Yu Haina of the Blue Flower Guild. He asked if the players of the Blue Flower Guild were under level 15. Yu Haina scoffed, wondering if he thought the number 1 Blue Flower Guild would have players like that. She then asked if he was really planning on sending a rescue team inside. Kim Kang-seok questioned if they weren't basically walking into their death. Kim Kang-seok stated that there were over 800 lives inside there. A voice questioned how they could think of prioritizing their lives over theirs. Kim Kang-seok's gaze hardened. A voice stated that there's a trump card inside there. The world faded to gray. A scream echoed, filled with pain and desperation. Something shattered with brutal force. Arcane energy crackled in the darkness. Arcane energy crackles around the mechanical creature, blue lightning dancing across its metallic frame. Gordon Precy raises his arm, preparing to unleash his power. Energy gathers around Gordon Precy's arm, a visible manifestation of the power he commands. A voice booms, declaring a strengthening body transformation. The mechanical creature undergoes a violent metamorphosis. A blast of pure energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the dome. A voice declares, metal control. Gordon Precy leaps forward, shouting, freeze this guy. A guard shouts, understood. A voice shouts, blast. A wave of energy surges forward. Gordon Precy summons 2 elaborate shields, preparing for the onslaught. The mechanical creature is encased in ice, its movements halting abruptly. Gordon Precy unleashes a final blast of ice, solidifying the creature's frozen prison. The mechanical creature lunges forward, its metallic limbs blurring as it closes the distance. Ice begins to coalesce around Gordon Precy, a frigid aura emanating from his body as he prepares to counter. With a snarl, Gordon Precy unleashes his metal control, a swarm of blue orbs materializing around him. Don't you dare get distracted, you fucker, he roars. The blue orbs converge, striking the mechanical creature with explosive force. I am your opponent, the mechanical creature declares, its voice a distorted echo. The mechanical creature initiates a metal spin, its body becoming a whirling vortex of blades and gears. The spinning metal intensifies, a chaotic dance of destruction. The vortex of spinning metal continues to accelerate. The mechanical creature roars, a guttural sound of rage and defiance. The mechanical creature stands firm, its metallic body gleaming under the harsh light. The air crackles with energy. Gordon Precy and the mechanical creature face each other, the battlefield a scene of devastation. The air shatters around them, the sound like glass breaking under immense pressure. The mechanical creature, piloted by Gordon Precy, unleashes a deafening roar. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. Gordon Precy's voice, amplified by the machine, echoes, "Woke up, huh? Let's get you to the same place your friend went, yeah?" The mechanical creature looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A surge of power manifests as a glowing circle, and the word smash explodes into existence. Another shattering impact rocks the area. The mechanical creature stands tall, towering over Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook pants, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He struggles to maintain his stance, his expression strained. There's no way a player of his caliber would take the subway or train. So why the hell is a guy like him in Seoul Station of all places? He screwed up the plan. He didn't think he'd end up failing his first mission like this. Main quest number 1. You have failed to achieve the following goals. Bide your time until the venomous ironclad spider at Gate 1 nests inside Seoul Station. Reward, promotion, official villain. You are currently a villain candidate. Complete the quest to increase your rank. Once you've accepted the quest, it'll be game over if you don't complete it properly. Fucking hell. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the first wave leaves the station in disarray. The station stands empty. Looks like the first wave is over. Guards, please gather around. Thanks, we couldn't have stopped the first wave on our own. You seem like a high-ranked player. If you don't mind, could you tell me your name? The soldier's eyes narrow. What's wrong? Is there a problem? How strange. He's not here, huh? Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself. He definitely heard that someone was a guard. Choi Seonha called out to Lee Hyun-wook, who turned to face her. She stated that she completely evacuated into a room with a narrow passageway, and luckily, no one was seriously injured. Choi Seonha mentioned that she forgot about herself. Lee Hyun-wook, who is a corporal, was then addressed by someone asking if all the civilians have been evacuated. A soldier wondered why S-rank players are supposed to be exempt from military service. The spiders were huge, so the citizens were divided into small groups and evacuated by putting each into a room with a narrow passageway. But did they deliver? Someone asked if they really stopped the first wave. Another soldier was told to report each and every detail of what happened to him. A soldier asked Lee Hyun-wook what his rank was, but he responded that he was already lacking time and that they're impossible. A soldier stated that's not what's important right now. He believed this might be a double gate. A soldier looked surprised. A soldier stated that if they start searching the over 800 civilians here, that guy will probably hide. If things go wrong and the second wave begins, he'll get a chance once again. In light of the situation, they must move ahead of him. A red square hangs in the sky. Lieutenant Lee Wyman is appointed as the field commanding officer of the Seoul Station Rescue. Lee Wyman acknowledges the order, identifying himself as the second platoon leader. The soldier confirms that he understands. A group of soldiers stands in formation, one wondering if the second platoon leader is a C-rank player and why she isn't level 15 yet. The soldier grunts in frustration. An order rings out. Everyone, focus. With a heavy heart, the commanding officer sends the low-level troops. The officer reminds them that the lives of the citizens depend on them and orders them to protect them as soldiers. The soldiers respond in the affirmative. One of the soldiers questions the leader. The directive states that upon encountering Corporal Lee Hyun-wook after deployment, Gordon Precy's face is shown in close-up as he speaks. The order continues, emphasizing the need to actively incorporate his input into their operations. Below, Private Lee Wyman looks up, surprised. Someone questions Lee Hyun-wook's input. A double gate shimmers with energy. The words double gate are displayed. A skeletal monster grins. A notification states that monsters in the area will not attack due to an unlucky event. Someone exclaims in disbelief that everyone is dead. A figure stands amidst a pile of corpses, questioning if this is what will not attack means and wondering what is going on. A quest list appears, detailing objectives such as biding time until the venomous ironclad spider has nested inside Seoul Station, slaughtering at least 500 civilians, and delivering items to the villain alliance. The quest list continues, instructing the delivery of items received from the elite monster, Evil Seeker 11, at Gate 2 to the villain alliance. A figure holds a glowing orb in his hand, the light casting long shadows across his face. The orbs float in the air, their ethereal glow illuminating the cavern. Vines twist and writhe around the figure, as if drawn to some unseen power. The glowing orbs dance around the vines, creating an eerie spectacle. A low hum vibrates through the air. A voice echoes from the shadows. I'm a railway guard. The railway guard continues, revealing, you were planning to hide among the citizens, waiting for the guards to get massacred during the first wave, and in case there were more players among the citizens. The railway guard's voice drips with sarcasm. You were going to dress up as a guard to avoid the people's suspicions, and then slaughter them, weren't you? Oh, you really racked your brain, huh? Lee Hyun-wook stares back, the glowing orbs reflecting in his eyes. The railway guard concludes, long time. A close-up reveals the face of Tang Juziop, a B-rank player. Yang Juziop, framed by the roots of the cannibal tree, asks who his unseen opponent is and if they know him. The text identifies Tang Juziop as a villain candidate with the ability, Cannibal Tree, a future A-rank player who climbs to the top, and the villain who will be called the Black Tentacle. A voice from beyond the frame spits out, calling Tang Juziop a villain. Tang Juziop's eyes widen in surprise. Tang Juziop, his expression hardening, declares that he doesn't know who the other person is, but they shouldn't have said the word villain out loud. Tang Juziop guesses that his opponent is an A-rank player, stating that he has seen their ability to manipulate metal. The camera focuses on the roots of the cannibal tree. Tang Juziop is seen from below, standing in a cavernous space. Tang Juziop, his face contorted in a confident smirk, declares that he gets it, they're confident. Holding a glowing orb in his hand, Tang Juziop states that no matter how high their rank, there's something called compatibility. Tang Juziop looks up, mentioning the other person's metal beads. He bared his teeth in a predatory grin, declaring, "Ain't gonna do shit to me." A voice responded, "Yeah, I know it too." Power surged, electric blue eyes blazing with raw energy. Golden flames erupted from Tang Juziop's mouth, a torrent of untamed force. A figure stands before a massive, twisted tree, its branches reaching like grasping claws. A scream echoes through the darkness. Roots writhe and constrict, ensnaring a victim in their deadly embrace. Great Steel Emperor, how long do you plan on staying hidden? Are you just going to stand by and watch my cannibal tree slaughter and devour them all? Amidst the chaos, Li Haiyan-wook stands calmly, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. The roots continue their relentless advance. Where's all your big talk from before, huh? He plummets through the cavernous space, the wind screaming past him. The ground rushes up to meet him as he falls deeper into the abyss. I get it, you're confident, a voice echoes. Yang Juziop watches the descent, a strange light glinting in his eyes. But no matter how high your rank, there's something called compatibility. Li Haiyan-wook continues to fall, the bottom nowhere in sight. Yang Juziop's expression hardens. Yeah, I know that too. The air whips around him as he plummets further. The cavern walls blur as Li Haiyan-wook accelerates. Yang Juziop's eyes narrow, studying the falling figure. What the hell are those movements? Li Haiyan-wook continues his descent. A thought crosses Yang Juziop's mind. Wasn't this guy a range-type player like me? The cavern air crackled with unseen energy. He unleashed a barrage of blue energy projectiles. The blue orbs streaked through the darkness. The energy blasts detonated around Yang Juziop. Roots splintered and stones shattered under the assault. Li Haiyan-wook pressed his attack, rushing forward with unnatural speed. More energy blasts impacted the cavern floor. Yang Juziop narrowly avoided the onslaught. Yang Juziop thought, there's no way those attacks can work on me. He continued, why the fuck is he recklessly running towards me? Has he gone mad? Li Haiyan-wook focused, gathering a concentrated sphere of blue energy in his hand. He unleashed another volley of attacks. Blue energy crackles around the area. The blue energy intensifies, focusing on Yang Juziop. Yang Juziop shouts, you moron. Attack me all you want. Yang Juziop continues, none of your attacks are going to work on me. Li Haiyan-wook leaps towards the cannibal tree. Yang Juziop grins, thinking, okay, great, this should be enough firewood. Yang Juziop chuckles, you thought you could do something if you got close enough, huh? Yang Juziop continues to taunt. Looks like you have no clue about my power. My power is the cannibal tree. Li Haiyan-wook touches the cannibal tree as Yang Juziop declares, I'll chew your arms off and digest them before anything else. A sinister grin spreads across Yang Juziop's face. Li Haiyan-wook touches the cannibal tree. Yang Juziop's expression shifts to shock. What's happening? Why won't it digest the arm? Flames suddenly erupt around Li Haiyan-wook, the intense heat distorting the air. The Steel Emperor spews a torrent of fire from his mouth, the flames licking at the air. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. Yang Juziop's eyes widen in shock. Out of the blue, Li Haiyan-wook thinks, asterisk, this fucker was just flying metal beads at me. Where the fuck did this fire ability come from? I'm screwed. Asterisk. Yang Juziop calls out, hey mister, I'm in the middle of a quest. If you just spare my life. He continues, I'll give you all the rewards items for the unlucky event. Yang Juziop thinks, asterisk, that was quick thinking. I'm offering to give him all of the rewards. No way he'd refuse my offer. Asterisk. Yang Juziop pleads, I'm on a quest buff. He promises, so I can clear it with no effort. I promise. The Steel Emperor unleashes another torrent of flames. You used the same trick in the life before too, you fucking bastard. Yang Juziop exclaims in shock. What? Mister? The archer, Li Haiyan-wook, remembers something about life before, then screams that Yang Juziop should die. Li Haiyan-wook unleashes a torrent of fire. The flames intensify, consuming the air with heat. Li Haiyan-wook is completely engulfed in the inferno, his face contorted in a scream. The scene shifts to a dark corridor, the air thick with an unknown tension. A warning sign declares that the level is allowed entry. A voice warns that there's no telling what kind of gate is open inside, urging everyone to get their act together. The gate shimmers with an otherworldly energy. Soldiers in full gear cautiously advance, their breaths misting in the air. An order rings out, all hands, enter. Another warning sign cautions that this is a dangerous zone. The soldiers move forward, weapons raised, ready to face whatever lies beyond the gate. A stark warning is displayed. Once you enter, you can't leave unless you meet certain conditions. Soldiers advance cautiously through a dimly lit corridor, weapons raised and ready. One of the soldiers gasps, his eyes wide with alarm. A shout echoes through the corridor. SP Spider. A monstrous spider, its exoskeleton gleaming menacingly, descends from the ceiling. Another soldier, his face contorted with anger, barks, Park Junmo. You fucking lowlife. Shut up. The soldiers stand ready, weapons trained on an unseen threat. A voice booms out, demanding, who's there? A group of soldiers stands at a control panel, one of them announcing, we're the AMT rescue team. A soldier's expression shifts to one of suspicion, his eyes narrowed. A questioning voice calls out, rescue team? A swirling portal of violet energy shimmers into existence. The soldiers surveyed the area. One of them noted, but I don't see any civilian victims. What happened here? Another soldier responded, an AMT member evacuated all of them. Even now, we're following their orders. One of the soldiers questioned, was it a female soldier? Where is she right now? Is she hurt anywhere? Another soldier replied, the female soldier is controlling matters at the temporary shelter, but the one I'm talking about is Lee Heinwook. Lee Heinwook, looking slightly annoyed, asked, was it? He then stated, anyhow, we're following his orders. A soldier asked, did he have spiky hair and sometimes a sinister smile? Another soldier replied, yes, that's right. Another soldier yelled, oi Park Junmo, stay the fuck still. You fucking lowlife, don't you know your place? Park Junmo replied, yeah, I'm sorry. Lee Heinwook, looking irritated, stated, that low dash. I mean, that soldier is an F-ranker. Do you even know that? Another soldier declared, I'll be in command now. I'm a C-ranker. The soldier asked, by the way, how did you enter this place? Another soldier thought, there's a restriction at level 15, isn't there? I'm aware of his rank because I heard it earlier, but I'm complying with his orders, knowing he's completely worthy of being in command. He grits his teeth, his expression a mask of frustration. The soldier mutters, questioning why a C-ranker like himself has to follow the orders of the platoon leader. The scene shifts to the subway station, where the soldiers stand guard. Lee Heinwook continues, pointing out that they were called the rescue squad, yet they're stuck in the middle of an unlucky event. Lee Heinwook wonders aloud if there's even a plan to rescue them, or a way out. For now, he says, they'll just build a barricade at the narrow passageway entrance and bide their time. Another soldier urgently reports to the team leader that they're in big trouble. Lee Heinwook approaches Choi Seonha, asking if she's hurt. Choi Seonha, the vice platoon leader, assures him that she's there to help rescue them, stating that's what's important right now. The civilians have realized it's a double gate. Lee Heinwook demands that the person in charge come out. The civilians stand before the double gate. They question why the soldiers hid the fact that it was a double gate, suggesting it was to avoid causing chaos. The civilians express their distrust, questioning how they can trust the soldiers' words, now that the guard was right after all. They accuse the soldiers of using them as human shields to buy time. Lee Heinwook demands to know where they heard that ridiculous story. The civilians reveal that the guard with the scar on his nose told them the truth. A figure coughs, declaring that they made full preparations for this quest. Coughing, the figure laments that this opportunity was so hard to get and that it isn't fair. A figure with blue hair demands to know what the other is grumbling about, ordering them to hurry up and die. The blue-haired figure expresses his frustration, noting that all these damn villains have the same damn repertoire, stating he's fucking tired of this shit. The blue-haired figure glances to the side. The blue-haired figure looks up at a gate. Two figures are shown. A message indicates that mana is recovering rapidly. Lee Heinwook stands in what appears to be a cave entrance, flanked by winged figures. A system message appears. His health is recovering rapidly. Lee Heinwook is still surrounded by the winged figures, their presence a silent vigil. Another system notification appears. A quest has arrived. A hidden quest is revealed. Lightbearer, become the dawn of the world. The system message continues, speaking of a conspiracy of the betrayer of mankind, the villain, and a chance to become the protector of humanity, the guardian. Lee Heinwook stands before a blinding light, the winged figures behind him. The system asks, this quest will guide you to become the light of the world. Are you willing to accept the quest? Y/N. A voice responds, of course. Lee Heinwook is surrounded by several figures, his expression determined. Another voice declares, not. A system message appeared, asking if he was willing to accept the quest to become the light of the world. Jummo declared, of course. A hand wearing a ring is shown. The system responded with a resounding nod. Two winged figures looked on in shock. The system message reappeared, asking if he was sure he wanted to decline, warning him that he may not get another chance. The man mused that the Guardian quest's pretext of protecting humanity was a good one, but in the end, they're just a group after all, though the rewards would be guaranteed. The system message warned that this was an item for use and not to eat it, that a villain had appeared and he should deal with him now, that he was violating the Guardian's code of conduct and should not smile like that, and that he should grant his blessings without being caught, but that he had failed the mission and would be given a penalty. A disembodied voice declares that actions will be restricted periodically, above all, a quest. A city street bustles with pedestrians, their reflections shimmering in the wet pavement. The text warns that if a quest is misused, a Guardian could turn into a villain at any time, like humanity's worst traitor, Gordon Tracy. Below the text, a sinister grin is visible. A collage of images depicts various figures, some in positions of power, others fallen and defeated. The text states that after all, he was a guardian as well. A figure, teeth clenched, asks how many times they have to say it. They decline this quest. Two figures are visible, one with blonde hair and wings, the other with dark hair. One of them thinks Two figures are visible, one with dark hair, the other with red hair. One of them thinks A swirling vortex of golden energy pulsates with an unknown power. A lone figure stands in a cavernous space, facing a source of radiant energy. A hand crackles with blue energy, ready to unleash its power. The figure manipulates streams of blue energy in a desolate, bone-strewn landscape. A congratulatory message appears, announcing the first reward of the lucky event, the Akashic Armory, key number 2. Lee Hyun-wook holds up a key crackling with blue energy. The text reveals that this is the item the villain, Yang Juziop, was searching for, even if it meant slaughtering innocent citizens. If it's the main quest reward, there's no doubt it's an object the villains need. In that case, Lee Hyun-wook smirks, a dark amusement flickering across his face. One of the guards exclaims that something isn't right. The guard with a scar on his face states that he is the only guard with a scar on his face. He is asked to look carefully and make sure it wasn't him. Damn. Well, either way, you did hide the information about the double gate from us, didn't you? There's no guarantee you won't use us as human shields. This bastard Yang Juziop. He's causing a commotion too. Come on now, calm down. Lieutenant Major Kim Kang-seok implores the group to trust him as the captain of the AMT rescue team and listen to his instructions. The narration highlights that the team didn't give up on Seoul Station until the very end, and that Lieutenant Lee Minhui was sent where she was needed at the perfect time. A survivor questions why they should trust him, scoffing at the idea of a rescue team of just 6 people being able to rescue so many. Another survivor demands that they have a plan. Someone asks if they're going on right now. The man is told that if the second wave starts, they're all going to end up dead. A man shouts that they can't trust them. That's the only reason. The man wonders what is going on and why they are being this way. A survivor asks if they have another way since they don't trust them. The survivors look on with concern. The narration emphasizes that the rail guards fought with their lives at stake, and that should be enough. The rescue team stands ready. A tense atmosphere fills the room as survivors question who would put their lives on the line to fight for them. Gordon Tracy points accusingly at Lee Hyun-wook, demanding, "Lee Hyun-wook, you rascal, how dare you treat the citizens this way?" Lee Hyun-wook is confronted about his late arrival. Where the hell were they hiding all this time that they're only showing up now? Lee Hyun-wook calmly states, "I just blocked the double gate." A soldier thinks to himself, as expected of an S-ranker. The soldier exclaims, "You blocked the double gate all on your own? This fucker, lying with a straight face. The second wave will start soon." Lee Hyun-wook requests. All the citizens are requested to hide as best as possible. Lee Hyun-wook orders, "Guards and platoon leader, please follow me." The soldiers respond, "Yes, sir." An order rings out. "Come on now, everyone, barricade the entrance with chairs or desks and hide as best as you can." A soldier thinks, "What the hell is this commanding authority? I've got zero room to get a word in." Someone wonders, is this really the Lee Hyun-wook I know? A swirling vortex of dark energy pulses ominously. The building's interior stands silent, awaiting the next threat. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is presented with his blade and the vice platoon leader's spellbook. Jummo expresses his gratitude. A voice calls out, announcing that there is something to tell everyone. The first wave spider monster was not mentioned in the field guide. Thanks to Metal Skin and the guard force, they managed to stop it, but it was somewhat lacking for an unlucky event monster. Kim Kang-seok felt the same. Though it was certainly formidable, it was kind of strange. It is thought that this is because it was the first wave. An unlucky event is also a kind of event, so it must have stages. During the second wave, monsters that use the spider's characteristic venom might show up. Not just the vice platoon leader, but even the guards. Why the hell are they all listening to this loser? With that in mind, we must. He stands with a group of soldiers in the train station, the sign above them indicating the tracks. A text bubble at the top reads, "Wear gas masks beforehand." The text continues, explaining the situation. Also, no matter how big the Seoul Station is, if the poisonous gas keeps spreading, the citizens could be exposed to it. So we have to lure the monsters to the outside platform at all costs. The final bubble reads, "Now, let me explain." The man continues, his expression serious. "The details of this operation to you." A swirling vortex of purple energy rips open the fabric of reality, the sound of KUN echoing through the station. A monstrous form claws its way through the portal, the grating sound of cock filling the air as it emerges. The sound of Kaio reverberates. The text reads, "When the second wave starts, we must draw their attention and lure them outside." A monstrous roar tears through the station, the sound of Kwa shaking the very foundations. The sound of Yuo echoes. A figure plummets through the air, falling towards the emerging chaos. I'll be responsible for that task. The sound of Fat rings out. A monster lunges, the sound of Fat accompanying its attack. The sound of Kwa echoes through the station. The rescue team and guards stand ready outside the units. The soldiers engage the monsters in a fierce battle. One of the soldiers opens fire, muzzle flashes illuminating his masked face. The strategy is to attack the monsters lured outside from a position where they can take cover and hide. From above, the scale of the operation becomes clear, with soldiers positioned strategically around the monstrous threat. The plan is to bind their feet and bide their time, similar to the first wave. The soldiers unleash a barrage of energy attacks against a massive monster. No matter what, the order is clear: do not get close to them. The monster unleashes a devastating energy attack, its roar echoing through the battlefield. A soldier wearing a gas mask braces for the coming onslaught. The monster lunges, claws extended, ready to tear through anything in its path. The monster's foot crashes down, the impact shaking the ground. Its eyes blazing with electric blue energy, the monster unleashes a deafening roar. A figure dives towards the monstrous spider, intent on ripping off its armor. Once you find a good fighting spot, I rip off the spider's armor. The spider's armor is being attacked. The spider is being attacked. The spider is engulfed in flames. The spider roars in pain. Focus all your attacks on that part and take it down. The spider is being attacked. Two soldiers watch the battle unfold. Now, this is the key part. For a higher chance of this operation's success, the platoon leader and the vice platoon leader must lead us from a high position. A soldier asks Choi Seonha if he is with the vice platoon leader by her side. If the platoon leader continuously helps teleport using the warp ability, I can focus all my mana and stamina into ripping off the spider's armor. If the vice platoon leader continues to replenish the platoon leader's mana, I suppose we could use warp until the fight ends. Above all, the only person capable of recognizing and handling the risky situation of every unit is the vice platoon leader who's well-versed in raid tactics, isn't it? Well, with this strategy, I guess we should be able to get through without too much damage. Well, then, we'll be in your care, platoon leader. That's right. With the warp ability of Lee Minhui, the C-ranker who's a disembodied voice declares that they can easily complete this operation. Awaiting orders, the soldiers stand ready in the vast hangar. A swirling vortex of purple energy begins to materialize above. A warning echoes: the second wave will start soon. She stands ready. Lieutenant Lee Minhui commands everyone to prepare themselves. The mission parameters are clear: survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape the unlucky event. The vortex intensifies, crackling with raw power. The swirling energy coalesces, forming a terrifying portal. A deafening roar echoes through the hangar. Lieutenant Lee Minhui grits her teeth, her expression a mask of fierce determination. With unwavering resolve, Lee Minhui declares, "Oh yeah, come on now. Our plan's already done." The stark reality remains: survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. A monstrous form begins to materialize, its jagged limbs and dark hues eliciting a stunned reaction. What? The creature fully reveals itself, a towering figure of nightmare. A voice echoes in disbelief. Boss monster? No, no way. Lee Hyun-wook stares in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. This can't be happening. The boss monster looms, a swirling vortex of dark energy crackling above it. Drawing his sword, Lee Hyun-wook prepares to face the colossal threat. Terror grips Lee Hyun-wook as he screams, his face contorted in fear. A desperate cry rings out. Everybody run! A monstrous form descends from the darkness, its spider-like legs tipped with razor-sharp claws. The upper half of the beast is revealed, a grotesque parody of humanoid form. A system message flashes. A boss monster has appeared. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in disbelief. This can't be happening. A swirling vortex of dark energy crackles in the air. Hyun-wook stands his ground, facing the towering monstrosity. The future hangs in the balance. A system message blares. Defeat the boss monster. Terror grips Hyun-wook as he stares into the abyss. A desperate cry rings out. Everybody run! Has changed. Panic sets in as the soldiers in gas masks exclaim in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. A voice echoes, determined to regain control of the rapidly deteriorating situation. An order rings out: hold your positions. The command is given to lure the monster away from the civilians, no matter what. A monstrous figure descends, its grotesque form a nightmare made real. The monster unleashes a guttural roar, shaking the very foundations of the world around it. The colossal being continues its advance, an unstoppable force of destruction. Another earth-shattering roar erupts from the monster's maw, promising only death and devastation. A chilling realization dawns: the future has changed. The soldiers watch in horror as the timeline deviates from what they knew. The masked soldiers can only watch in terror as the events unfold. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in disbelief. What is happening to him? He launches an attack, a blur of motion against the encroaching darkness. The monster retaliates, its blade a streak of violet light. The creature lands heavily, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with determination. I gotta get my act together. If I don't stop it. His hand clenches into a fist, ready to strike. It'll mean annihilation. The monster lunges again, its attack a brutal smash. A warning flashes. His mana is rapidly decreasing, now at 72%. The monster's grotesque face looms, its yellow eyes burning with malevolent intent. Another warning, Metal Smash has failed. The strength of the steel is higher than the force of Metal Smash. Lee Hyun-wook's expression twists in disbelief. Metal Smash didn't work? The monster presses its advantage, its blade descending once more. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle continues. A surge of power announces the metal skill combo. He strikes, blue energy crackling around his feet as he launches himself towards the pillar. The pillar explodes in a shower of dust and debris. The metal structure shatters, light erupting from the point of impact. Gordon Tracy grits his teeth, recoiling from the force. Ugh, he got the pillar in one strike. Regular strengthening body transformation wouldn't stand a chance. Wait a minute. The dust settles, revealing the devastation. He blew away the pillar. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes narrow, focused on the next target. Landing gracefully amidst the wreckage, he prepares for the next attack. Power gathers in his hand, ready to unleash another devastating blow. He plummets downwards. The air rushes past him. Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself that this is the only way. Min-hee is confident that Lieutenant Lee Min-hee will definitely catch on. Someone shouts at Lee Hyun-wook, calling him a maniac. The soldier demands to know what Hyun-wook is doing and reminds him to lure it outside as per the plan. It is said that Tactical Action Officer Lee memorized all the tactical manuals as an officer. The man asks if she is trying to make some excuse calling him by his rank like that. He says that this time, he got out alive thanks to her warp skill. He guesses that's why she's the TDO. The man states that he is glad to have him as his partner. The man questions if memorizing books is all there is to actual battle tactics. He responds that he is letting it age in his head for use. He needs to have every tactical detail down so he can use the warp skill at the right time and place. Every single tactic is a result of my struggle for survival. What on earth is he planning to do? A figure dives through the air. The figure continues to fall. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee appears. With your profound knowledge of tactics, you'll figure out what I'm planning. The figure continues to fall. The support structure gives way, the pillar collapsing in a shower of dust and debris. Gordon Tracy observes the destruction. That brat. He's not just thoughtlessly dodging the attacks. He's directing all of the boss monster's attacks at the pillars. The voice continues, a grim assessment of the situation. But even if he takes down all the pillars, Gordon Tracy's expression hardens, a flicker of desperation in his eyes. That madman. Don't tell me. Lee Hyun-wook stands with another figure, his expression urgent. Vice Platoon Leader. Listen up. I need you to give me as much mana as possible. A voice questions the request. Huh, what for? The response comes, laced with determination. Warp zone I can right now. I'm going to create the biggest. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets downwards, desperately clinging to life. Please, my body, hang in there. A warning flashes. Asterisk warning. Your mana is rapidly decreasing. 27% mana. Asterisk. The figure prepares to unleash a powerful ability, energy crackling around them. Finally, the last pillar crumbles, the structure collapsing completely. A figure reacts with shock and disbelief as the final pillar falls. He leaps from one support beam to another, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A surge of power courses through him. Lee Hyun-wook begins a strengthening body transformation. The system informs him that a strengthening body transformation above the threshold can ruin the caster's body, costing 3% mana. He strikes out, shattering one of the pillars. He continues his assault, destroying another pillar. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, determined to continue. Another pillar crumbles under his relentless attacks. The structure groans as he destroys yet another pillar. The building above begins to crack and splinter. Lee Hyun-wook declares that he's finally broken all the pillars that were holding it up. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that it'll start crumbling soon, and he can't let Gordon Tracy catch on to this. He needs something, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A voice echoes the word, bait. Lee Hyun-wook is called a lunatic as he holds a glowing artifact. A desperate voice urges everyone to hurry up and get out of there. A monstrous, insectal creature looms, its sharp limbs a deadly threat. Someone shouts, warning that they'll activate the warp if they have to. A strained voice cries out, unable to hold out any longer, as another voice calls for the vice platoon leader to act now. A soldier, knife in hand, warns that they're all going to die if they don't act now. Lee Hyun-wook curses in frustration, his hand glowing with power. A scream pierces the air. The monstrous creature remains, a silent guardian of the warp point. The warp circle activates, debris swirling as the escape route opens. The monstrous creature continues its advance, its massive form crushing everything in its path. A close-up reveals the creature's menacing face, its yellow eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The ground trembles as the creature continues its relentless march. Its grotesque form dominates the landscape, a harbinger of destruction. Private Park Junmo, visibly relieved, mutters to himself, I knew it. I knew you could do it. A disembodied voice echoes, great job. The creature continues its advance, undeterred. The aftermath of the battle is visible in the destroyed buildings. Rain falls as a figure stands hunched over. A voice filled with anger and frustration shouts, Lee Hyun-wook, you fucking moron. The camera focuses on the figure's face, obscured by a helmet and gas mask. The figure is revealed to be Lee Heinwook. The landscape is littered with corpses, swords jutting from their lifeless forms. The bodies lie in a tangled heap, a testament to the brutal battle that took place. Lee Heinwook, standing tall amidst the carnage, says, "We lost way too many comrades in arms in this operation. The swords stand as silent witnesses to the fallen. It makes me doubt whether I even deserve to be the leader," he thinks. The woman stares at Lee Heinwook, her expression unreadable. She calls out his name, Lee Heinwook. The woman continues, her voice sharp, "You pathetic brat. Are you going to keep up with this weak talk?" Lee Heinwook's eyes narrow. Deserve? Who decides that, huh? Do you still not trust yourself? The tension hangs heavy in the air between them. A strange energy begins to gather around Lee Heinwook. A monstrous figure descends from above, its metallic body glinting in the dim light. Lee Heinwook prepares for battle, his stance firm as he faces the approaching threat. A stark warning flashes. Mana levels are critically low, teetering at a mere 3%. Bloodied and battered, Lee Heinwook whispers, his voice thick with regret. "Everyone, I'm sorry." He plummets through a shattered ceiling, the world tilting around him as debris rains down. A voice calls out, "Oi, Lee Heinwook." The Steel Emperor, now bearing an eye patch, stands resolute, his gaze unwavering. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee stands beside him, her expression grave. "Don't bear it all alone." Lee Min-hee's voice echoes with conviction. "If you get uneasy, look into the eyes of people around you who trust and follow you." The name rings out, Lee Heinwook. Below, two figures reach out towards him within a circle of arcane symbols, their faces obscured by helmets and masks. A close-up reveals the extent of Lee Heinwook's injuries, blood streaking his face and a single eye filled with pain. Rain lashes down, mirroring the turmoil within. He is caught, his fall arrested by the outstretched hands of his comrades, a fragile hope blooming amidst the chaos. The message blares, "The boss monster has appeared. Eliminate the boss monster." The countdown timer ticks down, 4 hours 59 minutes and 21 seconds. Battalion Commander. All media outlets are clamoring for a statement on the appearance of boss monsters and the measures being taken. Gordon Precy, hand raised to his brow, grits his teeth, a tick pulsing in his jaw. The words hang in the air. Soul Attack Squads, Department Head. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee listens intently as a man whispers in her ear. "The director and the vice president said to convey to you that if that's how you're going to do things." The unspoken threat hangs heavy. Your position as the head of attack squads won't last long either. These supposed. Lee Min-hee's eyes blaze with fury. "Brothers are fucking ambushing me like wild dogs." She fumes. "What a load of crap, fucking tearing me apart in unison as if they were waiting for this." Gordon Precy's face is a mask of barely contained rage. Lee Min-hee snaps. "Okay, stop glaring at me. I'll call him. All I gotta do is call him after all." Biting her lip, Lee Min-hee stares at her phone. Damn it, why him of all people? Her hand trembles as she clutches the phone. The screen displays the contact, Crazy Dog. A storm gathers. Rubble and ruins stretch across the desolate landscape. Lee Heinwook. A voice booms. "Are you planning on dying?" A lone figure stands amidst the wreckage. "You die for real," a voice declares. The future has changed, Heinwook thinks. He has no sense of how useful the information he knows is, or if it's all utterly useless now. What should I do now? I thought. Lee Heinwook, you arrogant bastard. Who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are to act on your own? Know that. Tactics are based on promises. Trust that your teammates will perform and follow the promised action at the promised time. That's the essence of all tactics. You thought acting on your own for the sake of everyone was a good thing, didn't you? Not in the slightest. Do you even trust your teammates in the first place? Sergeant Choi Seonha muses that every once in a while, such a thing happens. A disembodied voice emphasizes the need to have trust in those gazes. The voice then questions if they can truly trust. A close-up reveals a man's face, a smirk playing on his lips. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee shouts that now is not the time for this. Lee Heinwook thanks the platoon commander. An unknown soldier states that thanks to the platoon commander, he knows what to do now. He then questions what the platoon commander is doing. The narration warns that the boss monster will soon jump out from there. Lee Min-hee and Lee Heinwook stand together in the distance. The narration states that just now, someone found a way. A soldier exclaims that he is trying to swoop in all alone once again. He then states that they need to be tactical right now and use electricity. An unknown soldier states that everyone needs to work together for this tactic. He then tells everyone to listen carefully. Lee Heinwook declares that from this point onwards, the core of the boss monster raid is. The narration reveals that the platoon commander is Private Park Junmo. A group of figures in protective gear walk through a dimly lit area, the rain reflecting the harsh lights above. A figure in a gas mask looks startled, muttering, "Me again? What? And me?" The military faces a crowd of citizens at Seoul Station, the bright lights shining on their faces. The question hangs in the air, what will happen to them? A military officer looks down, contemplating the situation. They will do what is necessary. The secondary rescue team is being deployed just now. The military faces the press, addressing the situation. With the boss monster having appeared, they're sending in another low-level rescue team, which is level 15 or lower. A secondary rescue team is deployed. The insectoid monster roars, its mandibles wide. A sharp, cracking sound echoes through the chamber. The monster stands amidst a network of metal beams. From above, a grating sound emanates as the monster is observed. The monster's face is contorted in a savage snarl. A cacophony of noise erupts as the attack commences. The sound intensifies as the monster is struck. The man in the hazmat suit watches intently. The monster is struck by a powerful force. The monster is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. The guard team member barks, "Guard team, drop the water ball." The water ball descends, crashing down upon the monster. A surge of water erupts, signaling the start of the coordinated assault. The monstrous creature stands tall, awaiting the onslaught. The team activates the amplification rune, bathing the area in a golden glow. Park Junmo screams, "Lightning attack," as he prepares to unleash his power. The guard team member shouts, "Attack," as he unleashes a bolt of lightning. Blades of pure lightning crackle through the air. The combined assault strikes the monster, the amplification rune intensifying the blow. The monster growls in pain as the lightning courses through its body. The lightning tears through the monster's flesh. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, focusing his energy. Park Junmo yells, "Hang in there until the large frost rune is ready. Stop moving." The monster's face contorts in agony as the lightning continues to strike. The aftermath of the attack leaves the guard team scattered and struggling to regain their footing. One soldier crawls desperately, trying to escape the monster's looming shadow. Another member of the team struggles to rise, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. The monstrous figure towers over the fallen, its presence a suffocating threat. A voice booms, questioning the strategy. "Is your plan to defeat the boss monster by deploying a lot of low-level personnel?" The same voice continues, laced with concern. "Aren't you worried about unnecessary casualties?" The speaker reveals that this time, the secondary rescue team consists of an S-class player with no level restrictions. The Fist King, Han Tae-san. The voice declares, "And nobody else." Han Tae-san, the S-rank player the world calls Fist King, rank number 2 in Korea and number 9 in the world, arrives. A soldier kneels, exhausted, as a voice booms, "Well, you worked hard." The voice continues, "Let this big brother handle it now." Han Tae-san stands before the monstrous figure, ready to take on the challenge. A voice declares that the others should get lost and go home, for all they care. Someone exclaims that this is a real S-ranker's authority. A voice booms that he's finally here. A voice states that they don't like eating on the same table. A voice warns that if they catch someone drooling, the lazy tiger is here. The lazy tiger is ready to fight. A voice threatens that someone is fucking dead. A desperate battle unfolds against a monstrous foe. Han Tae-san, the Fist King, arrives on the scene. Han Tae-san, an S-rank player, is known throughout the world as the Fist King, ranked 2nd in Korea and 9th globally. Since the future has changed, and he can't fully trust the information he held, he was planning to give up the reward and hang in his previous life, having been in there for 5 hours. But he didn't expect Han Tae-san to show up just in time. And they could clear the dungeon because he was deployed there at the last minute. Also, the unlucky event clearing reward led to him being called the undefeatable fighter. Since he got his hands on the secret item, Manan and Mac Lyre's secret armor, a voice declares that this time will be different, adding that they don't like eating on the same table. The speaker threatens to make someone pay if they catch them drooling. The voice promises death. A voice expresses gratitude to Han Tae-san, stating that because of him, they don't need to give up on the reward. The voice continues, addressing Han Tae-san and mentioning his favorite item. A man smiles, runes swirling around him. The voice apologizes, but declares that someone is at their table, and they're eating it. A monstrous figure with glowing eyes and sharp teeth is shown. A figure with clawed hands declares that they are eating it. A close-up of the clawed hand reveals a glowing, metallic object. It sneers, its skeletal face contorted in amusement. "So you can fight, huh?" Gordon Precy's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. "Well, I can too." The monstrous figure unleashes a flurry of attacks, its limbs blurring with unnatural speed. Each strike carries the force of a battering ram, pulverizing the ground beneath. The air crackles with displaced energy as the monstrous figure continues its relentless assault. The attacks leave trails of displaced air, each blow threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The monstrous figure's assault continues, a relentless barrage of power and speed. The guard team watches in horror, their faces etched with disbelief as they witness the sheer force of the battle. "Ugh, yak." The monstrous figure pauses, its red eyes gleaming with predatory satisfaction. "Oh, not a single scratch on you." It observes Gordon Precy, its voice laced with a hint of surprise. "You're sturdier than I thought." Gordon Precy leaps forward, his expression determined. "You're making me unnecessarily competitive." He unleashes a counterattack, a blinding flash of energy erupting from his hands. He is immediately set upon by the monstrous figure, claws extended, ready to tear him apart. The claws slash downwards, aiming to cleave through Gordon Precy's defenses. The monstrous figure continues its assault, snarling, "But you know." The claws descend further, the monstrous figure's relentless attack showing no signs of stopping. The monstrous figure's assault continues with brutal intensity. The monstrous figure presses its advantage, claws extended, ready to strike again. The monstrous figure's relentless assault continues, each strike carrying immense power. The monstrous figure's attack persists, showing no mercy. Li Minhee says, "You kept on insisting, so I filled you up with some mana. Will you be okay?" Li Hien-wook replies, "Right now, your treatment is more important. I'm fine. You don't need to." Li Hien-wook continues, "Worry about me. I won't be using my body." Li Minhee looks concerned. She demands to know what trick the monstrous figure is trying to pull. Gordon Tracy erupts in maniacal laughter. The monstrous figure's fist hurtles forward. The monstrous figure is surrounded by crackling energy. The monstrous figure's hand blurs with speed. The monstrous figure's hand crushes something with immense force. Blue lightning crackles around the monstrous figure's hand as it crushes its target. Gordon Tracy's eyes widen. The monstrous figure continues to crush its target, the blue lightning intensifying. The monstrous figure's hand moves with incredible speed and power. The monstrous figure's hand continues its relentless assault. They are immediately assaulted by a barrage of energy attacks. Someone asks if the monstrous figure has a death wish. The monstrous figure warns someone not to drool on their table. Gordon Tracy remarks that even for an S-ranker, the monstrous figure is unethical in their trades. The monstrous figure asks what Gordon Tracy said, implying they are a bit too something. Gordon Tracy declares that the monstrous figure is the one who interrupted their raid. Gordon Tracy wonders if his team could have taken the monstrous figure without him. Gordon Tracy wonders who the arrogant lunatic is. The monstrous figure is surprised. The monstrous figure shouts, demanding how someone dares to play tricks. The monstrous figure is struck by another energy attack. Someone declares that they are the ones who endured until the fatal crisis point passed. He leveled his hand, a sphere of crackling blue energy coalescing in his palm. "You swoop in at the last minute acting like you're a hero? No damn way I'm letting you steal this." The energy erupted from Li Hien-wook's hand, a searing beam of azure light aimed directly at the monstrous figure. The monstrous figure was engulfed in the blast, a maelstrom of blue and orange energy swirling around its form. Li Hien-wook roared, his face contorted in fury as he channeled more power into the attack. The energy intensified, the monstrous figure now completely obscured by the blinding light. Tendrils of energy lashed out, the air crackling with raw power. The monstrous figure remained trapped within the vortex of energy, the outcome uncertain. The monstrous figure lies defeated, the air thick with the smell of ozone. Archer stands over the fallen beast, his stance radiating exhaustion and triumph. Energy dissipates, leaving only the faintest trails of light. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the environment, sending debris flying in all directions. The echoes of destruction reverberate as dust and rubble rain down. The ground is scarred and broken, a testament to the battle's intensity. A system message flashes, "You have defeated the boss monster. This area is now free from all restrictions." The restrictions fade, revealing a clear sky above. A voice exclaims, "Oh, look, the boss monster was defeated less than 5 minutes." The announcement rings out. After the Fist King, Han Tae-san entered. The city skyline emerges as the dust settles. A final message declares, "The event dome is disappearing with a loud boom as the quest has been cleared." The dreadful state of Seoul Station is now visible. The situation is so dire that we cannot guarantee the survival of the citizens. The gates open. Someone shouts, "Wait, you can't go in there." A woman cries out, "Mom," as she runs towards another figure. A woman asks, Mom, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" A hand gently touches a back. A woman says, "You were scared, weren't you?" "I'm okay. Sorry for making you." Tears stream down a woman's face. The two women embrace in front of Seoul Station, a sob escaping one of them. Breaking news. A news report announces that a miracle has occurred. All the people in Seoul Station survived. A system message congratulates the survivors of the unlucky event, the venomous ironclad Spider Queen, and promises lucky rewards based on contribution. Another system message congratulates the player for assisting in the defeat of the boss monster, earning them a lucky reward. The Cloud Blade is being imbued with an unknown energy, currently at 24%. Private Park receives a lucky reward for defeating the boss monster. A golden necklace with a blue gem pendant is shown. Congratulations! You have obtained Manin and Maclyre's secret armor. The hero-grade armor levels up through battles, creates a thin layer of transparent armor when infused with mana, and has a subspace feature for storing items. In this way, he protected the Seoul Station. Li Hien-wook holds up a golden chain, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A voice booms out, calling him a cheeky bastard and demanding an explanation. His electric blue eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. Li Hien-wook wonders aloud about his reward, already slurping the item. Sweat glistens on his brow as he stares intently. A voice declares that despite butting in at the last minute and persisting, the truth won't change. A voice asks if they have to lecture him on the system again. The system message states that the boss monster takes up 7% of the contribution to the event reward. A figure in a long coat declares that no matter what shit you. A voice states that people pulled off earlier, so their contribution is much higher. He had been 6 months into isolated training when he was forced to abandon it to deal with this mess. So he needed at least a hero-grade item to balance things out. Now he asks again, how will you make up for it? The monstrous figure, eyes blazing with fury, barks, "Oi, you cheeky bastard." The words echo with barely contained rage. My reward. Lee Hyun-wook demands. Your reward? We're the ones who stopped the second wave and the boss. The monstrous figure retorts. You should be thankful for getting second rank despite butting in at the last minute. The monstrous figure explains. Slaying the boss monster takes up 7% of the contribution to the event reward. Lee Hyun-wook states flatly. That means no. The monstrous figure threatens. Now, let me ask you again. The monstrous figure's eyes narrow, the threat palpable. The monstrous figure asks, how will you make up for it? Lee Hyun-wook smirks, a hint of disbelief in his expression. He's got to be kidding me. An explosion rips through the environment, a lone figure standing defiant amidst the chaos. The monstrous figure's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury. He roars, do you get whose time you've dared to mess with? The monstrous figure stands ready, prepared to unleash his power. The memory echoes in Lee Hyun-wook's mind. You can spit all the bullcrap about solitary training or your contribution. It doesn't matter, because if I had to be compensated fairly. For all the time he spent fighting, the monstrous figure stands victorious over his fallen foes. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He thinks, no reward could ever make up for it. The monstrous figure's eye narrows, a predatory glint within. He screams, you fucking lunatic. A fiery figure stands tall, radiating intense heat. Someone is sent flying through the air, crashing through debris. Han Tae-sun's name echoes. Choi Seonha demands, what the hell are you doing right now? A man asks, Yuhaina? Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-seok is identified as a druid, named Namsan's King of Mountains, a B-rank player ranked 166 in South Korea. Someone asks, what are you doing right now? A voice replies, nice timing. A woman exclaims, oh my good work, great tiger, Mr. Han Tae-san. A voice says, it was an honor to meet you too. Another voice questions, what? A third mutters, this crazy. The scene shows multiple characters in a city setting. Someone asks, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay? A man yells, get over here right. An authoritative voice booms, demanding that Han Tae-sun cease his actions immediately. A woman with auburn hair, styled in an elaborate braided updo, expresses her confusion about the unfolding events. The panel introduces Yuhaina, the second daughter of the leader of Korea's most powerful civilian guild, Blue Flower, and an A-rank player. A helicopter flies over a scene of devastation, a voice urgently instructing everyone to listen carefully, emphasizing that the whole nation is involved. The voice continues, warning of consequences if anyone causes a ruckus. Han Tae-sun stands alongside Yuhaina, as she states that something is impossible. A man with long brown hair grits his teeth, a sound effect indicating his exertion. A voice announces the imminent arrival of the Brigadier General. A swirling vortex of energy crackles with power. A booming voice declares, teleport open. A figure stands within a glowing teleportation portal amidst a scene of destruction. Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol remarks on Han Tae-sun's unusual presence, revealing himself as the one who possesses military force rivaling a tactical weapon through the casting of large-scale, wide-ranging magic. The man's gaze is fixed on something in the distance. Yuhaina's expression is one of surprise. Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol remarks, oh, even the Blue Flower Guild Master's daughter's here, huh? Is there a problem here? Choi Jung-cheol gives a knowing wink. Yuhaina retorts, if it's the Blue Flower Guild, there must be no problems, right? Seriously, that sly old man. Her tone drips with sarcasm. The devastation of Seoul Station stretches before them. Han Tae-sun asks, by the way, Han Tae-san, why is Seoul Station in this condition? Han Tae-sun's expression hardens. The unspoken accusation hangs in the air. Have cleared a gate at this level without any damage, couldn't you? Han Tae-sun exclaims, whatever. I didn't destroy the... Yuhaina interrupts, her eyes wide. What do you mean you're not the first? Han Tae-sun replies, anyway, I fulfilled all of your conditions. He states that they have to keep their promise. A massive explosion erupts in the distance. Yuhaina covers her face, questioning if this was merely a level 15 unlucky event. A disembodied voice wonders who on Earth ranked first. Yuhaina, Kim Kang-seok, and Lee Hyun-wook stand amidst the devastation. Kim Kang-seok states that military records specify control up to 300 G, but the report suggests they can control way more than that. Yuhaina exclaims, oh, that guy. Someone states that the records are wrong as Yuhaina, Kim Kang-seok, and Lee Hyun-wook stand together. Yuhaina is shocked, exclaiming, what? F. Ranker. Kim Kang-seok says, ho ho, isn't this exciting, to Choi Jung-cheol. Yuhaina, amidst the destruction, says, my head hurts. What on earth is going on here? The camera pans to a building. They walked side by side, the sounds of their footsteps echoing in the sterile environment. A soldier's face is shown. Choi Jung-cheol's eyes narrowed. He thought, I gotta be on high alert. Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol is not a man to be trifled with. His powers warranted him the reputation of a tactical nuclear weapon. A nuclear explosion is shown. But this man is remarkably clever as well, because he was the one the necromancer was most wary of, and had attempted several assassination attempts against. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook stated, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, sir, yes, sir. Choi Jung-chil asked, care to report to me what happened? Earlier? As I thought. In comparison to my recorded abilities. Lee Hyun-wook recalls a time not long ago when he caught his second elite monster. His abilities instantly improved with an achievement message saying, Dunce's Rebellion. Instead of the 300G the Brigadier General mentioned, he can control nearly 17 kilograms and has gained a few skills. Choi Jung-chil muses, calling it an achievement. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that systems are certainly just as uncommon as quests. He worries that the world must not find out that the F-rankers can progress yet. Lee Hyun-wook pleads. Choi Jung-chil says that as far as achievements go, let's just say it's a possibility. Lee Hyun-wook wonders what this is. He describes this as an icky feeling, guessing he can't. Choi Jung-chil says he'd really call him an F-ranker, then. Lee Hyun-wook says no way. The Brigadier General wonders if he wants to scout him as well, telling him that he has done a fantastic job. Choi Jung-chil suggests that there should be a reward for that, asking if there is an item he wants. Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself that that wasn't the case. The Brigadier General offers magic armor, or anything else he'll give to him. Lee Hyun-wook asks if that is so. The corporal admits that there is a weapon he wants, but he doesn't think even a Brigadier General like Choi Jung-chil could give it to him so easily. Choi Jung-chil asks what it is, saying he can't bring himself to give up. Lee Hyun-wook states that he wants one of his treasured items. Choi Jung-chil is shocked, exclaiming that he wants a hero rank item, fail not. Elsewhere, the camera pans to Seoul Station. Choi Jung-chil laughs, telling Lee Hyun-wook that he's got guts of steel. The Brigadier General says that they will have a chat when he gets another badge right here. Choi Jung-chil tells Corporal Lee Hyun-wook that he will get a special promotion. He expresses his gratitude, sir. What? A lively lad. The officer changed the subject in an instant, a relief washing over him. He'll be able to stay hidden for a while longer, and a few days later, 3rd AMT Brigade, 1st Battalion. Manan and Mac Lyre's secret armor is being digested. In vivo furnace efficiency 150%. 16 hours 19 minutes and 59 seconds to go until metal absorption. Hero rank items. It's taking so long. Are hard to digest after all, I guess. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, aren't we going to train? Private Choi Min-jae stands next to Private Park Junmo, both wearing military uniforms. A text bubble reads, gosh, these nauseating rascals. A bandaged man lies in bed, pulling at his shirt. He exclaims, oi, don't you see I'm a patient? A text bubble states, you can just coach us at the front. We'll follow you closely behind. Private Choi Taeyong, Private Park Sungmo, and Private Kim Kyung-jin stand together in their military uniforms. A speech bubble says, that's right. A figure in military gear holds a glowing weapon aloft. A text bubble reads, the core of this boss raid is Private Park Junmo. A woman with long red hair looks on with a slight smile. The word trust is displayed prominently. A door stands slightly ajar. A group of soldiers stands at attention, saluting a figure in bed. Private On Min-tae salutes, wearing a camouflage uniform. A text bubble reads, believe in On Min-tae, after receiving orders to return to the support squad from the Military General Hospital. A text bubble states, reporting for duty, sir. Reward items are important. I realize that there are more important things around me. On Min-tae is embraced by Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook asks, Senior Lee Hyun-wook, for coming back to me safely. Lee Hyun-wook asks, what else you brat? For coming right in time for training. On Min-tae replies, I didn't hear that well. Sir, while I'm with these guys in this life. The other soldiers cheer. Lee Hyun-wook and On Min-tae walk together. Let's go. It's training time. I guess it wouldn't hurt to let them watch my back. A phenomenon unfolds, where multiple gates explosively appear within a specific area, creating a wave of unknown energy. In the near future, this wave will sweep across Seoul, threatening to engulf the city. A monstrous dragon descends, turning the city into a living hell with its fiery breath. Amidst the chaos, only one knows this future, burdened with the knowledge of the impending doom. That one is him, standing defiant against the encroaching flames. The man is surrounded by the inferno, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. He wonders if he will be able to stop the wave by himself, the weight of the world heavy on his shoulders. The man gazes out at the unfolding catastrophe, a grim resolve hardening his features. Could they survive amidst it all? The question hangs in the air, unanswered. No, he realizes for sure this time, steeling himself for the battle ahead. Private On Min-tae salutes sharply, having received orders to return to the support squad from the Military General Hospital. Lee Hyun-wook, with a pained expression, wonders how they could start with this of all things. A close-up reveals the intensity in Lee Hyun-wook's eyes. An unseen figure shouts, questioning why they are so intimidated, given that they cleared the unlucky event. Someone collapses to the ground as the unseen figure declares, all of you. The figure on the ground recalls that even Junmo leveled up at that time, and that they were just backups. Lee Hyun-wook expresses his frustration. Another figure offers to be their backup. A door is shown. The group outside reacts to the situation. Someone shouts, demanding to know what they are doing and ordering them to get in there quickly. A smirk spreads across a character's face. Sound effects echo. A group of soldiers calls out, their voices echoing in the enclosed space. The soldiers cry out, "Wait, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook." A lone figure stands before a large gate, the sounds of desperation filling the air. "What is that? Please save us." The desperate plea continues. "Lee Hyun-wook." Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens, a determined glint in his eyes. A voice declares, "Now?" A tribute training begins. The scene shifts to a building, sunlight glinting off its windows. Someone refers to him as the Corporal Uncle. Two soldiers whisper amongst themselves. "HM? Who? Come on, it's the F-rank uncle who hard-carried the blockade operation and the unlucky event." One asks, "That's him?" One of the soldiers thinks, "Oh my, I thought he'd be a real burly-looking guy, but that's not the case at all." Lee Hyun-wook stands in a store, browsing the shelves, seemingly oblivious to the whispers about him. A thought bubble appears. Those brats, this should cheer them up a bit. He scratched at his ear, a puzzled expression on his face. Why were his ears so itchy? Two soldiers stood in the PX. Lieutenant Lee Min, he wondered if it wasn't time for Lee Hyun-wook's personal training. Lee Hyun-wook stated that he came to the PX for energy supplements for his subordinates who are training right now. Someone wondered who they were glaring at, thinking, "Don't tell me he's." Lee Hyun-wook stood with another soldier. "Oh, this person. I heard you received the Dungeon's Rebellion achievement?" Lee Hyun-wook replied, "I did." The report was convincing. Lieutenant Lee Min, he stands in the PX, her expression unreadable. The lieutenant faces Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. She believes there's something else. Lee Min, he accuses him. He's hiding something. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook wonders if he could be hiding. Lieutenant Lee Min, he thinks to herself that Lee Hyun-wook acts at strange times, as if he already knows what'll happen, as if he has intel that they don't, or maybe some other aim. The lieutenant presses him, but Lee Hyun-wook claims he's not sure what she means by that. She wonders if he knows something she doesn't. Lee Hyun-wook denies that he's telling her anything. Sergeant Kim Si-hee denies saying anything. The unknown female's eyes widen. An announcement is broadcast from the admin room. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is ordered to report to the battalion commander's office immediately. A voice crackles over the radio, announcing that the battalion commander has called for Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. He grimaces, muttering about the timing as Lieutenant Lee Min looks on. She questions if it's about the platoon leader. A woman's voice echoes in his mind, warning him that she is watching him and ordering him to go now. He salutes, wishing her a good day. He breathes a sigh of relief, glad to have made it out, but reminds himself to steer clear of Seo Yun-ha. He wonders what the summons could be about. Walking down the hallway, he thinks to himself that this can't be called a. He arrives at the battalion commander's office. He knocks on the door, thinking that if they send them there, all of their men will die. He gasps and salutes, his expression a mix of surprise and apprehension. The soldier stands at attention as Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol is announced. Choi Jung-cheol's expression is stern as he looks at the soldier. Choi Jung-cheol raises a hand, silencing the soldier. Enough. A narration box explains that a few days ago, a red gate opened in the Shinram area. Meanwhile, a close-up of intense eyes reveals the speaker's frustration. The Blue Flower Guild had the raid rights for it. A soldier is impaled by a sword, blood spraying from the wound. The battlefield is a chaotic scene of armored figures clashing amidst a red haze. A soldier is struck by a blast of red energy, sending him flying. A figure in white robes shouts in desperation, "Get a grip. You're members of the same guild, so why the hell? Stop for God's sake." The robed figure runs through the carnage, a desperate plea against the madness. Eyes wide with terror, a soldier gasps. He lost their mind. They've all gone crazy. A scream pierces the air amidst the chaos. The figure is surrounded by a red haze, their face contorted in terror. The sound of screams echoes. The annihilation of blue flowers? The gate has been declared trouble rank 3. Corpses litter the ground around the ominous portal. Two soldiers stand in an office, seemingly discussing the recent events. I don't remember an incident like this happening. With an entry limit of level 18 or lower, a limit of 30 players, I'm told it's a zombie dungeon with an impossible to leave until raid successful after. Zombie. He is haunted by the image of a monstrous figure looming behind him. Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol explains that the haughty Blue Flower Guild sacrificed a bunch of their talented rookies and still failed at the raid. The Brigadier General believes that dungeon raiding is a guild affair, so their troops don't necessarily need to step up. Choi Jung-cheol states that he thinks Lee Hyun-wook is the right man for the job. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook wonders if this didn't happen in his previous life. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that if it's a zombie, it could be related to the necromancer, and he has to be the one doing that raid. Choi Jung-cheol says he'll give the red gate a shot, thinking that this guy is as he thought. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that he's got to take what he can get, right? He admits that he doesn't think he can take on the red gate raid. Brigadier General Choi Jung-cheol's fail not was the subject of a previous discussion. Lee Hyun-wook says if he is given the fail not, he'll make sure to chase after success. Fail not. The one-shot arrow that never missed, used by Sir Tristan, a character that appeared in the Legend of King Arthur. Despite its incredible accuracy and magic nullifying effect, it is difficult to retrieve. The text explains that fail not can only be used as a weapon once. So, even in the Brigadier General's hands, it's a treasured weapon that's like a last resort. The fail knot glows with a faint blue light. But in the hands of someone like him, who controls metal, it's a whole different story. Brigadier General Choi Jung-chil narrows his eyes. Choi Jung-chil states that makes this a deal, not a favor, then. The text declares that Lee Hyun-wook will have to bear the full brunt of the risk if he fails. Lee Hyun-wook thinks that high-risk bets usually. One of the soldiers declares that he'll give the red gate a shot. The other soldier thinks that he has guts, reminding him of the fail knot Brigadier General Choi Jung-chil talked about last time. The soldier with the dark blue hair says that if he gives it to him, he will bear the full brunt of the risk if he fails. He thinks to himself that he'll make sure to succeed at the raid. His eyes narrow with determination. The older soldier states that makes this a deal, not a favor, then. The blue-haired soldier replies that high-risk bets are usually well rewarded. The soldier smiles, thinking that he will have a big payoff after all. He thinks to himself that sending executives as leaders for dungeon raids is the norm. Despite that, he thinks Brigadier General Choi Jung-chil is sending him, a regular soldier, as the raid leader, probably because of his rivalry with the Blue Flower Guildmaster, Yoo Jae-yuk. He concludes that if he's successful at the raid, it'll be a perfect victory for a common soldier like him against an elite player of the Blue Flower. Even if it fails, it won't necessarily be their failure in the raid, since they'd only have participated in the raid as a backup. For Blue Flower, if he succeeds, it'll put the claims of AMT being useless to sleep, and he'll also win in the war of nerves against Blue Flower Guild. This is great. He'll give him fail knot right away. It is a win-win situation for Brigadier General Choi Jung-chil. Busy enough with the raid. This old chameleon. But he doesn't plan on just being taken advantage of. Since he knows he'll be. He'd like to ask for an additional reward. Look at him, huh? As long as he succeeds at the raid, he promises to hear him out. Thank you, sir. The voice declares that they will make sure to succeed at the raid at all costs. The sound of something approaching echoes. The sound intensifies. A group of figures stand atop a large, winged creature. One of the men asks if the sir is back, panting heavily. Another voice replies that he is a bit late. The man with curly hair states that the C-rank training grounds are no big deal. A voice declares that they are now confident they can. A sinister smile spreads across his face. He orders everyone to armor up. A group of people stand together, a question mark floating above them. The man shouts for the support squad. The armored figure stood amidst the carnage, the city skyline a distant backdrop to the immediate horror. Crimson painted the world. A single eye widened in disbelief, reflecting the surrounding nightmare. The armor, once pristine, was now a canvas of blood and gore. A face, contorted in pain and shock, was masked by the crimson tide. A figure signaled for silence, a desperate attempt to maintain order amidst the chaos. The screams echoed through the air as the unseen assailant continued their assault. Save me. A whirlwind of steel and blood consumed the remaining soldiers. The T-Team leader roared, his voice a desperate cry against the overwhelming onslaught. T-Team leader. Terror etched itself onto the leader's face, a stark reflection of the team's impending doom. The aftermath was a gruesome tapestry of blood and broken bodies. The fallen leader lay still, another casualty in the brutal conflict. He shouts the order, calling in the AMT raid squad. The T-Team leader commands them to fire. It's okay, even if they don't have the destructive power of high-level players, Lee Hyun-wook thinks. Another member of the guard team agrees, stating that they won't be able to deal critical damage. Lee Hyun-wook asks what the other member of the guard team means. Lee Hyun-wook explains that even if they were to use holy bullets in their rifle, to Dungeon's executive-level monsters, they'd be rubber bullets at best. The reason they're using a rifle for this assault, Lee Hyun-wook states, is because of the noise. The guard team member questions the noise. Lee Hyun-wook clarifies that it's not their hearing, so while their firearms can't kill them, they can disorient them. The squad stands ready, armed with rifles. Then, Lee Hyun-wook says, they won't be able to perceive them. Generally speaking, the guard team member explains, zombies have degenerated senses. The zombies in this dungeon have other senses that are working as well. In that case, the narrator states, their chances of succeeding at the raid are slim. Most of the squad will become zombies. But what if all hell will break loose as they kill each other? Choi Taeyong peered through the scope, his target locked in his sights. Now, he barked. The sniper, Choi Taeyong, A-rank, trait, sniper, unleashed a barrage of bullets. The bullets struck the skull-like monster, but it remained standing. The monster towered over the team, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The monster began to fall. On Minte shouted, On Minte, as he and the team threw grenades. The grenades bounced on the ground, their timers ticking down. The grenades exploded, engulfing the monster in flames. The explosion blurred the vision. The monster's face was visible through the flames, its expression one of agony. The team stood behind their shields, ready for anything. On Minte, A-rank, trait, tank. The monster roars, its form distorted by the red energy. The guttural roar continues, shaking the very air. The monster's rage echoes through the chamber. The soldiers are caught in the monster's assault, their figures dwarfed by its immense power. The monster's growls reverberate, a symphony of destruction. The soldiers are overwhelmed, their armor failing against the onslaught. The monster's attack leaves the soldiers battered and broken. The monster continues its relentless assault, its power seemingly limitless. The soldiers struggle to maintain their ground against the overwhelming force. The monster's fury rains down upon the beleaguered soldiers. Choi Min-jae, Park Sung-mo, and Kim Kyung-jin prepare to change magazines, bracing themselves for the next wave of attack. Change magazines. Soldiers stumble backward, thrown off balance by an unseen force. The air crackles with an ominous energy. A figure stands amidst a storm of electric blue energy, surrounded by floating weapons. The air hums with power. The soldier's face is grim, his eyes narrowed with determination as he prepares for the onslaught. A finger tightens on the trigger, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence. Another soldier is sent flying, his body ragdolling through the air. The battlefield erupts in a cacophony of explosions and screams as the soldiers are cut down. The smell of ozone and blood fills the air. The sound of gunfire and explosions intensifies, a relentless barrage tearing through the ranks. More soldiers fall, their armor shattered and bodies riddled with holes. The ground is stained crimson. The air vibrates with the force of the unseen attacks, each impact a death knell. The remaining soldiers are overwhelmed, their desperate struggle proving futile against the relentless assault. Weapons float in the air, glowing with malevolent energy, poised to deliver the final blow. A final soldier is struck down, his body blurring as he falls, joining his comrades in death. Heavy footsteps echo through the darkness, the sound of boots on rough terrain. Kim Kyung-jin, an E-ranker with the trait of thief, looks up, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A blinding explosion erupts, bathing the surroundings in a crimson light. A towering figure emerges from the smoke, its form wreathed in shadow and menace. The monster holds aloft a glowing orb, crackling with arcane energy. A soldier thinks that the item is at least rare grade. A monstrous skull grins, a harbinger of death and destruction. The skull-faced monster looms, its presence radiating raw power. Screams tear through the air, a chorus of terror and agony. The monster stands amidst the carnage, a silent testament to its brutal power. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers, battered and exhausted, trudge through the desolate landscape. One of the soldiers collapses, his legs giving out beneath him. He groans in pain. Another soldier remarks that he thought he'd die right there, but it seems the crisis has been averted for now. He felt a prickling unease. Something didn't feel right. Kim Kyung-jin considered the situation. There weren't as many zombies as expected. Above all, why was the boss monster's name distorted in the notification? He refocused, muttering about the gate. The mission wasn't over yet. A guard team member responded with nervous agreement, urging everyone to move quickly. Kim Kyung-jin gave the order. Go. The team advanced through the red-tinged landscape. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stood silhouetted against the crimson sky, a serpentine presence coiled around him. The figure's face emerged from the shadows, revealing a sinister smile and sharp fangs. The shadowy figure mused, wondering if some interesting ones had come in. The soldiers continued their advance, weapons raised, unaware of the presence watching them. The red-tinged landscape stretched before them, an ominous sign of the dangers ahead. There's nothing here. Nothing near the dungeon. No facilities, no zombies, nothing. We don't see anything at all. I've raided countless dungeons, but this is my first time seeing a place this strange. It's my first time seeing a place this strange. 20 meters behind him, an unfamiliar metal suddenly started moving. An unseen force strikes the soldier. W8. Spare me, a voice pleaded. I'm a human, the voice insisted. A figure emerged from the shadows. I was hiding because I thought you were zombies. He raises his hands, identifying himself as a survivor from the 3rd Raid Squad. The survivor is Kim T-Seep, affiliated with the Blue Flower Guild. He is a D-ranker, a sniper with stealth as his main skill. A soldier confirms that he is a survivor, and, on top of that, he's alone. Kim T-Seep apologizes, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He asks if they can give him water or something to eat. The information reveals that the Gugwang group just sent a secret cooperation letter to all big guilds, identifying Kim T-Seep as a raid leader. The scene shifts to the Blue Flower Guild's temporary ops room in Silumdong, where a discussion is underway. Apparently, regular soldiers were sent in for this raid. The question is posed, so what does it say? The player who retrieves his grandson's body and the hero grade, Spear of Achilles in the 2nd joint raid, will be given 80 billion in rewards, as well as massive sponsorship on behalf of the Blue Flower Guild to the player's guild. Their first priority in this mission was to retrieve the spear. Then, at the gate entrance, a memory surfaces. The narration explains that the famous Spear of Achilles is here, and that the chairman's 2nd grandson, Gu Donghoon, failed in the 1st raid. With the Spear of Achilles, that was like the symbol of Gugwang Group. On Minte is seen eating. The narrator exclaims, so that's why. The flashback continues, revealing that they were so hostile to us when it was a joint raid. The soldiers stand guard. On Minte is asked what's wrong. He replies, nothing. There. A man wrapped in a snake asks, what's all this? The snake man thinks he thought some fun ones came in this time, but they're all just chatting. The snake man is surrounded by monsters. A voice declares that it's time to make things fun. A sudden, confused exclamation echoes. The guard team member suddenly senses a multitude of different metals. The count begins, 12. The numbers climb higher, 39, 70. The count skyrockets to 120. A horde of monstrous figures fills the area. The Snake Man is surrounded by the monstrous horde. A close-up reveals a sinister grin and sharp fangs. The guard team member realizes the metal count keeps increasing. The guard team member declares that this is dangerous. The chairman's second grandson, Gu Donghoon, had failed in the first raid, while he had the Spear of Achilles, the symbol of Gugwang Group, on him. That's why they were so hostile to us despite it being a joint raid. A soldier looks up, startled by the revelation. Gu Donghoon suddenly senses a bunch of different metals. He thought the ones that came in this time were fun, but they're all just chatting. Gu Donghoon decides he's got to make it fun then. 1270. A barrage of projectiles is incoming, numbering over 100. More and more metal objects are detected, rapidly approaching their position. The situation is escalating. The incoming projectiles pose a significant threat. The T-Team leader barks out orders. The squad is instructed to focus and execute Plan C. On Min-tae and Choi Min-jae are among the team members preparing for the incoming threat, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. The order is given to set up the equipment, the team moving with practiced efficiency. The T-Team leader commands them to execute potion doping, preparing for the onslaught. The team members respond with a resounding "Sir." Yes, sir. Quickly consuming potions labeled Mana Star 100 and HP Star 100. The team members gulp down the potions, their faces etched with worry as they wonder what's wrong. The Mana Star potion will continuously replenish regular mana stats for 5 minutes, while the HP Star potion will continuously replenish regular stamina stats for 6 minutes. Park Junmo, his face set with determination, prepares for the coming onslaught, blue energy crackling around his hand. Private Park Junmo is told that he has to do something, the urgency palpable in the air. The soldiers stand at attention. One of them asks what is going on. Another soldier replies that he understood everything. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook demands to know what Plan C is. The T-Team leader orders them to follow right behind him unless they want to turn into a zombie. Lee Hyun-wook looks shocked, questioning what the T-Team leader means. A monstrous roar echoes through the area. The word "run" is scrawled in the air. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in terror. The soldiers are surrounded by floating orbs. The soldiers begin to flee. The soldiers continue to run, the floating orbs surrounding them. A member of the AMT raid squad yells for everyone to withdraw from the current zone. Iron beads infused with divine power rain down upon a horde of zombies. Kim T-Seep, encircled by the serpentine coils, gazes upward at the falling beads. He muses, realizing the iron beads are infused with divine power. So he was the bait for a reason. Kim T-Seep continues, his expression thoughtful, but with all the noise from the beads. The disembodied voice declares, the other zombies will go crazy. A skull, adorned with a crown of spikes, looms ominously. Elsewhere, a figure with a long white hair stands with a cape, surrounded by armored figures. The skull's presence intensifies, the word GRA echoing around it. A close-up of the skull reveals its menacing grin. A figure stands over another, the scene obscured by a red haze. Among the zombie gnolls, he sensed a metal that was of a completely different rank. A person? Who is he? Is he a villain? A figure stood amidst a red haze. No way. Is that? The man's red eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity. The zombie gnolls stood frozen, awaiting their fate. Running towards the scene, Kim T-Seep prepared for the unknown. The zombie gnolls were crushed by an unseen force. Even their helmets offered no protection against the overwhelming power. The zombie gnolls were completely annihilated. He initiates a skill combo, energy crackling around him. The energy intensifies, swirling around him as he prepares the next stage of the attack. Donghoon scoffs, muttering, "TCH, did I expect too much?" He notes that the iron beads with divine power he prepared so diligently, and his energy, looks like he's out of both. Kim T-Seep focuses, his eyes burning with power as he channels his energy. The air crackles as the attack begins to manifest, shards of energy forming around him. The shards rain down upon the zombie gnolls, piercing their forms. Donghoon observes, aren't those the shards of the iron beads he smashed earlier? Kim T-Seep unleashes the full force of his power, his hand glowing with intense energy. The steel rain descends, obliterating the remaining zombie gnolls. He activates the skill, blue energy crackling around him as the words "free fall" appear in a burst of light. The free fall skill manifests as a torrent of red energy streams descending towards the monstrous figures below. One of the monstrous figures is struck by the descending energy, its form contorting under the force of the impact. The barrage of energy continues to rain down, a mix of red and blue streaks illuminating the dark landscape. Kim T-Seep plummets downwards, surrounded by the swirling energy of his attack. The ground rushes up to meet him, obscured by the crimson glow of the free fall skill. In the distance, the monstrous figures stand silhouetted against the blood-red sky, awaiting their fate. A monstrous scream echoes through the air as another figure is consumed by the devastating power of the attack. The sound of the impact reverberates, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Kim T-Seep continues his descent, a blazing comet of blue and red energy hurtling towards the earth. The monstrous figure is obliterated, its form dissolving into nothingness under the intense energy. The final echoes of the attack fade away, leaving behind a scene of devastation. A golden orb pulses with an inner light, casting long shadows across the unseen chamber. A monstrous figure, wreathed in dark energy, stands motionless, its presence radiating an oppressive aura. In the distance, a group of soldiers stands silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, their purpose unknown. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, his face etched with concern, demands, "What are you doing right now? Wasn't the plan to sacrifice one guy and run away?" Lee Hyun-wook continues, his voice rising in disbelief. "What kind of ridiculous plan is that?" The narration reveals, this was a deception operation meant to lure the zombies away from Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook exclaims, "From the very start." A monstrous skull, adorned with a crown of spikes, emanates an aura of death. Another monstrous figure looms over a fiery landscape, its presence a harbinger of destruction. Kim Tae-seep, now bearing a serpentine appendage, reflects, so he wasn't the bait to begin with. They were really planning to raid the place. I never could have expected that. A figure with braided hair and piercing red eyes stares intently, their expression unreadable. The shadowy figure grins, revealing sharp teeth, and exclaims, "These guys would be so much fun." He watches the scene unfold, a silent observer amidst the chaos. Is he laughing? What the hell is this guy's deal? What is his objective in entering the raid gate? Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the fallen, his expression unreadable. Most of all, he mixes right in with the zombies. Is he really the guy I think he is? Kim Tae-seep's serpentine appendage looms menacingly as he stares down at an unseen foe. "Now I want to know what your blood tastes like." Kim Tae-seep's red eyes gleam with malicious intent as he holds the spear aloft. The snake-like appendage coils around Kim Tae-seep, a silent promise of violence. Kim Tae-seep declares, "I'm going to soak this spear in your blood." A voice booms out, filled with barely restrained anger. "Hey, I'm going to ask you this just one time." The unseen figure presses, demanding, "Are you necromancer?" A flicker of fury ignites in his crimson eyes. He begins, "How do you?" The voice cuts him off, incredulous. Is he not the necromancer? The unseen man threatens, "If you want a peaceful death, you better speak up now." He retorts, his voice laced with suspicion, "How do you know of the necromancer?" The man in the suit demands, his voice rising, "Who on earth are you?" He gasps, his eyes widening in shock. "You." A man with sharp features and piercing red eyes grips a long, ornate spear. He vows to soak the spear in someone's blood. The man stands tall, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he holds the spear. A voice demands to know if he knows of the necromancer, giving him only one chance to answer. A young man with dark hair shouts, his expression intense. The man with red eyes is asked if he is the necromancer. His gaze is sharp, focused. The man is asked again if he knows of the necromancer. He is asked who he is. The young man observes that the dead zombies aren't resurrecting. Considering the man's reaction, it dawns on him that the man is not the necromancer. Lee Hyun-wook demands, "How are you connected to him?" The red-eyed man's lips curl back in a snarl, revealing sharp teeth. He spits out, "Lunatic. It seems you don't quite understand the situation you're in." Lee Hyun-wook retorts, "So you're not the necromancer, huh?" The archer private lunges, demanding, "I asked you how the hell you know about him." The shadowy figure intercepts the attack. He calls Lee Hyun-wook a rascal. The Steel Emperor parries the blow. The red-eyed man grits his teeth, muttering, "This little," he thinks, had it not been for the fusion of Manin and Mac Lyre's secret armor with steel body, his arm would have been cut off. Blue energy spears rain down, striking the shadowy figure with pinpoint accuracy. The barrage intensifies, forcing the shadowy figure to the ground. Surrounded by the ethereal blue light, the shadowy figure sneers. "Did you think these petty tricks of yours would have worked?" He stands tall, the blue energy swirling harmlessly around him. With a gesture, the shadowy figure seems to command the very air around him, the blue energy dancing to his silent tune. The shadowy figure unleashes a swirling vortex of energy, a chaotic blend of red and blue hues. The energy surges forward, a blinding streak of light aimed directly at its target. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in a grimace as the attack bears down on him. The swirling energy slams against a barrier, stopped cold by the serpentine coils of the shadowy figure. Red eyes gleam from within the scaled armor, a hint of amusement in their depths. The attack pattern was only level 18? He stopped it so easily. This guy's way past the red gate's level restrictions. Lee Hyun-wook narrows his eyes, assessing the situation with a focused gaze. The shadowy figure's voice echoes, laced with mocking curiosity. "How the hell did you get inside this gate?" The shadowy figure's expression hardens, a flicker of genuine anger replacing the amusement. "This brat, till the very end, he's..." A hand grips a spiked club, the metal gleaming ominously in the dim light. The shards of the divine beads are burning in his skin. A player who's harmed by divine power, that's 1 minute and 43 seconds remain of Mana Star's time. 2 minutes and 22 seconds remain of the HP Star's time. The potion's effect will only last for a little over 2 minutes now. Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike. He thinks, "I gotta play for the win within that time." The shadowy figure snarls, "I'll open your trap even if I have to rip it apart." A dark, serpentine energy coils around Lee Hyun-wook, constricting him. He is sent hurtling backward through the air. The shadowy figure's weapon crackles with blue energy. Li Hien-wook cries out as the attack lands. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The attack leaves trails of energy in its wake. Metal control. Li Hien-wook is now completely ensnared by the shadowy figure's metal control. The snake-like entity, controlled by the shadowy figure, lunges with the spear of Achilles, a crimson aura surrounding the deadly point. Li Hien-wook grits his teeth, barely dodging the initial thrust. The shadowy figure presses the attack, the spear a blur of red energy. The shadowy figure's voice booms, declaring that Li Hien-wook's petty tricks are useless. That damn snake keeps defending against all long-distance attacks, so he can't hit him with the bead shards at all. The shadowy figure's assault continues, each strike aimed with deadly precision. The snake coils tighter, the spear of Achilles poised to strike again. On top of that spear of Achilles. Li Hien-wook lies prone, the red glow of the battlefield reflecting in his eyes. The shadowy figure's relentless assault shows no sign of stopping. In that case, the shadowy figure's eyes glow with malevolent energy. The one who you could never have known about. How the hell could you dare speak his name? He roared, his voice echoing with fury. Dark tendrils of energy erupt from the shadowy figure, crackling with ominous power. A sign in the background reads, "Protect toward end." Bloodied and bruised, Li Hien-wook grits his teeth against the pain. Despite his injuries, Li Hien-wook's voice remains firm. "You asked who I am, didn't you? Well, I'm a soldier." He stands tall, his resolve unwavering. The shadowy figure's face contorts in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? Just answer my damn case dash." The shadowy figure pauses, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Huh." Beside him sits a box labeled, "Back M15A1 Aper's Mine." The ground is littered with debris and signs of battle. Li Hien-wook smirks, blood trickling down his face. "Exactly, that's what I thought. I figured you hadn't gone to the military." A large group of soldiers advances, their faces grim and determined. The soldiers march forward, their footsteps echoing in the distance. A guard stands watch, his rifle held at the ready. A voice booms, demanding they stop. Now is their chance, while the boss monster is nowhere to be seen. Even the raid squad wouldn't make it with all those zombies. Hien-wook is probably dead by now. They really need to hide right now. Corporal Li Hien-wook isn't a man who'd fail so easily. How the hell can you be so sure of that? Doubt clouds the soldier's face. "We didn't get the signal yet." "Signal?" "Park Junmo." "Yes, sir. Private Park Junmo. Before we leave this zone, stick a claymore mine to my back." One of the soldiers asks if it is a KM-18A1. Park Junmo confirms, stating that if the claymore explodes, it will be a signal that he has used his last resort. Park Junmo adds that when that happens, the other soldier should make sure to hide with all the squad members. Now's the chance, he thinks, activating the claymore. The device crackles with energy as it prepares to detonate. The claymore explodes in a burst of light and force. The shadowy figure reacts with surprise to the sudden explosion. Metal beads fly outward from the center of the blast. The explosion engulfs the surrounding area. The force of the blast rips through the environment. Speed lines indicate the rapid expansion of the explosion's shockwave. He glances upward, reacting to something unseen. The shadowy figure raises his spear, preparing for an attack. He remains on guard, the red energy around him intensifying. The shadowy figure snarls, "How dare you? He chose me." He continues, rage coloring his tone. "You think you can kill the chosen one with a bomb like this?" A blinding blue energy strikes him. The blue energy intensifies, crackling around the shadowy figure. The force of the attack sends him flying backward. A horde of zombies advances, their moans echoing through the darkness. A low rumble vibrates through the ground. A lone soldier stands guard, the red light casting long shadows around him. A hand holds a small, rectangular object, its purpose unknown. One of the soldiers says, "Even the raid squad wouldn't make it with all those zombies." The ominous rumble continues. "Hien-wook is probably dead by now. We really need to hide right now." A voice whispers. Another soldier shouts, "Stop this now. Corporal Li Hien-wook isn't a man who'd fail so easily." A soldier questions, "How the hell can you be so sure of that?" The soldier's face is filled with concern as he exclaims, "We didn't get the signal yet." Another soldier, eyes wide with alarm, asks, "Signal?" The ground trembles as something massive approaches. Private Park Junmo's eyes widen as he looks towards the source of the explosion. "Isn't that the claymore explosion?" he wonders aloud. Another soldier reacts, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern. "No way, Corporal Li Hien-wook." The soldier turns to Gu Donghoon, his voice laced with urgency. "That's the signal you were just talking about, isn't it?" Gu Donghoon nods slowly, his expression grim. "That's right." Gu Donghoon's expression shifts, a strange smile playing on his lips. "You must have combat rations. If hide and wait for the rear raid squad to get here, we can easily survive." Another soldier's eyes narrow, his face hardening with anger. "Hey you." Gu Donghoon's smile vanishes, replaced by a look of mild surprise. "What?" The soldier's voice is heavy with dread. "That signal just now made it clear that one of our comrades could be dead." The soldier's anger flares, his voice rising in disbelief. "You dare laugh in this situation?" The scene shifts to show several soldiers standing guard, their faces grim and determined. Gu Donghun stammers, trying to explain himself. It's a shame that happened. Gu Donghun's expression hardens, his eyes filled with a strange resolve. But those who are alive have to live on. He urgently asks what everyone is doing, telling them to hide quickly. Li Haiyan-wook gasps, his eyes wide with alarm. He questions why this is happening now, his voice laced with panic. The air crackles with an unseen energy. Soldiers stand ready, weapons raised in the blood-red light. The city's architecture warps and twists, bathed in an ominous crimson glow. The soldiers advance cautiously through the distorted landscape. The air vibrates with an unnatural force. Towers rise from the ground, their forms grotesque and menacing. The text declares that the Zombie King's castle, Ndako, is being manifested, and that the Zombie King destroys anyone who soils his shelter. On Minte and the others look on in disbelief, questioning what is happening. A B building is appearing out of nowhere. The soldiers have never seen anything like this during training. One of the guard team members points out that Z-zombies are also manifesting along with it. The manifestation continues. The building continues to materialize. A monstrous figure emerges from the building. A soldier gasps in shock. A fist clenches in anticipation. The guard team member signals for silence. A horde of zombies growls menacingly. The soldiers stand ready amidst the encroaching horde, while a cloaked figure stands among them. The cloaked figure stands next to a soldier, a question mark hanging in the air. The cloaked figure runs. He conjures a swirling vortex of blue energy in his hand, the air crackling with power. Kim T-Seep grimaces, feeling the intensity of the energy. It's all useless. It holds my power, so it won't be easy to remove that. Ugh. He holds up an arrow, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Li Haiyan-wook clenches his fist, the blue energy intensifying around his hand. Kim T-Seep's lips curl back, revealing sharp fangs. Now it's my turn to ask questions. He scoffs. Kill me? You think you can kill me with a little arrow? Kim T-Seep continues, his voice dripping with arrogance. Sure. Without divine power, I can't kill you right away. But if you keep bleeding at this rate. His red eyes narrow, the fangs more prominent. Can't you vampires feel pain way beyond that of death? Kim T-Seep's voice drips with malice. You rascal, how much do you know? Li Haiyan-wook's grip tightens, the blue energy pulsing with greater intensity. He stares down his opponent, his voice firm. I'm asking the questions now. Li Haiyan-wook presses, his eyes narrowed. How are you connected to the great Gugwang Group's second grandson? Is he your financial backer? The shadowy figure's voice drips with venom. How dare you? That vermin. Lowly prey. Blue energy crackles around the shadowy figure's clenched fist. The shadowy figure continues his tirade. Stop it, you son of a bitch. Kim T-Seep's breath hitches in his throat. Kim T-Seep replies, sure. Right. Now, the real question. The shadowy figure presses. Do you know who the necromancer is? The shadowy figure points a finger at Kim T-Seep. He is a being who can be anyone. The shadowy figure continues, his voice laced with menace. A comrade by your side, or your family member. The shadowy figure's eyes narrow. You're crossing the line now. Don't you mess with my family. The shadowy figure leans in, his expression intense. So you've never actually seen Necromancer in person, huh? The shadowy figure's eyes glow with a menacing light. An item description appears, stating that wounds inflicted by the spear don't heal easily. The shadowy figure thinks that if the Necromancer's powers had started acting up, there's no way he wouldn't tell him. He pauses, realizing that the Necromancer hasn't even awakened yet. The shadowy figure wonders why Kim T-Seep is so loyal to him. He thinks that there are too many suspicious points here. Kim T-Seep shouts, blue flowers guarding the gate from outside? So how the hell did you barge in here alone? A close-up of Kim T-Seep's eye reveals his shock. A close-up of the shadowy figure's eye shows a sinister glint. The shadowy figure yells, Oi, stalker. How the hell did you get in here? Then tell me, how did you get into this raid gate when I'm the one who opened it? Kim T-Seep is shocked. He thinks, what did he say? He opened the gate. Kim T-Seep wonders if that means an individual can control a gate. The shadowy figure smirks, saying that the flustered look on Kim T-Seep's face tells him he doesn't know shit. He declares that the second phase will start soon now. The shadowy figure states that no one over level 18 is allowed to enter. Kim T-Seep is on the ground, looking up at him. Kim T-Seep is shocked, exclaiming, what's this? The terrain is transforming. At this rate, he'll lose not just him, but the Failnaught as well. The unknown monstrous figure continues forward, the air crackling with unseen energy. The figure prepares an arrow, the red-tinged light reflecting off the metal. Warning. The Zombie King's castle Ndako has manifested completely. The entry restriction for this gate has increased from level 18 to level 30. Zombie King's castle. Is this the second phase he was talking about? After this phase, my raid gate will be successfully completed in all earnest. A sinister grin spreads across a face, red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Experience the true horror of this world by my design. Ha! A guttural growl echoes through the castle. A member of the guard team aims their weapon, facing a grotesque zombie. The guard team member stands ready, the zombie looming closer. Tendrils of crimson energy erupt from the Zombie King's castle, a malevolent force spreading its influence. The dark power expands, blanketing the surroundings in an ominous red glow. The energy coalesces, forming the grotesque shape of a zombie's foot, a harbinger of the undead horde to come. The shadowy figure, the zombie king himself, stands amidst the chaos, his eyes burning with crimson light as orbs of dark energy swirl around him. The malevolent energy continues to manifest, now taking the form of a decaying zombie face, its features twisted in a silent scream. A disturbing close-up reveals the grotesque details of the zombies' faces, their flesh rotting and decaying, a testament to the zombie king's power. One of the undead lets out a guttural roar, its eyes glowing with an unholy light, a terrifying display of the zombie king's control. The zombie king unleashes another pulse of energy, solidifying his dominion over the undead and the land they now inhabit. A massive horde of zombies gathers before the castle, their moans echoing through the night, a terrifying army ready to obey their master's command. A voice booms, declaring, "The zombie king is the one who controls life and death." He recoils in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as the horde of undead closes in, their rotting hands reaching for him. A declaration echoes, ruler of light and darkness. Baron Samedi, a symbolic shaman, and Loa, a holy spirit of voodooism, controls life, death, and resurrection. Witness the true form of the zombie king. Your comrades who turned into baits will be offered as sacrifice, and the zombies will exit the gate and swarm to the outside world. Go ahead and try. The zombie king's eyes glow with malevolent power. Try stopping the descent of the true zombie king, Baron Samedi. A guttural growl echoes through the dimly lit corridor as a zombie shuffles forward, its decaying flesh a stark contrast to the guard's armored form. The zombie continues its advance, its eyes fixed on the guard, who remains vigilant, weapon raised. The air crackles with an unknown energy, the text a silent scream in the oppressive darkness. Two guards advance cautiously, their weapons trained on the unseen threat lurking in the shadows of the dungeon. The hallway stretches before them, lined with eerie statues that seem to watch their every move. One of the guards pauses, a question forming on his face as he surveys the unsettling scene. Darkness. A surge of crimson energy erupts, bathing the dungeon in an ominous red glow. A chilling sound echoes through the dungeon. The red energy coalesces into a monstrous form, its skeletal visage a harbinger of dread. The guards stand ready, their weapons trained on the newly revealed horror as the red figure looms before them. A pulsating orb of light glows with ominous energy. High above, a figure draped in crimson stands watch over the scene. The undead horde shuffles forward, their eyes now glowing with a malevolent purple light. A zombie's face contorts in a silent scream, its purple eyes burning with newfound awareness. The shuffling of decaying feet echoes through the dungeon as the zombies advance. The undead close in, their rotting flesh a grotesque tapestry of decay. He looks up, his eyes wide with terror as he witnesses the impossible. The guard team member raises his weapon, his face a mask of grim determination. A disembodied voice booms. The zombies can see now? Beams of searing light lance down, striking the zombies and momentarily halting their advance. The figure in red remains, a silent conductor of the unfolding chaos. The guard team member stands alone against the horde, his weapon the only barrier between life and oblivion. A voice shouts to the raid squad that the zombies have developed vision. Another voice says that they will cover the others, so they should get out of here. The guards are in a defensive position. A monstrous figure with glowing purple eyes and a crown of spikes stares menacingly. The zombies are closing in. The zombies are closing in. The monstrous figure is surrounded by zombies. The zombies are closing in. A figure stands amidst the chaos. The zombies are closing in. The zombies are closing in. He looks on in shock. The darkness hangs heavy, the only light emanating from the guard's equipment. A grenade tumbles from a trembling hand, landing with a soft thud on the blood-soaked floor. The world erupts in a blinding flash of orange and black as the grenade detonates, sending chunks of debris hurtling through the air. Private Park Junmo is visible among the guards. On Mente shouts, "On Mente Choi Minjae. What the hell are you doing? I told you to get out of here. Hurry." Another guard, shield raised, advances cautiously, his rifle trained on the unseen enemy. He shouts, "You can't last long here." A vast horde of zombies, their eyes now glowing with malevolent intent, swarms towards the remaining survivors. Blasts of energy tear through the undead ranks, vaporizing them in bursts of purple light. The energy continues to rip through the horde. A voice booms, "We can't say with confidence. That will make it." The Zombie King's castle, designated Ndako, is fully manifested. The entry restriction for this gate has increased from level 18 to level 30. The zombies will attempt to exit the gate and swarm into the outside world. A voice booms, daring someone to try stopping them. Zombie King Baron Samedi's descent has begun. He plummets downwards, caught in the chaos. The ground rushes up to meet him. The fall continues, a blur of red and gray. The sound of grenades exploding echoes through the area. Lee Hyun-wook wonders if the explosion came from that building. If the claymore mine goes off. The guard team member thinks to himself that he has used his last resort, and all unit members have to hide at all costs. Also, one of the soldiers states that if he doesn't return, the squad's lead will be taken by someone else. He adds that he'll be waiting. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook responds that he'll be waiting for him along with everyone else. The soldier tells him to make sure he makes it out alive and comes back to them. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook assures the soldier that he'll make sure to come back to him. The soldier tells him to just keep waiting for him. Lee Hyun-wook sprints forward, crackling with blue energy. The world around him is a hellscape of red. A horde of monstrous figures swarms before a towering structure. He leaps into the fray, lightning arcing from his body. Hyun-wook, weapon in hand, curses his situation. The item information panel details the power of Achilles' spear, hero, noting that wounds inflicted by the spear don't heal easily. The system message warns that a large amount of mana is needed to unlock the spear, with a mana usage of 21%. Lee Hyun-wook shouts, "Unlock," as he prepares to use the spear. Achilles' spear pierces through the air with incredible speed. The system warns that mana consumption is very high. The spear attacks the monstrous figures, who roar in response. The system reiterates its warning, mana consumption is very high. One of the monstrous figures shouts, "Quiet down." Lee Hyun-wook thinks, "I already know." He remembers that I made the promise. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, determined. He vows to come back no matter what. A surge of crimson energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. A legion of shadowy figures swarms, their forms indistinct in the blood-red light. Upon a throne of bone and shadow sits Baron Samedi, his presence commanding the legion of undead. The zombie king's gaze pierces the gloom, his eyes burning with malevolent power. The text declares that zombie king Baron Samedi's descent has been interrupted. A crown of twisted horns adorns Baron Samedi's head, crackling with violet energy. The throne room pulses with dark magic, the air thick with the stench of decay. Tendrils of violet energy writhe and crackle, a testament to the raw power at Baron Samedi's command. Baron Samedi's face contorts in fury, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. Meanwhile, a soldier cries out in alarm, the interruption to Baron Samedi's ritual sending ripples of fear through the ranks. A voice demands to know why something was brought along. The soldier holding a large, bloodied object replies that it seemed important for the zombie king. The zombie-like figures surge forward, their decaying flesh a horrifying sight. One of the figures reaches out, its clawed hand outstretched. More of the monstrous figures press forward, a relentless wave of undead. Kim Kyung-jin and Choi Tae-young are urged to hurry. The team opens fire, muzzle flashes illuminating the dark corridor. The barrage of gunfire continues, tearing through the advancing horde. The announcement comes, the C4 setup is complete. A soldier prepares to defend, his expression grim. On Minte is ordered to shield the front, his face a mask of determination and fear. On Minte braces himself, shield raised against the onslaught. The corridor stretched ahead, a claustrophobic passage leading deeper into the unknown. He braced himself, the weight of the shield pressing against him as the horde surged closer. Behind him, the team prepared for the inevitable. Blast! The monstrous figures continued their advance, oblivious to the impending doom. A searing wave of heat and force erupted, consuming everything in its path. The guard team member was thrown back, the shockwave ripping through the corridor. The explosion tore through the horde, scattering bodies and debris in a chaotic whirlwind. The structure of the tunnel buckled and cracked under the immense pressure. From above, the devastation was complete, a scene of utter annihilation. The ground was littered with the remains of the monstrous figures, their bodies twisted and broken. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the full extent of the destruction. Coughing, Onmente and the others emerged from the wreckage, battered but alive. He asks, his voice echoing through the debris-filled corridor, "Are you all alive?" Private Choi Tae-young responds, "Private Choi Tae-young. Park Sung-mo. Kim Kyung-ji. All okay, sir." He adds, "For now, it seems the entryway for zombies is blocked." The soldiers stand amidst the wreckage, the red light casting long shadows across their armored forms. One of the guard team members says, "If we stay here any longer, oxygen might run out, too." He continues, "We've taken care of the urgent matter now." Private Onmente declares, "So we should quickly find an exit way." The entryway is a mangled mess of twisted metal and debris, effectively sealing off their escape. A low rumble vibrates through the floor. The sound intensifies, a deep thrumming that sets their teeth on edge. The vibrations grow stronger, shaking the very foundations of the building. Dust and debris rain down from the ceiling as the structure groans under immense pressure. One of the guard team members shouts, "Everyone duck!" A shadowy figure emerges from the chaos, its form wreathed in dark energy. The team advances through the dimly lit corridor, their weapons held ready. A monstrous figure appears, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. The soldiers press forward, their weapons trained on the monstrous figure. A booming voice echoes through the corridor. "Halt! Movement!" One of the soldiers laughs, a chilling sound in the tense atmosphere. "Aren't you a bit too late?" A monstrous figure looms, its form wreathed in a crimson aura. Soldiers advance, their weapons raised against the unseen threat. The soldiers maintain their formation, their faces grim. The monstrous figure's horns glow with an ominous purple light. A close-up reveals the monster's grotesque face, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. The soldiers brace themselves, ready for the inevitable clash. A voice barks, "Halt movement." The monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. A soldier's eyes widen in apprehension. A voice shouts, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook." Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, bloodied but defiant, shouts, "Who the fuck is it?" The guard team member, splattered with an unknown substance, demands to know who dared to attack his squad. The question hangs in the air, unanswered. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook shouts a warning, telling his comrades with glowing eyes to listen carefully, declaring that he is the only one who gets to bully these guys. Another guard team member wonders what is happening. A warning flashes. A large amount of mana was consumed in a very short amount of time. Mana left, 32%. Despite his bravado, Lee Hyun-wook admits to himself that he doesn't have much mana left and has zero clue how to take down that monster. The monstrous figure lunges forward with blinding speed. Is he a ranged-type attacker? Lee Hyun-wook is sent flying backwards by the force of the blow. He struggles to regain his footing as he plummets through the air. The monstrous figure roars, its power palpable. "What on earth?" Lee Hyun-wook exclaims, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The archer wonders why the monster isn't attacking him. Private Kim Kyung-jin and Choi Tae-yong respond affirmatively and are ordered to open the gear. The soldiers begin opening cases filled with gear. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook thinks, "Don't tell me it's..." He realizes, because of that. The monstrous figure stomps its foot. The monster continues its assault. Purple energy emanates from the monster as it stomps. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook is sent flying backward. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth in pain. The monster's foot crashes down again. The monster stands over the fallen Lee Hyun-wook, radiating purple energy. The monstrous figure continues its relentless assault, its grotesque limbs flailing with savage intent. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, a grimace of pain etched across his face as he endures the onslaught. The monster's assault intensifies, each blow threatening to overwhelm the corporal. A voice cries out, cutting through the chaos, "Here!" The monstrous figure looms, a vortex of red energy swirling around it as it prepares another strike. The monster's fist clenches, crackling with purple energy as it aims for the kill. The monster unleashes its fury, a torrent of red energy erupting from its form. The attack continues, a relentless barrage of force and energy. A desperate cry echoes, "Unlock!" Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike back, the power of Achilles' spear, hero, surging through him, its wounds known to resist healing. On Mente shouts, his voice filled with urgency. He shouts to shield the front. The monstrous figure attacks. The monster falls. The guards shield themselves. Floating potions fill the air. Lee Hyun-wook uses a potion. The monster continues to fall as a guard asks, "On Mente, are you okay?" On Mente responds, "I'm okay, sir." Lee Hyun-wook drinks a potion. Lee Hyun-wook exclaims, "Glowy eyes." Floating potions fill the air. A voice booms, declaring, "I'm your opponent." He plummets through the air, surrounded by floating orbs. A sharp sound echoes. The unknown monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with menacing purple energy. A crushing impact resonates. The monstrous figure unleashes a barrage of energy attacks. The archer's weapon is ready. A sharp sound cuts through the air. The monstrous figure's face contorts in rage. The monstrous figure prepares another attack. Lee Hyun-wook thinks, "As I thought. His barrier's the main issue here. If I keep carelessly firing my weapons at him, I'm just going to lose all of them." The monstrous figure's tendrils lash out. He stands ready, his spear glinting in the dim light. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike, crackling lightning gathering around his hand. I can't retreat and look for his weaknesses either, because of the rest of the squad. The soldiers stand ready, observing the battle. Where is it? His descent isn't complete yet. Lee Hyun-wook remains poised, ready to exploit any opening. The unknown monstrous figure roars, its eyes glowing with purple energy. Where on earth is it? The hunter's expression is grim as he assesses the situation. Kim Kyung-jin, what are you doing? The unknown monstrous figure's eyes burn with an unholy light. Where did you get that sword from? A voice warns that they can't mess with objects from inside the dungeon, questioning if they know how it'll react. Another soldier states that they're going to get annihilated at this rate anyway. He adds that even Corporal Lee Hyun-wook can't retreat because of them. The soldier grimaces, realizing they have to do something. The unknown monstrous figure prepares to strike. Another soldier shouts, ordering Kim Kyung-jin to stab it. The unknown monstrous figure continues its assault. The attack closes in. The soldier grits his teeth, bracing for impact. Kim Kyung-jin prepares to stab the unknown monstrous figure. Kim Kyung-jin stabs the monster. The unknown monstrous figure cries out in pain. The unknown monstrous figure reels from the attack. Canopic jars, vessels used in ancient Egypt to store a mummy's organs, stand silently. The thought occurs that if the unknown monstrous figure is like a mummy, its heart would contain its spirit. The unknown monstrous figure looms, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The revelation hits. Its heart is its weakness. With his guard down while relying on his barrier, Lee Hyun-wook prepares his attack. Now's his chance. The unknown monstrous figure stands defiant, wreathed in crackling energy. Lee Hyun-wook takes aim, his resolve hardening. With a surge of power, Sir Tristan's Failnaught is unleashed. Sir Tristan's Failnaught tracks down its target and shoots through it, no matter what, nullifying all magic resistance of the target shot. The arrow pierces through the barrier, a blinding flash of light erupting on impact. The unknown monstrous figure reels, the arrow embedded deep within its form. The Zombie King's body is rapidly healing due to the descent effect. Having released the arrow, Lee Hyun-wook plummets backwards. The unknown monstrous figure sneers. Don't you laugh. The unknown monstrous figure continues. Because the real one's coming now. The item info box reads, Achilles' spear, hero. Effects. The wounds inflicted by this spear don't heal easily. The unknown monstrous figure declares, this'll get rid of that annoying healing ability of yours in no time. The unknown monstrous figure roars, unlock. He begins to transform, a vortex of dark energy swirling around him. The dark energy intensifies, tendrils of shadow reaching out like grasping claws. The transformation continues, his flesh contorting, spikes and scales erupting across his skin. His face twists into a monstrous visage, eyes glowing with an unholy light. The air crackles with raw power, the transformation reaching a fever pitch. He is now a grotesque parody of his former self, surrounded by a maelstrom of dark energy. A system alert flashes, metal calm. Another warning appears, of mana was consumed in a very short amount of time, causing delay in mana recharging. Mana left, 0%. The system reiterates, mana left, 0%. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. The system blares a final, ominous message. Asterisk warning asterisk a large amount. Screwed. A pained gasp escapes him as the attack begins. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Onmente thinks, I'm screwed. The tendrils lash out, a crimson web of destruction aimed directly at him. The monstrous appendages strike, drawing blood. The force of the blow sends him flying backwards. A voice calls out, Onmente, what are you doing? With a surge of resolve, Onmente shouts, deploy shield. A shimmering blue barrier erupts, deflecting the incoming tendrils. He raises his sword, blue energy crackling around the blade as he prepares to strike. An item description appears, Sir Tristan's Failnaught. It tracks down its target and shoots through it, no matter what, nullifying all magic resistance of the target shot. The sword flashes as it cuts through the air. The blade strikes the unknown monstrous figure, a burst of energy erupting on impact. Onmente continues his relentless assault, his sword a blur of motion. Another strike lands, the sound echoing through the chamber. He presses his attack, driving the unknown monstrous figure back. A voice booms, if you're a king, act like a damn king, and stop acting disgracefully. Onmente shouts in fury. He yells, and get the hell out of here. An item description appears, Cloudblade. The Cloudblade absorbs water and unleashes wet fog. An unknown energy is infusing Cloudblade, 49%. The sword plunges into the unknown monstrous figure, purple energy flaring around the impact. A system notification appeared. You have slain the Zombie King, Baron Samedi. One of the guard team members exclaimed, did we really just take down the Zombie King? Another member responded, it looks like it. The guard team members cheered in celebration. Onmente stood amidst the carnage, holding a glowing crown. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the Crown of Light and Darkness. Mythological rank. Features, rapidly boosts resistance against undead property. Special features, locked. Onmente stared at the crown, wondering, what's this item? I didn't come across it in my previous life. A system notification appeared. On top of that, it even has a special feature. A monstrous figure looms large, its presence casting a pall over the doomed fort. The air crackles with an ominous energy as debris rains down around the soldiers. A stark warning flashes, its crimson glow a harbinger of imminent destruction. The very foundations of the fort tremble. The message blares, the destruction of Ndako, the Zombie King's now ownerless fort, has begun. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in disbelief, his face a mask of terror as he looks up at the unfolding catastrophe. The soldier's voice cracks with desperation. We haven't even farmed for points and items inside it yet. Blood trickling down his forehead, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook bellows. The fort's collapsing. Lee Hyun-wook's voice rises above the din, commanding, everyone, evacuate right now. A surge of soldiers, clad in tactical gear, sprint through the crumbling halls, their faces etched with fear. The once imposing fort now stands as a skeletal ruin, its grandeur reduced to shattered stone and swirling dust. Debris plummets from the collapsing structure, each impact a deafening echo of the fort's demise. The soldiers press onward, their escape a desperate race against the collapsing walls and falling debris. Panting breaths fill the air, a testament to the soldiers' frantic struggle for survival. The soldiers lay scattered on the ground, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. A system message appeared. The raid gate would now close. Level restrictions? Lee Hyun-wook cursed under his breath. Lee Hyun-wook shouted, urging everyone to run as the gate began to close. The red gate loomed, a swirling vortex of energy. A voice echoed, lamenting the need for level 53 and above players to succeed in the raid. The remaining soldiers stared up at the gate, their faces etched with worry. Later on, the red gate continued to close, its energy crackling. A voice questioned who would take responsibility if the Gugwang group stopped supporting them. Two figures watched in disbelief as the gate continued its descent. The red gate was almost completely shut. The soldiers exclaimed in disbelief, questioning if the raid squad in the vanguard had actually succeeded. Soldiers emerged from the red gate, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the taste of ash. A soldier cries out in pain or fear, the sound echoing in the aftermath of the raid. More soldiers emerge from the gate, their figures silhouetted against the fading red light. A man and woman watch the scene unfold, their faces etched with shock. We got out. One of the soldiers clutches his helmet, a wide grin spreading across his face. We actually came out of there alive. The words, AMT Raid Squad, are emblazoned across the panel, a testament to their accomplishment. A soldier addresses the squad, his voice ringing with pride. You all did a great job. As of this time, the Red Gate raid mission is all clear. A sinister grin spreads across a shadowed face. The soldiers celebrate their victory, their cheers echoing through the city. The woman stares in disbelief. Am I seeing this right? Those second-rate military dregs just cleared the Red Gate. The man speaks, his voice laced with surprise. Madam Department Head, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. The woman's eyes narrow, a question forming on her lips. Who on earth is this guy? A faint light filters through the darkness. Towering red mountains loom in the distance, the air thick with an oppressive silence. He trudges forward, each step echoing in the desolate landscape, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The man looks around, his chest heaving. Isn't it supposed to be around here? A forest of crimson trees stretches into the distance, their branches like skeletal fingers against the blood-red sky. Lee Hyun-wook's voice rises in frustration. Where the hell is the gate entrance? Why can't I see it? A figure suddenly appears, startling Lee Hyun-wook. Red eyes gleam in the dim light, a sinister grin spreading across the figure's face. The unknown monstrous figure slowly approaches, its movements cautious. The figure warns, don't go. Oh. The figure exclaims, so you're human? You scared me. The figure continues, are you from the rescue squad? Phew, thank God. I was totally freaked out because I thought I was locked up in here. How lucky. Let's get out of here now. He frantically searched for an exit, his voice laced with desperation. Where was the way out? The entrance was definitely here before. I need. He paused, confusion clouding his features. What? A close-up reveals his face, bloodied and bruised. He screamed, his voice raw with pain and desperation. I need blood. A primal scream tore from his throat. The sound echoed, a guttural cry of agony. He lay prone, blood pooling around him, his body trembling. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure stood over him, a dark silhouette against the crimson backdrop. His voice dripped with venom as he spoke. That military rascal. Blue energy crackled around his hand, a promise of violence. He snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. Just you wait. I'm going to take everything you cherish. His voice rose to a chilling crescendo, and smear it all with blood. A surge of crimson energy erupts, sending figures flying. One of the raiders cries out as he's thrown backwards. The remaining members of the squad scatter, desperately trying to escape the blast radius. The surviving members of the AMT raid squad celebrate their escape. We got out. We actually came out of there alive. An authoritative voice booms, declaring, AMT raid squad. The leader of the squad praises their efforts. You all did a great job. The mission is declared a success. As of this time, the Red Gate raid mission is all clear. The squad erupts in cheers, celebrating their victory. Watching from afar, a man questions the squad's capabilities. Am I seeing this right? Those second-rate military dregs just cleared the Red Gate. A woman, presumably the department head, is mentioned in hushed tones. Madam Department Head. The raid squad is ordered to line up. Raid squad, line up in a double file. A voice booms, commanding everyone to get out of here. A blue tattoo glows with power. A hand clenches tightly. Lee Hyun-wook states, I didn't see any spears. Seeing how you're changing the topic again and again, definitely. The great department head of the Soul Attack Squad's Blue Flower Guild. The woman asks, no. Trying to go back on your word? That's. Lee Hyun-wook thinks, that can't be possible. There was. The woman says, I guess you're really trying to avoid our bet. Huh? You seem out of your senses right now, so I'll come back later to take it. Are you? The woman with braided red hair shouts, demanding they stop and join the Blue Flower Guild. A disembodied voice guarantees the best treatment in the industry as a hand clenches into a fist. The 3rd AMT Brigadier General is arriving. A squad of soldiers teleports in through a glowing portal. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook salutes. Lee Hyun-wook laughs. A close-up shows Lee Hyun-wook's eye. The red-haired woman stands with another soldier, who says not to take a key soldier who hasn't even been discharged yet. Lee Hyun-wook continues to laugh. The red-haired woman says she only made a recommendation. The red-haired woman and a soldier stand in front of a group of soldiers. A text bubble asks if Blue Flower disobeyed the rules and prepared for a separate raid. The red-haired woman stammers, saying that's. A text bubble mentions the matter with Gugwang Group 2, and in many ways. He stood face to face with the red-haired woman, his expression grim. Even Blue Flower is crossing the lines a lot here at Red Gate. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's face contorted with anger. He vowed, I'll be filing an official complaint about this to the Blue Flower Guild Master. Lee Hyun-wook continued, his voice laced with frustration. Aside from that, I think an official document regarding this needs to be sent and discussed with all the other guilds as well. A hand dripped blood, each drop echoing in the silence. The red-haired woman stood silently beside Lee Hyun-wook, her expression unreadable. One of the soldiers exclaimed, believe it, 100% raid contribution. Another responded, that's amazing. A voice boomed, I didn't expect you to bring such perfect results. Lee Hyun-wook chuckled, a sinister glint in his eyes. I can't wait to see the look on the Blue Flower Guild Master's face. Another soldier thought to himself, he's loving the fact he screwed them over this one time. One of the soldiers remarked, this is my first time seeing someone like you in my entire life. He states that he didn't accomplish this alone, emphasizing that he brought this result together with his squad members. The Brigadier General promises him something, adding that he has a great personality and that he'll have all his squad members. The Brigadier General states that he will be promoted by 1 rank and that he'll also give him a chance for a rank reevaluation. Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself that the Brigadier General is a devious old man. The Brigadier General is thanked by Lee Hyun-wook, who mentions the whole squad's promotion, rank reevaluation, and even the promised. The Brigadier General is touched by the generosity he's shown. The Brigadier General's eyes narrow. The Brigadier General thinks that it's just not his divine phantasm. Lee Hyun-wook states that he would like. Lee Hyun-wook would like the Brigadier General to provide his whole squad with weapons with divine power. The Brigadier General questions why Lee Hyun-wook wants weapons with divine power when the zombie gate is over. It is announced that they've got big news. The support squad single-handedly succeeded at the level 53 Red Gate raid. What kind of nonsense is that? The Brigadier General stands in what appears to be a garage, flanked by soldiers. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook even got a scouting offer from the Blue Flower Guild. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in surprise. What? The Brigadier General continues, to Sergeant Choi Young-hoon. When Sergeant Choi Young-hoon returns from his deployment, we're going to need a match too. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook looks concerned. The sky stretches above the base. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers sit at a table outside, the sounds of chatter filling the air. It's them, right? One asks. Who? Oh, you mean the squad of that F-ranker. Don't you find it a bit? People always ignored them, but now that they're receiving all this attention, one of the soldiers admits he can't get used to it. Another soldier suggests that's not the case for Private Park Junmo. One of the soldiers exclaims in surprise. Someone comments on being nervous, but leaving aside the squad. One of the soldiers asks how come, addressing someone as leader. Another soldier smiles slyly. It's all thanks to Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's special training, someone says. Meanwhile, a man is seen eating something golden. The man continues to eat. He chews with gusto. Private Lee Won-suk announces he's here on business with the support squad. Private Lee Won-suk kneels before Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. The voice in his head pleaded for forgiveness for his discourteous actions, just this once. Why did he have to come in here right now of all times, he wondered. He was well aware that the other man didn't even want to look at him. He admitted to himself that he had made a mistake. The man's frustration was palpable. Training from you, sir, he thought. Lee Won-suk, he thought, I don't like this guy at all. But now's not the time for me to be picky, he mused. The Soul Wave is about to start. We probably won't be able to save most military squad members, he realized. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook stood over Lee Won-suk. If even one more person is of help in combat, we can save more lives. His expression hardens. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. Huh, really? The figure declares, you better be prepared. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in rage. To die. The silver-haired man is suddenly seized by the collar. Whether he heard him or not, he doesn't care as he is thrown to the ground. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's name is shouted. The sky burns red. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a desolate, crimson landscape. A crimson vortex of energy crackles into existence, pulsing with an unseen power. Arcane symbols flare as the air crackles with anticipation. A figure stands with his back turned, a wound visible on his back. A towering figure emerges from the swirling red energy, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A voice booms, laced with fury. Do you know how many items we lost because of a dumbass like you? A hulking brute, wreathed in crimson light, glares with burning red eyes. A voice cries out in disbelief. Even finish a simple gate test. What the hell is this? Baron Samedi, bloodied and shaken, whispers, I am sorry. The crimson energy intensifies as a figure looms, radiating menace. A voice declares, usually, we'd leave you here to starve and die, but you better know you were lucky. We have been summoned. A close-up reveals a mouth with sharp, predatory teeth, dripping with anticipation. A woman with crimson eyes and a chilling smile promises, blood's going to flow in the entire soul region. Finally, the soul wave is about to start. Yes, that's right. A man in a white suit stands overlooking the city. A sign reads, Guild Master, Ki Baek-jun. Actually, after seeing the candidate for this time fail at the Soul Station, we're preparing to take follow-up action. Baek-jun, Guild Master of Great Mountain, ranked 3rd among South Korean guilds, listens intently. I, too, am well aware. I'm keeping an eye by fully mobilizing personnel in the black market, just in case. Why would you say that now? I'll find the key at all costs. It seems the petty thief uses fire as a weapon, so I'm thinking it's probably an AMT personnel. The man screams. He stands before a set of imposing doors, outlining his strategy. Baek Jun plans to open 4 gates simultaneously during the Soul Wave, effectively splitting their forces. He anticipates that a few of his hounds will then wipe out the 1st AMT battalion. The chairman laughs, seemingly unconcerned by the details of Baek Jun's plan. The chairman assures him, booming through the phone, that he need not worry about Korea. The chairman ends the call, stating he will call later. Baek Jun stands in a room. The air crackles with anticipation. Baek Jun stands amidst the carnage, a silent testament to his ruthlessness. The scene is a panorama of death. The slaughter unfolds, a brutal display of power. The chairman's voice echoes, declaring that they have new prey. A group stands over a fallen figure, their intentions unclear. A woman, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, begs her master to give the command. A figure hangs upside down, blood dripping from their body. Meanwhile, she commands all slaughterers to invade the 1st battalion of Namsan AMT when this wave starts. The woman orders them to kill everything that's breathing. She asks if any method goes. The woman tells them to do what they want. She orders them to wipe out Seoul from the map of South Korea. Elsewhere, a distant view of a city under a bright sky. A sign indicates that Corporal Lee Hyun-wook and 6 soldiers received orders of promotion by 1 rank. The soldiers report to the battalion commander and salute. The soldiers stand in formation, saluting. He addresses the soldiers. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook congratulates them, saying they all did a good job. The soldiers stand at attention, listening to Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook clears his throat. Someone thinks to themselves that he is going to give his long speech again, feeling his strong military spirit. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook continues, saying they have proved it to be true and that he is happy beyond belief. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook receives a phone call. He tells the caller to give him a minute. Someone asks what it is, wondering what Kaido wants. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook responds that he'll be there right away, ordering the 2nd platoon leader to wrap up the promotion ceremony in his place. A soldier responds with a yes. Someone calls out Kaido's name in surprise. Okita Kaido's name is displayed. A body lies dead, blood splattered around it. The screen displays information about the Sword Saint assassin who murdered Sword Saint Guk Xianpyo. In a past life, information was received about him illegally entering the country at Busan port. During that time, a figure sprints away down a long road. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-seok left the battalion to chase him down. Unfortunately, just 2 vampires annihilated the entire 1st battalion of the AMT. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze. Now, the result of the re-evaluation of ranks will be announced. Corporal On Minte, Choi Min-jae, Private Choi Taeyong, Park Sung-mo, and Kim Kyung-jin stand at attention. They have advanced from rank E to rank D. They are instructed to check the weapons they've been rewarded with and register them at the branch office. The soldiers respond in unison, "Yes, sir." Now what matters is whether the future that I know of will unfold as it did in the past. Will we be able to make it out of that future alive? A clear sky stretches above a line of trees. The soldiers celebrate their achievement. They reached rank D. They feel like they could do more. One of the soldiers muses about how great it would be if someone got promoted by at least 2 ranks, catching the attention of another. One of the soldiers asks if another is okay. He replies that he is okay and expected this result, stating that he is not like the others. Even so, he got a reward and a high-grade weapon. The cases containing the weapons are opened. The soldiers are surprised. One of the soldiers asks Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook if those are pegs and not weapons. All the preparations that he could make are done, and worrying anymore is meaningless. He has no choice but to face whatever future comes at him head-on. No matter what it is, he'll charge at it, pounce on it, destroy it. An unseen force demands to be consumed. A soldier mutters about needing to relieve himself, dismissing any other explanation. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is addressed. A few days later, the Namsan guard post stands silent under the night sky. One of the soldiers questions why they are on night duty so often. A sense of being taken advantage of lingers in the air, along with a hope that the incident didn't happen earlier. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook reflects on the changes he made, wondering if they were enough to prevent the wave incident. A soldier's expression is grim. Another soldier nervously insists that he isn't unhappy with the situation. The thought of a reward vacation and seeing his grandmother brings a flicker of hope, but the strange incident looms, threatening to bring hell to Seoul. One of the soldiers confesses that he can't even sleep properly, insisting that he's telling the truth. Park Junmo is asked if he trusts the speaker. A tiger-like creature approaches, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. A voice calls out, "Private, Corporal Park Junmo. I can't completely trust you, sir." On Minte stares intently, his expression unreadable. He asks, "Do you?" On Minte continues, "Then, as of now, we're leaving our posts again." He swallows nervously. On Minte's thoughts echo, "What is this déjà vu?" From a distance, a voice calls out to the soldiers. On Minte, Park Sungmo. "You're not sleeping, are you?" On Minte responds sharply, "No, ma'am." The soldier with pink hair says, "By the way, aren't you guys on night duty way too often these days? Are you okay?" Private Park Sungmo replies, "I'm okay." Corporal Onmente says, Sergeant Lee Hyunwook said this is training too, so we didn't have much choice. The pink-haired soldier responds, did he? Guess you gotta do it then. Hyunwook knows you're good enough, Minte. Onmente blushes slightly. The pink-haired soldier continues, that's why he asked this of you. Cheer up. He replies, yes ma'am. Thank you for saying that. I'll cheer up now. From a distance, a figure stands guard. The pink-haired soldier says, now both of you cheer up. If you actually sleep, I'm gonna kill you. Park Sungmo replies, yes huh? Yes ma dash. He levels his rifle, his voice ringing out in the night. Hands up. Move and I'll shoot. Wind it up. A hulking silhouette stands in the distance, unmoving. Peering through the scope, the soldier's voice hardens. If you're a civilian, you must move a single step closer. Turn around. The night explodes with the sound of gunfire. The bullets tear into the monster's face, its glowing purple eyes widening in a silent scream. Its head erupts in a shower of gore. The creature collapses, its lifeless body hitting the asphalt with a sickening thud. Onmente breathes heavily, the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he watches the monster fall. His rifle remains trained on the fallen beast, his breath still ragged. The monster lies still, a pool of blood spreading around its corpse. Other soldiers rush to the scene, weapons raised. The new arrivals stare in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. He takes aim, his expression grim as he prepares to face the oncoming threat. His eyes narrow, focused on the approaching horde. The grotesque creatures plummet from above, their forms twisted and unnatural. More of the monstrous beings descend, their purple eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The horde continues to fall, a rain of unnatural flesh and bone. Onmente clutches a glowing orb, its light illuminating his determined face. An endless wave of monsters surges forward, a terrifying mass of teeth and claws. A lone soldier stands his ground, facing the overwhelming onslaught. Park Sungmo is ordered to the front as the soldiers quickly prepare a magic circle, its arcane symbols glowing with power. A shimmering magic shield materializes, a barrier against the encroaching horde. The soldiers brace themselves behind the newly formed shield, ready to hold the line. Onmente slams the door shut, sealing them inside against the ravenous creatures. The horde descends upon the magical barrier, their claws and teeth scraping against its shimmering surface. The monsters slam against the shield, their bodies piling up as they relentlessly assault the magical defense. The sheer number of creatures presses against the barrier, the magical energy struggling to contain the overwhelming force. The assault continues, each impact weakening the magical shield further. The monsters fall from above, a relentless wave crashing against the guardhouse's only defense. A soldier's eyes widen, a grim determination hardening his gaze. It has finally started. Another soldier grits his teeth, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. The hellish soul wave. The woman sat in the executive lounge, her fingers flying across the keyboard of her laptop. The soft glow of the screen illuminated her focused expression. The rhythmic tapping of keys filled the otherwise silent room, the only sound besides the faint hum of the building's ventilation system. On the screen, an overview of trends in military personnel under control and special management was displayed. Suddenly, her head snapped up, a flicker of unease crossing her features. A chill ran down her spine. Why am I getting this eerie feeling? She wondered. Driven by an unknown impulse, she rose and walked down a dimly lit hallway, the air growing colder with each step. She stopped abruptly, her eyes widening in surprise. Holy night, she exclaimed. Raising a finger, she watched as it began to glow with an ethereal light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Her gaze shifted to the side, a determined glint in her teal eyes as she sensed something approaching. She is struck by an unseen force, the ground around her shattering from the impact. The force sends her hurtling backwards through the air. She continues to fly through the air, unable to stop her momentum. A voice echoes, demanding, "Who are you? Are you a player?" Landing on her feet, she steadies herself, her gaze fixed on the unseen attacker. The attacker's hand is shown, scorched and smoking from her power. The damage is severe, the flesh blackened and blistered. She grits her teeth, realizing, the part where my holy power touched him got burnt. She thinks, not to mention his healing powers. Who on earth is he? The attacker's voice booms. There's no need for you to know that. You're gonna die by my hands anyway. But the attacker's face is revealed, a sinister smile spreading across his features. It'd be a waste to kill someone as pretty as you. He prepares to strike again, wielding a long, whip-like weapon. She is struck again, a cry of pain escaping her lips. A swirling vortex of purple energy materializes near the ground. A legion of armored figures, their eyes burning with crimson light, advances. She stands on the precipice, gazing at the approaching horde. A gate? She wonders. And what's with that ridiculous stream of, no way? A wave, she exclaims, disbelief etched on her face. When I'm in front of you, she shouts. A dark, whip-like tendril lashes out, striking her with brutal force. The impact sends her hurtling through the air. A figure stands silhouetted against the encroaching darkness, a wicked whip coiled in their hand. I've heard of your arrogance, the attacker says. But you should look around before acting haughty, the attacker continues. The woman, struggling to rise, thinks, ugh. I don't have any weapons, so I can't counter. A hand clamps around her throat, cutting off her air. I'd love to play a bit more, but I'm short on. The antagonist declares his intentions, brandishing his whip-like weapon. Time, you see. I'll kill you right away. The woman struggles to regain her composure, lying prone on the ground. She thinks, I gotta get my act together. I can't faint here. She grits her teeth, fighting against the encroaching darkness. I need to fight him, but I'm losing conscious dash. The antagonist continues his assault, the whip crackling with energy. A sudden, unseen attack interrupts the fight, sending sparks flying. The antagonist is caught off guard by the interruption. The antagonist, annoyed, wonders aloud, TCH. Which bastard's interrupting us? The woman coughs, still struggling to recover. A figure approaches, asking, Are you okay? Lee Hyun-wook stands over the woman, gun raised, as she looks up at him in surprise. Lee Hyun-wook. The woman questions his presence. Why are you here? Another soldier appears, declaring, I'm here to rescue you. Platoon leader. The text identifies the man as Lee Hyun-wook, sergeant. His trait is metal control, ranked F. Seo Yuna asks, You? Rescuing me? A figure plummets through the air. Another figure, clad in a suit, falls, muttering about military rats. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes narrow as he asks, You doing? The text identifies Seo Yunha as a lieutenant, with the trait of paladin, ranked B. The suited figure yells, You? The figure in the suit shouts, You fucking trench monkey. Lee Hyun-wook looks up, his expression hardening. A group of emaciated figures are trapped behind bars. The letters AR are emblazoned in red over the imprisoned figures. A voice calls out, Just hang in there a bit more. The message rings out, The rapid response unit will be here soon. Below, grasping hands reach from the other side of the door. It feels like the door will be torn down soon. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, surrounded by glowing symbols, declares, I'll help you on the mana front. The order comes, just clench your teeth and hold out. The door buckles under the relentless assault. The letters of the word force are emblazoned across the door as it groans. The word breach appears as the door splinters. A soldier shouts, Unit. The order is given. A to position. Execute. The command echoes, Execute. Magical circles begin to form, glowing with power. A fiery explosion erupts, bathing the scene in orange light. From the heart of the inferno, grotesque zombies emerge, their purple eyes glowing ominously. A soldier calls out, his voice barely audible over the downpour. The soldiers prepare for the onslaught, their faces grim as they grip their weapons. One thinks to himself, I was thinking, why are the zombies still out there? No wonder. Suddenly, beams of violet energy streak through the air, tearing into the soldiers. The violet beams continue their assault, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. A figure plummets from the sky, hurtling towards the earth. Seo Yuna's eyes widen in shock as she witnesses the carnage. The falling figure crashes down near a small building, the impact shaking the ground. Two soldiers communicate, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. The pink-haired soldier's face is etched with terror as she stares at the unfolding horror. A figure in a suit stands calmly amidst the chaos, their expression unreadable. He wonders how he was seen, considering the rapid response unit couldn't even let out a scream. The soldier, eyes wide with fear, thinks they're going to be killed at this rate. The figure questions why he wasn't seen. The figure stands with a knife in hand. The figure scoffs, declaring the soldiers and zombies to be just a bunch of boring trash bags. The figure commands the zombies to just die then. The zombies moan in response. The soldier looks up, confused. The figure is seen from the soldier's perspective. The soldier is surrounded by zombies. The soldier's bottle of rum is broken. The soldier exclaims in frustration over his rum being broken. He slams the bottle down, realizing it's empty. Where did it go? Who drank all of it? The soldier glares, narrowing his eyes behind his glasses. Was it you? A zombie groans, its purple eyes glowing faintly. The soldier is surrounded by a horde of the undead, their decaying hands reaching for him. He stands his ground, legs braced against the onslaught. The figure with the purple hair smirks. Oi, are you their leader? The soldier, surrounded by zombies, shouts back, What are you going to do about my rum? The purple-haired figure chuckles, perched atop a nearby building. Huh, you're a really amusing one. He continues, a predatory glint in his red eyes. Looks like you trust your speed quite a bit. The figure's smile widens, revealing sharp teeth. With your speed, I might be able to have some fun for the first time in a while. He leans forward, his voice dripping with malice. How about you and I have some fun, Dash? The soldier, unfazed by the threat, retorts, Have fun? Screw that. Just pay up for my damn rum. The crimson gaze of Baron Samedi pierces through the gloom. The Baron stands close to Lee Hyun-wook, his expression unreadable. A dark shape looms over the scene. Baron Samedi raises a hand, a sinister glint in his eye as he holds a blade to Lee Hyun-wook's throat. The air crackles with tension as the threat hangs heavy. Outside, soldiers stand guard in the pouring rain. Two soldiers watch with anticipation. One of the soldiers exclaims, Sergeant Choi Youngjun. Lee Hyun-wook hiccups, his face flushed. Baron Samedi threatens, Before I cut off something else and settle the score. A voice demands, Bring me my damn rum. The man with lavender hair and crimson eyes stares intensely, recognizing his opponent. Why, you're Choi Youngjin. A voice echoes from off-panel, filled with disbelief. But they definitely said you were deployed. The man with glasses clutches a broken bottle, his voice laced with defiance and a hint of desperation. Fuck out, whatever. What will you do about my problem? Choi Youngjin's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in their crimson depths. This. A snarl contorts Choi Youngjin's face, revealing sharp fangs. Damn lunatic. The sound of shattering glass fills the air as Choi Youngjin lunges forward, wielding a jagged shard. Blurring into motion, Choi Youngjin slashes with the glass, a violet energy trailing his attack. The shard tears through the air, impacting the glasses guy with brutal force. The glasses guy cries out as the glass continues to cut into him. The glass finds its mark, striking the glasses guy directly in the face. Choi Youngjin continues his assault, a whirlwind of violet energy and deadly glass. A figure plummets from above, descending towards the unsuspecting group below. The vampire bares his fangs, a flicker of surprise in his crimson eyes. When did he? A soldier raises his hands in surrender, his face etched with fear. I'm gonna lose my buzz because of her. A hand grips a bayonet, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. The bespectacled soldier brandishes the bayonet. Borrow your bayonet. Another soldier looks on, concern etched on his face. Sergeant Choi Youngjin. It'll be hard to fight her with a regular bayonet. It seems she's a vampire. The bespectacled soldier appears confused. Huh? Not a zombie. The vampire stands before a horde of zombies. Let me. There's no way a zombie would talk. Really? The vampire draws his sword, ready for battle. A close-up reveals the vampire's determined expression. The vampire's eyes glow with power. No wonder they call him a powerful candidate to become the next sword saint. In that case, I'll fight you with my greatest speed as well. Sergeant Choi Youngjin stands ready. Try stopping me now. If you can see me, that is. The soldier looks up, a beam of light shining down. A speech bubble appears with the letter C. A figure descends from above, sword in hand. A speech bubble appears with the letter C. The figure with purple hair moves to attack the soldier. A speech bubble appears with the letter A. A speech bubble appears. The sword is aimed at Lee Heinwook's head. A speech bubble appears with the letter R. The figure attacks with the sword. Sparks fly as the sword strikes. A speech bubble appears with the letter F. He and the other soldiers are suddenly launched into the air, caught in the grip of an unseen force. The soldiers are sent hurtling through the air, their bodies twisting and turning uncontrollably. The soldier with pink hair screams out in terror. Two other soldiers react in horror, their faces contorted in fear. A sharp, cracking sound echoes through the air. The soldier is struck by an unseen force, an energy blast ripping through the air towards him. A heavy thud reverberates, the sound of something massive breaking. A monstrous hand smashes through a barrier, shattering it into fragments. More soldiers are flung through the air, victims of the unseen assault. The soldier braces for impact, crossing his arms in front of his face. The soldiers continue to be tossed around like ragdolls, the unseen force relentless in its attack. A soldier coughs up blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. He cries out as a blade pierces him from behind. The attacker stands over him. The attacker thinks to himself, stating that he was being careful with his metabolic rate because he gets sober when it speeds up. The attacker thinks that the buzz is gone now. A figure with lavender hair shouts. The attacker turns his head. The attacker wonders how he will take responsibility. The lavender-haired figure thinks that the attacker is way stronger than he thought and that he can't take him on alone. Lee Heinwook, lying on the ground, asks to leave that and says that now that he's sober, he has a question. The lavender-haired figure breaks through a wall. The lavender-haired figure falls, thinking that he's got to meet up. The lavender-haired figure thinks that he needs to get out of here first with the other slaughterers and find a way to get rid of the attacker. The lavender-haired figure lunges, teeth bared, and demands, "What ya doing?" The blow lands, sending Heinwook reeling. A blade flashes, drawing a spray of blood. The lavender-haired figure descends, striking again. Another strike connects. The lavender-haired figure continues the assault, driving Heinwook back. Heinwook narrows his eyes, a flicker of thought crossing his face. In the distance, zombies shamble. The lavender-haired figure lies prone, defeated. Heinwook demands, "Hey, you're not even a zombie. So how come you're controlling them?" The lavender-haired figure glares, fangs bared. Standing over the fallen figure, Heinwook presses, "Right. I knew you wouldn't tell me. What are you, an animal?" A soldier stands over a fallen figure, stating he will ask the question when he's done cleaning. Rustling sounds echo through the night. One of the soldiers on the rooftop orders someone to tie up a zombie. A soldier reports to the vice platoon leader that he will report his return after he's done cleaning. A soldier holding a book looks at a portal filled with zombies, questioning what is happening. Sergeant Choi Youngjin orders the soldiers to slash them all and give the report later, stating he was supplied with a holy power weapon not long ago. The sergeant holds out a glowing sword, asking them to use this instead. A soldier refuses. A soldier holding a bayonet states that the zombies won't die easily with a regular bayonet, and it's not fun if they die easily. Sergeant Choi Youngjin smiles. A soldier grips a bayonet, thinking he's got to make it difficult for them to die, so it hurts more. Two soldiers look on. The undead claw and climb over the metal fence, their rotting flesh scraping against the cold steel. A barrage of gunfire erupts, tearing through the horde as the soldiers desperately try to hold the line. A soldier with glasses peers out, his expression a mix of fear and determination. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook stands with Sergeant Choi Youngjun. One soldier comments, "Don't you feel like the changed personality of Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is similar to Sergeant Choi Youngjun?" The other replies, "I'm just scared every time the two smile like that." Lee Hyun-wook smirks, helmet in hand, and greets someone. "Oh, a long time no see, you piece of shit. How are you doing?" A zombie's crimson eyes narrow as it snarls. "You're not going to run away this time, are you? You?" Another soldier, eyes wide with rage, bares his fangs. The soldier shouts, "You fucking trench monkey." A dark, whip-like weapon crackles with blue energy as it lashes out. The soldiers continue their desperate fight against the relentless zombie horde. The whip-like weapon continues to strike, arcing through the air with deadly precision. The weapon strikes again, the blue energy illuminating the dark, rainy landscape. A frantic warning echoes through the ranks. The skeletons pouring out of the gate are heading straight for the barracks. The order is given to secure the weapons and save the soldiers. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook faces the skeletal horde, but a voice questions his strategy. The speaker points out that he is a vampire, asking what he plans to do without holy power. Sergeant Choi Youngjun declares that fighting while protecting Lieutenant Seo Yunha would put him at too much of a disadvantage. Lieutenant Seo Yunha's expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. The call for a holy power weapon becomes more urgent. Choi Youngjun acknowledges that Lee Hyun-wook's performance has been impressive, but the situation remains dire. Choi Youngjun barks an order at Seo Yunha, "Don't die." Lee Hyun-wook continues to battle the skeletons, a blue energy swirling around his weapon. The vampire's attacks are swift and precise, each strike felling another skeletal warrior. Choi Youngjun questions why they aren't fighting together, and why Seo Yunha was sent away. Baron Samedi appears, expressing his relief that someone is still alive. Choi Youngjun mutters to himself, the fact that someone is alive means his boss doesn't know about him. He stands in the downpour, a grim expression on his face. "You barely held on to your life by reporting your failure as a mistake, didn't you?" Baron Samedi's eyes glow with malevolent energy. "This bastard." Choi Youngjun chuckles, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Kikek, considering how you're raging, it looks like I got it." Choi Youngjun continues to taunt, his voice dripping with disdain. "Do you know how long letting you go has been bothering me?" Baron Samedi's gaze intensifies, his voice a low growl. "I'll send you on a clean path to death." Baron Samedi's eyes narrow, his power palpable. "You must be significantly underestimating me." Baron Samedi's dark energy manifests around him, tendrils of power writhing like serpents. Choi Youngjun smirks, unfazed by the display of power. "Armed with my equipment, I'm on a completely different level than back then." Baron Samedi stands tall, his dark aura intensifying, ready to strike. Baron Samedi scoffs at Choi Youngjun's confidence. "Our pathetic holy power beads are no match for me." Choi Youngjun's eyes gleam with avarice. "Lucky. Jackpot. Exactly how many of those 1,000,000,001 each mana tanks are in there?" Baron Samedi's voice drips with malice. "Today, you can't lay a single finger on me, and will be single-handedly torn to pieces, got it?" A golden light emanates from the weapon, bathing the area in a holy glow. The item is identified as the Crown of Light and Darkness. The crown rapidly boosts resistance against undead property and grants an aura attribute to specific equipment. Caution is advised, as there are separate penalties when an aura is granted, and the two powers cannot be used together in combination. A radiant halo materializes above Lee Hyun-wook's head, signifying the infusion of holy power. Corporal Lee holds the transformed weapon, its surface now gleaming with divine energy. The skill Aura, Saint, grants the specified piece of equipment 10% of the crown's holy power, but decreases mana by 10%. Baron Samedi's eyes widen in disbelief, his fangs bared in a snarl of frustration. The Baron fumes. He transformed that shitty item into a holy power weapon out of nowhere? Who said I'll use beads? Lee Hyun-wook grins, his eyes gleaming with newfound power. The soldier declares, "Today, I'll divinely tear you into pieces." Hyun-wook raises his hand, a holy power weapon materializing in his grasp, radiating a divine light. The weapon glows with an intense, ethereal energy. The vampire's eyes narrow, a sneer twisting his lips as he prepares to retaliate. The vampire scoffs, "Who said I'll use beads?" Hyun-wook grins, his eyes gleaming with determination. He declares, "Today, I'll divinely tear you into pieces." The vampire snarls, "Enough of your bluffing." The holy power weapon strikes, leaving deep gashes across the vampire's armor. He retorts, "You think you can hurt me with that little divine power of yours?" Hyun-wook smirks, "Seeing how you're talking so much, you scared?" Baron Samedi unleashes a furious barrage, his eyes burning with crimson intensity. The vampire snarled, "I'll rip apart that yapping mouth of yours." Leaping back, Hyun-wook narrowly avoids the onslaught. The archer private soars through the air, his holy weapon gleaming with divine power. He maintains his trajectory, a blur of motion against the dark sky. The holy weapon crackles with energy as he closes the distance. He continues his descent, a righteous fury burning in his eyes. And superb trajectory. The holy weapon connects, unleashing a blinding flash of light. If this lands a proper hit on me, I'm dead. So there's a reason this fanatic bastard was so damn confident. The holy weapon strikes true, sending a shockwave through the air. But Baron Samedi stands ready, his whip-like weapon extended, the air crackling with anticipation. In close range, all the positives of the whip turn into negatives. The whip lashes out, a blur of motion aimed directly at Hyun-wook. Baron Samedi's grin widens, a flash of sharp teeth promising pain. The spiked head of the whip hurtles forward, a deadly projectile. The whip strikes the ground with tremendous force, sending debris flying. The whip continues its relentless assault, arcing through the air with lethal precision. Each segment of the weapon seems to have a mind of its own, seeking its target. Hyun-wook narrowly avoids the attack, a burst of speed carrying him out of harm's way. Indomitable steel body. Baron Samedi unleashes another barrage of attacks, the whip a whirlwind of destruction. Hyun-wook continues to evade, his movements precise and calculated, preparing for a skill combo. He continues to evade the relentless attacks. The relentless assault continues, each strike narrowly missing its mark. He twists and turns, narrowly avoiding another blow. Baron Samedi's voice echoes, laced with mockery. After all the ridiculous bluff, you're running away? What a joke. The Baron continues his taunt. Try running that mouth of yours again. Hyun-wook realizes he blocked my close-range attack, which got through the whip's loophole. He thinks, at this rate, there's a high possibility in a long-distance attack combo will be stopped. Hyun-wook steels himself, preparing for a desperate gamble. He grits his teeth, ready to unleash his final strike. The Achilles spear crackles with energy, a last resort against the overwhelming power of Baron Samedi. Baron Samedi's voice drips with malice. That the fail not I plan to use as my last strike. The Baron finishes his taunt, his eyes burning with cruel intent. That's right, keep running until I kill you. He shouts, unlock, as he prepares the Achilles spear once more. The spear glows intensely as its power is unleashed. Raw energy crackles around the spearhead. A system message appears, unlocking the power of Achilles' spear, hero, again. Effect, the wounds inflicted by this spear don't heal easily. A large amount of mana is exhausted when this item is unlocked. Mana consumption, 21%. The spear emanates a powerful aura. The energy intensifies around the weapon. Another system message displays, mana left after use, 63%. Baron Samedi realizes, this bastard, so he's using the huge mana tank of his armor. The Baron Samedi continues, looks like this piece of shit came fully prepared by analyzing my weaknesses in the meantime. The Baron Samedi thinks to himself, considering the other vampires as well. Hyun-wook grits his teeth, realizing, I can't use all my mana on him. Baron Samedi taunts, what's wrong? Do you finally understand the situation you're in? Try yapping that trap of yours now like you did before, huh? A strange energy crackles through the air. A spear of pure light descends with deadly accuracy. From a hidden vantage point, a soldier speaks into his radio. Well, if that's the case. The soldier shouts a name into the radio, Choi Taeyong. Baron Samedi bares his fangs, sensing the impending attack. The spear pierces through the vampire, causing a violent explosion of light and blood. A guttural scream echoes through the night. Private Choi Taeyong peers through his scope, his eyes glowing with focus. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook receives confirmation. Shot successful. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook gives the order. We're moving to a different location. Baron Samedi cries out in pain as the spear impales him. The vampire thrashes against the restraints, his body convulsing. Impaled by the spear of light, Baron Samedi grits his teeth, crimson staining his face. He vows, his voice a venomous hiss, that he will kill his attacker. Blood drips from his fangs as he struggles against the divine energy coursing through him. The spear of light pulses, its power intensifying. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook descends from above, a halo of light illuminating his determined face. He screams for Baron Samedi to die already, his voice echoing with righteous fury. The archer plunges towards the impaled Baron Samedi, spear of light extended. The spear hurtles through the air, a blinding streak of holy energy. The spear connects, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Lee Hyun-wook stands victorious, the light of his halo casting long shadows. Baron Samedi, defeated and broken, can only whisper in disbelief at his downfall. Huffing, Baron Samedi, his face marred with blood, demands, who the hell are you, an A ranker? No, an S ranker? Holding a shimmering red orb, Hyun-wook observes, how shiny. You're on the verge of death, yet you're that curious about me? Hyun-wook states, okay, for disgusting nobility like yourself, I'll tell you myself. Hyun-wook reveals, I'm an F ranker. Baron Samedi, his face contorted in disbelief, shouts, no, that can't be true. The Baron continues, there's no way I would lose to a lowly F ranker. That can't be true. A holy aura surrounds Hyun-wook. Baron Samedi screams, no. Hyun-wook considering the time for absorption, for now, I'll just eat half. He holds a red object in his hand, stating he will eat the other half later. The alarm blares, calling out Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's name. The skeleton army is attacking barracks number 2. Lee Hyun-wook demands to know the current progress of the attack. An aerial view reveals the barracks surrounded by a horde of skeletons. One of the soldiers observes that the skeleton's head count cannot be measured. Another soldier, peering through a scope, despairs that anyone can make it out alive. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, a determined look on his face. A skeleton with glowing red eyes advances. The skeleton's menacing grin is visible. A car is swarmed and attacked by the skeleton horde. One of the soldiers curses these low-rank skeleton bastards. He clenches his fist, a grim determination hardening his features. Lee Hyun-wook vows to obliterate every last one of the encroaching undead. The skeletal horde surges forward, a tide of bone and decay crashing against the defenders. A soldier's scream is cut short as a volley of spears pierces him, blood blooming against his uniform. The relentless assault continues, the skeletons a relentless wave of death. The defenders are pushed back, their lines faltering under the sheer weight of the undead onslaught. A skeleton cleaves through the air, its blade separating a soldier's head from his shoulders in a spray of crimson. The skeleton army advances, an endless sea of bone and shadow stretching towards the barracks. Seo Yunha watches the carnage unfold, a wave of disgust washing over her face. Panic rising, a soldier cries out, "Sergeant Kim Si, without the noble phantasm, we don't have enough mana." Two women raise their hands, gathering fiery energy as they prepare to unleash a powerful spell. The soldiers are pushed to their limits, the relentless advance of the undead threatening to overwhelm them completely. A woman gasps for breath, her eyes wide with fear as the battle rages around her. She urged them to pull themselves together, the lieutenant's voice ringing with authority amidst the chaos. Seo Yunha commanded them not to shoot randomly, but to focus their firepower at one point and blast the skeletons. The lieutenant questioned if the armory was ready yet, her expression a mask of concern. A soldier reported that the platoon leader had the keys to the armory. The soldiers worked feverishly to open the armory, their movements frantic. Seo Yunha, her voice laced with desperation, ordered them to destroy it, melt it down, anything to open it up. One of the soldiers cried out, hoping they could all make it out alive, urging everyone not to give up. Another soldier announced that Sergeant Kim Si was coming, but the skeletons were already climbing up the walls and coming in. Seo Yunha shouted that it was dangerous, ordering the soldier to get away from the window right now. A soldier wondered aloud when so many skeletons had gotten there. Sergeant Kim Si rushed towards the barracks, determined to reach them, thinking that inside barracks number 2, there was someone they could not afford to lose at any cost. Kim Si pleaded for them to be alive. A sword glints in the dim light. Lieutenant Seo Yunha stares in wide-eyed terror as a skeleton looms behind her. Sergeant Kim Si. Her eyes widen, reflecting the horror of the situation. One of the figures questions if they need to open the gates in order. Below, a large group of soldiers stand ready outside the gate. The figure addresses Carol, suggesting they rush in all at once to finish quickly. The two figures walk away from a large stone structure. The other figure asks what he is talking about. Carol smiles, her red eyes gleaming. Carol muses that humans are cute when their hope is shattered. The figure informs Carol that it looks like the whole infiltration team is dead. The figure asks if it is both of them. The figure explains that they removed all communication devices and functioning cameras during mana scattering and arrived at the rendezvous point for the command infiltration. Carol's hair flows as they came. The bald figure with the long, braided beard questions if the Mountain Army and Sword Saint candidate aren't present. The blonde woman states that their absence was confirmed before the infiltration. She then wonders if it was Seo Yunha, the daughter. The bald figure asks if she means the Holy Knight Order captain. Carol responds that they can't help, but assumes Seo Yunha is stronger than expected. Carol, referred to as Kangmak, is told to go down there and wipe out the military command. Kangmak is told to do it himself. Kangmak curses, complaining that he has to deal with this because of all the damn dumbfucks. The ground erupts in a burst of splintered rock and displaced earth. A swirling vortex of purple energy begins to coalesce, forming a portal. The portal expands, its purple energy crackling with power. The portal now fully open, Kangmak tells Carol that he told her to go after the military command, not Seo Yunha. Carol asks if he looks like one of those dumbfucks, stating that she'll take them out in one strike. She is told by Kangmak that these guys will take care of Seo Yunha. A monstrous, purple hand descends. The air crackles with unseen energy. A monstrous face looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Two of the monstrous figures stand ready, wreathed in a dark, purple aura. Kangmak and Carol gaze up at the towering monster. The air vibrates with power. Carol's eyes glow red as a sinister smile spreads across her face. Carol wonders what the look on Seo Yunha's face will be like when she falls into despair. A soldier runs through a battlefield, remembering vampires from a past life. Another soldier runs through the battlefield, but considering that fanatic earlier, he can't be sure if there'll only be. The voice echoes, lamenting the loss of memories and emphasizing the vital importance of the current situation at any cost. A horde of undead soldiers stands before a large building, their weapons raised in a silent, ominous threat. The narration states that even barracks number 2 is under attack by an unaccounted vampire. The voice declares that they cannot afford to lose someone in this situation. The voice reiterates that the situation is vital at any cost. A figure sprints through a narrow corridor, pursued by the relentless undead. The skeletal soldiers advance, their empty eyes burning with a malevolent red glow. An energy blade strikes one of the undead, sending sparks flying as it impacts the bone armor. Another undead soldier is struck, the energy blade tearing through its decaying flesh. Multiple energy blades impale the fleeing figure, pinning them against the environment. A vast horde of undead soldiers swarms the area, their decaying forms a terrifying sight. The undead advance relentlessly, their numbers seemingly endless. A figure surrounded by glowing blue energy blades prepares to strike, his expression determined. The energy blades descend rapidly, a desperate plea echoing in the air. Please be alive. The man screams, his face contorted in anguish as the energy surges around him. The name Kim Si-hee rings out, a desperate cry amidst the chaos. The barrage of energy blades rains down upon the undead horde, obliterating them in a blinding flash of blue. The energy explodes outwards, vaporizing the undead. Silence descends. Below, a skeletal figure wielding a sword looms over Kim Si-hee, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Kim Si-hee stares up at the skeleton, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. Her eyes widen, a flicker of hope amidst the terror. She is surrounded by a swirling vortex of spectral green energy. The green energy intensifies around Kim Si-hee. The energy continues to swirl around her. Kim Si-hee faces a skeleton, the green energy crackling around her. Kim Si-hee's voice echoes, laced with fury. Who told you that you can enter the women's barracks, completely naked like that? The green energy intensifies, forming sharp, spectral blades. The energy explodes outward in a burst of raw power. A skeleton is sent flying, crashing through the ceiling. Another skeleton is hurled through the air, shattering the structure around it. A soldier levels his weapon, the blue glow of its power source illuminating his face. The soldier shouts, his voice filled with concern. Are you all okay? Kim Si-hee stands amidst the wreckage, the green energy still swirling around her as she faces the remaining skeletons. A figure declares their arrival to rescue someone, surrounded by swirling green energy. A question hangs in the air. Who is being rescued? Kim Si-hee, surrounded by spectral figures, wonders aloud. Whom? Another figure stands on a rooftop, panting, as Kim Si-hee looks on. A voice declares that she is totally beyond expectations. Kim Si-hee wonders why someone is trying to act so cool after popping out of nowhere. Despite being a spirit sorcerer, Kim Si-hee has a history of specializing in assassination. 5 years later, after the second wave, she was deployed on a special mission to assassinate the king of the Orc Kingdom, founded in Shanghai. A group of menacing orcs are shown, and she left a mark in history in a match to the death against the Orc King Stoneox. That's why, when I officially started my duty, one of the women states that she wasn't with her. Another woman questions if it's him. Corporal Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook gasps. Someone asks who is in command right now. Another person replies that it seems like it's him for now. A woman says Sergeant Kim Si-hee, the armory is open now. A group of people are walking down a hallway. Lee Hyun-wook declares that he will block this place and orders everyone to get armed quickly. Someone asks if he can handle it alone, considering the situation. Someone pleads for everyone to hurry, stating that mana isn't infinite and they can't last long. Skeletons stand ready. Corporal Park Junmo is ready for action. A soldier relays the instruction that most personnel from Barracks 1 are to move out. It is announced that they have been armed and evacuated. Someone says, well done, Park Junmo. It is announced that the platoon leader has moved to Barracks 2. A legion of skeletons stands silhouetted against the night sky, their empty eye sockets glowing with malevolent red light. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in alarm, a gasp escaping his lips as he takes in the scene before him. A figure dives through the air, blades flashing as they cut through the skeletal ranks, scattering bone shards and sparks. More skeletons are cleaved apart, their ancient bones unable to withstand the onslaught. Sergeant Kim Si-hee descends, her form a blur of motion as she continues her assault on the undead horde. Below, a soldier exclaims, it's Lee Hyun-wook, again. Kim Si-hee glances down, her expression unreadable. A soldier asks, did you take care of that vampire? Kim Si-hee responds, it's all wrapped up. Kim Si-hee salutes. Sergeant Kim Si-hee, the personnel in Barracks 2 will soon be armed. Lee Hyun-wook grimaces, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he hears the order to evacuate. Kim Si-hee's gaze sharpens, a hint of concern in her eyes. This guy, does he have the entire situation figured out? Lee Hyun-wook stares intently, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the unfolding events. A stark warning flashes. The assembly zone of evil has been declared, increasing dark attribute stats, undead healing, and monster spawns. Crimson streaks slash across the sky, a visual omen of the encroaching darkness. Skeletal figures, their eyes glowing with malevolent red light, emerge from the shadows, swords raised in a silent, deadly salute. A soldier stares at a screen displaying the approaching undead horde, her expression a mixture of fear and grim determination. Kim Si-hee, her brow furrowed, recognizes the ominous structure. Is that a totem? She wonders, recalling its ability to influence the area with magical effects. Lee Hyun-wook, a grim smile playing on his lips, stands before the totem. Another big catch. He mutters, his eyes glinting with resolve. He thinks, I need to move fast before others find it. In the rain-slicked streets, soldiers stand guard, their faces illuminated by the eerie red glow emanating from the totem. The soldier from before exclaims, Leader, that guy earlier wasn't alone. She continues, I know. I don't understand how they're using monsters, but this is. The text reveals the nature of the threat, a totem, an item embedded with several devil's medallions. Definitely an organized terror attack. All personnel are ordered to arm up and establish defensive positions until reinforcements arrive. Two figures stand silhouetted against the night, one responding with a curt, Yes, understood. Kim Si-hee, her expression urgent, tells Lee Hyun-wook, You're coming with me to the command control room. Lee Hyun-wook, his eyes wide with a mix of concern and determination, replies, I'm coming. The sound echoes, With you? A loud crash resonates. The sound of impact reverberates. Another crash echoes through the bunker. Inside the underground bunker command control room, Lee Hyun-wook stands ready, his gaze fixed on the monitors. The monitors display no signal. The monitors continue to show static. A complex barrier shimmers with blue energy. A voice echoes, If they're capable of breaking through a door blocked with a double barrier, that's someone above the level of an orc. Choi Youngjun says, the moment he enters, fighting in such a narrow space will be too risky. The platoon leader barks, When the door opens, and I give you the signal, please blast that guy out with me. A soldier responds, What? A figure prepares for battle, muscles tensing. A surge of raw power shatters the barrier, sending shards of energy and debris flying inward. A voice cries out, Oi, Lee Won-suk, are you crazy? If someone breaks in through that door, there's no hope for us. Lee Won-suk grits his teeth, declaring, It might be hard to handle all of them, but I'll stop this one guy, even if it kills me. The barrier continues to disintegrate, the magical energies crackling with destructive force. An ominous figure plummets through the shattered remains of the barrier, descending into the fortified area. Lee Won-suk plants his feet, hefting his weapon, ready to meet the intruder head-on. The intruder lands heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust as he hits the ground. The intruder, a hulking figure with a menacing glare, surveys the scene. Bastards, you really fortified this place to survive, huh? Choi Youngjun stares in disbelief. Huh? What's this? Choi Taeyong, watching from behind, mutters, What the heck is up with his size? Lee Won-suk tightens his grip on his weapon, his eyes narrowed with determination. He's way bigger than me, and I'm a berserker. Despite the fear gnawing at him, Lee Won-suk steels his resolve. I'm scared, but I can't back down. Bastard demands to know if Lee Won-suk intends to fight him. Lee Won-suk swings the axe downwards with lethal intent. No. The axe strikes Bastard, drawing blood. Lee Won-suk continues his assault, swinging the axe again. I'm going to. A surge of mana erupts around a figure, the energy crackling in the air. A voice booms, calling out, Private Lee Won-suk. The voice continues, Don't just thoughtlessly explode the mana. The unseen instructor commands, Control it, man. A deep chuckle rumbles from a towering figure. The instructor scolds, Stop laughing, or you'll grow on me. Your berserker mode wears off quickly every time, because. The towering figure kneels, struggling to contain his power. The instructor continues, And you just blast your mana at me. The instructor shouts, Get your act together. Private Lee Won-suk, sir. The instructor yells, Mana control. Private Lee Won-suk. Heavy breaths fill the air, the sound of exertion echoing across the training grounds. A large man lies sprawled on the ground, utterly spent. Private Lee Won-suk stands nearby, observing him. The sun sets in the distance, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Private Lee Won-suk speaks up. Private Lee Won-suk, sir. I have a. Lee Won-suk glances back, a question mark floating above his head. The exhausted man on the ground wonders, if I face an opponent who is stronger than me. The man continues, In real battle as you did, Sergeant, what should I do? The unseen sergeant responds sarcastically, You think? Of course. Lee Won-suk looks up, his expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. As big as a mountain, yet look at you trying to be sly and sneaky. The man on the ground protests, Huh? Emmy, I'm not that kind of a person. And no, I'm not. A smaller figure responds, Yes, you are. The sergeant continues, Private Lee Won-suk. Lee Won-suk stares intently, listening to the sergeant's advice. Then, don't run away and fight your opponent head-on. He is told to act like a soldier and protect the comrades behind him. The response comes that then his comrades will protect him too. A man with silver hair and glasses prepares for battle. He's scared, but he can't back down. A man with a red beard asks, What? Don't tell me you're going to fight me. Another man prepares to strike with a large weapon. No. The man with the red beard is struck. The silver-haired man continues his assault. He's coming. Someone shouts, Going to kill you. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a C-rank player specializing in warp magic, stands ready. A voice booms, ordering the platoon leader to act. Baron Samedi unleashes a surge of magical energy, a complex sigil glowing beneath his feet. The air crackles with unseen force. She is sent flying through the air, a golden ring briefly encircling her form. The soldier tumbles, a helpless projectile. Baron Samedi watches the spectacle unfold, a sinister amusement in his eyes. Baron Samedi asks, "What are you doing?" The soldier crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around her. She slides across the hard surface, momentum carrying her forward. Baron Samedi declares, "You see, it was too cramped there for a real fight." Baron Samedi laughs, taunting, "Oh, you're a fighter, are you?" He focuses, channeling his mana with intense concentration. He steals his resolve. He has to get it right this time. The surge of power courses through him. He did it. Now, he can maintain level 2 of Berserker body strengthening. His eyes burn with newfound power. The words of Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook echo in his mind. His muscles bulge, straining against the limits of his physical form. The power surges, reshaping his very being. He feels the raw strength coursing through his veins. He vows to protect the ones behind him. The power intensifies, radiating outwards. The number 40 is displayed. The scene is set at the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion Underground Bunker. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. The woman with red hair states that they need to deal with the totem first. The woman with red hair wonders what Seo Yunha is thinking, going to the control room. An unseen force slams into a figure, sending dust flying. The figure groans in pain from the impact. A sharp sound echoes. A figure coughs, surrounded by a red question mark. The figure lies on the ground, covered in blood. Someone shouts, "Lee Won-suk." The man with black hair coughs, mentioning Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. The figure coughs, declaring that he is not the kind of character who runs away. A figure is struck with a bloody impact. The figure falls, silenced by the blow. A bald man in a suit stands over a shattered structure. A voice booms, demanding, "Stop it." Seo Yuna shouts, "What the hell do you people want?" The platoon leader apologizes, asking someone to go to the control room first and to give the order to search for the totem upon arrival. The text commands to search for the totem and urgently organize personnel to be deployed and make arrangements for its removal. The text declares, "As for me." A soldier vows, "I'll kill this bastard." Seo Yunha looks shocked. A figure with a beard wonders if someone is the daughter of the Holy Knight Order's captain. She states that she didn't want to bother hunting them all down and finding him herself, but he came here on his own. She adds that, as he said, she'll go to the control room, also. Seo Yunha orders him not to die, stating that it's an order. Someone asks where they're going. Lee Won-suk thinks that he's never really liked Lee Won-suk since he's a brute who relies solely on his strength. Someone asks what nonsense they are spewing all of a sudden. But, even that guy? Someone says that they fought for his life all because of one thing he said, so if he has. The character prepares for battle. The bald man is seen from behind, a question mark floating above his head. Someone says to look at this lunatic. Someone says, "Sure, come on, come at me." He launches a kick at Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. The bald man points a finger at Hyun-wook. Bastard's eyes narrow. A monstrous beast snarls. Hyun-wook is struck by a barrage of blue energy. The beast looms. Lee Hyun-wook grips a spear, energy crackling around it. A voice shouts, "Unlock." Hyun-wook is bathed in light. His eyes narrowed. Lee Hyun-wook prepared to strike. A surge of power erupted around the bastard, forming a barrier of pulsating blue energy. Bottom text present. Behind the shimmering shield, the bastard gripped a wicked-looking spear, his red eyes burning with malice. The steel stakes. Lee Hyun-wook's voice echoed with disdain. "I'd be disappointed if that's it." With a burst of speed, Hyun-wook lunged forward, his steel stakes aimed at the barrier. Indomitable steel body. The stakes pierced the barrier. The steel stakes found their mark, tearing through the bastard's defenses. The force of the attack sent the bastard hurtling backward. Hyun-wook landed gracefully. The bastard's hand trailed along the ground. Hyun-wook's gaze intensified, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. The ruined building stands silent, the aftermath of the previous attack still visible. The bastard roars, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Where are you looking?" Lee Hyun-wook braces himself, preparing for the next attack. The bastard unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the blast tearing through the air towards Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook narrowly avoids the blast, the force of it sending debris flying. The bastard continues his assault, his movements swift and brutal. The bastard's voice drips with disdain. "Are you just going to keep dodging like a damn rat?" He sweeps his arm in a wide arc, attempting to crush Hyun-wook with sheer force. Again, Hyun-wook evades the attack, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he looks for an opening. Falling back, Hyun-wook prepares to counter. The bastard lunges forward, a triumphant sneer on his face. "Got you." But Hyun-wook activates his skill, a surge of blue energy enveloping him. Indomitable steel body. The bastard is struck by a sudden, unseen force, the impact sending shards of debris flying through the air. The assault continues, the force of the blow eliciting a grunt of pain. Clutching his arm, the bastard grits his teeth against the pain, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hands. The bastard stands firm, a dark aura swirling around him as he prepares his defense. His eyes glowing with crimson intensity, The bastard sneers. Did you think you could kill me with just a few holy power weapons? The bastard continues, his voice dripping with disdain. Talking about revenge when this is all you got? Ridiculous. The bastard wonders what the sound is. The bastard declares, you're right. A few weapons weren't enough to kill you. That's why I brought you here. The bastard prepares his power, the indestructible roaring torrent rush. The bastard's power manifests as a torrent of blue energy and red symbols. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring, this is all for you. The sign reads, Restricted Area, 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade 1st Battalion Armory. A monstrous entity looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Sweat beads on Hyun-wook's brow as he steels himself, a red aura flaring around him. A mana tank, rank 3, pulses with contained energy. The system message warns, mana tank is consumed to grant condensed mana to the caster. Mana, 100%. Caution, excessive use may damage the caster's body. Hyun-wook's voice is strained as he mutters, let's see if I get through you first, or if I die first. A grim determination hardens his features. Let's put an end to this shit. A golden portal shimmers into existence, and skeletal warriors emerge, their ancient armor gleaming in the ethereal light. More of the undead pour through the gateway, their numbers swelling like a tide of bone and steel. The skeletal army advances, their rusted weapons raised, a silent promise of death echoing in the air. Crimson light flares in the empty sockets of the skeletons, a chilling sign of the dark magic animating them. A voice crackles over the comms, strained and desperate. I managed to forcefully warp a few, but I'm at my limit. We don't have much time. Hurry up. Inside the command center, soldiers brace themselves, weapons raised, ready to meet the onslaught. Sweat beads on the brow of the communications officer as he barks into the microphone. Communications officer, restore the communication channel. The order rings out, sharp and urgent. Everyone else, prepare to fire. Brace for the attack. A soldier kneels, rifle raised, his gaze fixed on the approaching horde. The air crackles with anticipation. The communications officer strains, his hand glowing as he struggles to maintain the connection. The device in his palm emits a blinding light. A searing pain shoots through the communications officer, and he screams in agony as the device overloads. A swarm of skeletons, their eyes burning with malevolent red light, claw their way through a shimmering portal, ready to overwhelm the unprepared soldiers. A soldier, eyes narrowed with grim determination, kneels, leveling his weapon at the encroaching skeletal horde. The air crackles with anticipation. A bone-chilling shriek tears through the air as a skeleton, wielding a rusted blade, lunges forward, its empty sockets promising only death. Fear grips the soldier as he watches the skeleton advance, his face a mask of terror. He shouts, a desperate plea lost in the din of battle, as the skeleton closes in. A blinding golden beam pierces the darkness, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching doom. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee finds herself surrounded, the skeletal figures closing in, their bony hands reaching for her. The air smells of dust and decay. Another beam of golden light erupts, searing the air with its intense heat, momentarily pushing back the skeletal advance. Flames engulf Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, the heat intense, but she stands defiant, her expression a mixture of determination and pain. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, are you all right? A soldier collapses to the ground, the weight of the battle pressing down on him, his strength failing. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, her face etched with concern, shouts, Lieutenant Seo Yunha? Her voice cuts through the chaos, a beacon of hope and resolve. The skeletons that swarmed the command room have been cleared. The command room is now secure, with personnel monitoring the situation. An officer expresses his gratitude. The platoon leader reports that they've connected to the emergency communications network. The officer urges them to quickly request support from the 3rd Battalion. But the officer is shocked to hear that a gate has opened over there too. A building is engulfed in flames as a horde of monsters approaches. The 3rd Battalion is alerted to the situation, responding with disbelief. The order is given to connect to the Blue Flower Guild. The Blue Flower Guild building is engulfed in flames, besieged by what appear to be dragons. Gates have opened on their side as well. The order comes to connect to the 5th Battalion. The command center is a hive of activity as the order is given to connect to the 6th Battalion. All nearby units and major guilds have confirmed gates are appearing everywhere. Right now, everyone's requesting support from each other. A soldier stares in disbelief at the screen. It's like I'm looking at hell. Seo Yunha looks on with concern as the situation unfolds. It's the 12th emergency video transmission. Battalion commander. The soldiers salute, ready to follow orders. I'm rushing back to the base, but it might take some time, so please understand. A helicopter takes off into the night sky. She stands, her expression unreadable. A man with spiky red hair asks, what are you talking about? I'm curious about the reason. Another man, bearing a scar across his face, states, haven't you consistently expressed caution and suspicion regarding Sergeant Lee's recent actions? Seo Yunha's eyes narrow as she thinks. His irrational behavior naturally warrants caution, sir. A voice declares, until now, that was the case. A man clenches his fist, surrounded by a red aura. An item description appears. Item info name, mana tank, rank 3. Mana tank is consumed to grant condensed mana to The caster's mana is at 100%. A warning reads, excessive use may damage the caster's body. A room glows with blue light. A man stands in a room filled with weapons, stating, I prepared this for you. The armory is labeled, Restricted Area, 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion Armory. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes appears. The monstrous figure demands, his voice echoing with rage, how do you know my name? Lee Hyun-wook, blood trickling from his lip, retorts, let's see if you break first, or if I die first. Hyun-wook declares, his voice resolute, let's settle this once and for all. A torrent of blue energy weapons materializes around Lee Hyun-wook, each glowing with potent power. He stands amidst the swirling arsenal, his eyes narrowed with determination as the air crackles with energy. The blue energy weapons streak forward, blurring as they accelerate towards their target. The barrage intensifies, a relentless storm of magical projectiles hurtling towards the monstrous figure. The first of the energy weapons slam into the monstrous figure, explosions of blue light erupting on contact. The monstrous figure recoils, smoke billowing from its form as the magical assault takes its toll. More energy weapons strike, each impact sending shards of light and force rippling outwards. The monstrous figure is engulfed in a continuous barrage, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning flesh. The relentless assault continues, the blue energy weapons tearing into the monstrous figure with savage intensity. The remaining mana is at 87%. A barrage of attacks strikes the monstrous figure. The monstrous figure sneers, I'll give you credit for all the hard work you've put into thinking of this. The monstrous figure continues, go ahead, try and give it everything you've got. More energy blades rain down on the monstrous figure. The air crackles with magical energy. The remaining mana is at 72%. A powerful magical attack is unleashed. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, determined. He gathers energy in his hands, preparing another attack. The remaining mana is at 66%. Another attack slams into the monstrous figure. He unleashes a torrent of blue energy, firing a barrage of magical projectiles towards his opponent. The air crackles with the sound of the magical assault. Bastard roars with manic glee. This is fun. Go on, give me more. Bastard continues, his voice dripping with malice, because all the fools who thought they could with their strength ended up dying a pathetic death. A digital display flickers into view, showing Lee Hyun-wook's remaining mana, 38%. Lee Hyun-wook continues his relentless assault, blue energy crackling around his hands as he fires more projectiles. Bastard sneers, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light. Just like your rookie subordinates. Debris explodes around Bastard as he bellows. Who messed with me? Thinking they were strong enough? Bastard stands amidst the dust and rubble, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. He plummets from above, a blue aura crackling around him as Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike. The Steel Emperor crashes down upon Bastard, initiating a brutal assault. Lee Hyun-wook's remaining mana dwindles to a mere 24%. Bastard, seemingly unfazed, asks, are you enjoying this? Bastard snarls, you fucking bastard. The red-eyed fiend brandishes a wicked weapon, ready to retaliate. After closely observing Lee Hyun-wook's inexplicable feats and suspicious movements lately, the Steel Emperor remains on top of Bastard, continuing his assault. The ground shatters beneath them, the force of their battle intensifying. Lee Hyun-wook's remaining mana plummets to a critical 2%. You're going to die too, just like. Bastard sneers, the other pathetic fools who acted up thinking they were strong enough. But now, certainty has taken root. Bastard screams, engulfed in a vortex of searing flames. He's not a spy. He's been a step ahead of everyone else in dealing with the current crisis. Moreover, Lee Hyun-wook's expression is grim as he stares into the inferno. From the Itaewon Goblin Gate to the unlucky event at Seoul Station and the Red Gate in Silom, Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the devastation, his gaze unwavering. His uniform is tattered, a testament to the brutal battle. A body lies broken amidst the rubble, a stark reminder of the cost. Another fallen comrade lies in a pool of blood, their sacrifice etched into the grim scene. Remaining mana, 1%. I'm sorry I couldn't protect. He vows, even if the bunker collapses, I'll come back and make sure to recover your bodies. In this life, he will never survive alone. The situation is being summarized. On a screen, two figures stand at attention. The speaker agrees with the idea. Coincidentally, the right person has shown up just in time. Lee Hyun-wook's name is spoken. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is addressed. The speaker announces that Lee Hyun-wook is being given temporary command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion. Lee Hyun-wook asks if command authority includes access to the armory. The speaker confirms that it does, soldier. He then asks if he can turn the situation around. Lee Hyun-wook clenches his fist. Lee Hyun-wook responds, yes, sir. His eyes narrowed, Lee Hyun-wook appears determined. It's now time to fight back. The superior officer, his face stern, relayed the order. Temporary command of the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, 1st Battalion, was being transferred. One of the soldiers listening inquired if command authority included access to the armory. The superior officer confirmed, his gaze intense. He asked if the soldier could turn the situation around. A hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with determination. The soldier responded with resolute conviction. Yes, sir. The soldier's face was a mask of grim resolve, his eyes narrowed with purpose. It was now time to fight back. Blast. The soldiers, a unified force, prepared to unleash their fury. Barracks number 1 stood as the first line of defense. An officer barked, "Deploy the magic circle." The magic circles flared to life, bathing the area in golden light. The soldiers unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the advancing skeletons. Blast flames. The magic circles continued to burn brightly, a beacon against the encroaching darkness. Yet, the skeleton horde pressed onward, undeterred by the inferno. The flames spread, consuming not only the skeletons but also some of the soldiers themselves. The officer grimaced, realizing the situation was dire. "Damn it," he muttered. "At this rate, this will never end." A monstrous skeleton roared, leading the charge. The magic circles, though powerful, seemed unable to stem the tide. The skeleton horde descended upon barracks number 2, their numbers seemingly endless. A cacophony of bone and steel echoes as the skeleton horde surges forward, their blades thirsting for blood. The chilling announcement cuts through the chaos. The second floor has been breached. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee grips her weapon, her expression a mask of grim determination as she prepares to meet the onslaught. A desperate cry rings out. Retreat. The soldiers fall back, overwhelmed by the sheer number of the undead. Sergeant Seo Yunha and her squad brace themselves, weapons raised, as they attempt to stem the tide of skeletons. Lee Min-hee clutches her arm, her voice laced with despair. The upper floor. We couldn't save the people on the second floor. A wave of dread washes over them as the realization hits. There are simply too many. The soldiers stumble back, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. We can't hold out much longer. Lee Min-hee steels her resolve, her eyes narrowed with determination. Get to. A lone soldier stands defiant, a whirlwind of steel against the encroaching skeletons. The sign looms ominously, guard post. A final, desperate clash. The soldier falls, overwhelmed by the relentless horde. Two soldiers peer out from behind a reinforced door, their expressions a mix of fear and grim determination. One of the soldiers calls out, "Sergeant Choi Youngjin, are you all right?" Sergeant Choi Youngjin stands amidst a field of corpses, the rain washing the blood from his uniform. Choi Youngjin retorts, his voice laced with sarcasm. "Do I look like I'm all right?" The sheer scale of the horde becomes apparent, a seemingly endless mass of undead stretching into the distance. One of the soldiers explains, because of the totems, it's hard to kill them, and they're swarming in. The soldier's expression shifts, a manic grin spreading across his face as he continues to observe the horde. The soldier exclaims, "This is getting me excited." Another soldier states, "The barracks are not that threatening, but given the initial numbers in which they poured out of the gate, they're estimated to be at least the size of a division, 10,000 to 20,000. The scene shifts to the bunker's command and control room, a hub of monitors and communication equipment. A soldier grimly predicts, "With this many of them, our main camp will eventually fall." One of the soldiers concludes, "That leaves us no choice but to establish a base in the bunker and respond." The lieutenant and the private stand before a bank of monitors. The screens flicker with static. Choi Youngjin says that they can't do that. If they avoid them, the monsters will become strategically aligned with the guard post personnel. A moving army of death, controlled by those who set up the totems, advances. If these monsters go down in Namsan, hundreds of thousands will die. Choi Youngjin asks what on earth they should do. The assault squad leader is asked to search for the totems. The monsters will become strategically aligned with the guard post personnel. What about the zombies then? Seo Yunha says they'll open the guard post and gather the skeletons and zombies in one place. Choi Youngjin asks if she has gone crazy, stating that if those two monster types get together, they'll be annihilated. A man with dark blue hair responds that if they work together, they'll be the ones getting annihilated, not them. The man with dark blue hair states that they'll be the ones getting annihilated, not them. Choi Youngjin wonders, me? A man with brown hair and glasses looks distressed, breathing heavily. An unseen figure, clad in military fatigues, refuses an order, questioning the reason for compliance. The same figure stands amidst a field of totems, expressing frustration at the impossible task of searching all of Namsan. Choi Youngjun, speaking into a radio, cuts off another soldier, seemingly annoyed by the interruption. Choi Youngjin dismisses the interruption, stating that squad members are already scouting specific points in Namsan. A soldier witnesses a horde of zombies approaching, shouting a warning that they are coming again. Choi Youngjun asserts his command authority, demanding that his orders be followed. Another soldier struggles to hear through the radio, complaining about communication security issues. Choi Youngjun is remembered as a nutcase. A soldier looks surprised, listening to the radio. The soldier's expression shifts to a sinister smile. It's said that Choi Youngjun has never been serious. The soldier agrees to something, his smile widening. A soldier confirms, acknowledging the order to leave immediately. Another soldier states that they will move to the rendezvous point as well. A soldier communicates that they will soon join the assault squad leader. One soldier asks another to take care of their squad members in the meantime. The other soldier responds, reassuring them not to worry. Lieutenant Seo Yunha declares that she is not planning to lose any more of her soldiers. A helicopter flies over a tower at night. A command center broadcast is announced. All personnel are ordered to cease attacks and move indoors as a zombie attacks. The order is given. Everyone, retreat. The soldiers are commanded to get into the bunker. She barks orders, commanding the mages to deploy barriers and prepare for the impending impact. Seo Yunha wonders why the reinforcements haven't arrived yet. The zombies are passing through the guard post. Inside the barracks, two figures monitor the screens. The zombies are 200 meters from barracks number 2. The horde advances down the road, a relentless tide of undead. The zombies are now only 100 meters away, their moans echoing through the air. Closing the distance, the horde is only 50 meters from the base. The skeletons and zombies have reached the point of impact. The order is given to move indoors and deploy the barriers as the horde crashes against the defenses. A sea of undead claws and teeth press against the barricades. The impending impact sends shivers down the spines of the defenders as the zombies growl and claw at the barriers. A grotesque tableau of rotting flesh and bone. The zombies and skeletons surge forward. A deafening roar erupts from the horde as they relentlessly assault the base. She stared at the screen, the endless horde of zombies a terrifying spectacle. A voice questioned if stopping them with just a barrier was enough, suggesting they were out of their minds. An order came through. Sergeant Kim Si-hee was to manipulate the wind inside the barracks. The message flashed, maintain a wind speed below 3 meters per second. Seo Yunha wondered what on earth that guy was thinking. Inside the 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade Armory, preparations were underway. A soldier questioned who the hell someone was. Another soldier wondered what on earth that guy was. A soldier activated a warp zone. The thought arose that someone never thought of linking the warp zone to a specific location to send things far away. A drone passed 800 meters. My maximum warp zone distance is 90 meters. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's brow furrows with concern. He wonders how someone could utilize his power better than he does. A system message indicates that the communication height has reached its maximum of 1 kilometer. A drone ascends into the dark night sky, its lights cutting through the gloom. The drone is fixed at its current height, awaiting further instructions. A voice booms, declaring the platoon leader's presence. The warp zone reaches its maximum extension, a shimmering field of energy enveloping the area. A soldier stands ready, preparing to fire the first shot. The soldier fires the first shot, a beam of energy streaking towards its target. The soldier watches intently as the energy beam descends. The energy beam pierces the night, heading towards its destination. Carol observes the events unfolding, her expression unreadable. The energy beam continues its descent, its power undeniable. A towering skeletal figure stands amidst a field of its fallen brethren, a blade of pure blue energy bisecting its form. The camera focuses on the figure's massive legs, each stride a thunderous echo in the desolate landscape. Suddenly, a concentrated beam of energy slams into the skeletal figure, sending chunks of bone and earth flying. The air crackles with the sound of the impact. From a distance, a soldier takes aim. First shot on target, he shouts. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, observing through his scope, barks. There's no margin for error. Elsewhere, a caster clenches his fist, a crimson glow emanating from his chest as he prepares for the next phase of the assault. The caster consumes a mana tank, rank 3, granting him condensed mana. The caster's mana surges to 100%, but a warning flashes. Excessive use may damage the caster's body. His eyes widen, a surge of power coursing through him. Go, he commands. Standing amidst a torrent of falling swords, the caster unleashes his power. Steel rain. Swords of pure mana continue to descend from the heavens. The skeletal figure is pierced by the relentless barrage. The rain of swords intensifies. The skeletal figure is overwhelmed by the sheer number of blades. The sound of the attack echoes through the battlefield. Lieutenant Seo Yunha and the rest of the military team watch the spectacle unfold. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's eyes reflect grim determination. The caster focuses, maintaining the relentless assault. The swords finally impact the ground, creating a massive explosion of mana. Lee Hyun-wook vows to protect everyone in the battle. The woman's eyes widened, her fangs bared in a silent snarl of surprise. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. Unbelievable. A fierce determination hardens the man's gaze, his red hair catching the light. His face contorted in rage, the man's teeth bared in a silent scream. A hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with strain. A vow echoes in the darkness. No longer will anyone die because of me. Rain lashed down, blurring the edges of the ruined cityscape. Amidst the downpour, skeletal figures advanced, their movements jerky and unnatural. A voice echoed, declaring, as of now, with me as the commander. A beam of blue light pierced the darkness, illuminating a gathering of figures below. A lone figure walked away from the light, their destination unknown. A ghastly face emerged from the shadows, red eyes burning with malice. Die in battle, she shrieked. A voice, filled with disbelief, whispered, unbelievable. A voice declared, no longer will anyone want. A face contorted in rage, blood dripping from his teeth. A voice boomed, die because of me. The building blazes, consumed by an inferno. A field of skeletons stretches as far as the eye can see, a testament to the battle's devastation. A command center broadcast crackles to life. Lieutenant Seo Yunha appears on screen, her expression grave. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. This guy is absolutely crazy. The skeletal remains of countless monsters litter the battlefield. The command center broadcast repeats. I repeat, quickly evacuate the injured and eliminate all remaining monsters. Two soldiers stare in stunned silence. One wonders aloud, is Lee Hyun-wook really this powerful? The burning building casts an eerie glow on the ravaged landscape. A group of soldiers discusses the implications. Does our battalion have an A ranker I didn't know about? I don't think his rank can. Seo Yunha confronts another soldier, demanding, explain this. The soldier responds, what? Two soldiers, exhausted and kneeling, struggle to catch their breath. One gasps, he used my warp ability and the altitude. The attack had been turned into an area-wide assault, exceeding A rank. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. He's the real deal. Lee Hyun-wook groans, struggling to maintain his focus. A soldier asks, are you okay? The platoon leader insists that it's not over yet. The soldier strains, commanding himself to focus on maintaining the warp zone. Another soldier grimaces, declaring that he's at his limit and won't last much longer. Lee Hyun-wook replies that he needs just a little. A voice pleads for everyone to hold on just a little more. Rain falls in sheets, obscuring the night. A woman stands in the rain, her expression unreadable. She reports that Kanlok was deployed to the command control room, but he's not responding. The monsters are almost annihilated. The question is posed, should they wait until the last gate opens? Carol, visibly annoyed, demands silence so she can think. She considers the power of the Mountain King, a potential sword saint, or even a holy knight. The report comes in. They have no information on this individual, despite the scale of their attacks. Carol wonders if he could be at the level of a high-ranking military executive. A question hangs in the air. Was that not Carol's doing? Carol is informed that there's a scout nearby. A scout plummets from a great height. The scout lies prone on the ground. Carol declares that she has a lot of questions she needs to ask right now. She orders the scout to be brought to her immediately. A soldier sprints through the forest. A report comes in. A totem has been spotted at location B3-9. The word manhack is emblazoned across the night sky. Choi Youngjun is urged to hurry. A soldier states that all he needs is 1 second. An unseen attack rips through the forest. Another strike lands, the impact echoing through the trees. Carol walks through the forest. Carol remarks that it wasn't just one guy. The soldiers are warned that their location might have been exposed and are ordered to change to all-round guard. A monstrous figure looms. Carol raises a hand. The monster attacks the soldiers, who are warned to watch out. Another unseen attack strikes. Soldiers stand ready in the distance. The order rings out. Ahead. Shields up. Seo Yunha screams. Enemy spotted. A monstrous figure towers over the soldiers, its red eyes burning with malice. The battle erupts in a flurry of steel and claws. She warns the soldiers to keep their distance from them. The air crackles with unseen energy. It's haunted armor, a voice booms. If you get too close, any part that gets touched by it will rot away. The rain continues to fall as the haunted armor stands menacingly. Corporal Onmente asks if he is okay, stating that he thinks his shoulder is dislocated. He warns that there are more of them incoming. The haunted armor advances, its red eyes glowing ominously in the rain. The haunted armor moves with unnatural speed, closing in on the soldiers. A guttural growl echoes through the forest. More haunted armor appears, surrounding the soldiers. A platoon leader asks what they should do. Lieutenant Seo Yunha orders the soldiers to stay close behind her, her expression determined. Golden light begins to emanate from her. Golden wings erupt from Lieutenant Seo Yunha's back, illuminating the battlefield. The platoon leader stares in awe at the display of power. Golden wings stretch out against the sky. She soars into the fray, her wings a blur of righteous fury against the haunted armor. The wings shine brightly against the dark sky. The soldiers struggle against the haunted armor, their weapons barely making a dent. The haunted armor radiates a malevolent energy, its red eyes glowing with dark intent. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of steel and shadow under the pale moonlight. A surge of holy power erupts, forming a protective dome around Lieutenant Seo Yunha and the soldiers. The barrier shimmers with divine energy, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, standing within the holy dome, instructs, for about 7 minutes, you'll be able to receive the blessing of holy power inside the dome. If you get a chance during the battle, leave the area and prioritize finding the totems. The soldiers continue their desperate fight, the holy dome offering a temporary respite from the relentless onslaught. One soldier asks, but aren't those things so strong you'd need an entire platoon just to fight one? Another replies, I'm more than enough. The soldiers fight with renewed vigor, emboldened by the holy power and their unwavering determination. The haunted armor raises its blade, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The blade descends in a swift, deadly arc. Holy light. The haunted armor continues its assault, the blade a blur of motion. She gathers holy energy, preparing to unleash a counterattack. The holy light strikes the haunted armor, searing its corrupted form. The holy light burns brightly. The holy light continues to bombard the haunted armor, pushing it back. Lieutenant Seo Yunha focuses her energy, channeling more power into the holy light. The haunted armor is struck again, the holy light tearing through its defenses. She grits her teeth, pushing herself to the limit. The holy light slams into the haunted armor, sending it reeling. The haunted armor looms, its malevolent presence a suffocating weight in the air. She slashes at the haunted armor with her sword, holy light emanating from the blade. The holy light strikes the armor, a resounding clang echoing through the chamber. The armor remains unfazed, the holy light seemingly ineffective. The sound of the sword echoes. Corporal Li Hyun-wook watches the battle with a worried expression. Choi Youngjin asks, "Is that how holy knights usually fight?" Li Hyun-wook replies, "I don't know either, but now I understand why they call Lieutenant Seo Yunha a berserker when she has a sword." Lieutenant Seo Yunha continues her assault, the holy light intensifying. The lieutenant prepares to strike again, her eyes filled with determination. A voice cries out in alarm, questioning what's happening as the holy light abruptly vanishes. She plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. Still falling, Lieutenant Seo Yunha is helpless against the sudden drop. The haunted armor stands tall, its presence looming over the scene. Red eyes glow menacingly from within the armor's dark depths. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers stands in the rain, their figures small against the vast landscape. Panic sets in as someone realizes the holy dome is disappearing. Lieutenant Seo Yunha continues to fall, her expression unreadable. A warning sign declares that the curse of Gregory Azazel is spreading, suppressing all holy power in the area. Dark symbols fill the air, a visual manifestation of the encroaching curse. A figure stands amidst the swirling darkness, its form indistinct. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in shock, a silent scream building in her throat as she witnesses the unfolding events. A figure in dark clothing stands partially visible as they think. Finally, I get to see it. The woman with horns and fangs is shown. The figure continues, thinking of the arrogant face of a holy knight. Panic rises in the soldier as he realizes, they're catching up to me. He grits his teeth, thinking, I don't think I'll be able to shake them off. He sprints through the forest, the sounds of pursuit echoing behind him. His radio tumbles from his grasp, clattering against the forest floor. A guttural scream pierces the night. 3 figures race through the trees. Choi Youngjin, hurry, one of them shouts. Another soldier, sweat beading on his brow, mutters, all I need is 1 second. The soldiers continue their desperate flight through the dense woods. The air crackles with unseen energy as the pursuers close in. The world blurs into a tunnel of green and gray, the trees whipping past in a dizzying rush. Distant light flickers at the end of the arboreal corridor, a false promise of escape. Darkness closes in, the tunnel constricting. A distant figure runs, desperately trying to reach the end. A voice echoes from above, laced with cruel amusement. Found you. The air crackles with anticipation, the scent of ozone sharp in the air. A searing pain explodes across his back as a blade finds its mark, tearing through flesh and bone. Crimson sprays into the air, painting the forest floor with a macabre masterpiece. The world spins as the blade continues its brutal work, severing muscle and sinew. His legs give way, the forest floor rushing up to meet him in a final, crushing embrace. Silence descends, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the trees and the steady drip of blood. The attacker's eyes widen, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Smoke. The attacker wondered if the blade had even cut through anything. Oh ho, they just disappeared into the darkness. A soldier, carrying Kim Kyung-jin, asked if he was okay and told him to snap out of it. Another soldier exclaimed that if he died, Li Hyun-wook wouldn't give him the whiskey. The figure with glasses remarked that they were too slow. With his speed, huh? The 2 figures continued to fall. The soldier continued to fall, blood splattering around him. The figure with glasses stated that they were catching up. The figure continued to fall. The figure continued to fall, surrounded by blood. The figure continued to fall through the trees, blood trailing behind. She plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet her. A figure in a helmet declares, so you're the sword sync candidate. The figure continues, from your sword's speed and reflexes. The figure in the helmet states, I can see why the infiltration team was defeated, but it's all useless against me. A voice declares, because I can't be stabbed by a sword. The figure in the helmet says, it would be a waste of your abilities to kill you. The figure in the helmet extends their hands, stating, join us. The figure in the helmet states, if you gain the power of a vampire, you can stand at the top of the world. Kim Kyung-jin's eyes widen in shock. A stunned silence hangs in the air. The figure in the helmet extends their hand, beckoning. A voice promises that one can become a chosen being, like them. Kim Kyung-jin shouts that it's a load of bullshit, telling the other to stop talking nonsense. He demands to know how he's going to be compensated for his A-rank uniform, questioning if the other is an idiot. Silence hangs in the air. The voice states that it seems talking isn't enough to make him understand. The soil of Acheron begins to activate, its power to drag down the living using the corrupted soil of Acheron, the river that the dead cross in the afterlife. Kim Kyung-jin wonders what the ground is as his feet are now trapped. He exclaims that it's all mushy. The voice tells him to snap out of it, that he's sinking. He sinks further into the soil. The more he moves, the more fiercely it will pull him down. Kim Kyungjin wonders what to do with him, thinking that once he wakes up, he's really going to beat him up. He finds it frustrating fighting while carrying him around. Purple energy crackles around the feet of the armored figure. Baron Samedi lunges forward, blade extended. Are those your last words? He snarls. His armored boot crushes the ground, the purple energy swirling beneath. The armored foot slams down on the man with glasses. Baron Samedi stabs downward, the blade piercing flesh. The man with glasses grips the blade, his expression unreadable. The blade plunges through the man's chest, blood erupting around the wound. Baron Samedi continues his assault, stabbing again and again. The man with glasses speaks, unfazed. I'm pretty sure I told you stabbing me is pointless. The armored figure continues to stab, the blade finding purchase again and again. The relentless assault continues, blood flying with each strike. The man with glasses stumbles back, a grunt escaping his lips. Ugh! He is struck from behind, blood spraying from the wound. What a shame to your reputation as a sword sink candidate. Your back is almost completely undefended. Baron Samedi stands over him, ready to strike again. Oi, wait! Leaping into the air, the man with glasses shouts, You keep aiming for my back. He spreads his arms wide. A wound on the back is an embarrassment for a swordsman. The man with glasses declares, I'll take it head on. Baron Samedi thinks, I can't believe I considered making this fool one of us. How embarrassing. Baron Samedi is knocked to the ground. Yes. Choi Youngjin appears, thinking, now that won't get swept into us. Thanks. For getting lured so damn easily, dumbass. Choi Youngjin stands behind the man with glasses. Choi Youngjin says, Enough of your bluffing now. You were just unlucky you had to fight me. Oi, enough of that. Lee Hyun-wook asks if his opponent has ever been sliced at the speed of light. Baron Samedi says he is getting tired of this. Baron Samedi shouts that he doesn't need a lunatic and demands that his opponent die already. Blurring in emotion, Lee Hyun-wook moves with blinding speed. A yellow aura flares around him as he closes the distance. His sword strikes with explosive force, sending debris flying. The hunter continues his assault, a whirlwind of motion and steel. He is a blur of speed, leaving only afterimages in his wake. The ground is shattered, a testament to the power unleashed. A glowing boot comes down on the ruined landscape. Lee Hyun-wook continues his relentless attack. The force of Hyun-wook's attack sends Baron Samedi reeling backwards. The undead monstrosity is sent hurtling through the air. Blood splatters as Baron Samedi continues his uncontrolled descent. The impact of the blow echoes through the forest. Golden energy crackles around the airborne Baron Samedi. The force of the attack sends the undead villain flying even further. Baron Samedi's face contorts in a silent scream of pain and rage. The world blurs around the rapidly retreating Baron Samedi. Hyun-wook, eyes blazing with determination, prepares another attack. He gathers energy, the air around him shimmering with power. The air crackles as Hyun-wook focuses his energy. The next blow connects, sending Baron Samedi spiraling downwards. Golden streaks of light tear through the air. The air crackles with unseen energy. A shockwave erupts. The sky shimmers with power. Lee Hyun-wook stands over the fallen Baron Samedi, the air thick with the stench of ozone and blood. Hyun-wook says, I used a sword without divine power, so it'd hurt more. But that still wasn't enough to kill you. Guess I'll have to crush the totem. Baron Samedi, face contorted in rage, spits, Oi, you fucking lunatic bastard. This is ridiculous. The Baron continues, This is fucking cheating. Geez, haven't you got a rough tongue? How did you hold back all this time? It's nothing special. Lee Hyun-wook grins, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. You just got sliced at the speed of light. Baron Samedi snarls, You son of a. A gleaming knife appears, radiating a holy light. Let me cleanse that filthy mouth of yours. The air shimmers with divine energy, the promise of retribution hanging heavy. A blinding light erupts, filled with crackling energy. The energy intensifies, forming a concentrated beam. Arcane symbols shimmer in the air. The symbols pulse with an otherworldly power. Darkness descends. A soldier, crouched low, admits, I'm so fucking hungry. The soldier continues, panting, If I increase my metabolism to this level one more time, I might really die. More darkness. Eerie symbols float in a dark, swirling atmosphere. The symbols intensify, glowing with an ominous light. A warning flashes. The curse of Grigori Azazel is spreading. All holy power in the area is being suppressed. Grigori is an organization of fallen angels, and Azazel is their leader. The relic of the fallen angel, used by Azazel, is an anti-holy power item. A figure with sharp fangs grins, declaring, I'm curious. A voice echoes, dripping with malice, wondering what kind of face a holy knight will make while dying. A hulking, armored figure raises a massive sword, its red eyes glowing menacingly in the downpour. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in alarm. The armored figure swings the sword down with incredible speed, blue energy crackling around the blade. The sword slams into the ground, sending tremors through the earth and kicking up a cloud of dust. Continuing the arc, the sword sweeps towards Lieutenant Seo Yunha. The force of the blow sends Seo Yunha flying backwards. She is momentarily suspended in the air, a golden circle forming around her. The golden circle fades, and Seo Yunha continues to fall. 3 soldiers watch the unfolding events, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. Blue energy spikes crackle through the air. The figure demands, "Where's the soldier you were chasing?" A figure with horns and fangs asks, "Who the hell is this guy?" Blood trickles from the corner of a man's mouth, his expression hardened. The figure shouts, "Answer me." The man's face contorts in a yell, his eyes wide with fury. The man demands, "Where is my squad member?" A hulking monster lunges forward, its form a blur of gray and red. The creature continues its relentless advance. Its glowing red eyes pierce the darkness as it closes in. A voice booms out, demanding, "Where's the soldier you were chasing?" A blonde woman with piercing red eyes stands amidst the shadows, an unsettling calm radiating from her. The unseen speaker roars, "Answer me." A man with vibrant blue hair shouts, his face contorted in anger. Another voice cries out, desperate, "Where is my squad member?" A fierce battle rages, energy blasts and explosions illuminating the dark forest as soldiers clash with monstrous figures. The blonde woman walks away from the chaos, her back turned to the carnage. The forest looms, silent and watchful, as if holding its breath before a storm. Carol smirks, her eyes glinting with amusement. Rather than worrying about someone who might be dead, you should be worrying about those in front of you, who could die any moment now. Meanwhile, the platoon leader looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The soldiers stand their ground, bracing for the inevitable onslaught. Looks like you don't get the situation you're in. The platoon leader prepares to strike, its massive form radiating power. A surge of blue energy erupts from the monster, arcing towards the soldiers. The energy intensifies, crackling with destructive force. The blue streaks converge, a deadly barrage aimed at the front lines. The platoon leader's attack slams into the soldiers, sending them flying amidst an explosion of light and debris. "I know." The platoon leader descends upon a lone soldier, its clawed hand poised to strike a fatal blow. He unleashes a barrage of metal spikes, the air crackling with energy as the downpour intensifies. The metal shards rain down, threatening to pierce through any defense as the soldiers scramble for cover. The platoon leader stands firm amidst the storm, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. The soldiers brace themselves, raising a shield against the onslaught of metal. With a surge of power, the platoon leader intensifies his assault, the metal spikes now infused with a blue energy. The soldiers struggle to maintain their defense as the barrage of metal and energy intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The platoon leader's metal spikes pierce through the air, each strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt. His face contorted with rage, the platoon leader's eyes burn with an unholy light, a testament to his newfound power. He stares, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The platoon leader questions the extent of his new controlling power. The system message explains that once the new controlling power is activated, the existing control will be disarmed, granting master authority over the living armor. It asks if he would like to secure authority and control. Blue energy crackles around him as he declares that he will. A voice commands him to control it. The living armor roars as red energy surges through it. The system message states that he has secured the master authority over the living armor. The living armor growls, its form shifting under the new control. The living armor's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. The living armor stands amidst the downpour, now fully under the platoon leader's control. The soldiers watch with apprehension, their faces grim. A close-up reveals Lieutenant Seo Yunha's intense gaze, her red hair slightly damp from the rain. Seo Yunha realizes who is behind this. Carol remarks that his area of effect attack earlier was quite impressive, adding that she was excited about what he would do next. But the platoon leader finds himself surrounded by haunted armor. Carol questions if stealing some haunted armor is the best he can do. Carol continues, pointing out that he can't even use holy power, so what can he even do? She scoffs at the idea of him using just 2 pieces of haunted armor. The platoon leader prepares to act, a surge of blue energy crackling around him. Now, the platoon leader admits that she is right, and it's hard for him to do much right now. Carol smiles, her red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Carol is surprised by the platoon leader's next move. A surge of energy erupts as the platoon leader activates something. The platoon leader declares that he is going to change the situation. The platoon leader activates Sir Tristan's Fail Not. The effect of Gregoria Zazel's curse begins to wane, the oppressive force that had engulfed the area and suppressed holy power now weakening. Carol's holy power surges back, radiating from her blade. The platoon leader barks orders, commanding his troops to handle the remaining haunted armors and to find and destroy. The soldiers respond in unison, acknowledging the order to secure the totem as quickly as possible. Carol orders Li Heinwook to join up with Choi Youngjin and move together. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily, as Kim Kyungjin's life hangs in the balance. The urgency of the mission intensifies as the soldiers realize they have no time to waste. A beam of energy pierces through the darkness. A streak of blue light cuts through the dense forest, illuminating the rain-soaked trees. The glowing arrow continues its flight, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. Carol watches the arrow, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. What the? Wasn't it just a regular arrow? The arrow continues its relentless journey through the shadowed woods. The arrow plunges deeper into the forest, its blue glow intensifying. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens with determination as he tracks the arrow's path. A device emits a signal, metal detection. The arrow streaks through the trees, its destination drawing ever closer. The arrow, a beacon of blue, hurtles forward with unwavering speed. Carol's eyes narrow, her focus sharpening as she anticipates the arrow's arrival. The arrow pierces the air, its energy crackling with anticipation. Carol's eyes widen in realization. No way, is that the fail not? A complex, glowing pattern emanates from below. A surge of power. Something is being unlocked. A spear pierces through the horned figure, erupting in a shower of blood. A desperate cry echoes, demanding the return of fallen comrades. The impaled figure falls, blood trailing behind. A streak of blue energy cuts through the darkness. The blue energy intensifies, a sign of growing power. The figure, surrounded by a fiery aura, declares that sadness is no longer the only emotion. A close-up reveals the figure's anguished expression. But the figure's eyes narrow, a storm of emotions brewing within. A figure stands silhouetted against the darkness, their expression unreadable. Disappointment hangs heavy in the air. They begin to transform, a surge of crimson energy erupting around them. The transformation intensifies, the energy coalescing into a blinding light. The figure snarled, I hate this. To think I'd have to reveal my true form to someone like this. The transformation completes, revealing a demonic form with horns and crimson eyes. The air crackles with residual energy. Lee Hyun-wook is caught in the blast, blood splattering as he is thrown back. The words "indomitable steel body" echo in the air. The crimson energy fades, leaving the transformed figure standing tall. Lee Hyun-wook plummets through the air, helpless. The transformed figure thinks, I can't believe I played up to that obvious trick. Carol stands in her true form, a demonic presence radiating power. A voice seethes with frustration, lamenting someone's inability to devise a better plan than using fail not. A figure coughs, the sound echoing in the damp air. The man questions the importance of an executive-level AoE attack at this moment. A voice demands to know the location of their squad members, promising retribution if they are not forthcoming. Carol, now fully transformed into her demonic form, stands within a glowing red circle. A voice declares a desire to see despair on the face of the one who ruined their plans. She stands amidst a vast network of blood-soaked spider webs, the red circle still glowing beneath her feet. Blood-soaked spider webs have emerged from the ground, seemingly out of nowhere. The spider webs stretch far and wide, forming a massive, intricate trap. The text reveals that the web covers an area far beyond a mere battle, encompassing the entire zone. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen in horror as he realizes the extent of Carol's plan. What are they trying to do? The visual effect emphasizes the scale and intensity of the spiderweb's power. A web of crimson energy blankets the building. The scene shifts to the executive quarters, where the same crimson web ensnares the interior. A notebook and pen lie on a desk, undisturbed amidst the chaos. A figure lies prone on the floor nearby. A pained groan escapes the figure on the floor. A maniacal laugh echoes through the room. Carol stands before the trapped Lee Hyun-wook, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She declares, "You'll also meet the person you've been desperately looking for." The crimson web tightens around Lee Hyun-wook. The scene shifts to a long corridor within the underground bunker, also ensnared by the web. Lee Hyun-wook lies defeated, the crimson web binding him to the floor. Lee Hyun-wook, staring up at Carol, exclaims, "Don't tell me." Carol's red eyes gleam with malice. Carol grins, revealing sharp teeth. "But, since my subordinates killed them, you might not be too happy to see them." Choi Youngjin's face contorts in fury, veins bulging as he screams, "Fucking stop it right now." A disembodied voice echoes, laced with a chilling curiosity, "What's wrong?" The speaker's face is revealed, eyes glowing with malevolent red energy, teeth bared in a predatory grin. The voice continues, dripping with venomous intent. "If you cherish your comrades so much, you should kill them again with your own hands." A figure kneels on the ground, red energy swirling around them, as another stands over them, their expression unreadable. A voice promises, "You'll also meet the person you've been desperately looking for." A demonic figure with horns and red eyes stares out, a web of red energy surrounding her. A voice warns, "But, since my subordinates killed them, you might not be too happy to see them." The man's face contorts in fury, blood dripping from his mouth as he screams, "Fucking stop it right now. On hands." A voice asks, "What's wrong?" "If you cherish your comrades so much." The man's eyes glow with a menacing red light, his teeth bared in a feral snarl. "Much." A bloodied weapon is held aloft, dripping with crimson. "You should kill them again with your..." Rain falls on a cityscape at night, a strange red symbol glowing in the distance. The executive quarters are now draped in a network of glowing, web-like structures. Corpses crawl through the halls, their movements jerky and unnatural. A close-up reveals the gruesome details of the undead, bloodied limbs, and decaying flesh. In the distance, a structure glows with an ominous red light, its purpose unknown. The web-like structures pulsate with an eerie energy as the presence of the undead becomes undeniable. It's the undead. A warning echoes. Be careful of the corpses around you. If you don't handle them properly, you could get attacked. The bunker entrance looms ahead. Someone gasps, eyes wide with shock. What is that? Wait, is that? The horrifying truth dawns. Lee Won-suk has become one of the undead. Lee Won-suk. The distant structure looms, a silent sentinel against the night sky. The web-like structures continue to spread, consuming everything in their path. A desperate command rings out. Unlock. Someone races through the web-choked environment, their destination unknown. Red, web-like structures lash out, seeking to ensnare their prey. A voice echoes, taunting. Is this all you've got? The web-like structures continue their assault, their crimson threads slicing through the air. The attack continues, the red webs closing in. The sound of the attack echoes. Lee Hyun-wook stands against the onslaught, spear in hand, ready to strike back against the encroaching webs. The sound of the attack echoes. Lee Hyun-wook moves with speed and precision, dodging the web-like attacks. Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed in determination. The voice continues, dripping with malice. Why are you so upset? The people you were missing are coming now. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, determined to survive. We can't have you dying before that, so hang in there. A female figure with horns grins, her red eyes gleaming with dark amusement. A voice echoes, relishing the thought of despair on the faces of those who will soon meet their fallen comrades. The intensity of the situation weighs heavily on Lee Hyun-wook. It's more than he anticipated. He considers the possibility of using holy power once more. A warning flashes. The assembly zone of evil has been declared in the area, increasing dark attribute stats by 50%, undead attribute healing power by 50%, and the number of monsters emerging from the gate by 100%. The effect is still active, boosting her powers. He reflects that he has neutralized Gregory Azazel's curse with the Fail Not, so using holy power would only waste his mana. The totem buff consumes the mana tank to grant condensed mana to the caster. Mana is at 100%, but excessive use can damage the caster's body. It's very clear to Lee Hyun-wook. A voice declares that someone crossed the line first. That leaves only one way. Item info, mana tank, grade 3. Trait, rapidly boosts resistance against undead attribute. Special feature, grants aura, attribute, to the specified equipment. Holy power and black magic. Warning, there is a respective penalty when each aura is granted. The abilities cannot be used simultaneously. Choose one. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. He activates a dark aura, a purple energy swirling around him. So he'll risk his life and cross the line, too. Crowns black magic to the specified equipment. Penalty, health drops by 30%. The dark aura intensifies, enveloping Lee Hyun-wook. And fight poison with poison. Totem buff, due to the influence of assembly zone of evil, the dark aura, dark, has rapidly increased. Carol exclaims, I'll use their buff. What is this? Where is this level of dark power suddenly coming from? Prepare yourself. I'll swallow all your darkness with an even deeper darkness. Lee Hyun-wook is surrounded by a dark aura. Blood splatters around Carol, the crimson liquid painting the air with a macabre artistry. Carol's fangs are bared, a primal snarl contorting her features. Elsewhere, Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst a web of dark energy. The words echo in the air, indomitable steel body. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, striking Carol with brutal force. Lee Hyun-wook screams, his face contorted in rage as the dark energy surges. The dark energy crackles, a dangerous web of power. The dark energy slams into Carol, sending her reeling. Carol is struck by the force of the attack. Carol thinks, I can't believe he deliberately gave himself a dark attribute to use the totem buff. Someone thinks, just how crazy is he? Good, I'm finally getting somewhere. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, thinking, if I keep pressuring her like this. A figure stands amidst a web of crimson energy, the air thick with unseen power. A stark warning flashes. The amplified dark power has exceeded the caster's limit. The message continues, declaring that the caster is now entering a berserk state. A single eye, radiating purple energy, reflects the strain of the overwhelming power. He grits his teeth, fighting the surge. Was the totem buff stronger than he thought? He struggles to maintain control, knowing he needs to snap out of it. The power emanates outwards, creating ripples in the very fabric of reality. The crimson webs pulse with the same dark energy, a silent testament to the growing threat. Two figures stand beneath the web, their faces grim in the eerie light. One of them exclaims, taken aback by the sudden surge of power, "Whoa, what's this now?" Another man, wearing glasses, looks up in stunned confusion. A voice cries out, "Operations Manager." The other platoon leaders fall from the sky, defeated. Surrounded by a ring of fire, one of the soldiers asks if they got all of them. A man with glasses contemplates the situation. A soldier lies on the ground, telling someone they need to lie down for a bit. The man with glasses expresses his distaste for this kind of situation, revealing he made a bet with the current commander over expensive liquor. Holding a knife, a soldier declares he'll have to get rid of the officers to protect this guy after all. Another soldier falls amidst a flurry of motion. A soldier on the ground begs for forgiveness. The man with glasses, looking down, wishes for them to rest in peace. A streak of blue energy pierces the sky. A winged figure descends, a sword in hand. The winged figure continues its descent. Surrounded by crackling purple energy, he prepares to unleash another attack. The black-haired demon retaliates with a swift, bladed strike. An unseen force slams into the black-haired demon, eliciting a pained grunt. The demon's crimson wings flare as it regains its balance. The blue-skinned figure's eyes burn with electric fury. He vows, "I'll kill you." The black-haired demon sneers. "You can't even control yourself after being permeated by darkness." The demon's voice drips with disbelief. "You think I'll let you beat me?" A web of purple energy intensifies around the blue-skinned figure, its source his glowing eyes. A surge of purple energy erupts, a silent scream echoing through the air. The blue-skinned figure lunges, a blur of motion and crackling power. The black-haired demon spits, "This lunatic." The blue-skinned figure presses the attack, relentless and unforgiving. He lunges forward, his fist crackling with purple energy as he aims another blow at the demon. The demon is sent flying backward, a spray of blood erupting from the impact. He crashes into the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. The blue-skinned figure presses his advantage, continuing his relentless assault. The sound of the impact echoes through the forest. Another blow lands, the force of it shaking the very air. The demon reels from the force of the attack. He grits his teeth, his face contorted in a mask of pain and fury. The blue-skinned figure continues his relentless assault, showing no sign of slowing. The demon is struck again, the impact sending tremors through his body. The demon snarls, "I'm sick of looking at you. I'll kill you along with your comrade in one go." Gathering his strength, the demon prepares a counterattack, a web of red energy crackling around him. The blue-skinned figure continues his relentless assault, his weapon crashing against the muscular man's defenses. The winged attacker presses his advantage, the air crackling with energy as he strikes again. The blue-skinned figure's assault intensifies, each blow carrying immense force. The blue-skinned figure stands triumphant, his weapon dripping with the muscular man's blood. A voice echoes, filled with confusion. "What am I doing here right now?" He kneels on the ground, desperation creeping in. He needs to pull himself together. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, fighting against the encroaching darkness. "Get a grip." A desperate cry pierces the air. "Help me." The plea echoes again, a desperate cry for salvation. Desperate cries echo through the darkness. Figures below reach upwards, pleading for salvation. The cries intensify, a chorus of voices begging for help as a strange, pink energy envelopes them. A figure is seized, countless hands grasping and pulling, their touch a violation. A tortured scream rips through the air, a raw expression of agony. Kneeling, he is assaulted by tendrils of dark energy, each touch a searing brand. His face contorts in unimaginable pain, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. The agony intensifies, teeth bared in a silent scream against the encroaching darkness. A trembling hand reaches out, a desperate plea for respite from the torment. A primal scream erupts, the sound of a soul pushed beyond its breaking point, his eyes now blazing with power. He stands, bathed in a radiant blue aura, a hidden power unleashed in the face of despair. He lies defeated, scratches and blood marring his body as he collapses onto the ground. A dark aura begins to emanate from Lee Hyun-wook, crackling with raw energy. The aura intensifies, swirling around him and taking on a visible shape. Carol's eyes widen as she witnesses the surge of power. Lee Hyun-wook is engulfed in blue flames, a crown-like structure of energy forming above his head. He stands amidst the flames, transformed and empowered. Carol, her eyes wide with disbelief, wonders, "Hellfire?" Even as a vampire, it's the first time I've seen this power. Carol realizes something is seriously wrong here. "First, I need to get out of here." She flees, a desperate retreat from the overwhelming power. He gazed up at Carol, the hellfire energy radiating from him in waves. The air crackled with anticipation. His grip tightened on the spear, the weapon humming with power as he prepared to strike. Carol's expression was unreadable, her eyes narrowed as she assessed the situation. Her chest heaved as she breathed, the tension palpable in the air. The spear pulsed with blue energy, ready to unleash its power. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes glowed with hellfire, his face a mask of grim determination. A figure with gray skin and purple eyes stands amidst a web of pink energy, a blue aura emanating from his body. A complex magical circle glows with an eerie light, the pink web patterns overlaying the scene. The pink web stretches across the landscape, a strange and ethereal barrier. The web's intricate design is visible, a network of glowing strands. The gray-skinned figure is surrounded by a swirling blue energy, his expression intense. The air crackles with energy, the blue and pink hues clashing. The landscape is bathed in an eerie blue light, the energy swirling around the rocks. A woman with black hair and red eyes, her expression furious, demands, "He burned my spider web?" Baron Samedi points a finger, unleashing a blast of blue energy towards the woman. The blue energy streaks through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. Carol is struck by an unseen force, sending her flying backwards, trails of red energy following her. The woman continues to fly backwards, the red trails marking her path through the air. She unleashes a torrent of blue energy, aimed with lethal precision. The blast erupts in a chaotic display of pink and blue, a maelstrom of raw power. Enveloped in the swirling energy, the air crackles with destructive force. More energy surges forth, a relentless assault of arcane might. Surrounded by the azure glow, tendrils of purple energy writhe and coil, adding to the chaotic display. Her eyes ignite with an electric blue intensity, a sign of the immense power coursing through her veins. Carol, blood trickling from her mouth, snarls, "I can't subdue him physically." The blue energy intensifies, a final surge of power unleashed. Meanwhile, through the rain-soaked forest, the soldiers advance, their mission paramount. One of the soldiers barks, "Quick, find the totem." Another soldier states that Sergeant Choi, the platoon leader, and Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook are all fighting with their lives on the line. They must do whatever they can within their power. The soldier declares that they can harness their power. Another soldier is identified as Corporal Park Junmo. A weathered totem stands silently amidst the dense forest, its carved face a mask of ancient mystery. The platoon leader commands, "All right, everyone, take out your holy weapons, deploy holy shield." Onmente sets up the C4 as the mission to destroy the totem moves forward. A soldier asks, "We need your shield. Can you hold out?" Another responds, "Everyone's risking their lives." One of the soldiers declares, "I'll hold out till the end too." A shimmering, blue holy shield is deployed, crackling with energy. The plan is set, to break the totem. A soldier enhances the holy sword with holy current, electricity arcing around the blade. The soldiers brace themselves behind the shield. From the explosion of the C4 attached to the shield will help the sword break the totem. But if we can't withstand the shockwave, we... A soldier shouts, "Listen up. We need to gather all our strength. Could all be blown up. Everyone, grit your teeth and hold O-dash." The soldier with the enhanced sword prepares to strike, a purple aura surrounding him. And the explosive power erupts. The platoon leader and the other soldiers fire upon the gigant haunted armor, their bullets and spells impacting its stone surface. Purple energy crackles around the haunted armor, a sign of its immense power. The purple energy intensifies, radiating outwards from the armor's core. The haunted armor continues to emit waves of purple energy, its power seemingly endless. The soldiers continue their assault, undeterred by the monster's overwhelming power. The gigant haunted armor stands tall, a formidable boss monster. The purple energy intensifies, the air crackling with its power. The haunted armor's energy continues to surge, a terrifying display of raw power. The purple energy pulses, threatening to overwhelm the soldiers. The soldiers struggle against the gigant haunted armor, their attacks having little effect. An unseen character exclaims in frustration, realizing they must give up the buff and break the totem. The gigant haunted armor is in a berserk state, surrounded by a blue aura. A voice booms, declaring that the gigant haunted armor will handle everything. The gigant haunted armor soars through the night sky, its form a dark silhouette against the stars. It continues flight, the wind whistling past its armored form. A close-up reveals the menacing visage of the gigant haunted armor, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A voice urgently commands to break the totem now. The gigant haunted armor looms, a harbinger of destruction. The gigant haunted armor stands before the totem, its massive form casting a long shadow over the soldiers below. The soldiers stare up in stunned silence, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and determination. It gazes down at the totem, preparing to unleash its power. The gigant haunted armor prepares to strike. Power crackles around the gigant haunted armor, the air thick with anticipation. The gigant haunted armor descends, ready to crush the totem and all who stand in its way. She screamed, demanding that he stay away from her. Carol unleashed a torrent of crimson energy. The red energy surged forward. The crimson tide continued its relentless advance. The red energy hurtled towards its target. Lee Hyun-wook was struck by the blast, a surge of blue energy erupting around him in defense. The red energy continued to pummel him. The relentless assault of crimson energy showed no sign of stopping. Thrown back by the force of the attack, Lee Hyun-wook was sent flying. He tumbled through the air, helpless against the onslaught. Carol watched, her expression unreadable. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of something dark lurking within. She launches the fail knot, a swirling vortex of crimson energy. The weapon streaks through the air, a red comet against the darkening sky. The fail knot hurtles onward, leaving a trail of crackling energy in its wake. It slams into the earth near the soldiers, sending up a geyser of dirt and stone. Carol's eyes widen, her expression a mask of disbelief. "He threw the fail knot at me?" The fail knot continues its descent, a blur of red against the dark backdrop. The weapon plunges further, the air around it shimmering with heat. The fail knot races towards its target, a harbinger of destruction. The ground trembles as the fail knot nears, its power palpable. A deafening explosion rips through the air, sending shockwaves through the forest. The soldiers cry out as the blast throws them back, their ears ringing. Arg! Carol doubles over, a racking cough tearing through her. She coughs, her body racked with the force of it. The monster stands nearby, a faint blue aura surrounding him. He holds a spear, its tip glinting in the dim light. Carol looks up at the monster, her expression unreadable. The monster says, "You should have let me break the totem." He continues, "You just threw away your last chance to end your berserk state yourself." The monster sneers, "Now, you'll become a monster endlessly craving death." He adds, "Your comrades, who cried out so much, will give up on turning you back and try to kill you." The monster raises the spear, its point aimed at Carol. He finishes, "I wonder what kind of look you'll have on your face at that time." A spectral blade of pure blue energy materializes, humming with lethal intent. The energy blade plunges into Carol's chest, the impact spraying blood across her face. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. A spectral bear of blue energy roars. The monster cackles, "I'll be watching from hell." The monster continues, witnessing Carol's hopeless end. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's eyes blaze with an unearthly light, blood dripping down his face. The monster's neck is shown in close-up, marked with strange, branching patterns. A voice screams, "Fire!" A blast of purple energy erupts from the forest floor. Someone shouts, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." A voice echoed, laced with accusation, "Your comrades, who cried out so much." The voice continued, a chilling promise hanging in the air. "We'll give up on saving you and try to kill you instead." A distant cityscape shimmered under a purple-tinged sky. A surge of purple energy pulsed through the air. The voice, tinged with disbelief, questioned, "You say my comrades will give up on me?" Blood trickled down a scarred torso, the wound stark against the pale skin. A bloodied face, defiant and resolute, declared, "No, they'll risk their lives to save me." The voice, filled with conviction, stated, "Just like I did for them." Standing alone in a misty forest, a figure stared into the distance, his back bare to the elements. A hand presents a relic, its surface carved with the shape of a watchful eye. Lee Hyun-wook, bloodied and breathing heavily, hears a desperate call for support. The message relays that Corporal Park Junmo and Park Sungmo are alive, but On Minte is injured. Soldiers approach, one calling out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay?" A close-up reveals Lee Hyun-wook's blood-streaked face, a grim smile playing on his lips. A system message congratulates him for consuming the relic of the fallen angel, Grigori Azazel, noting it has an unknown effect after absorption. The system announces that the core target elimination is complete and urges him to join up with the platoon leader quickly. Lee Hyun-wook stands shirtless, the system warning that the boss monster will awaken soon. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is asked again if he is okay. Standing in the rain, Lee Hyun-wook looks down at his hands. A collage of faces flashes before his eyes, distorted and intense. Lee Hyun-wook wonders if he pushed it too much after all. The haunted armor looms, its purple crystals glowing ominously. A soldier collapses to the ground, a question mark hanging over his head. A beam of energy streaks through the air. The haunted armor roars, its form radiating power. Sweat and blood streak down Lee Hyun-wook's face as he holds his weapon at the ready. A voice booms, ordering the support squad to evacuate the area. Another beam of energy pierces the scene. Lee Hyun-wook stands his ground, facing the haunted armor despite the chaos around him. A soldier sprints away from the battle, seeking safety. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, blood splattered across his face as he strains against an unseen force. Indomitable steel body. A warning flashes, the caster's body cannot withstand indomitable steel body, and has rejected it. Lee Hyun-wook, battered and bleeding, cries out in disbelief. Rejected it. A blur of motion fills the air. He grips his sword, preparing for what comes next. He thinks, damn it, there's no way he can stop it. Someone yells, "Sergeant Lee." Blood streams down his face. The world blurs around him. A strange sound echoes. The forest fades in and out of focus. He glances to the side, his vision swimming. He raises his sword once more, determined to fight. A monstrous shape hurtles toward him. The monster attacks, claws extended. The white tiger's striped tail whips through the air with incredible force. The beast lunges forward, a blur of white and black. Its jaws snap shut, blood spraying from the impact. The monster stands amidst the carnage, its fur stained crimson. Lee Hyun-wook, bloodied and battered, struggles to stay conscious. Two soldiers scramble for cover, fear etched on their faces. The white tiger roars, its challenge directed at the approaching helicopter. Blood drips from the monster's maw as it surveys the battlefield. The helicopter races towards the scene, a desperate attempt to intervene. With a swipe of its paw, the white tiger demolishes a nearby structure. The monster continues its relentless assault, a force of nature unleashed. Weakened and distant, Lee Hyun-wook watches the carnage unfold. A stern-faced man demands, "Is everyone safe?" A soldier shouts, "Battalion commander." A figure wielding a sword stands amidst falling rain. A congratulatory message declares victory over the gigant haunted armor from the assembly zone of evil event. A white tiger snarls, its fangs bared. Kim Kingseok's wild beast druid underling, Mountain King, stands firm. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook stands ready. A voice remarks that they heard on the way that he was allowed access to the battalion's arsenal. The voice continues, expressing surprise that he moved the entire arsenal with him. Lee Hyun-wook consumes a coin, his face bloodied. It looks like the battalion terror incident has been resolved for now, so he'd like a brief report. A congratulatory message appears, stating that he has consumed the Devil's Metal Legion. It has an unknown effect after absorption. A soldier's boots stand firm as a voice rings out, salute. The terror incident involving the 3rd Anti-Demon Brigade's 1st Battalion was a planned attack by 5 players. A soldier grits their teeth in frustration. 4 of them were eliminated, and 1 was captured. During the process, most military executives went missing. A soldier, bloodied and breathing heavily, wonders if this is considered insubordination as well. The report continues, stating that they also need to assess the casualties among the regular soldiers. A monstrous figure looms over the battlefield. Remaining monsters are expected to be dealt with soon by the battalion personnel. Therefore, as of 6:37 hours, the operation continues. The report concludes that the battalion's anti-terror defense was successful. The sky is dark, but the city lights still shine. The city lies quiet, the aftermath of a recent conflict hanging heavy in the air. Lee Hyun-wook states that his mission reports are always full of things. A soldier screams in anguish. Another soldier, sitting amidst the debris, wonders aloud if it's truly over. A soldier looks up, noting that the sun should have risen by now. Pointing towards the sky, a soldier stands among the wreckage. A soldier questions why the sky remains dark. A soldier calls out for the battalion commander. A soldier, bloodied and weary, warns that they'll have to hear a report they might not like. Lee Hyun-wook's expression is grim as he listens to the reports. A scene of fiery destruction unfolds. Judging by the number of gates in the vicinity of Seoul when he took command, the situation is dire. The city burns, a panorama of destruction painted in hues of orange and black. Buildings crumble, reduced to skeletal remains against the fiery sky. The battalion terror incident and the assembly zone of evil event were just the beginning. Above the ravaged landscape, a view of Seoul looms, a dark and ominous presence against the backdrop of space. Traffic grinds to a halt. Vehicles jam together in a desperate attempt to escape the encroaching doom. The air crackles with an unseen tension. From orbit, a satellite transmits a chilling message. The objective is to initiate the 4th wave, which humanity has feared. And the starting point of that is right here. Seoul. Wave. The worst catastrophe. Their true goal. The worst catastrophe presented in this game. Monsters swarm in like a tidal wave, taking over human habitats and transforming the land into a completely different, otherworldly environment through its deterioration. Unlike the unlucky event, it's in complete isolation, and as such, entry and exit are impossible. So they had a different objective from the start. A soldier grits his teeth, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and determination. The scar on his cheek stands out against his strained expression. Everyone, return to the battalion and get ready for reassembly again. Lee Hyun-wook, you take charge of the preparation for reassembly. He gasps for air, blood streaking his face as he struggles to regain consciousness. His name echoes in the darkness. A warning flashes. He is in the middle of digesting the Devil's Metal Legion, a signal core forming in his nervous system. His current physical state makes it difficult to endure the pain. A figure supports Lee Hyun-wook, holding him upright amidst the downpour. The figure shouts, concern etched on his face, asking if Lee Hyun-wook is okay. Another voice calls out, urging Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook to wake up. The calls continue, desperate pleas for Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook to regain consciousness. A faint murmur escapes his lips. His name is called out again, a desperate attempt to break through his unconsciousness. Team leader Lee Hyun-wook is urged to wake up. 2 figures watch on, their expressions a mix of concern and urgency as they call out to team leader Lee Hyun-wook. A man looks at a screen, questioning how certain they are that the 5th wave will begin in Singapore. A group of people stand around, seemingly in discussion. A man wearing sunglasses states that it's surprisingly simple. The 1st wave occurred in California. The 2nd wave occurred in Shanghai. The 3rd wave occurred in Berlin. And even the 4th wave, Seoul. Seoul is shown in flames. The man from the first panel points to a screen, explaining that the only common factor in the areas where the waves have occurred is the frequency of high-level gate occurrences skyrocketing 3 months before the wave. It's as if they were all gathering power to explode all at once. One of the men asks what's next, now that they know the origin of the wave in advance. Someone asks about the villains blocking the way, noting that they're almost out of equipment and supplies, and it's true there. The villains are strong and armed with even more powerful gear. During the last 4th wave, they were able to stop the mythic-grade item Mistiltine used by the enemies. All thanks to the sacrifices of many heroes. Like Lee Sung-yoon, Han Tae-san, Choi Jung-cheol, Kim Kang-seok, and Steve Marin. Those villains are so formidable. Because they can induce a catastrophe, known as a wave. Because they can create waves that are a hurdle, annihilate humanity to gain EXP, and collect reward items to become stronger. We know where their next target is. Instead of playing into their hands, We can prepare and fight back. Alone gives us a reason to take action. To protect humanity from the villains. Rain streaks down the windows of a dilapidated building. The building stands tall amidst the ruins. Lee Hyun-wook's past, base of the last resistance army of humanity. A man shouts, hands up. If you move, I'll shoot you. A monstrous face grins, teeth bared. Spectacle. A voice echoes, friend. A woman calls out, hey, Lee Hyun-wook. Another voice asks, what's going on? Just like us. Someone exclaims, how can you bring in an outsider at such a critical point of time? The woman insists, I told you, you absolutely cannot do this. A voice reassures, don't worry. I'll vouch for him. We need him. If he hadn't risked his life to fund us, we wouldn't have survived. He's a comrade. Lee Hyun-wook stands with the woman, the tension palpable. A figure with spiky blue hair and an eye patch welcomes someone with a wide grin. A furry figure expresses gratitude for someone's arrival. Gordon Tracy is introduced with a stern expression. Gordon raises his glass. The orichalcum they received this time must have been hard to get. Thanks to it, they managed to create something truly insane. Gordon is glad to hear it was helpful, but the woman asks what exactly he made this time. A small text box reads, Snow White, the first elder smith chosen by 7 dwarf artisans. The woman, holding her wine glass, wonders why he is asking about classified information. Gordon is asked if he is a villain by any chance. Gordon denies it, claiming he is just curious. A spider crawls on its web. The woman scoffs, wondering who would dare think of their major investor as a villain. She says she is itching to tell him, but she can't, asking if he understands. Gordon says he sees, laughing. Gordon's eyes narrow. The scene shifts to a crowd of people. He stands with his back to the viewer, observing 2 other figures. The man with the eye patch stands alone. A voice shouts, you pathetic bastard. People are trying to have a good time. The man with glasses yells, but the damn commander is killing the mood by making us walk on eggshells. Kim Kang-seok gasps. Kim Kang-seok says, sorry, I just. The man with glasses responds, oh boy, are you crying? Did that hurt? Kim Kang-seok thinks, seeing everyone having fun reminds me of the comrades we lost, so? The man with glasses prepares to punch Kim Kang-seok, thinking, all right here, a punch filled with the grievances of our fallen comrades. The man with glasses yells, take that, you bad guy, take that, you incompetent fool. He continues, you idiot, what can you do about the past? The man with glasses continues, what? You think you can go back in time like in some comic and change everything? Kim Kang-seok thinks, if only I had. Look at what you've accomplished now, in the present. The people you saved with your abilities. If it weren't for you, the warp team's mages would have been blown up at the front lines. And the blacksmiths of the production team would have become slaves to the villains. A woman drinks from a bottle, as someone pleads with her to stop. A man with glasses stands with his hands raised. Our search team's casualty rate wouldn't have been 9%. All of us would have already been totally annihilated. Seriously, if I had the chance to go back to the past, I want to save everyone. Every time we go out on a new mission, I can't get those we lost out of my mind. Those guys fought knowing that they might die, and we fight while knowing the same. And it's you who keeps saving us every time. So stop moping around. Focus on what you can do as the team leader. For now, what we can do is get some delicious drinks. A woman yells at a man with glasses. Are you trying to mess with the team leader? The guard team won't stand for it. Choi Youngjin is being comforted by a woman with red hair. She insists that she was helping him cheer up. The woman with red hair exclaims, can't you see you're ruining the mood? The woman continues to comfort Choi Youngjin, her hand resting on his arm. A group of onlookers urge someone to go and drink the rum they love so much. The narration states that everyone should just ignore him, as it's just Choi Youngjin being Choi Youngjin. The woman with red hair asks Lee Hyun-wook if he is okay. Lee Hyun-wook responds, you don't have to do that. He then asks what she is talking about. The woman with red hair declares that they are his guards, and taking care of him is part of their job. Another man states that they are overprotecting him, and if they keep it up, he'll become fragile. 2 characters laugh. A group of characters laugh loudly. An unseen character comments that they are all really tight-knit. The man with orange hair smirks, as Lee Hyun-wook adjusts his collar. He says that's how they are. The orange-haired man turns away, as a cloaked figure stands in the background. It's nice to see, the figure says. Uncomfortable. A building looms, covered in graffiti. Lee Hyun-wook says the shifts got all messed up. He was looking forward to some drinks for the first time in a while. The orange-haired man says that at least he heard there's instant noodles in this supply shipment. He suggests grabbing a cup after the shift. The cloaked figure walks forward. Lee Hyun-wook asks where the cloaked figure is going. The figure responds that their role ends here, and the others can rest now too. A man looks shocked and asks what. The cloaked figure is surrounded by monsters. The cloaked figure says that their role ends today as well. The cloaked figure is surrounded by monsters. A monstrous visage fills the void, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. The monsters descend, a chaotic swarm of teeth and claws tearing through the defenses. The sound of the attack echoes, a guttural roar that chills the bone. A man's voice booms out, filled with panic. Intruders! The city crumbles, buildings collapsing under the monsters' relentless assault. 2 figures watch in horror, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. The expressions of shock are mirrored on the faces of others, the reality of the situation sinking in. A voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate command. Everyone, to your positions. The scale of the destruction is immense, the city engulfed in a storm of chaos and debris. The monster unleashes a guttural roar, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. A voice barks out an order. Evacuate VIP Gordon Tracy first. Panic rises as someone realizes the VIP is missing. The man's expression hardens as he moves towards Block C. A desperate attempt to shut down Block A is thwarted. The situation worsens as Blocks D and B fall out of control. The monster's roar echoes through the facility, a terrifying symphony of destruction. A chilling realization dawns. They're moving as if they know the building's layout. Despair creeps in as a voice cries out, "We can't hold out for long." The order comes down. Everyone, abandon the base. A figure declares, "I'll hold them off," so switch to evacuation mode. A massive army of monsters stands ready, their forms silhouetted against the rain-soaked cityscape. One of the figures, clad in ornate armor, exclaims, "Arg, so damn noisy." The armored figure continues, questioning. They could have just sent the executives. Did they really need to bring a whole army to wipe them out? The sheer scale of the monster army becomes apparent, stretching as far as the eye can see. A grotesque, scaled head looms into view, a monstrous visage amidst the horde. Another voice remarks, "Seriously, that guy's creepy as hell." The distinct sound of a trumpet pierces the air, a mournful call amidst the chaos. A figure with dark hair and an eye patch asks, "That trumpet sound?" The word, necromancer, appears in a speech bubble, followed by the declaration, "Target number 1, the necromancer's trumpet sound." The armored figure from earlier is shown again, seemingly reacting to the announcement. A speech bubble declares, "High-ranking villains confirmed." A cloaked figure is shown, perhaps one of the high-ranking villains. The city is under siege as a horde of monsters descends, explosions erupting amidst the buildings. Soldiers stand ready, their torches casting flickering shadows against the encroaching darkness. We're under a full-scale attack by the villain army. The figure with the eye patch grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Damn it. He barks orders into his comms. "Search team, move with the warp team to target number 1's location." A voice crackles over the comms, demanding, "What the hell are you doing? Return immediately." A monstrous figure looms over the battlefield, its presence a chilling testament to the enemy's power. A soldier sprints through the chaos. The comms declare, "It's target number 1, the necromancer." A man with glasses, his face etched with urgency, shouts, "There's even villain executives. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait for another wave. You know what this is? An opportunity." The eye patch figure slams his fist on the table, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. "But we're not ready to use Mowgli yet." A figure is warped away in a flash of blue energy. The eye patch figure's face is contorted with worry. "If things go wrong, everyone could die because of me." The man with glasses continues to run, his determination unwavering amidst the chaos. The figure with red hair shouts, expressing that he is not mentally prepared. Another figure, wearing glasses, insists that they join the search and warp teams knowing the risks, urging the other to get it together. A figure with blue hair shouts, telling someone to do what they can do. A woman with pink hair calls out for the captain. The narration states that the underground workshop is reinforced to withstand even a meteor strike. The figure with glasses urges the other not to worry and to end this hell with the crazy weapon he made. A figure is seen in action, though the details are obscured by motion. A large group of figures stands ready. The figure with glasses addresses Lee Hyun-wook, asking if he wants to create more regrets about the past. A figure leaps towards a large structure, surrounded by other figures and purple energy. A visual effect of purple energy is displayed. A close-up of a blue-haired figure's face reveals scars and intense determination. He commands the production team to set up Mowgli and prepare for impact, also ordering the search team to stand ready. Protecting the warp team is the priority. The order rings out, and once the warp circle is set up, they must evacuate. The command continues, emphasizing the need to evacuate the area as soon as possible. The order is given to eliminate target number 1, the necromancer. The soldiers react with a mix of fear and determination. One soldier shouts, "Roger." The warp circles activate, glowing with arcane energy. Below, the landscape awaits, shrouded in shadow. A monstrous figure rises from the depths, its form colossal and menacing. Surrounding the beast, skeletal soldiers stand in grim formation, their eyes burning with malevolent light. The order is given. Point 1. The area is declared occupied, as orcs and other monstrous creatures swarm into the battlefield. Point 2 is occupied. Point 4 is occupied, a massive monster amidst the chaos. A looming figure wonders what could be the reason. Point 3 is occupied. Someone questions why the master didn't mention the repairs were incomplete, and if it was on purpose. A woman with a bandage on her nose thinks to herself, "Yeah, if I told him." Someone laments that the wimp, Lee Hyun-wook, would have wasted this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of them. A warning flashes, metal control, skill combo range, and mana tank usage have exceeded the limit, putting the caster's life at risk. A figure with glowing eyes and hands declares that one mistake, and the woman with the bandage vows to kill her comrades with her own hands. A swirling vortex of energy manifests. Kim Kingseok stands amidst a forest of sharpened spikes, his gaze fixed upward as he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. A massive circle of energy materializes above, a sword descending from its radiant core, poised to strike. High above a sprawling cityscape, a crimson energy source plummets from the heavens, an omen of impending destruction. The declaration echoes with desperate resolve. This one shot will protect everyone. Sweat beads on Kim Kingseok's brow as he channels raw power, blue energy crackling around his outstretched hands. Kim Kingseok roars, unleashing the full force of his attack. Go, Mogle! The descending sword plunges further through the swirling energy, gathering momentum as it hurtles toward its target. Lee Hyun-wook, his red hair catching the light, looks up with a mixture of awe and apprehension as the attack descends. The sword continues its descent, a streak of pure energy cutting through the sky. The blade hurtles downward, an unstoppable force of destruction. The sword accelerates, closing in on its target with terrifying speed. The city is engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion as the attack lands. Steel Rain Meteor. The Mogle Meteor Strike Zone prediction is complete, the team announces. Fine-tuning continues until launch. A woman with red hair apologizes for being such an incompetent master. Another woman states that it was an honor to be with her master. The team confirms that they are good to go. A character expresses gratitude for everything. The red-haired woman looks up. A voice declares that Lee Hyun-wook is being counted on to finish this. A man with blue hair and an eye patch prepares, his eyes glowing with power. A sword is being prepared, energy swirling around it. A city is shown in the distance. The blue-haired man yells for Mogle to go. Hands crackle with blue energy as the necromancer prepares to unleash a devastating spell. Steel Rain Meteor. A woman with fiery red hair looks up in horror as the first meteor plummets from the sky. The meteor hurtles downwards, a streak of white against the blue sky. The celestial body continues its descent, growing larger with each passing moment. The meteor plummets towards the unsuspecting city below. The city skyline comes into view as the meteor closes in, its destructive potential now undeniable. The meteor slams into the city, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of fire and debris. People scramble for safety as the shockwave rips through the streets, buildings collapsing around them. Impact lines radiate outwards, a testament to the sheer force of the meteor's strike. A massive explosion engulfs the city, turning the skyline into a raging inferno. The aftermath of the meteor strike leaves the city in ruins, a desolate landscape of fire and destruction. A lone figure soars through the chaotic sky, a dark silhouette against the swirling clouds. The figure continues their flight, a ruined skyscraper looming in the distance, a testament to the recent devastation. A colossal structure crumbles, consumed by an inferno of fire and debris, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning metal. Amidst the wreckage, grotesque monsters emerge, their forms twisted and menacing, their presence a chilling omen. Soldiers stand their ground, weapons raised against the encroaching horde, their faces grim with determination as they prepare to defend what remains. A desperate cry echoes through the ravaged city. Report the survival status of each team. The battle rages on, a chaotic clash of gunfire and monstrous roars, the air crackling with energy as soldiers fight for their lives against overwhelming odds. A voice cuts through the din of battle, reporting, Guard Team, all members alive, engaging with monsters. Two figures stand silhouetted against the rain-soaked cityscape, their resolve unwavering as they face the encroaching darkness. The report comes in. The search team and warp team have lost contact with approximately 60% of their members. Reviewing the current situation, the production team is consulted. The production team responds, confirming the necromancer's survival. A lone figure stands amidst the fiery landscape, the heat distorting the air around them. The figure is engulfed in flames, barely visible through the inferno. Through binoculars, the team observes that he's suffering from severe injuries. Lee Hyun-wook exclaims that the meteor worked, declaring that now is the time. Now is the chance to completely finish the necromancer. The call goes out. Guard team, join the battle. Clear out the remaining monsters and villains. Lee Hyun-wook is questioned about where he is going alone without the guard team. It's hard to deal with the monsters that infiltrated the hideout with the current manpower. The guard team needs to assist. The follower's eyes widen, a sudden jolt of awareness ripping through her. A voice booms, ordering all members of the guard team to join the combat unit. Another soldier asks where the platoon leader is going. The follower declares, her voice ringing with resolve, I'm following the team leader, Lee Hyun-wook. The necromancer thinks, a burning conviction hardening his gaze. If I kill that necromancer, it'll really be over. The necromancer's thoughts continue, a surge of hope rising within him. Finally, the liberation of humanity is within reach. The city lies in ruins, crisscrossed by tendrils of crackling blue energy. The air crackles with unseen power. The necromancer extends his hands, blue energy swirling around his scarred face and eye patch. The city's buildings are silhouetted against the night sky, bound by glowing blue chains. Flames lick at the base of the buildings, a stark contrast to the ethereal blue energy that imprisons them. A surge of power echoes through the ruined streets. The follower looks up, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. A sword streaks through the air, radiating a chilling blue light. The necromancer stands amidst a forest of ethereal swords, their edges glowing with arcane energy. Another sword hurtles forward, a silent promise of violence. A rain of spectral blades descends, each one crackling with magical power. She lies prone on the ground, defeated, the weight of the battle pressing down on her. More swords materialize, their ghostly forms shimmering in the dim light. The air crackles with energy as another volley of swords is unleashed. The sound of magical energy reverberates through the battlefield. Swords continue to fall, each one a potential death sentence. Falling through the air, the follower cries out, "Finally, we face each other, necromancer." The follower plummets through the air, surrounded by a deadly storm of swords. The necromancer stands amidst the chaos, his expression cold. "What's with that look on your face, huh? What, you think it's not fair? You've killed tens of billions of people." She is covered in blood. The follower thinks this is unfair. The follower screams, telling someone not to even try to make excuses. The follower is attacked, blood splattering everywhere. The follower is attacked again, the blade cutting through her defenses. The archer, Lee Hyun-wook, is breathing heavily, his face showing signs of exhaustion and determination. The target is eliminated. The follower looks on in shock, while Lee Hyun-wook stands ready for the next attack. A monstrous figure emerges, its eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, preparing for another fight. A group of soldiers battles against a horde of monsters. The undead monsters have stopped moving. Rain lashed down as soldiers advanced through the ruined city, weapons raised against the monstrous horde. High above the battlefield, the necromancer unleashed a torrent of magical energy, beams of light piercing the darkness. Below the necromancer, a complex magic circle flared to life, arcane symbols glowing with otherworldly power. A voice boomed across the battlefield, urging, "Everyone, concentrate firepower on the remaining villains." Another voice, filled with conviction, declared, "Today is the day we liberate humanity." The soldiers roared in response, their determination fueled by the impassioned words. The necromancer, surrounded by orbs of crackling energy, prepared to unleash another devastating spell. A soldier looked up, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. A monstrous visage, wreathed in fire, snarled, "What a hassle." The soldier, his brow furrowed, muttered, "That gloomy guy? What on earth is he doing?" Through the rain-streaked sky, a swarm of dragons descended, their leathery wings beating against the wind. One of the dragons unleashed a deafening roar, the sound shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. A monstrous roar echoes through the ruined city, the sound laced with an unnatural fury. The necromancer's special ability, triggered by specific circumstances, has been activated. The caster's mind is being transferred to a prepared body. He watches as a swarm of bats takes flight, their shadows dancing across the ravaged landscape. A sense of unease washes over Choi Youngjun. The soul download begins, reaching 30%. The transfer intensifies, reaching 99%. A voice echoes, laced with an alien resonance, "I am you." The eyes of the man glow crimson as he responds, the words a chilling echo, "You are me." His face contorts in a silent scream, the red glow intensifying in his eyes. The process is complete. Congratulations. The system announces the successful completion of the soul download, the mind transfer to the new body now complete. A colossal dragon descends upon the landscape, its massive form dwarfing the buildings below. The dragon stands tall, its wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the land. The world is plunged into darkness. Looking up, a figure sees the winged horrors blotting out the sky. A hand emerges from the shadows, beckoning forth the darkness. A skull with glowing eyes appears, a harbinger of death. The battlefield is overrun with the undead, their numbers endless. The system declares the necromancer's Night of Death, commanding the undead to obey him, even in death. The people look on in terror, their faces etched with fear. He spits out his rage, realizing he was being baited from the very beginning. He grins, his eyes now a piercing white, a sinister glee twisting his features. The monsters are reviving. The undead horde surges forward, claws and teeth bared, as they descend upon the remaining soldiers. Even those struck by the meteor are getting back up. Kim Kang-seok's eyes glow with an unholy light, a malevolent power radiating from him. The air crackles with dark energy. Kim Kang-seok stands amidst a swirling vortex of power, his form radiating an ominous aura. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the city, shaking the very foundations of the world. The city descends into chaos as the undead swarm, their numbers seemingly endless. A soldier's eyes widen in terror as the undead close in. Do not resist, just run. Blue energy begins to surge around him. His eyes glow with a crimson light as the transformation takes hold. He plummets through a rain of swords, the air crackling with power. Strengthening his body, Kim Kang-seok undergoes a complete transformation. His features twist and contort, becoming something monstrous. His hand hardens, bone and sinew shifting into something new. He falls through a cascade of light, the power reshaping him. A dragon's form begins to manifest, a symbol of the power he now wields. A massive sword materializes, radiating intense heat. He plummets, now a being of immense power. Kim Kangseok's transformation is complete, a terrifying new form unleashed. Using Devour, he has gained the abilities of the devoured player Inferno. He is consumed by the Inferno, his features contorted in a silent scream as the flames lick at his skin. The air crackles with raw energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and distort around the epicenter of the blaze. The flames coalesce into a swirling vortex, a maelstrom of fire and fury that threatens to engulf everything in its path. A figure stands silhouetted against the Inferno, their features obscured by the swirling flames and smoke. Determination etched on his face, Archer grits his teeth, preparing for what comes next. Seated upon a throne of fire, Lee Hyun-wook commands, "Lee Hyun-wook, pull yourself together." A voice echoes through the flames, a desperate plea for survival. "You have to survive no matter what." Seo Yunha cries out in alarm. "Seo Yunha, what the hell are you doing? Run away." A confident voice declares, "I am your shield." The same voice continues, "Your first life is me." The necromancer is trapped, flames licking at his robes as he struggles to escape the Inferno's embrace. A monstrous entity looms above, radiating a menacing purple energy. Seo Yunha plummets through the air. Flames lick around Seo Yunha as she continues to fall. Seo Yunha tumbles downwards alongside another figure. A massive figure swings a hammer down upon Seo Yunha and her companion. The force of the blow sends a figure crashing downwards. Seo Yunha continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet her. Below, Lee Hyun-wook looks up in horror. A spear pierces Lee Hyun-wook, blood erupting from the wound. A burst of crimson energy explodes outward, the force of the unseen impact resonating through the air. He plummets through the air, blood spraying from a fatal wound as the unseen assailant continues their assault. Kim Kangseok's laughter echoes through the air, a chilling sound amidst the chaos. The monstrous figure looms, its grotesque form a testament to the horrors unleashed. Lee Hyun-wook's face is contorted in pain, his eyes wide with shock as blood streams down his face. Debris rains down, the remnants of a structure torn apart by the force of the attack. The cascade of rubble continues, a testament to the devastation wrought. Seo Yunha coughs, struggling to regain her breath amidst the dust and chaos. The follower's eyes widen in disbelief, her expression a mixture of horror and shock. A maelstrom of darkness and destruction swirls, consuming everything in its path. The monster stands triumphant amidst the ruin, its presence a symbol of the overwhelming power unleashed. A figure licks their lips, a predatory glint in their eyes as a blood-red moon hangs in the sky. A lone figure stood atop the wreckage, surveying the scene below. The ground writhed with bodies, their struggles growing weaker with each passing moment. A masked figure, perched high above, watched with disdain. "Stop wriggling," the figure barked. "It's disgusting to watch." The masked figure's armored legs dangled from their perch, the scene below a theater of suffering. Coughing violently, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook choked on his own blood. "Please," he rasped, his voice barely audible. Amidst the carnage, desperate figures scrambled to escape the devastation, their movements frantic and panicked. A figure lay wounded on the ground, pleading with the fleeing survivors. "Please, run away." Footsteps echoed through the ruined landscape, a steady rhythm amidst the chaos. A monstrous dragon unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating everything in its path. "Please, make it out alive." The dragon's fire consumed the world, leaving nothing but ash and destruction. The city lay in ruins, a testament to the dragon's devastating power. A figure stood amidst the fallen, their presence a silent judgment on the carnage. The masked figure, now identified as Gordon, watched the destruction unfold. "Gordon," a voice whispered, filled with dread. Gordon Tracy is confronted, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. A voice cries out, questioning his actions. A devastating explosion rips through the scene. The blast obliterates a bus and scatters bodies amidst the wreckage, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed. Flames engulf a structure, consuming everything in their path. A voice observes with detached interest that the civilian safe zone is almost cleared. A figure, bloodied and distraught, questions the betrayal, lamenting that the one responsible was supposed to be a guardian. The same figure cries out, taking responsibility for the tragedy, confessing that they trusted and brought the betrayer along. A figure with glowing eyes calmly states that it is not their fault, that they simply lived according to the system's instructions. A voice reflects on the ignorance that prevented the realization that a guardian could turn into a villain. The ground is littered with bodies, a grim reminder of the devastation. The bloodied figure cries out in anguish, lamenting that the players, not the monsters, are the ones who would annihilate humanity. A figure in a plague doctor mask observes the scene, musing on the last hero of humanity, the great Steel Emperor. Coughing, Lee Hyun-wook cries out, but it's too late. A voice echoes, questioning his worth as an F rank. The figure above him declares that they, the chosen divine beings, are the ones who have brought judgment upon humanity. The divine figure stands tall, surrounded by others, as Lee Hyun-wook lies defeated at their feet. Coughing up blood, Hyun-wook laments that if only he had known how to improve, things might have been different. Someone like him wouldn't have. The figure asks if he feels wrong. The figure states that it's not that much of a shame, because even if he had known earlier, tears well in Hyun-wook's eyes as he stares up in defeat. The figure finishes, saying that in the end, the fate of incompetent F-rankers like him would have been the same. The figure remarks that this is perfectly fitting. The figure raises a massive weapon, declaring it as the final fate for someone like him. Gordon Tracy plummets downward, screaming. Gordon Tracy's name echoes in the void. A single strand of what appears to be a spinal cord dangles in the darkness. A drop of water falls, creating a splash of blue energy. Huffing, Lee Hyun-wook's breathing is labored. Tears stream down Lee Hyun-wook's face as he struggles to catch his breath. Lee Hyun-wook lies in bed, his expression a mix of anguish and exhaustion. He stares blankly ahead, lost in thought. A soldier asks, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, are you all right?" The other soldiers watch Lee Hyun-wook with concern. Did you cry?" one asks. A voice whispers, "The man who's the king of heartlessness." Another soldier exclaims, "If someone as heartless as him cried, he must really not be okay." "You're right. Where does it hurt, Sergeant?" another soldier asks. Another soldier shouts, Enough." The other soldiers are startled. He states that he just saw a tragic future. The other soldiers, hearing this, question the statement, asking if it was tragic and about the future. Lee Hyun-wook gazes out the window, lost in thought. He thinks to himself that the future he saw must never happen again. Lee Hyun-wook resolves that he must change that future at all costs. A massive crowd gathers at the gates of Seoul, desperate to enter. A voice cries out, filled with anguish, declaring that their daughter is inside. A woman kneels before a soldier, pleading to be let in, her voice cracking with desperation. The soldier stands firm, his expression unyielding, as a voice booms that no one can go in. On a screen, a man with neatly styled pink hair insists that they need to admit it now, his expression stern. The same man, displayed on multiple screens, declares that there's nothing they can do, his words echoing the grim reality. A crowd of people sits in a large room, listening intently. A voice from within the crowd acknowledges the truth, but emphasizes the weight of public opinion. The representatives appear on screen, the gravity of the situation etched on their faces. One of them says that they need to quickly prepare for a world after the wave. A hand rests near a screen displaying a seated figure surrounded by wires. Someone asks if they're saying they should do something. A woman raises her hand, questioning the idea of abandoning over 1 million citizens in the wave zone. Kang Seo-yoon, the Zuminare Guild representative and South Korean player ranked 4, is shown on screen. Representative Kang's statement is met with disagreement. They say that's not what they meant, and ask what else they can do since they can't go in there. One of the representatives says they need to choose and focus for the whole country's sake, emphasizing that it's not just about saving Seoul right now. The woman from before retorts that that's a long way of saying they'd rather protect their position than the lives of the people. The other representatives are shocked by Kang Seon's statement, questioning what she just said. They all want something. The text says that they need a way to save Seoul, but there's no way they can do it. The text suggests that there should be a few guild players inside the wave zone who they still have contact with. She watches the screens displaying various individuals. A voice on the screen declares that together, they can minimize the damage to the citizens. A question hangs in the air. Will the players listen to them in this situation? Kang Seo-yoon is told that there is just one more thing. The speaker declares that the Zuminare Guild will provide hero-grade items for every player who eliminates a corrupt. The screen displays the text, "If they work, item for the most active player." The voice on the screen continues, stating that they should not show themselves and stay hidden and survive for the guild's sake. The voice concludes that they should not do anything at all. Kang Seo-yoon clenches her fist, her expression hardening. A voice asks if that is satisfactory enough for her. The screens continue to display the faces of various individuals. Kang Seo-yoon sits in her chair, her thoughts swirling. She thinks she'd have to buy the solution to a national crisis with money. She thinks to herself that it's a load of bullcrap. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is greeted with a crisp salute. The speaker declares he has business with the battalion commander. The 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade is stationed at the 1st Battalion underground bunker. Kim Kang-seok asks, "Are you all right?" Lee Hyun-wook responds, "Yes, sir. Battalion commander, I have a suggestion." Kim Kang-seok inquires about the suggestion. The terrorist suspect they captured has escaped. The stark announcement echoes, the prisoner has escaped. Kim Kang-seok contemplates the situation. Kim Kang-seok admits, "Yes, it's a big headache. A prison built with mana stones and barriers to detain players. 2 guards stand watch at a gate, a magical barrier shimmering in front of them. Unless the escaped prisoner is an S-ranker, there's no way they could have escaped alone. So, it must be assumed that the prisoner is roaming Seoul. There's a villain hiding within the military. Battalion commander, Seoul is currently being overrun by monster attacks. Plus, many criminal players, including the terrorist suspect, are out of control. And roaming Seoul. The countless shelters built to avoid and survive the monsters will now be even more dangerous because of them." A figure unleashes a burst of magical energy. Li Heinwook thinks that even their troops, which had the least damage, need a lot of time to be re-equipped for deployment. So, a man with a scar on his cheek smiles, looking forward to something. He asks, "What is your suggestion?" As expected of the battalion commander, he was waiting for Li Heinwook to say this. Li Heinwook proposes to form a special unit to ensure the safety of the citizens. The battalion commander shouted that he should at least take the second platoon leader, whom he trusts the most, with him, even if just for advice. And he also couldn't help but be greedy. Greedy? How could he execute a wide-area attack just by destroying a few pieces of junk if it weren't for him? A wide-area attack is executed if your wide-area attack saves the citizens in this crisis. He had a vain hope that the big guilds would compete to have him. But you don't seem interested. Hold on, did you say as an advisor? That's a different story. Out. A smirk spreads across his face. The fire is spreading to the mountain. Come. I'm almost at the end of my service. Why am I suffering like this? Sergeant Kim Si-hee thinks she should just take it easy and hide. Someone says, "Oh, it's the nosy guy? You've been assigned to the special unit." I delivered my message. What? I can't hear you. Sergeant Kim Si-hee wonders what is this? This ominous feeling like my last days of service will get messed up? I don't want to. Someone says, I haven't even said anything yet. Sergeant Kim Si-hee says, I don't care. I don't care. She remains silent as Choi Youngjin says whatever he's going to say. She doesn't want to hear it. Choi Youngjin asks if she knows all that he went through for the Valencian 30, even though he's almost done with his service. Seo Yunha, lying on the ground, says whatever it is, she's not doing it. Choi Youngjin asks if she didn't drink on duty when she was a private. He continues, saying she also extended the dispatch schedule to a week, sometimes even 2 weeks, when 2 days were enough. Seo Yunha gasps. Choi Youngjin says there's much more than that. He asks what's wrong and if she's scared. Choi Youngjin says if the battalion commander finds out about this, forget her service. Her military life might never end. Seo Yunha, with her hands up, asks, all right, what is it then? Elsewhere, a monster asks what's this and how did this happen? The monster wonders why he is in this state. He orders to search everywhere. The monster orders if they find any surviving monsters, kill them immediately. The monster is breathing heavily. A chaotic scene unfolds, filled with abstract imagery. A streak of light pierces through the darkness. A towering structure stands against the night sky. Surrounded by armed soldiers, Lee Won-suk looks on in disbelief. A distorted face declares that sanity was kept until the end, and Won-suk was saved. The same face looms over a smaller figure, the scene overlaid with chaotic energy. Where did he run off to? The man insists he's not the type to run away. Another man kneels, denying that he is the type to run away, but another voice insists that he is. The man is told that he is that type of guy. The man is told that he should have trusted the speaker a bit more this time. Rain falls on a building in the distance. The order is given to gather at the special unit training ground. A group of soldiers, clad in heavy armor, march forward, their faces grim. A stern warning echoes. Once they depart, there will be no additional supplies. They must make sure to take everything. Lee Hyun-wook salutes, his expression serious. Seo Yunha stands opposite him, her gaze unwavering. Lee Hyun-wook asks what's wrong, addressing her as attack squad leader. Seo Yunha admits that she misunderstood Lee Hyun-wook all this time. Lee Hyun-wook salutes again, stating that it's fine. Seo Yunha retorts that doesn't mean she completely trusts him, her expression unreadable. Seo Yunha clears her throat, her eyes narrowed. Seo Yunha declares that she's decided to join the special unit too. Lee Hyun-wook looks at her with surprise, while Seo Yunha's expression remains serious. Lee Hyun-wook states that he sees and looks forward to it, a sly grin spreading across his face. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook announces that they have received the mission to rescue lives and conduct mobile strikes in the Seoul Wave. A soldier stands ready. Steel Company reports in. Director 9 announces himself. The announcement continues, stating that Season 1 has ended. The announcement requests no cursing. The announcement states that even the army gets vacations and weekend breaks, so they should get some vacation too. The announcement states that now is the right time to take a break, to refresh both body and creation. The announcement requests that the system not be started before the full-scale Seoul Wave, and asks not to be forgotten. A close-up of the teddy bear. The announcement states that they'll make their return with good work. A reminder flashes across the screen. Please remember to salute, steel-eating player. Alright, then, salute. Director 9 and 4 others have been granted. A cartoon teddy bear, dressed in a military-style jacket, raises its paw in a salute, announcing vacation and re-equipment. The cavern walls rise up into shadow. The air hangs heavy with the scent of ozone and stone. Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the wreckage, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His chest heaves. Blood streaks down Hyun-wook's face, a mask of exhaustion and triumph. The cavern stretches out before him, a silent testament to the battle. The defeated monster lies in pieces, its glowing red eye extinguished. Hyun-wook holds a shard of crimson crystal, pulsing with inner light. The steel-eating player stares into the distance, his expression unreadable. The man-scorpion slams its massive stinger downwards, the strike carrying the force of a battering ram. The force of the blow sends Lee Hyun-wook flying through the air, a helpless projectile against the monster's might. The man-scorpion doesn't relent, bringing its stinger down again with terrifying speed. The attack connects, and Hyunwook is left bleeding, his face contorted in pain. The man-scorpion towers over him, a grotesque figure of chitin and malice. Hyunwook grits his teeth, struggling to rise despite his injuries. The man-scorpion's legs, thick and armored, shift, preparing for another assault. Its multiple red eyes gleam with predatory hunger. The sound of impact echoes through the cavern. An event quest notification appears. A boss monster has appeared. Ruler of the land, man-scorpion. You who have entered the nest of the ruler of the land shall become its prey. The man-scorpion looms, a terrifying predator in its lair. The man-scorpion lets out a chilling laugh. What were you aiming for? The hunter, bloodied and bruised, grits his teeth. For the back of my head while I was worn out? It was so obvious, you naive dumbass. A guttural roar echoes through the chamber. The man-scorpion towers, a monstrous figure of chitin and rage. Lee Hyunwook's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the beast. A sharp, metallic clang rings out. The man-scorpion lunges, its massive claws poised to strike. The sound of rending flesh echoes in the dungeon. A bloodied hand reaches out, grasping something unseen. Lee Hyunwook stands defiant, facing the monstrous man-scorpion. Another sharp clang reverberates through the chamber. The hunter's expression hardens, determination etched on his face. A surge of power erupts. Unlock. He plummets into the monster's gaping maw, the air thick with the stench of decay. The monster's throat constricts, a fleshy tunnel closing in around him. Covered in blood and grime, Lee Hyunwook braces himself for the inevitable. The monster's throat continues to close, the pressure intensifying. The monster's grotesque face looms, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. Rows of razor-sharp teeth glisten with digestive fluids, promising a gruesome end. The monster's throat pulsates, a churning vortex of digestive acids ready to dissolve its prey. A low, guttural rumble echoes from the monster's depths, a symphony of impending doom. A surge of blue energy erupts around Lee Hyunwook, a desperate gamble against the digestive onslaught. The monster's voice booms, dripping with arrogant satisfaction. Oh, you stupid, simplistic idiot. I knew you'd swallow me whole. Blue light intensifies around Lee Hyunwook as he steels himself. Thanks to that, I'll be able to take care of you quickly. Lee Hyunwook's thoughts solidify his plan. Since I used strengthening body transformation to block the digestive acids. A voice declares, let's end this with a bang. Cracks spread across Lee Hyunwook's face as he strains to unleash his power. The skill is named Zarbomba. A warning flashes. It is possible for the user's body to suffer damage if fine control over this skill is not managed properly. Surrounded by a blinding blue aura, he unleashes the Zarbomba. Energy blades erupt, tearing through the monster's insides. The monster's armored hide cracks under the force of the attack. Fissures spread across the monster's flesh, a network of destruction. More energy streaks lash out, each strike a hammer blow. The monster is consumed by a blinding explosion of pure energy. Debris rains down as the echoes of the blast reverberate. The monster's form is shattered, its armor broken and scattered. He stood amidst the remnants of the battle, the air thick with the scent of ozone and decay. The defeated monster's visage loomed, a grotesque reminder of the recent struggle. A system message appeared. The solo event gate had been cleared, and a gold card was acquired. The screen displayed the properties of the card. Using a gold card made a trait awakening special. Possible, and ownership of the item was gained upon acquiring it. Lee Hyunwook held up the card, a grin spreading across his face. Nice, a gold card. This made it worth smelling that monster's awful breath. The system prompted, will you use the gold card? Y/N. Flames danced around Lee Hyunwook's hand as he prepared to activate the card. Lee Hyunwook declared, of course I will. A system message appeared. Congratulations. Through Trait Awakening Special, you have acquired a new skill. The skill information was displayed, Metal Bending, Rank D. By consuming mana, he could alter the shape of metal under his control. Metal Bending. Sharp spikes of metal erupted around Lee Hyunwook, showcasing his newfound power. A warning flashes. Upon usage of Metal Bending, hardening cannot be used. Then, the transformation begins. Metallic energy swirls around Lee Hyunwook, coalescing into sharp, angular forms. The metal spreads, encasing his arms in jagged, blade-like armor. The transformation continues, hardening across his torso. A grin spreads across his face as the metal solidifies. The preparations for the Soul Wave are complete. The Soul Wave is complete. Now then, Lee Hyunwook acquires Mana Steel. Floating amidst a field of crimson crystals, he prepares to absorb their power. The Mana Steel crystals pulse with raw energy. His eyes glow with power as he draws the Mana Steel into himself. He clutches the crystals, feeling their energy surge through his veins. It's been a while, so he'll enjoy this feast to his heart's content. 1 week after Lee Hyunwook absorbed the Mana Steel, the Soul Wave incident began. The National Gate Response Headquarters announced, citizens, this is the National Gate Response Headquarters. We are now issuing a warning for a gate that will be covering the entirety of Seoul. This is not a drill. The announcement continued. All citizens are to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. The National Gate Response Headquarters repeated, Once again, citizens, this is the National Gate Response Headquarters. We are now issuing a warning for a gate that will be covering the entirety of Seoul. This is not a drill. Amidst the chaos, a figure in a white coat hurried down a debris-strewn street. The warning blared again. All citizens are to immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. As the evacuation intensified, grotesque monsters began to emerge from the shadows. A gnarled hand, tipped with razor-sharp claws, reached out from the darkness. Facing the horde, a lone figure raised a weapon, prepared to fight back against the encroaching nightmare. The weapon was aimed, ready to fire. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he looks up in terror. A grotesque monster reaches for him, its massive hand outstretched as a military truck speeds by. The boy tumbles through the air, falling from a great height. Elsewhere, a horde of monsters scales the side of a building, their dark forms silhouetted against the night sky. Soldiers advance, weapons raised, ready to engage the monstrous threat. The soldiers open fire, a barrage of bullets tearing through the ranks of the approaching monsters. A soldier stands guard over the fallen boy, protecting him from the surrounding chaos as a command rings out. All forces, focus on blocking the street where the monsters are coming from. The boy's face is etched with fear, tears still streaming down his cheeks. The soldier kneels, offering reassurance. You all right? There's nothing to be scared of now. The boy cries out, Mister. The soldier grits his teeth, muttering, Damn that Park Junmo. I told him not to go in too deep. Another soldier calls out, Kim Si-hee. The soldier focuses, his hands outstretched as he generates a swirling green energy field. Sir, yes sir, he shouts. A grotesque monster, its skin stretched taut over bulging muscles, and its eyes glowing with malevolent purple energy, roars in fury. The monsters begin to fall from the sky, plummeting towards the ruined city below. More of the creatures rain down, their descent marked by trails of shimmering energy. The sky fills with the falling monsters, a horrifying cascade of flesh and fury. The city streets become a landing zone for the monstrous invaders. Lieutenant Seo Yunha watches the descent, her expression grim as she assesses the unfolding catastrophe. A civilian stares in disbelief at the soldiers, fear etched on his face. What's with those soldiers? He wonders aloud. Choi Youngjin shouts, urgency lacing his voice. Now, Lieutenant, sir. Seo Yunha prepares to warp, her eyes narrowed with determination. Choi Youngjin, his face a mask of grim resolve, activates the warp device. The warp portal opens, shimmering with otherworldly energy. Warp open. Go. A swirling portal of energy crackles with contained power, a gateway to the unknown. Military vehicles stand ready in the background, prepared to move through. Twisted figures, contorted by the transition, plummet from the portal, their forms still half caught between dimensions. A monstrous form, dripping with viscous fluids, claws its way through the portal, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. A blade gleams, reflecting the eerie light of the portal, a promise of violence in the air. More creatures spill forth, their bodies dissolving into black ichor as they fully materialize in this reality. The monster's face, a grotesque mask of decaying flesh and glowing purple eyes, screams silently as it falls. Lieutenant Seo Yunha clicks her tongue in annoyance. That nosy old man totally scammed me. The portal looms, a swirling vortex of purple and black. Choi Youngjin and Lieutenant Seo Yunha stand before it, the city lights casting long shadows behind them. You're going in there alone? She asks. Seo Yunha continues, her voice laced with frustration. You said you'd take me for a ride on the Level Up bus in exchange for being assigned here. I'll go in first to Yano. I have an event quest, so it can't be helped, right? The lieutenant's expression hardens. Who doesn't know that? What if you go in on your own and get key and something happens? Choi Youngjin smiles reassuringly. You don't have to worry about that, Sergeant. Choi Youngjin's voice is full of confidence. I'll come right back, just trust me. I'm confident in myself. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, her face contorted with anger, accuses someone of lying. Her eyes widen with a mix of shock and disbelief. A monstrous figure crashes through the portal, the impact sending tremors through the ground. The green-skinned behemoth fully emerges, its massive form dwarfing the surrounding buildings. A soldier, with a desperate cry, charges forward, sword raised to strike the colossal foe. The monster looms, an imposing figure against the city skyline. The remaining soldiers level their weapons, preparing to unleash a hail of gunfire. The monster's grotesque face is revealed, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Seo Yunha stares in disbelief, a question mark hovering above her head. Another soldier takes aim, his finger tightening on the trigger. The monster unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the city streets. Energy crackles around the monster, a sign of the immense power it possesses. The hulking monster, scales shimmering like jade in the dim light, lunges forward, its massive claws tearing through the air. A soldier sprints through the ruined city, his boots pounding against the cracked pavement as he desperately tries to outpace the approaching horde. Terror grips one soldier as an unseen force paralyzes him. I can't move, he cries out, his voice tight with fear. A line of soldiers, faces grim, raise their rifles, the barrels glinting in the fading light as they prepare to meet the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, a soldier clutches a civilian, shielding them from the horrors closing in, his face a mask of grim determination. A soldier's eyes widen in stark terror, the reflection of the approaching monsters mirrored in their pupils. The grotesque horde surges forward, their pallid faces twisted in silent screams, their eyes burning with an unnatural purple light. The air crackles with the sound of their advance, a cacophony of scraping claws and ragged breaths that chills the very soul. Desperate soldiers clash against the relentless tide, their weapons a futile defense against the sheer number of the undead. A fallen soldier lies prone, his weapon cast aside, the weight of defeat heavy on his chest as the horde closes in. Surrounded on all sides, a lone soldier raises his weapon, a defiant spark in his eyes as he prepares to make his final stand. The soldier's face is etched with fear, his eyes wide with the horrifying realization that this may be the end. His teeth bared, the soldier grits his teeth. The soldier shouts, metal bending. The monstrous creature roars, its maw wide open. Covered in blood, Lieutenant Seo Yunha stands defiantly, ready to strike. Choi Youngjin shouts, everyone, get back to your senses. The soldier commands, all forces, return fire. The soldiers open fire on the advancing monsters. The battle rages on, soldiers fighting desperately against the monstrous horde. The clash of steel and claws echoes through the ruined city. The monsters surge forward, a relentless wave of teeth and fury. A soldier is surrounded by a swirling vortex of green energy, preparing a powerful attack. The green energy crackles, promising a devastating blow. The soldier in the helmet shouts, nosy old man. A figure with spiky blue hair stands below, as another figure with long white hair floats above. A naked man stands with his arms outstretched, his lower body obscured by a bright light. Question marks float in the darkness, hinting at confusion and uncertainty. The soldier's eyes widen in shock, her mouth agape. Sergeant Lee Hyun shouts, his expression a mix of urgency and determination. A window reveals a glimpse of the night sky, the scene shrouded in mystery. A figure stands in the distance, their form obscured by shadows. A small child calls out, "Wook?" The soldier in the helmet asks, his voice filled with concern, "Jay, just what happened to you?" The figure with blue hair stands shirtless, surrounded by floating orbs of energy. The naked man's legs are visible, adorned with a garter and surrounded by floating orbs. The figure with blue hair shouts, "Steel Company. All forces are to maintain position and attack. I'll support." He shouts, his voice echoing through the desolate street. An order booms out. Questions are forbidden, and any hesitation will be met with lethal force. All forces are commanded to attack. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook and Lieutenant Seo Yunha advance, weapons raised, their faces grim. Elsewhere, a child stares wide-eyed, muttering that the mister is an elephant. The soldiers stand ready, weapons trained on an unseen threat. A naked man stands among them, seemingly unfazed. The soldiers remain vigilant, their expressions unreadable beneath their helmets. A hand pulls up a zipper, the sound a sharp rasp in the tense silence. Lieutenant Seo Yunha stares intently, a ghostly figure looming behind her. An unseen figure is chastised for their reaction. "What are you saying? Keep it to yourself if you like seeing him naked so much." Seo Yunha looks up, startled by the outburst. Lee Hyun-wook stands beside her, equally surprised. He asks, "What?" A ghostly figure of a woman is seen. A voice says, geez." Lee Hyun-wook laughs, covering his mouth with his hand. Seo Yunha looks at him, annoyed. He says, "You'd finished that quest yourself, so what was up with the way you looked?" She replies, "There wasn't much to look at either." Lee Hyun-wook looks down, surprised. He thinks, that's." Seo Yunha retorts, "Wasn't much to look at. That's dash." Seo Yunha says, "You said?" Lee Hyun-wook says, "There isn't a way for me to show you again either." Seo Yunha looks away. Seo Yunha asks, "What happened to your uniform for you to be buck dash?" Lee Hyun-wook says, "Yeah, it was cold. That's why. I had to leave the point because of this child." Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is called out. Seo Yunha asks, "Are you alright?" He calls out, his voice echoing through the ruined streets. "Everyone hiding over there, please come out." A plea hangs in the air. "Please don't misunderstand. We're evacuees." A crowd of survivors explains, their voices laced with desperation. "We couldn't enter the shelter, so we were looking for another one." The soldiers stand guard, their expressions unreadable behind their helmets. Choi Youngjin turns, hearing a voice call out, "Enter." A child rushes forward, crying out, "Dad." Choi Youngjin's eyes widen in disbelief. Son." The crowd watches the reunion unfold. A man steps forward, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you so much for saving my son. Everything seemed so hopeless." He continues, his gratitude evident. "But it's a relief that we were able to come across soldiers like you." Choi Youngjin stares at the man, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Are you sure it's a relief?" The man's expression shifts to confusion. What do you mean by that dash?" Civilians cry out as a sphere of blue energy erupts around them. An eye glows with an intense, unnatural blue light. The sound of something shattering echoes through the air, smash. A man clutches at the air, his face contorted in horror. The blue energy rips through the crowd, leaving trails of blood in its wake. The attack continues, the blue energy spreading further. More civilians are caught in the blast, their bodies thrown back by the force. Another man screams, his face a mask of terror. Other soldiers watch in disbelief, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. Someone shouts, "Are you insane? Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, what are you doing?" Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook continues his assault, the blue energy arcing from his hand. Lee Hyun-wook smirks, his eyes filled with malice. A hand grips a knife, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. A blur of motion shows figures falling amidst a chaotic scene. A swift kick sends a figure flying through the air, the impact echoing in the confined space. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in fury, his eyes blazing with a cold rage. "Just so you know, I absolutely loathe being stabbed in the back." Hyun-wook, seething, holds a terrified child hostage, a knife pressed against the child's throat. "Before I kill you, that is." A bare foot touches the cold ground, a silent testament to the desperation of the moment. A figure looms, demanding, "You, who are you?" Energy crackles in the air. The brown-haired man is sent flying backwards. A knife falls from his grasp. The blue-haired figure launches a kick. Elsewhere, two figures level their weapons. The blue-haired figure moves to strike the brown-haired man. Energy crackles around the blue-haired figure. The brown-haired man grits his teeth. The blue-haired figure slashes with a knife. The blade finds its mark. Sparks fly as someone declares that the attacker knows the target very well. The target's eyes widen in shock. Someone boasts that they beat their opponent in their past life as well. A blow lands with brutal force. Blood splatters. A muffled sound echoes. The muffled sound grows louder. A man's mouth is filled with a glowing blue orb. He gulps it down. Heavy chains hang in the darkness. A figure coughs, chained to a pillar. Another figure stands nearby. Two monstrous red wolves snarl, their eyes glowing with predatory intent. The title card brands him, the villain known as Apostate. In his past life, he was so cautious that, despite being a named villain, his face was never known. In the end, some of the civilians escaped because they couldn't bear his tyranny. The orders were to bring the escaped civilians back. Chained and desperate, Kim Hak-yu insists, his voice muffled, that he took on the form of a child so that they wouldn't get hurt. He swears it's true. A man scoffs at the claim, dismissing it as bullshit. The man continues, accusing Kim Hak-yu of having another motive. The reason he went out of his way to kidnap them was for his villain quest, wasn't it? The man presses, revealing Kim Hak-yu's identity as an assassin and villain. Straining against his bonds, Kim Hak-yu struggles to speak, his words muffled by the restraints. He demands to know who his accuser is. Power surges within Kim Hak-yu, his eye glowing with intense energy as he prepares to smash his way out. He is enveloped in a surge of blue energy, the chains binding him beginning to rattle. A sharp crack echoes through the room. The sound intensifies, a prelude to something breaking. Outside, a soldier exclaims in disbelief, "Huh, he committed suicide." Another soldier wonders, just who is Gong Ig-tae for him to go as far as committing suicide? One of the soldiers asks, "If that's the case, shouldn't we wait until First Lieutenant Seo Yunha and Sergeant Choi Youngjin get here?" Another soldier replies, "No, they're busy. Considering the time it would take for saving the lieutenant colonel and repairing the hunter's armor, they won't make it." The soldier adds, "But they said." One of the soldiers states, "He destroyed a shelter. So how are we going to open the door by ourselves?" Another soldier says with a grin, "Don't worry about that." The grinning soldier declares, "I have my ways." Another soldier thinks, "He's making that face again." Another sharp crack echoes. A voice booms from outside, declaring the speaker to be part of the Republic of Korea Regular Army. The voice demands that the shelter door be opened immediately. The Dong Demon shelter stands silent, its entrance the focus of the soldiers' attention. The soldier announces that they have received a report regarding the illegal occupation of the shelter. The voice continues, stating that illegal occupation of a shelter is a felony punishable immediately. They threaten to use a master key to open the door by force if it isn't opened immediately. One of the soldiers wonders if the strategy was to make the unbelievable bluff that he has a master key. The fact that they've locked themselves inside the shelter means they don't know anything about the situation outside. The soldier shouts that they've been given sufficient time. The soldier states that after reporting to his superiors, they will consider this a case of illegal occupation and enter. The regular army isn't operating properly. The soldiers express surprise as the shelter door opens. "Huh? It opened," one exclaims. "It actually worked?" Another asks. The shelter door slides open. One of the soldiers questions what is happening. Kim Hak-yu grins, teeth bared. He says, "Ah, you had this door shut, so tight you couldn't hear me, huh?" A speech bubble declares, "We've received a report regarding the illegal occupation of a shelter." Another bubble questions, "Illegal occupation?" Choi Youngjun, standing beside another soldier, exclaims, "That doesn't make any sense." The voice continues, "We're following the safety regulations properly." A speech bubble requests, "Please, come in and take a look." The shelter is filled with rows of beds and equipment. Choi Youngjun is speaking to another soldier. He says, "Because the civilians are following orders well." A speech bubble states, "This shelter is a prime example of how to operate one." Another bubble adds, "It looks like none of them care that outsiders are coming in. Almost as if they're feigning ignorance to hide something." Choi Youngjin looks at Kim Hak-yu and asks, "Huh?" Kim Hak-yu smiles and says, "Just a joke." Choi Youngjin is silent, his expression unreadable. Choi Youngjin and Kim Hakyu stand together, the tension palpable. He asks if these are all the troops that were dispatched, or if any others are coming. Kim Hakyu wonders why Choi Youngjin is so curious. Kim Hakyu asks if Choi Youngjin thinks he'd be able to take them on with their current numbers, questioning what he thinks he's been doing this whole time. Kim Hakyu says it's just a joke, adding that if they were criminal players, then that could be a possibility. Kim Hakyu's expression shifts to anger. Kim Hakyu asks if Choi Youngjin is trying to feel him out, questioning if this is some kind of joke. Choi Youngjin retorts that it seems like Kim Hakyu is the jokester here, though. The scene shifts to a group of armed figures. Judging by the way he filled this hall with armed players, that is. He barks the order. All forces, open fire. The command echoes through the corridor. A hail of bullets tears through the air, finding its mark. The relentless barrage continues, blood spraying. More shots ring out. Dodging the gunfire, a figure moves with blinding speed. Gong Igtae shouts, "If you want to fool someone, you should have started by finding a guard uniform that fits you." A surge of energy crackles around him. Gong Igtae faces a towering stone monster, energy swirling around his weapon. He moves, a blur of motion and crackling energy. The stone monster roars, "You trench monkey." The monster's attack lands, and Gong Igtae cries out, "I'll crush that loud mouth of yours." Attacks rain down on the stone monster from above, splattering its rocky hide with blood. A powerful blow strikes the monster, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface as green energy flares. The force of the assault drives the stone monster downward, a cloud of dust erupting around it. The monster is slammed into the ground with earth-shattering force. The stone monster's body is pulverized against the floor, red energy pulsing from the point of impact. The monster is further crushed into the ground, the impact creating a crater. Despite the relentless assault, the stone monster roars, "Quiet now, are we?" More cracks appear across the monster's form as the attacks continue to pummel it. The stone monster is smashed into the ground once more, the force of the blow visible in the shattered earth. The monster's body is further damaged, pieces of stone flying off with each impact. The sounds of destruction echo as the monster's form begins to crumble. The stone monster is finally destroyed, its body exploding into a shower of blood and debris. Crimson slashes tear through the darkness. Amidst the shattered earth, a figure with skin like polished lapis stands tall. A voice booms out, taunting, "So you're rock, huh?" Blue energy crackles around the figure. A close-up reveals the figure's face, a wide grin splitting his stone-like features. He declares, "I'm steel." Stone erupts from the ground, coalescing into a hulking form. The stone giant takes shape, its massive feet planted firmly on the ground. The air crackles with unseen energy. A roar tears from the stone figure, revealing a face contorted in rage beneath the rocky exterior. Blue energy flares, a sign of the power within. Shattering the stone shell, a figure with skin of pure blue emerges, radiating power. A voice booms, laced with challenge, "So you're rock, huh?" The blue figure stands amidst the shattered remains of his former prison. A grin spreads across his face, and he declares, "I'm steel." The air vibrates with the force of his declaration. The scene erupts in violence as bodies are flung through the air, leaving trails of blood and shattered debris in their wake. The armored figure bellows, "You trench monkey." The armored figure questions, "Should a soldier be attacking normal civilians?" A voice echoes from the darkness, "Normal civilians, huh?" The blue-haired man shouts, "In the event of an emergency, it's the military's duty to protect normal civilians from people like you." Blood streaks down the armored figure's face, his expression a mask of fury. An unseen voice accuses, "You even killed all the guards, so what are you putting up a front for, Gong Igtae?" The battle intensifies, with energy crackling through the air as figures clash amidst the chaos. A voice demands, "Where are the real civilians?" The armored figure, eyes glowing red, exclaims, "What kind of bullshit is that?" The blue-haired man grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. A figure plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet them. The haunted armor is surrounded by crackling energy, its form shifting as if undergoing a transformation. A surge of power blurs the air around it, the very space seeming to warp with the intensity. The armor moves with increasing speed, a metallic blur against the dim light. Its hand clenches, energy coalescing around its gauntlet as a voice booms, "Unlock." The ground beneath it shatters, the force of the unleashed power rippling outwards. The armor stands amidst the destruction, energy continuing to arc from its form. Power radiates from the armor's legs, each step carrying the weight of immense force. Meanwhile, a figure stands in a smoky haze, his voice echoing with accusation. "Did you destroy the shelter so you could perform experiments on live civilians?" The rocky ground lies in ruins. The haunted armor clenches its fist, retorting, "Fuck. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Just what do you mean? What am I hiding? And what do you mean experiment?" It continues, its voice laced with anger. Even though the shelter had already reached its maximum occupancy, they kept trying to take in more civilians. The rocky ground is littered with debris as the armor concludes, "Those stupid guards. Forget the wave. Because of all those civilians, we'd end up starving to death first." The haunted armor states that he is a player too, so he understands. A flashback shows the destruction and death caused by the haunted armor. Lee Hyun-wook says that he has heard someone else say something similar before. The haunted armor insists that it is right, and that they put their lives on the line every day, so they ought to be treated more sensibly at times like this. The haunted armor declares that everything it did was based on pure, cold logic. The haunted armor states, "That's it," and then asks, "Huh?" Lee Hyun-wook, his fist glowing with blue energy, shouts that he doesn't care if the monster is an apostate. He'll beat its ass first. Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike the haunted armor with his glowing fist. Closing the distance, Lee Hyun-wook's fist hurtles towards the monster. The punch connects, sending debris flying. The force of the blow sends the haunted armor reeling. He is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The haunted armor, reeling from the blow, declares, "It seems like you've been looking down on me." The haunted armor continues, "But you ought to know your place." The haunted armor is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The sound of impact echoes. The haunted armor's face contorts in rage. The haunted armor is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The haunted armor shouts, "Just drop dead." The haunted armor is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The haunted armor is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The haunted armor is sent hurtling backwards through the air. The haunted armor crashes into a subway train. The haunted armor, its blue skin gleaming, grins menacingly. "You done yet?" it taunts. Metal bending. The armor manipulates the surrounding metal, shaping it to its will. The metal shifts and contorts, responding to the armor's power. The haunted armor continues to bend the metal, its power growing. The armor's control over the metal intensifies, the air crackling with energy. Hardening. Lee Hyun-wook, surrounded by a blue aura, prepares to strike. Lee Hyun-wook strikes the haunted armor with a powerful blow. Energy crackles around the haunted armor. He attacks the haunted armor with a surge of blue energy. A line of pure energy cuts through the air. A desperate voice cries out, "Stop, please." The haunted armor lies in pieces, heavily damaged from the attack. Lee Hyun-wook pants, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stands over the ruined form of the haunted armor, the battle taking its toll. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens with determination. He looks towards a crowd of people huddled in the distance. A desperate plea echoes, "Please, save us." A woman clutches a child, her face etched with fear as she cries, "We didn't see anything." Another voice, filled with terror, begs, "We did everything you told us so far, so please believe us." He grits his teeth, realizing, this bastard. He was starving this many people this whole time. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes narrow. Wait, then this guy really is an apostate. He wonders, was it really just because of the rations? Then why was he trying to kidnap people again? A man being held hostage shouts, "Fuck, just what do you want from me?" Lee Hyun-wook thinks, "I want to live too. Is that so wrong of me?" He stands on a pile of rubble, looking down. The hostage taker, face bloodied, shouts, "Go on, try me." The hostage's face is filled with terror. Lee Hyun-wook is sure of it now. He is an apostate. The hostage cries out, "I did everything you told me." The hostage taker says, "You leave me no choice." A sound echoes. A figure in dark armor violently seizes a person by the neck, their face contorted in fear. A close-up reveals a dilated pupil, reflecting a scene of chaos and terror. A body plummets from a great height, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Another figure is grabbed, the sound of the struggle echoing in the air. The sound of shattering glass and screams fill the air. The text ominously declares, "The real apostate." A crowd of people stands behind bars, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. A voice whispers that someone is hiding somewhere within. Corporal Park Junmo reports in. Of the 32 players involved in the illegal occupation of a shelter, 21 were killed. 11 casualties have been taken into custody. A question hangs in the air, the tension palpable. The soldier, Park Junmo, wears a face of deep concern. The weight of recent events is heavy on him. A hollow laugh escapes him, a nervous reaction to the grim reality surrounding them. It's all just really hard. In the aftermath, a worker silently cleans up the blood-stained floor, a grim reminder of the battle that had transpired. Listen up, it never gets any easier. A stern voice echoes, emphasizing the need for action during such disasters. If they don't take action, they won't be able to save powerless, innocent civilians. The soldier's expression hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. That is their duty as soldiers. Resolve yourself firmly. A chorus of voices demands the person in charge to come out. I will speak with the person in charge. 2 soldiers stand at the ready, observing the crowd before them. Who's that? Park Junmo glances at the approaching figure, recognizing him. Ah, he's the civilian representative. Civilian representative? A voice booms out, identifying himself as Park Gil-sang, a member of parliament. He declares he has an order regarding the guarding of this shelter. Another voice interrupts, introducing himself as Lee Hong-gil of the Merchants Association. Before that, he'd like to discuss the distribution of rations. The civilian representatives begin to argue amongst themselves. I'm a member of parliament, so he should be listening to me. An unseen soldier barks, questioning why positions are being abandoned now, after the shelter was illegally occupied. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, standing tall, assures someone that they will take care of it. A man insists that because he was saved by the soldiers, he cannot let them handle the situation. He believes even soldiers would be uneasy with what needs to be done, so he should take care of it. The scene shows the aftermath of the battle, with injured people being transported on a cart. An older man urgently states that there is something dangerous nearby. A soldier questions the danger. A hallway is shown, with the implication that gong igtae is the reason someone was unable to speak. A beast's breathing can be heard, growing closer. The older man pleads for a quick investigation, expressing his fear that something might happen. Someone wonders if it could be a gate inside the shelter, then suggests picking a representative for the shelter. Two men argue about who should be the representative, with one claiming that as a member of parliament, he ought to be the one. The apostate used gong igtae to instill fear. Someone seeks to operate freely behind the scenes. Lee Hyun-wook's gaze is intense. However, the marionette, gong igtae, is dead. Lee Hyun-wook stands with his arms crossed, a silent observer. While the military is stationed here, the simplest way to take control of the shelter is by becoming the representative. The crowd reacts with shock and murmurs. A man shouts, his face contorted with rage. Or is it someone manipulating the masses behind the scenes? Lee Hyun-wook's expression is fierce, his eyes narrowed. You bastard, just where are you? Then is it one of them? Apostate. The scene fades into darkness, the unknown lurking. Figures float suspended in glowing tubes, their purpose unclear. The scene is a macabre display. Dismembered bodies hang suspended from the ceiling, each one a grotesque testament to unseen violence. Blood drips from their wounds, painting the floor in crimson. The only sound is the steady drip, drip, drip of blood, echoing in the cavernous space. Submerged in a tank of murky liquid, a man's eyes are wide with terror. A thick, green tube snakes into his mouth, feeding him an unknown substance. More figures float lifelessly in similar tanks, their bodies pale and still. The air hangs heavy with the metallic tang of blood and the chemical scent of preservatives. A body lies sprawled on the floor, a pool of blood spreading beneath it like a dark stain. A figure kneels beside the corpse, their head bowed in what could be grief or contemplation. The wheels of a gurney roll through the blood, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake. A worker in a reflective vest pushes the gurney, the covered body a silent passenger on its final journey. The air is thick with the smell of disinfectant, a futile attempt to mask the stench of death. An older man stares back, his face etched with horror and disbelief. The weight of what he has witnessed is heavy on his shoulders. The silence is broken only by the faint hum of machinery and the distant echo of dripping fluids. A close-up reveals a face contorted in a feral snarl, teeth bared and eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Blood cakes the skin, a mask of carnage. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread that permeates the very walls of the facility. The worker continues to push the gurney, oblivious to the horrors that surround him, a cog in a machine of death and despair. Crimson eyes glare with feral intensity, blood smeared across a face contorted in a snarl. Sharp teeth glint in the dim light, promising violence. A body lies sprawled on the cold floor, limbs askew, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of carnage. A face, pale and drawn, is framed by silver hair. The eyes, narrowed with fury, promise retribution. The victim's face is a mask of blood, the mouth agape in a silent scream. Life drains away, leaving only a chilling emptiness. The vampire's fangs drip crimson, a grotesque grin spreading across their face. The hunt is far from over. A blood-soaked face stares blankly ahead, the eyes devoid of emotion. The suit, once pristine, is now stained with the grim reality of violence. A blur of motion as the silver-haired figure strikes, their fist connecting with brutal force. The air crackles with suppressed power. The vampire spits out a venomous curse. You stupid bat bitch. The silver-haired figure's face contorts with rage, their green eyes burning with righteous fury. The attack is relentless. The vampire snarls, blood dripping from their fangs. I told you not to touch my things. A body lies prone on the ground, blood pooling around it. The man's face is partially obscured by the light. A figure strikes another, the blow landing with brutal force. A leg moves with incredible speed. A voice snarls, you stupid bat bitch. The man's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared. The voice booms, I told you not to touch my things. The figure is covered in blood, gasping for air. A voice pleads, please. The man's face is stained with blood as he demands, no contaminated blood. Give me clean blood. He stood in the room, the walls scrawled with strange symbols. Behind glass, soldiers stood in tanks. A voice boomed, you fool. Lee Hyun-wook stood with Seo Yunha, a bottle in his hand. That'd be like drinking salt water to sate your thirst, he remarked. Seo Yunha snarled, you crazy, perverted old man. She continued, demanding, what was your reason for dragging those soldiers into the first cause of erosion? Once the erosion begins properly, what could those soldiers possibly do against it anyway? Lee Hyun-wook grinned, his eyes gleaming with malice. Instead of making a move myself, I simply picked their grave. Seo Yunha retorted, you're the stupid one here. Why do you think we failed? She spat. It's because of those soldiers. Lee Hyun-wook's expression darkened. Those people are different. The monster roared, a blur of motion. Don't bother making any excuses. Seo Yunha growled, blood dripping from her mouth. You lot failed simply because you're worthless. A man in a striped vest grins, holding a vial of green liquid. He anticipates the future, saying, here, look forward to this. A laboratory table is arrayed with beakers and flasks, hinting at the experiments being conducted. A hand clutches a vial filled with a glowing green substance. The text ominously declares, the lives of all the people here. A man with a sinister smile declares, are now within the palm of my hands. A man shovels food into his mouth, a tray laden with meat and eggs before him. An unseen man demands, how could you distribute rations so recklessly? Another voice retorts, it seems you did so simply because of your own hunger. A man shouts, look at the children here. His face is contorted with anger or desperation. The man continues to eat, seemingly oblivious to the suffering around him. A narration box states, how could you say that when they've been starving for days on end? Before the rations were fully checked, the president of the Merchants Association suddenly started distributing them to feed the civilians, however. A man accuses, you're not thinking of controlling us using the rations as a pretext like Gong Egtae did, are you? Another man responds, huh? You. What do you think a member of parliament is? Don't you dare make such baseless accusations again. The text states, as befitting a politician, the member of parliament is making rational comments while asserting his position. The narration states, before the rations were fully checked, the president of the Merchants Association suddenly started distributing them to feed the civilians, however. It wouldn't be odd to suspect either of them being apostate. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is addressed by name. He looks at the rations in his hands, surprised. We also get rations to eat. A man with spiky blue hair says, no, there's someone behind Gong Egtae. The blue-haired man continues, his voice laced with concern. He's purposely hiding himself, and what if he decided to use poison? The security here will completely fall apart if we fall victim. Lee Hyun-wook looks down at the rations, a worried expression on his face. Can't. Would you be okay with that? A man offers a tray of freshly cooked rice. My, why aren't you eating freshly cooked rice? The man smiles, holding up the tray. The meat is delicious. Please, hurry and eat. The blue-haired man is seen in the background, his expression grim. Supplies are the most important during a disaster. We can't eat away at supplies meant for evacuees. Lee Hyun-wook looks down, thinking, we've already received rations from the military. Lee Hyun-wook sighs, still holding the rations. The man offering food says, you don't have to worry. The man's eyes narrow, a sinister glint in them. You? Lee Hyun-wook is called out. Gong Egtae asks him to wait a moment while serving food. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook declares he's going down there himself. A voice wonders if he is a soldier to the bone, damning him. Gong Egtae makes a humph sound. A close-up of the food reveals a plate of rice, kimchi, and other dishes. Gong Egtae asks what happened to what he said yesterday. Someone responds that they are currently investigating it, so please don't worry. The response brings a sense of relief. Elsewhere, a strange, dark corridor is shown. Lee Hyun-wook and another soldier stand before a mass of strange, fleshy plants. The soldier comments that these aren't plants you'd see on Earth. The soldier notes that the temperature here is different, too. The soldier states that it seems like this place is one of the causes of the wave's erosion. The speaker agrees that if they can't stop this, then it's just like the first wave in California. The second wave hits Shanghai. And the third wave in Berlin. Seoul too may end up overrun by monsters. For now, you should move up with the rest of the platoon, sir. Sergeant Kim Si-hee and I will stay behind here, sir. Of all places. It just had to be this narrow tunnel. What awful luck. The tunnel stretches ahead, dimly lit and claustrophobic. More water, please. Ah, of course. Thank you, Grandpa. A voice taunts, suggesting that military discipline will be insufficient to overcome the challenges ahead. Kim Hak-yu, a sinister grin plastered across his face, pours water into a glass, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He remarks that this gate is on a completely different level from a normal one. The gate shimmers with an otherworldly energy, its form indistinct and ethereal. Two figures stand before the gate, dwarfed by its immense scale and the strange, organic structures that surround it. Seo Yunha, her voice laced with doubt, asks if the two of them can really do this. Lee Hyun-wook explains that if this is a cause of erosion, it would be on a different level from other gates. The voice continues, stating that in the case of a boss monster, the difficulty of a cause of erosion requires a group of S ranks to form a raid. It's definitely different. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in horror as she realizes the implications. She exclaims, then isn't this a suicide mission? A surge of energy crackles in the air, a palpable tension building. The gate pulses with a dark, purple energy, its surface swirling with ominous patterns. Lee Hyun-wook steps onto a crate, his expression determined as he prepares to face the unknown. Lee Hyun-wook's face is set with grim resolve. We can stop it, he declares. A voice echoes, lamenting their current predicament. The voice continues, expressing frustration at ending up in such a narrow tunnel. Seo Yunha, her face framed by her helmet, questions how bad the situation truly is. A voice counters, stating that this is actually great luck for them. Lee Hyun-wook's face is shown with a sinister smile. A stark declaration, the monsters are here. A monstrous maw filled with rows of teeth fills the panel. The unlucky ones are revealed to be the team, facing the monstrous threat. A clawed hand, dripping with a viscous fluid, descends into view. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in shock and fear. A voice declares that since the monsters have formed a nest in this tunnel, they only have a single path forward. The tunnel is revealed to be teeming with monsters, leaving no room for retreat. A lone figure plummets into the abyss, the darkness swallowing them whole. The desperate order rings out. All must protect this tunnel. Sergeant Kim Si-hee's voice cuts through the tension, a rallying cry against the encroaching darkness. Shadows writhe, hinting at the horrors lurking just beyond the light. Ethereal figures swirl around a central point, their spectral forms glowing with an eerie green light. A monstrous claw reaches out, dripping with an unknown viscous fluid. A horde of grotesque creatures surges forward, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. A hulking beast lunges, its fist crackling with dark energy. The spectral guardians stand ready, their forms shimmering with protective energy. A monstrous face snarls, its teeth bared in a savage display of aggression. The beast's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Eyes wide with determination, Kim Si-hee prepares to meet the onslaught, twin blades gleaming in the dim light. Lieutenant Seo Yunha wonders how much longer they can hold out. Lee Hyun-wook barks in order to start retreating slowly. The monsters advance, their forms twisted and grotesque. Claws tear through the air, leaving trails of crimson energy. Seo Yunha grits her teeth, declaring that this isn't a retreat, but a forced pushback. The monstrous horde continues its relentless advance. Razor-sharp claws scrape against the tunnel floor, sending sparks flying. The monster's feet pound against the ground, a deafening rhythm of destruction. Each step brings the horde closer to the team's defensive line. Erosion monsters are greatly influenced by the erosion of the environment around them. Lee Hyun-wook clenches his fist, a determined fire burning in his eyes. As such, the erosion spreading out from the gate is a necessity for them. The monster pauses, a silent question hanging in the air as it assesses the situation. The moment they leave the eroded environment, their defense drops below average. Sergeant Kim Si-hee's voice rings out. While rotating the marbles, she compresses the wind to raise its acceleration as much as possible. Lieutenant Seo Yunha declares, "We'll take them all out in one go." Seo Yunha lunges forward, twin blades flashing. The blades cut through the air, leaving trails of light. The monster is sent crashing down, defeated. Energy crackles around the fallen beast. The monster struggles, caught in a whirlwind of power. Seo Yunha continues her assault, the marbles spinning faster. The blue-haired man grins, teeth bared. "Hey, froggies, have you ever heard of a blender?" He vows, his voice dripping with malice. "I'll grind you all to dust." The man begins to spin, a vortex of blue energy coalescing around him. The air crackles with building power. His eyes widen, the vortex intensifying as he prepares to unleash the attack. He shouts, "Now!" The vortex surges forward, a swirling mass of destruction. The attack slams into the erosion monsters, the sound of impact echoing through the chamber. Caught in the vortex, the monsters are ripped apart by the relentless energy. Blood and viscera fly as the monsters are shredded by the attack. The air vibrates with the force of the ongoing destruction. The vortex dissipates, leaving behind only fragments of the once powerful erosion monsters. A man stumbles on the stairs, clutching his stomach. A wave of nausea washes over him. "My stomach is churning," he groans, his voice tight with discomfort. "What's wrong with my stomach?" His face contorts in pain, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes widen in fear as a sharp, stabbing sensation rips through his abdomen. A horrifying transformation begins. His teeth lengthen, sharpening into grotesque fangs. His features twist and warp, bones cracking and reforming beneath his skin. Fur sprouts across his face as his nose elongates into a snout. The transformation complete, the man is now a monstrous werewolf. He throws his head back and howls in agony and rage, the sound echoing through the halls. Blood splatters as the transformation reaches its gruesome climax. A pair of scissors hangs suspended in the darkness. A hidden quest appears, stray from the unseemly light and wrap yourself in darkness. The werewolf lies dead, blood pooling around its mangled form. A notification declares the completion of the living experiments, beastification experiment, granting the special item Devil's Cultivation. A sinister grin spreads across a man's face. The experiment is a complete success. Another man declares, "Now it's time to change the stage and place the entirety of Seoul under my dominion." The armored figure grits their teeth, bracing against the unseen force. The air crackles with energy, the very atmosphere seeming to tear apart. Twisted, monstrous forms are tossed about like ragdolls in the tempestuous surge. Reaching out, a figure clad in dark attire attempts to grasp the swirling chaos. A desperate cry tears through the air, a voice fueled by urgency and fear. Guarding the entrance, grotesque figures stand sentinel before a swirling vortex of dark energy. They begin to coalesce, a dark energy gathering in the air. The energy intensifies, swirling into a vortex of ominous power. The vortex expands, a surge of dark energy radiating outward. From the heart of the vortex, a monstrous form begins to materialize, its features grotesque and terrifying. The dark energy continues to spread, corrupting the surrounding environment. The energy descends, slamming into the ground with devastating force. In the distance, the city stands as a silent witness to the encroaching darkness. The monster roars, a sound that tears through the very fabric of reality. The ground cracks and crumbles under the monster's immense power, the landscape warping in its wake. Its maw opens wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a grotesque, writhing tongue. The destruction continues, the environment collapsing under the weight of the monster's presence. The monster stands amidst the ruins, a testament to the devastation it has wrought. They scattered, the crowd surging in a desperate attempt to escape the unfolding catastrophe. The streets became a chaotic scramble as people tripped and fell, their cries swallowed by the growing roar. The air crackled with raw energy, lightning dancing around the colossal form as it rose from the depths. Towering over the city, the monster became a symbol of impending doom, its presence a suffocating weight on the terrified populace. The sky pulsed with an unnatural light, the atmosphere thick with the scent of ozone and fear. The air vibrated with an unseen force, the very fabric of reality seeming to fray at the edges. Lightning illuminated the monster's grotesque features, a horrifying spectacle against the backdrop of a crumbling metropolis. From a distance, soldiers watched in grim silence, their faces etched with a mixture of dread and determination. His eyes wide with terror, the soldier braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. It was only for a moment, but the boss monster of the cause of erosion he saw in his past life was absolutely enormous. Gazing up at the colossal being, the soldier felt a chilling premonition of the destruction to come. There was even an earthquake warning when that thing used its massive body to burst out of the ground onto the surface. Before a swirling portal of violet energy, a figure stands, their expression unreadable in the dim light. A landscape teeming with grotesque, armored creatures stretches out, their forms illuminated by floating, glowing orbs. A voice declares that the boss monster will be coming out soon. Another voice urges someone to compress their wind again. The announcement booms. The boss monster of the cause of erosion, the Dakibi, Doodle, has appeared. Doodle will bring down the calamity of the heavens and mercilessly obliterate those who have intruded upon its territory. A monstrous face fills the view, teeth bared in a predatory grin, framed by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The monstrous maw opens wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth and a cavernous throat, ready to unleash destruction. A figure stands before Doodle, seemingly dwarfed by the monster's immense size and power. The pressure emanating from the monster is described as being on a completely different level from what it felt like to see it from afar. His roar alone was enough to make Lee Hyun-wook's whole body freeze. Seo Yuna's eyes widened in terror as she realized the thing had currently released its full power. Her breath hitched in her throat, a strangled "what?" escaping her lips. Despite her fear, Lieutenant Seo Yunha steeled her resolve. Will the two of us really be able to clear this? Lee Hyun-wook gritted. We can do it. According to the information, that thing has currently released its full power. Right above, on the surface, a swirling vortex of water and lightning crackled into existence. The vortex churned, a maelstrom of raw power. We'll at least be outside of its range momentarily. Debris and water spun wildly within the vortex. The vortex continued to grow, its energy intensifying. This first cause of erosion is a fortune that the heavens granted us. The monster lunges forward, its jaws wide and lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Doodle declares, here, I'll be leaving it to you again. Doodle floats suspended, surrounded by glowing blue orbs as he states, you'll have to draw out every last drop of mana you have. Seo Yunha, her face set with determination, prepares to unleash her power. She shouts, please bring forth as strong a wind as you can manage. The monster is engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy and shadowy figures. The vortex intensifies, the monster now bristling with red spikes amidst the blue energy. The monster's eyes glow with an eerie blue light, the red spikes protruding menacingly from its form. The haunted armor unleashes a torrent of crackling blue energy. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent power as it screams, focusing its attack. Smash! The energy intensifies, tearing through the environment. The destructive force continues to spread. Figures are sent flying by the blast. Boom! The aftermath of the attack leaves trails of energy and destruction. Meanwhile, two figures stand amidst a backdrop of glowing green tanks. The older man states, the boss of the cause of erosion has appeared. The blue-haired figure, with a sinister grin and elongated fangs, says, now then, why don't we take a look at how nicely our dear soldiers are dying? One of the figures questions why they are going back to take another look, stating that it would all be over when the boss monster appeared. A voice then asks if they know why their lot were annihilated. The older man smiles, explaining that it's because they didn't pay enough attention to the details. The figure with light blue hair expresses that their arrogance in thinking they could never be bested by anything lower than S rank was their downfall. The older man states that optimistic arrogance is what led to them all being exterminated. He then orders the other to shut their mouth and follow him, stating that he doesn't have such a rose-tinted view. A portal begins to open. The portal continues to expand. A soldier steps through the portal. The soldier continues through the portal. The portal continues to open. The soldier, identified as Lee Hyun-wook, is cursed at. A voice asks if the two of them are going to raid the cause of erosion. The response is, yes, sir. One of the soldiers states that this is a cause of erosion and that a red gate doesn't even compare to that. The soldier states that they are lucky. The text describes the situation as an incredibly rare and unprecedented opportunity, taking place in a narrow, barren cement tunnel, with a boss monster wielding the skies and water. The text continues, stating that before it reaches the surface, the monster won't be able to use even a tenth of its full strength. The speaker asks someone to put their faith in them and do something else. The soldier wonders aloud what he is supposed to do by himself and what he is supposed to do. The speaker expresses a desire to find the hideout of the person controlling Gong Igtae behind the scenes, as a crowd of people look on in fear. The text suggests that if the person was up to anything, they definitely had a personal space somewhere, and before it reaches the surface, that thing won't be able to use even. Lee Hyun-wook is told that it'll likely look something like a laboratory. It's also likely that it'll be locked up or behind a magic circle rendering it invisible. The soldier wonders what he has to look for in there, stating he should at least know what he's looking for. The soldier exclaims that they need an antidote. The text suggests that considering the way Gong Igtae died, it's likely he uses some kind of mana-based poison. The soldier asks what kind of poison it is, and if they have been poisoned too. The soldier is asked to lower his voice, and the text warns that if word gets out, not only their platoon, but the civilians would be in danger. He declares to Sergeant Kim that he will dispose of the cause of erosion, even if it costs them their lives. Lieutenant Seo Yunha warns Choi Youngjun that if he does not find the antidote, everyone will die, emphasizing that he is the key to this operation. A commanding voice booms, demanding that they find it. Choi Youngjun grits his teeth, the weight of the mission pressing down on him. A voice declares that they are fine being the key. Lee Hyun-wook plummets downwards through the structure. Lee Hyun-wook wonders how he is supposed to find anything in this huge shelter. A strange symbol glows in the darkness. A monstrous creature lurks, its form radiating a menacing aura. Lee Hyun-wook continues to fall, the symbol looming above. Lee Hyun-wook continues his descent. Seo Yunha realizes that their attacks were too shallow. She looks up, her eyes widening in horror at the sight above. The monster looms over Lee Hyun-wook, its massive form casting a shadow over him. Its yellow eye, a slit pupil cutting through the darkness, stares down with predatory intent. The air crackles with unseen energy. The monster's maw, filled with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth, opens wide. Crimson streaks flash through the air. The full horror of the monster is revealed. Its grotesque form a mass of tentacles and teeth. Seo Yunha and Lee Hyun-wook stare up at the monstrous being, dwarfed by its immense size. The monster's head, a nightmarish visage of teeth and tentacles, dominates the scene. Seo Yunha plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. She continues to fall, the world a blur of motion around her. Sheathed in a blue aura, Lee Hyun-wook cries out as he is struck by an unseen force. A crimson beam descends from above, a harbinger of destruction. The air crackles with ominous energy. The beam slams into the ground near Lee Hyun-wook, sending debris flying. Hyun-wook crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his bones. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. Looking up, Lee Hyun-wook sees the monstrous form looming above him. A desperate resolve hardens in his eyes. They have to take this thing down, no matter the cost, before Northern Seoul becomes an uninhabitable wasteland. His face contorted in a mask of grim determination, Hyun-wook grits his teeth. The monster looms, a grotesque mass of tentacles and teeth. Another blast sends Lee Hyun-wook hurtling through the air. How are they supposed to defeat something like that? Up until now, there hasn't been a single moment. Lee Hyun-wook shouts, saying there hasn't been a moment where he hasn't put his life on the line. The monster looms large. A soldier stands ready with a weapon. The monster's face is shown. A bright light shines. A hand reaches out. A soldier is shown. Another soldier is shown. The monster is shown again. A soldier is shown again. He screams, caught in a surge of green energy that distorts the air around him. Looking back, he sees the source of the disturbance, the green energy crackling around him. Ethereal figures writhe in the air, their forms shimmering with an eerie green glow. His eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes he's at his limit. No, I'm at my limit. A low rumble echoes through the chamber. He faces a monstrous figure, its massive form wreathed in the same unsettling green energy, the ethereal figures clinging to it. Raising his weapons, he prepares to fight, the green energy swirling around him as he steels himself. The air crackles with anticipation. Lee Hyun-wook screams his own name, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. Lee Hyun-wook. The scene shifts, showing a building in the distance. A staircase leads up to a door, bathed in an eerie purple light. His eyes widen in horror. This wasn't part of the plan. A massive, grotesque monster looms, dwarfing the figures below it with its sheer size and menacing presence. Lieutenant Seo Yunha's eyes widen in alarm, mirroring the shock etched on the face of the older man beside her. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts into a sinister grin, his teeth elongated into sharp fangs, and one eye glowing a menacing red. The monster's grotesque form fills the space, its jagged edges and unnatural angles a testament to its terrifying power. A congratulatory message flashes. You have slain the Dakibi Doodle. The screen displays a warning. The spread of erosion has decreased. In order to completely stop the cause of erosion, please find and get rid of the core. A bloodied hand reaches out, the scene a visceral display of violence. Seo Yunha's face is a mask of disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she whispers, "No way." Someone exclaims in disbelief, not wanting to believe that he's naked again. A figure, drenched in blood, looms into view. The figure's laughter echoes, confirming his identity. He was there. A close-up reveals a bloodied face, the eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The bloodied figure stands amidst the carnage. Someone gasps, questioning how this is even possible. A voice shouts, "Hey!" Another voice expresses relief, glad to finally see his face. The figure is revealed as the villain, Kim Hakyu, now known as Apostate. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes glow with an intense blue light, cracks forming around them as he screams, "Explode already!" A blinding white light erupts, the beginning of a devastating explosion. The light intensifies, consuming everything in its path with raw energy. Zarbomba. The shockwave rips through the air, distorting space itself with its power. The explosion reaches its peak, a cataclysmic release of energy that sends debris and light radiating outwards. In the aftermath, smoke and debris fill the air, obscuring the distant figures caught in the blast. The monster is caught in the heart of the explosion, its form ravaged by the intense energy. The smoke slowly clears, revealing the devastation left behind. A figure with white hair and red eyes watches, a sinister grin spreading across his face. This laughter. It's him. He was there. The figure's expression shifts to shock and disbelief. How? Another figure, face contorted in rage, clenches his teeth. How is this possible? A woman shouts, warning of an attack. He is covered in blood, his face contorted in pain. He falls backward, defeated. Kim Hakyu is sent flying through the air. Lee Hyun-wook stands over the fallen Kim Hakyu. Lee Hyun-wook taunts, "Is that all you've got?" Kim Hakyu replies, "Huh? That's right." Kim Hakyu continues, "You could turn your body into steel, right?" Kim Hakyu falls, defeated. The lieutenant gazes upon the macabre scene. Finally, she found it. She peers down into a pit, where thick, green liquid flows through a series of pipes. Seo Yunha wonders, who would have thought they'd do away with the water storage and turn it into a laboratory? The green liquid continues to flow through the pipes. Seo Yunha grits her teeth, wondering how long they have been pouring poison into the pipes. The lieutenant realizes it's likely that a lot of civilians have been poisoned, and she has to find the antidote quickly. She frantically searches, wondering where it is. Seo Yunha thinks to herself, just where is it hidden? The lieutenant continues her search, her eyes darting around the room. She hopes that he must have at least left one for his own personal use. Seo Yunha pauses, a realization dawning on her. Now that she thinks about it, her gaze drifts towards the tubes containing bodies suspended in liquid. Only the corpses in the test tubes were left alone. The water tank, it can't be. Not away, right? A streak of blue energy hurtles through the air. The energy slams into a figure, sending debris flying. The air crackles with residual energy. The figure lies prone, bloodied and broken. Another blast of blue energy streaks toward the fallen figure. The force of the impact sends the figure hurtling into the air. Oh, so you're capable of both short and long-range attacks. The system displays a message. You have used Devil's Cultivation. You have used mana to call forth the figures hidden in moonlight. Warning. The manifestation time limit for figures hidden in moonlight will depend on the user status. A silver-haired man states that however much someone decides to use their head, once all the refugees are under his control, it won't matter. The man asks what use any of their plans will be. The silver-haired man commands someone to drop it. Meanwhile, a figure with blue hair is sent flying backwards, blood splattering. Elsewhere, a woman asks a man in a suit if he is all right. Suddenly, the blue-haired figure is attacked by a monster, claws tearing into them. The monster continues its assault, a flurry of blows raining down. Meanwhile, a soldier orders everyone to open fire. The soldiers prepare to fire, told to make some distance between the transformed and the normal civilians. The monster's claws tear through the air, striking the soldiers with brutal force. Sparks fly as the attack lands. Continuing its assault, the monster throws soldiers aside like rag dolls, its rage seemingly boundless. A close-up reveals the monster's massive claws, each one a deadly weapon capable of tearing through flesh and bone. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, amidst the chaos, fires her weapon at the monstrous attacker, hoping to slow its advance. The monster continues its relentless assault, its massive form a terrifying spectacle of destruction. Two figures huddle together, seeking solace in each other's presence amidst the unfolding horror. The monster unleashes a deafening roar, its jaws wide and teeth bared in a display of primal fury. The embrace tightens, a silent promise of protection and comfort in the face of overwhelming danger. A terrifying close-up of the monster's face reveals glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth, a vision of pure, unadulterated menace. Suddenly, a sprinkler system activates, drenching the scene in a cascade of water. Water cascades down the shower walls. The monster rides in the downpour, its form shifting and contorting. The shower continues to pour. The monster's transformation intensifies, its features becoming more grotesque. A guttural scream tears from the monster's throat as its body undergoes further torment. Lee Hyun-wook watches the spectacle, the flickering flame of his lighter reflecting in his eyes. The monster heaves, its breath ragged and heavy. Lee Hyun-wook's prediction was right. Meanwhile, one soldier speculates that he's likely prepared the antidote in bulk. Another soldier questions how it's even possible. What kind of idiot would feed people poison and then prepare antidotes in bulk? The soldier believes his preparations are flawless. If the poison is what transforms people, then it's likely he's prepared for a situation in which he cannot control the transformed. Please, believe me. He really was filling up the water tank with the antidote. Lee Hyun-wook, you creep. Just how far ahead have you predicted? The figures hidden in moonlight have returned to the darkness. Warning. Your command over the transformed is rapidly reducing. Warning. You have lost the authority to command the transformed. The man stares at the warning sign. What? He looks up, realization dawning on his face. His eyes widen in shock. You dare ruin my plans? He stares at the screen, blood smeared across his face and clothes. His eyes widen in disbelief. His teeth grit together. Lee Hyun-wook's rage explodes. You ruin my plans. His transformation begins, contorting his features into a monstrous visage. The transformation continues, his body shifting and growing. Think you'll make it out alive? You won't have an easy death. The monster roars, its form now complete. The transformed Lee Hyun-wook crushes something beneath his foot. I'll experiment on you until you beg and plead for me to kill you. The monster stands tall, ready to unleash its fury. A surge of purple energy crackles through the air, the raw power distorting the space around it. The spectral figure is engulfed by the violet energy, its form flickering as the attack lands. A figure clad in dark armor sprints forward, a rifle held firmly in their grasp. Feet pound against the ground as the armored figure continues their advance. The figure with white hair tumbles through the air, thrown off balance by an unseen force. Crashing into the ground, the figure kicks up a cloud of dust and debris. Another wave of purple energy erupts, bathing the scene in an eerie glow. Eyes wide with fury, the figure with the sword prepares to strike. Despite being that slow dash. A close-up reveals the figure's face, a predatory grin spreading across their features. What part of you is a good match for me? The figure raises his sword, preparing to strike with a fierce determination etched across his face. His teeth gritted, Corporal Lee strains, readying himself for the onslaught. A beam of searing blue energy slams into him, the impact reverberating through the air. Multiple blasts of energy rain down, shattering the ground around him as the air crackles with raw power. Another direct hit sends him staggering, the blue light engulfing his form. The force of the energy throws Lee Hyun-wook backward, a blur against the dark landscape. Propelled by the blast, he hurtles through a tunnel, the walls streaking past in a dizzying rush. His eyes widen in disbelief, a cold dread creeping into his heart. A snarl contorts his face. It can't be. Driven by a desperate need to understand, Lee Hyun-wook charges forward. Another unseen force slams into him, sending him flying once more. He spirals through the air, a helpless projectile against an unknown enemy. The monster's maw opens in a furious roar, the sound echoing through the ravaged landscape. A blinding surge of blue lightning erupts from the creature, crackling with raw power. The lightning slams into the ground, the force of the impact sending tremors through the earth. The ground buckles and shatters under the onslaught of electrical energy, leaving a smoking crater in its wake. He is engulfed in the searing blue light, the lightning's force sending him plummeting downwards. Crimson blood splatters, painting the air with the scent of ozone and pain. The monster's voice booms, laced with triumph. It's over, apostate. Another bolt of lightning descends, illuminating the scene with an eerie, electric glow. Lee Hyun-wook cries out, the shock of the lightning coursing through his body. The air crackles with energy as the monster continues its relentless assault. The lightning intensifies, the very air vibrating with destructive force. The monster raises its hand, channeling the lightning into a final, devastating blow aimed directly at Lee Hyun-wook. A warning flashes ominously. The text declares that one will not be able to withstand the power of the dark hand of the Cloud Master. He is struck by another bolt of lightning. Lee Hyun-wook groans, wondering how Sergeant Choi Youngjin ever handled a wild beast like this. The monster snarls, calling him a fool. The monster demands to know if he brought out a weapon beyond his capabilities as a bluff, considering how much it has fed him. The words Moonlight Song appear below a skull. The text warns that this frequency will be dragged into the user's illusory domain, cautioning that the maximum number of people that can be dragged into the illusory domain is 1. The monster declares that this is his end, calling him a useless trench monkey. The monster is surrounded by a red aura. Lee Hyun-wook is struck by another bolt of lightning. He is struck by yet another bolt of lightning. A burst of energy explodes outward. A crimson moon hangs heavy in the sky, casting an ominous glow as lightning forks across the horizon. He plummets through the air, the distorted landscape blurring around him. Is this an illusion? The question echoes in Lee Hyun-wook's mind as doubt claws at his resolve. Something's wrong. This is definitely an illusion. But this smell, and even this sensation, is that of blood. Is this not just a simple illusion? The monster's voice booms, laced with cruel amusement. It's laughable how bewildered you are. My illusory arts can directly control your brain. The monster's grotesque face looms, its eyes burning with malevolent glee as its massive hand descends. You will never be able to differentiate between illusion and reality, like a brain in a vat. The monster's clawed hand descends, ready to crush Lee Hyun-wook. Now then, die in utter despair, trapped in an illusion. The monster's hand closes in, the illusion tightening its grip on Lee Hyun-wook's mind. The monster declares that Lee Hyun-wook will never be able to escape his perfect technique by himself. The monster's eyes glow with malevolent intent, promising pain. The monster promises an extravagant death for the fool who shamelessly ruined his plans. The monster's hand clenches, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Lee Hyun-wook wonders if all the monster's techniques have to be just like him. Hyun-wook's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths. A surge of blue energy erupts, a magical attack hurtling towards Hyun-wook. The monster prepares another attack, a swirling vortex of power forming in his grasp. Another blast of magical energy streaks through the air, leaving trails of light in its wake. The item information for Sir Tristan's fail not appears, stating that all magic resistance possessed by the attack target will be ignored. Hyun-wook coughs up blood, the force of the attack staggering him. The monster unleashes another magical assault, a barrage of energy aimed at Hyun-wook. Are they a special forces unit full of psychopaths? The monster sprints through the building, its movements a blur of dark fabric and pale skin. It pauses, ragged breaths escaping its lungs, the word huff echoing in its mind. Because of that rotten blood I had to drink, my body is quickly falling apart. Blood. I need fresh blood. Driven by its desperate need, the monster resumes its chase. A human. Are they a pitiful straggler? The monster's pursuit continues. The monster plummets downward. The fall intensifies. It continues to fall, the wind screaming past its ears. A sense of shock washes over the monster as it plummets. The monster's fangs are bared, ready to strike. Lee Hyun-wook is caught off guard. What? I'm sure they were defenseless. The monster's expression shifts to confusion. I couldn't even see a thing. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes narrow. Attacking from behind. Have you no honor as a warrior? Meanwhile, the city sprawls beneath the starlit sky. Lieutenant Co Yunha looks up, her expression unreadable. Lee Hyun-wook's gaze intensifies. If you are strong, then you will die here. Park Junmo is ordered to raise his head. Private Corporal Park Junmo responds, acknowledging the order. Someone tells him not to get down about it, promising to make him stronger than the others. Park Junmo is told not to worry and asked if he believes the speaker. He responds that he does. Park Junmo affirms his belief. The speaker says that he and Park Junmo are the same, not being able to level up. A close-up of the speaker's face reveals a determined expression. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is shown. The speaker asks if Park Junmo is all right. A steel pillar? One soldier remarks that it looks like a sword. Another questions if it can even be called that. Hyun-wook thinks to himself that it is a sword. However, it's not just any normal sword that you can just swing around. The item information reveals it to be a Mogley fragment, January 13th, of hero grade, with effects not yet listed. The text explains the abilities of Mass Seal and Release, 1-5, which allows the user to seal and release Mogleys, mass, and grants sturdy constitution to the user, and Shockwave, which releases a strong shockwave proportional to the degree of mass release. It is a symbol that gave him the nickname, the Great Steel Emperor, in his past life. A group of bears stand in the background. He risked his life to gather these 13 sword fragments and brought them to the blacksmith Kong Sealhee, who forged them into a single, legendary sword, stronger than any other. It was the iconic symbol. It's been a long time, Hyun-wook thinks. The mass of the Mogley fragment has been sealed. 5-1. A sword is shown. A figure with stark white hair and piercing red eyes peers forward, an unsettling grin plastered across their face. A streak of light cuts through the darkness, a silent promise of pursuit. Before she could run away, I stuck a chip onto her. I don't know her exact location, but I can at least tell the general direction. If we go after her now, we'll be able to catch her before the wave is over. That is, if she's alive. I don't know why I wasn't killed immediately. Are you strong? But this is my chance. A hand with long, sharp nails reaches out, a silent threat. I'll take your head off in one go. A figure with purple hair looks up, their expression unreadable in the dim light. A figure with light blue hair stands in the background, partially obscured. A speech bubble declares, if you are strong, then you will die here. Another bubble asks, what are you even saying? The monster bares its fangs, its red eyes gleaming with malice as it brandishes a sword. With a cry of pain, the monster is sent flying backwards. A burst of energy explodes outwards. A streak of light cuts through the darkness. Lee Hyun-wook stands over the fallen monster, his weapon drawn and ready. Darkness consumes the scene. He prepares to unleash a barrage of energy attacks, his eyes narrowed in determination. A flurry of energy streaks through the air. The monster is sent flying once more, caught in the storm of energy. The energy surges and crackles. He extends his hand, a surge of purple energy crackling around his fingertips. The air vibrates with the sound of an immense force being unleashed. Buildings are sliced apart as if cut by an invisible blade, the fragments suspended in midair before collapsing into dust. Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the devastation, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. He wonders aloud, questioning the events unfolding before him. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen, his face a mask of disbelief. Did he cut down those buildings just now? It can't be. I wasn't even able to see it. A voice echoes, explaining the nature of the attack. I simply placed my sword energy on all the paths that you could have taken. Lee Hyun-wook's expression shifts to one of utter astonishment. But it seems you're at a level where you can't even see it. Huh. The sound of destruction reverberates through the ruined city. The scale of the devastation is immense, buildings reduced to rubble and dust. Looking down, the ground is littered with debris, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. He stands amidst the ruins, a figure with long brown hair obscuring his eyes, accompanied by another individual with short white hair. The second figure declares, "You should thank your own weakness." The white-haired figure's red eyes gleam ominously. The two figures stand amidst the destroyed buildings, rain pouring down. The figure with long brown hair peers out from under his hood, his expression unreadable. A true warrior does not lay his hands on a weakling. The figure with long brown hair stands hunched over, panting heavily. Someone exclaims, "Jay, just what's with that guy?" The white-haired figure bares his fangs, his red eyes gleaming with malice. "Where are all these crazy bastards coming from?" he snarls. New information surfaces. Corpse golems are going around the Dongjak district. What does that mean? There's a necromancer nearby too? Number 13 has connected with an unknown player. Magician number 44, located in Darim 2 Dong, is communicating with B-rank player Lee Cheol-hee. The National Gate Response Committee Unified Command Center is active. Communications with Magician number 51 are down. They're under attack. It's too sporadic. Players are getting into individual fights. Thinking only of their own survival, this can't go on. A pivot. Kong Seo-yoon, of the Zuminare Guild, a South Korean player ranked 4. We need a single, key figure to unite the Representative Kong. We've received information that the Dong Demon District's source of deterioration has been eliminated by players. Lieutenant Seo Yunha listens intently to the report. A pivot. Was it a famous guild? Who's their leader? What's their rank? Namsen position. 3rd Anti-Magic Brigade, 1st Battalion. But, I see, a small special unit, and their commander is just. Who is it? An F-rank sergeant. She stands with another, listening to the man's outburst. He questions if they are joking, emphasizing that they are AMT soldiers, and that there's an F-rank sergeant on top of that. The importance of information in times like these is emphasized. Someone asks what the other is losing their temper for. Lieutenant Seo Yunha is confronted by a man who thought she had abandoned Korea, questioning her presence. Someone states that they did not interfere with a situation that had no better alternatives. Hee Baek-jun, South Korean Guild Rank 3, Great Mountain Guild Master, South Korean player Rank 10, is introduced. One of the guild's key raid teams has finished with the gate that opened in Hyuksik district and is currently resupplying. Once they're done, they've agreed to go do recon on this source of deterioration. They're a pretty skilled team with an A-rank player. As their leader, with him at the center, it's stated that they'll be able to unite the players and save Seoul citizens. It sounds like a good countermeasure. So let's believe in team leader Chu Kaiyong. The scene fades to an abstract image. A desperate cry pierces the air as a figure shouts, "Team leader!" amidst the carnage. Chu Kaiyong, leader of the concentrated attack team, stands ready. Panic swells as citizens swarm, begging to be escorted to the nearby shelter. The crowd pleads, promising to do anything they're told. A figure with glowing eyes sneers, questioning the capabilities of the stupid bastards. A sinister voice suggests tying up any loose ends. Fear grips the faces of those caught in the unfolding horror. Monsters descend upon the city, their attacks swift and brutal. The onslaught continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The figure's glowing eyes intensify, a sign of the power they wield. A monstrous command echoes, "Kill them all so there's no backbiting." The rain falls heavily, blurring the city lights. The downpour continues, the city a hazy silhouette in the distance. 3 figures in yellow raincoats trudge through the relentless rain, their footsteps splashing in the puddles. One of them asks, her voice barely audible over the drumming of the rain, "Did you guys hear that weird noise just now?" Another voice replies, a hint of fear creeping in, "No way. Wasn't it just a dog howling or something?" One of the figures, her breath misting in the cold air, says, "Breathe it in slowly. Once we get past here, we'll be able to rest." A figure speaks, sounding apologetic, "I'm sorry. It's because of me. I'm holding you guys back even though we need to hurry." Young Huemong, her face etched with worry, says, "Just leave me behind." Another voice, filled with concern, retorts, "Young Huemong, what are you saying? We can't go." Another figure, her expression pained, responds, "So don't say something like that." She then whispers, Jiho, thank you. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the city skyline. The group continues their trek through the relentless downpour, their yellow raincoats bobbing in the gloom. She shouts for everyone to stay put, her voice laced with fear. Someone cries out, still. A monster lunges, its claws extended. The monster slams into one of the figures in yellow, sending them sprawling. A voice warns, don't breathe. One of the figures huddles against a wall, fear etched on their face. More monsters descend, their forms grotesque in the rain. The monster looms over the fallen figure, ready to strike. A close-up reveals the monster's horrifying visage, its eyes burning with malice. One of the monsters grabs a figure, lifting them into the air. The monsters continue their assault, their movements swift and deadly. Two of the monsters stand side by side, their expressions menacing. The rain continues to fall, obscuring the already dark surroundings. A figure in a red cloak stands in the rain, their back turned. Huemon, listen up. You have to stay here, no matter what. You have to survive and go call for a rescue team. Tears welling in her eyes, Huemon cries out, wait. You're scaring me, stop it. A voice shouts, follow me, you stupid zombies. The figure in the red cloak continues to stand in the rain, seemingly unconcerned. The sound of something approaching echoes through the night. She runs, her breath catching in her throat as the rain lashes against her face. The sound grows louder, closer. Huemon looks up, her eyes widening in terror as she sees the monster looming over her. Silence. The monster roars. The rain lashes down as the monster's crimson cloak billows behind it, the creature relentlessly advancing through the downpour. Towering over a hiding place, the monster looms, its presence a suffocating shadow in the deluge. Somebody, save me. Huddled and hidden, she struggles to catch her breath, each inhale a ragged gasp against the storm's fury. Somebody, anybody, please. The hooded figure continues its relentless pursuit, undeterred by the downpour. Her eyes widen, reflecting the terror that claws at her throat, stealing her voice. A grotesque grin splits the monster's face, its eyes burning with malevolent glee. A clawed hand reaches out, dripping with the storm's cold embrace. Please. A blinding beam of light pierces the darkness, striking the monster and momentarily halting its advance. A blurred face is seen through the heavy rain. The image blurs. It is struck by a beam of light. A voice calls out, hey kid, you alright? A figure stands in the rain, wondering if that is an angel. Young Huemong, her eyes wide with fear behind her glasses, pleads, please save my friends. A man with a glowing halo asks, hey, kid, are you? The monster is struck again by the beam of light. Lee Hyenwook looks confused, exclaiming, huh? Someone shouts, huh? What's wrong? Sergeant Lee Hyenwook, did you make a strange face again? Lee Hyenwook denies it, no. I didn't do anything. Another voice retorts, what? What do you mean you didn't? I told you not to make that face. Lee Hyenwook protests, oh, that's not fair. I didn't do anything. The sound of a monster echoes through the ruined landscape. Monsters swarm through the rain-soaked streets, their presence a deadly threat. A grotesque monster looms, its features twisted in a horrifying visage. A voice booms out, urging everyone to get out of here. Another voice shouts, directing them to run east. Someone questions the wisdom of taking someone with asthma out into the dangerous environment. A figure declares, I'm not leaving Young Huemong behind. A voice argues that they can't help her if they get caught by monsters along the way. A desperate voice asks if someone is okay, urging them to run. A character encourages someone to go just a bit further, insisting they can do it. A voice calls out, urging everyone to push forward and not give up. The group continues their desperate flight, the city a blur of danger around them. The sound of their frantic movements echoes through the desolate streets. Seo Yunha, her face illuminated with a strained smile, exclaims that they made it. A collective sigh of relief escapes as they believe they've reached safety. We made it, someone exclaims. Heavy breaths fill the air, a testament to their arduous escape. A voice, filled with urgency, instructs Huemong to stay put, no matter what. The same voice continues, urging her to survive and call for a rescue team. A desperate plea echoes, begging someone not to die because of them. Another voice cries out, declaring they will die instead, pleading for someone not to do something drastic. A desperate shout pierces the air, Shin Jiho. Shin Jiho reaches out, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. A voice declared from the hospital bed, we did it to save the students. Lee Hyenwook wondered, so, you picked out the female and male students and had them escape? Lee Hyenwook listened intently. The speaker continued, the monsters kept surrounding us and defending the shelter was getting harder, so we had no choice. The school building stood damaged. The sign read, OO Girls Middle School, Temporary Shelter. The speaker explained, I decided that if I wanted to save these kids, sending them out to another shelter was the best option. The text identified the group as the Great Mountain Guild Concentrated Attack Team, under Chu Kaiyong, B-Team leader. Lee Hyenwook stated, sending out a group of female students without even a single player among them as a response is not a reasonable course of action. Chu Kaiyong snapped, look here, are you interrogating us right now? Chu Kaiyong declared, we are not a rescue team. We are the Great Mountain Guild's concentrated attack team. Shu Kaiong continued. Even though you are in a situation in which monsters are regularly attacking you for an unknown reason, do you know how valuable we are? He states that they are not participating in a raid, but volunteering as a guard team out of a sense of morality. As the team's leader, he cannot afford to damage their guild's fighting strength. It feels like they're coming out of nowhere, suddenly judging their decisions. Shu Kaiong asks if they are perhaps guild management members. Li Heinwook thinks that there's no way that his subordinates would be acting as guards. However, that doesn't mean he can just suppress them without any proof. He wonders how about he toss out some bait first. Li Heinwook exclaims that he sees, and it seems there's been a misunderstanding. He asks if they have perhaps heard of the Black Magic Association. Shu Kaiong stammers, asking about the Black Magic Association. Yes, they are a problematic fanatical cult that worships mana and makes human sacrifices. Have you perhaps heard of the Black Magic Association? That disgusting Black Magic Association turned young women into offerings. Before he arrived, the monsters he took down were wearing robes. It was the Black Magic Association's robes. They were kidnapping the students to offer them as human sacrifices. Li Heinwook states that they do not want to simply waste forces to protect a shelter. They believe that finding their traces and getting rid of them is the best way to protect the shelter. How did he know? More importantly, human sacrifices cannot be performed immediately. They can still save those students, as long as they haven't regained consciousness. So they're still alive. If I can save my friends, I'll do anything. Young Huemong, breathing heavily, offers herself as a sacrifice, if needed. Li Heinwook and Young Huemong are both breathing heavily. She thinks to herself that if she can save her friends, then she will. Li Heinwook tells her that it is not the time for a student like her to come forth, reminding her that he is a soldier. He states that it is his duty to guard and protect civilians. The girl stares at Li Heinwook, seeing him as an angel. She is relieved that it wasn't a dream. She thinks that he really came to save them. Li Heinwook tells the other soldiers to leave this to them. Li Heinwook is surprised to be called a kid. Someone shouts at Sergeant Li Heinwook, asking what he did this time. The girl says that she seriously didn't do anything. Li Heinwook asks what they plan to do. Someone says that the Black Magic Association is behind this, but they don't know where they are. Someone asks how they are supposed to save those students. Another person replies that it's simple. The person grins. The person says they'll get kidnapped in a student's place. Someone asks what? Close up on someone's eye. Close up on someone's mouth. Someone thinks they want to revolt. Close up on a skirt. Someone says that even monsters wouldn't want to kidnap them. Someone laughs, saying they didn't think it would be this bad either. The girl with dark blue pigtails stands with a wide, unsettling grin. The voice booms, but still, it's not like monsters kidnap you based on your face. Sergeant Li Heinwook asks, is what you mentioned to me earlier true? That you think those guys might be supplying the Black Magic Association with female students? Seo Yunha replies, that's right, I'm certain of it. A group of soldiers stands in formation outside a building. Li Heinwook's expression is serious as he listens. Seo Yunha says, then shouldn't we take care of them first instead of leaving our back to them? Seo Yunha continues, I told you, without sufficient proof or justification, it's dangerous to lay our hands on large guilds. A sinister grin spreads across Li Heinwook's face as he thinks, but I've thought up another method. The thought hangs in the air. Another method? Military vehicles drive down a road. The scene fades to black. Two figures stand side by side, an air of grim resolve hanging between them. One remarks that they have an ace up their sleeve that their enemies will never anticipate. A woman with glasses clasps her hands together, a fierce determination etched on her face. Her resolve is to save those kids and these people. A monstrous figure looms over two kneeling individuals, their faces filled with fear. A young woman screams in terror, her face contorted in anguish. A character's eyes narrow with fierce determination, a silent vow forming on their lips. A character screams, their mouth agape in a display of raw emotion. Lieutenant Seo Yunha's expression hardened beneath her helmet. Should she just kidnap him and bury him? Li Heinwook's eyes burn with resolve. He thinks, I've done everything I can. A lone figure stands on a staircase, head bowed in despair. All that's left. A woman with glasses sits slumped on the stairs, exhaustion etched on her face. Hands clasped tightly, a figure in a suit stands resolute. Is to save those kids and these people. A monstrous face snarls behind bars, its rage palpable. Trapped behind a barrier, a young woman looks up in fear. A young woman cowers, shielding herself from unseen danger. A desperate plea echoes, please, stay safe. Li Heinwook grits his teeth, determination hardening his gaze. Well then. Li Heinwook's face is set with grim resolve. Let's begin the civilian rescue plan. Rain streaks down the windows of a towering building, the city lights blurred in the distance. She is suddenly struck by an unseen force, sending her hurtling through the air. The air crackles with unseen energy. Her eyes widen in shock as she struggles to comprehend the sudden attack. A red energy descends from above. The force sends Young Huemong crashing to the ground. A voice questions whether it's okay to leave the others be, fearing they might discover their connection to the Black Magic Association. Two soldiers stand guard, discussing the situation. The red energy dissipates. Young Huemong lies on the ground, injured and gasping for air. Two grotesque figures with glowing red eyes watch from the shadows. One of the soldiers scoffs, questioning the possibility of taking care of the situation. The soldier explains that they definitely have a separate main unit, and acting carelessly could put even team leader Chu Kaiyong in trouble. Rain lashed down on the city streets as two figures in red cloaks walked through the downpour, their faces obscured by the deep hoods. The figures continued their trek, their feet splashing through the puddles that had gathered on the cracked pavement. The rain plastered the red fabric to the figure's back, revealing the contours of a hunched form beneath. The figure turned, revealing a gaunt face and eyes that glowed with an unnatural red light. The voice echoed, stating that exposing the Black Magic Association on his own won't change anything. From above, the figures in red cloaks appeared small against the backdrop of the sprawling city. A group of figures in blue uniforms stood together, their faces grim as they discussed the situation. One of the figures in blue stated that if he gets carried to the Black Magic Association's base, then they'll have even less to worry about. It's impossible to use any abilities in that place, and that's why it's called the Player's Hell. The figures in blue uniforms prepared for action, their expressions determined. Once the rescue operation begins properly, they'll strike their rear. The voice declared that the most natural way for a player to die is during an operation, after all. Strange red markings appeared in the darkness. She is falling, or perhaps being dragged, into the depths of an unknown place. Restraints tighten around her wrists, binding her. Darkness. A blurry haze begins to clear as she lies prone. Her eyes flutter open. Where am I? A prison? Seo Yunha realizes she just dozed off a bit, and they restrained her with mana restraints. Wait, when did they manage to take her inventory back? Her legs are bound, the restraints glowing faintly. Is this the infamous Seoul Detention Center, where criminal players get imprisoned? The imposing structure of the Seoul Detention Center looms. Lieutenant, this place. It's the Seoul Detention Center, isn't it? Don't tell me. If, just if, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook has mana restraints on him too, then isn't this a hopeless situation? A voice echoes with frustration, declaring that someone is absolutely screwed. Inside a cell, a figure sits slumped against the bars. One of the guards wonders how long they'll have to clean up after these guys. One of the guards exclaims for the others to wait a second. Another guard points out that the prisoner has been like this all day. He warns another guard to leave him be, as the Black Magic Association picked him up. A guard warns not to cause any pointless trouble. One of the guards questions whether it's okay to believe those Black Magic Association guys. A guard says that they would fake all their deaths and give them new identities, but wonders if it'll be that easy. The guards stand around, discussing the situation. One of the guards asks if they won't stab them in the back after this is over. A guard responds, questioning if they think they'd just let them get away with that, adding that they don't have any restraints either. The figure in the cell appears to be in distress. One of the guards, with a sinister grin, says to just shut up and get this over with quickly. Maybe he can use just a little bit of mana through these mana restraints? He just needs a little. Please. It ain't working. A prisoner looks surprised. Those stupid-ass zombies picked up something weird again, huh? The prisoner's feet are shown. Huh. Lee Hyun-wook calls out, you. Another prisoner smiles. Oh, once a long time no see. How have you been? Lee Hyun-wook yells, Lee Hyun-wook. You son of a bitch. Lee Hyun-wook uses mana. You wanted to die so badly that you came all this way, huh? The prisoner's mana is shown. He roared, I prayed every night for this, that I would get the chance to kill you, to tear you to shreds. The man's prayers had come true. He continued, his voice laced with manic glee. On top of that, you showed up with mana restraints. There's no way I can wait out this dopamine rush dash. A voice echoed, dripping with disdain, Lee Wunschel, you're like a little brat that never listens. The voice continued, a sinister edge to its tone. And that's why your leg ended up that way. Lee Hyun-wook spat, his eyes burning with hatred. You're the one who did this to me. A cruel smile stretched across his face, revealing teeth bared in anticipation. A voice declared triumphantly, got him. Lee Wunschel was sent sprawling, the impact reverberating through his restrained limbs. He crashed to the ground, his body twisting in pain. The restraints on his wrist strained against the force, biting into his skin. Lee Hyun-wook sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. You take me for some kind of fool, huh? He continued, his eyes narrowed. Did you think I'd fall for your provocations and break those mana restraints? He continues his pursuit, the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the enclosed space. The world blurs around the fleeing figure as they desperately try to gain distance. The pursuer gains ground, closing in on their prey. Lee Hyun-wook's voice booms, laced with cruel amusement. Gah! Did you think you'd be able to get out of here? The hunter's expression is one of pure malice as he shouts. There's nowhere to run. You better look forward to it. I'll take my time. Hyun-wook's voice rises to a fever pitch, promising, and tear you to SHR. Suddenly, the fleeing figure plummets downwards, the world spinning around them. The impact is jarring, sending tremors through their body as they crash into the ground. A figure's eyes widen in disbelief, their face contorted in shock. The shock is palpable, etched on every line of their face. A stunned huh escapes their lips. The figure's shock turns to outrage as they shout, you. A close-up reveals a face contorted in a feral snarl, the eyes burning crimson and sharp fangs bared. From a low angle, a figure gazes up at the snarling face, their expression unreadable in the dim light. A voice cries out, Lee Won-suk. A tall building stands against the dark sky. Blood drips down a wall. A pair of feet stand in a pool of blood. A body falls into a container. A container overflows with bodies. A voice booms, demanding the next offering candidate. Another voice urges haste, asking if they do not wish to return to the embrace of mana. A young woman lies in a container. The container is prepared. The robed figures chant, urging prayer with fervor for eternal life. A chorus of voices rises from the crimson-robed figures. Their prayer echoes in the chamber. Pray for the key that will guide us to be beside mana. The hooded figures continue their supplication, their voices a unified plea. Please grant us the key. Please grant us eternal life. From an unseen source, a surge of violet energy pulses outward, bathing the chamber in an ethereal glow. A lone figure in a more elaborate red robe stands over a prone body, the violet light illuminating the scene. The violet energy intensifies, its source still hidden, its power growing with each passing moment. The robed figure raises the body high, blood dripping from its limbs as the violet light washes over them. A woman's face contorts in a silent scream, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light as crimson streaks fill her vision. The violet energy coalesces into a tree-like form, its branches reaching towards the heavens, a symbol of the ritual's power. The tree of violet energy stands complete above the hooded figures, its leaves falling like blessings upon the devoted. A multitude of figures in red robes stand in the darkness, their faces obscured by hoods. Two of the robed figures stand over a kneeling person, their heads bowed in submission. A woman with blonde hair and dark glasses smiles ominously. One of the hooded figures raises their hands, declaring, Finally, we've found the final offering. Another hooded figure states, Once we finish the final offering, we will be able to meet him. The hooded figures stand in anticipation, their red robes glowing faintly in the dim light. A hooded figure proclaims, We offer these 3 children who bear pure mana so that the red flowers may bloom. The hooded figures stand in a large group, their attention focused on the ritual. The chanting of the hooded figures grows louder, filling the air with an unsettling energy. The hooded figures raise their fists in unison, their faces contorted in expressions of fervor. The air crackles with unseen energy, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and distort. A woman in a dark suit stands framed in a doorway, observing the unfolding chaos with an unreadable expression. The lavender-haired man scoffs, his crimson eyes narrowed in disdain. Bullshit. What are they wasting that blood for? A disembodied voice echoes, filled with contempt. Why I don't like cults. A distant skyscraper erupts in a fiery explosion, the shockwave rippling outwards. The lavender-haired man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What was that? I felt an impact just now. The force of the impact sends tremors through the very ground beneath their feet. A gloved hand clenches into a fist, the knuckles white with suppressed rage. A gathering of figures cloaked in crimson robes stand in silent anticipation, their faces hidden in shadow. The hooded figures are swept away by an unseen force, hurtling through the air like ragdolls. A multitude of crimson-clad figures cascade downwards, a torrent of bodies falling into the abyss. A sinister smile spreads across a woman's face, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement. A building stands tall, smoke billowing from a hole in its side. The building looms, its many windows reflecting the sky. A figure plummets downwards, caught in a blur of motion. A voice shouts, You're dead, Tinkin magician. There's nowhere to run. A man with wild, white hair laughs maniacally. Gahaha, did you think you'd be able to get out of here? The same voice continues, There's nowhere to run. You better look forward to it. I'll take my time. The man's face is contorted in rage, blood splattered across his cheek. A swift motion fills the air. A figure in a dark cloak delivers a powerful kick. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His eyes widen slightly, a hint of apprehension creeping in. Lee Hyun-wook shouts. A figure with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth stares down. Lee Won-suk is called out. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook demands to know how he got here. The figure in the hooded jacket stands over a fallen body. The figure in the hooded jacket says he never imagined they would meet like this and wonders about the outfit. Lee Won-suk says he is glad to see him too, but energy crackles in the air, the source unseen. The force sends a group of men in suits flying backward, their bodies contorted by the unseen impact. The air vibrates with unseen power. A figure in a hooded tracksuit stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected. One of the men, his face contorted in anger, shouts, What's with him? Hey, what do you think you're doing? Another man, clutching his arm, snarls, You won't even give us your name, and now you're going to get in our way? The unseen force continues to repel the men, sending them sprawling. The air crackles with energy as the unseen power intensifies. The figure in the hooded tracksuit raises his arms, the force emanating from him. The figure in the hooded tracksuit, now face to face with a man with spiky purple hair, hears the man snarl. And you haven't been reported for desertion yet, so you're still under my command. If you run away, I'll kill you. The figure, revealing sharp teeth, responds, you want my name? A stylized symbol hangs in the air above a cloud of smoke. A building is shown with a large hole in its side. Lee Hyun-wook stands with his arms crossed, a determined look on his face. The scene fades to black. A person lies on the ground, pleading, please, save me. The woman in the military uniform stands in the foreground. A voice taunts, you hide just like a rat. A close-up of the woman's face reveals a sinister smile. The woman in the military uniform stands tall, surrounded by a dark aura. She declares, come out. If you come out now, I will show mercy and kill you immediately without torturing you. The woman pauses, then continues, wait. No, just keep hiding. She grins, saying, it'll be more fun to play around with you like this. The woman in the military uniform smirks, her red eyes gleaming with amusement. The text identifies her as Park Jae-hyun, warden of the Seoul Detention Center. From within a dilapidated building, a voice declares that they will use a deception operation. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, standing next to a soldier, here's the plan. Deception, you say? The voice continues, stating that there is no doubt that the Great Mountain Guild is connected to the Black Magic Association. This will give them cause to take action against the Great Mountain Guild. The voice explains that the reason neither they nor the other side can rashly attack is because they are a guild, and the other side is a military unit. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook states that as such, the moment the assault begins, they will aim for their rear. They will feign weakness to give them an opportunity and have them attack first. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook's expression is stern as the plan is laid out. The voice reiterates that this way, they will have definite just cause for taking action against the Great Mountain Guild. The voice expresses excitement, stating that they are creating a definite just cause to justify attacking a large guild. A soldier points out that there is a fatal flaw in the plan. The soldier explains that they will be going solo on a rescue operation, and they won't be able to match up to their firepower by themselves. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook smirks, stating that they don't have to worry about that. He focuses on buying time. The voice from the comms emphasizes that he is the key to this operation. Lee Hyun-wook clasps his hands together, thinking that it's all up to him again. Soldiers stand ready in the ring. The soldier declares that they will now begin the deception operation. The soldiers aim their weapons. The soldiers advance through the ring. The soldiers move towards a distant building. A soldier leaps into the air, sword drawn. Below, Lee Hyun-wook watches with a grim expression. The soldiers continue their advance. Lee Hyun-wook looks ahead, determined. Rain falls heavily. The soldiers engage in combat. The soldiers advance down the street, weapons raised, engaging the blue-clad swordsmen. A swirling portal shimmers behind the lines, a gateway to an unknown destination. A soldier shouts, we've safely secured the sniper team. The soldiers clash with the swordsmen, blades meeting in a shower of sparks. A name echoes through the battlefield, Onminte. The soldiers raise a large shield, preparing for an incoming attack. Another soldier yells, yes, sir. Shield open. A hexagonal energy shield flares to life, deflecting the swordsman's attacks. A voice commands, everyone fire. The soldiers brace themselves, ready to unleash a volley of gunfire. Swords pierce the air, aimed at the soldiers behind the shield. Gunfire erupts, illuminating the chaotic scene as the soldiers open fire on the advancing swordsmen. A man with a stern expression shouts, damn them. When did they realize? What are you doing? Get in here, sorcerer team. A team of sorcerers, clad in dark blue robes and hoods, stand ready with their staves. The sorcerers prepare their magic, glowing circles forming around them. The magic intensifies, swirling with pink energy. The sorcerers unleash their combined power, creating a barrier of magical energy. The man from before states, all members of the AMT were burned to death in battle by a Black Magic Association player. A nice clean. A voice commands, ordering the elimination of all targets. An assailant moves with deadly purpose, purple energy crackling around them. A sniper takes aim, their scope trained on an unseen target. The sniper reports, confirming target acquisition and offering backup. Confusion sets in as someone questions the whereabouts of the assassination team. A frustrated voice barks orders at the tanks, demanding they block the enemy's advance. A figure stands ready, prepared to engage. A squad emerges from a swirling purple warp, reinforcements arriving on the scene. Disbelief colors the man's expression as he realizes the enemy has warped into position. The order rings out, get into position A. The command to fire is given, signaling the start of the attack. Soldiers in tactical gear advance, their weapons raised amidst a swirl of blue energy. A voice booms, challenging any planning in the face of the whirlwind. A vortex of swirling energy intensifies, the air crackling with unseen power. The whirlwind tears through the environment, a destructive force unleashed. More soldiers push forward, advancing behind a reinforced shield, the blue energy intensifying around them. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in pain and shock. A desperate question echoes, when will that hidden card come into play? Lee Hyun-wook's face is a mask of blood and pain, his eyes wide with agony. Blood splatters across his face and clothing, a testament to the brutal assault. Huffing, Lee Hyun-wook struggles to his feet, his body battered and bruised. Fallen figures litter the ground, victims of the ongoing assault. A bloodied hand reaches out, pressing a glowing button. A strange energy crackles in the air. A warning flashes. The barrier surrounding the facility will now deactivate. A voice urges, "Don't run away, fight." Another voice commands to protect comrades like a true soldier. A figure states that then your comrades will protect you in turn. The warning repeats. The barrier surrounding the facility will now deactivate. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook gasps for breath. Lee Hyun-wook vows that he won't run away again. A blue light flares. A figure is caught in a swirling vortex of energy. A voice declares that arrogant fools will be torn apart. Rain streaks down a window. Debris rains down from above, a chaotic cascade of shattered stone and splintered glass. The debris strikes him, the impact jarring his bones as fragments explode around him. The onslaught continues, a relentless barrage of falling wreckage. A voice echoes through the chaos, a warning laced with aggression. "Hey, don't get in my way." Another voice, filled with resolve, cuts through the air. "Move." His eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind his gaze. Golden energy flares around him, deflecting the falling debris with ease. He crouches low, preparing to strike, golden energy crackling around his form. He lunges forward, a blur of motion. A sudden impact throws him back, blood spraying from his face as an unseen force strikes. He is sent hurtling backward, the force of the blow staggering him. His comrades watch in stunned silence, witnessing the unseen assault. One of the soldiers calls out, "Sergeant Choi Youngjin." The air crackles with unseen energy. The soldiers continue their search. A strange symbol appears briefly. A man with glasses looks on with a sinister grin. Another soldier shouts, "Lee Hyun-wook." The soldiers move through a corridor. Sergeant Choi Youngjin is startled. "Sergeant Choi Youngjin? What's wrong?" a soldier asks. The man with glasses continues to grin. Another soldier asks, "Lee Hyun-wook, where is that goddamn bastard?" A soldier exclaims, "He's in there." The soldiers advance down a city street. He plummets from an impossible height, the ground a distant promise. The city stretches beneath him, a concrete jungle rushing up to meet his descent. The ground looms ever closer, the speed of his fall intensifying. A man with purple hair grits his teeth, his expression a mask of fury. A sinister grin spreads across another man's face. "Wait for me, Lee Hyun-wook." A gleaming blade is held aloft, promising violence. "I'll cut you up alive." A series of slashes tear through the air. A building crumbles as if struck by an unseen force. A blurred, orange symbol hangs in the air. A figure in a red and black uniform declares, "You hide just like a rat." Tears stream down a woman's face as she looks up. She pleads, "Please save me." A sinister smile spreads across a woman's face. The figure in red stands amidst swirling energy. The woman in the red uniform stands tall. The woman's voice booms, "Come out. If you come out now, I will show mercy and kill you immediately without torturing you." A voice whispers, "Wait. No, just keep hiding." Park Jae-hyun grins, her red eyes gleaming with amusement. "It'll be more fun to play around with you like this." The panel identifies the woman as Park Jae-hyun, the Seoul Detention Center warden. A system message flashes, "Caution. The barrier surrounding the facility will now deactivate." A figure descends upon the facility. A system message flashes, "Caution. The barrier surrounding the facility will now deactivate." A soldier looks up, concerned. Figures in red robes stand in a ritualistic setting. Park Jae-hyun's expression hardens. "I'll take care of this place, so you go and finish the ritual." She smirks, red eyes gleaming with amusement. "Bored of the villain quest, so it's time to have some fun," Park Jae-hyun declared. The purple-haired man frowned, thinking to himself, there should only be one person leading the Black Magic Association, so why are there two people? The purple-haired man's eyes narrowed. That's the core of a source of deterioration. A pink, crystal-like structure pulses with an unseen energy, its light casting long shadows. The crystal sits nestled between gnarled, root-like structures, bathed in its ethereal glow. The view shifts, peering through a dense network of branches, the pink light filtering through the gaps. Deeper within the forest of branches, indistinct figures lurk in the shadows, illuminated by the strange light. The branches twist and writhe, as if alive, the pink light painting them in an unsettling hue. A figure in crimson robes stands with outstretched hands, three shadowy forms hovering behind them, all bathed in the crystal's glow. A figure with long white hair, clad in a dark uniform, stands silently, a staff held firmly in their grasp. Lee Won-suk looks up, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. One of the soldiers shouts, "Lieutenant, look over there." The other soldier's eyes widen in disbelief. What is what?" he stammers. Rain streaks down, blurring the already indistinct view of the twisted branches. A massive, gnarled tree looms over the cityscape, its roots seemingly piercing through the buildings below. Once the blood of 3 children with pure mana is spilled on. At the altar, they said a red flower would bloom. I understand that the children are offerings, but I don't know what they mean by red flower. The blood of children with pure mana, the red flower, and this tree growing out of nowhere. A figure in red robes stands amidst the branches of a twisted tree, surrounded by dark, swirling figures. A sense of dread permeates the air. These guys are planning. But before that red flower thing blooms, A colossal tree looms over the city, its roots entwined with the buildings below. I have to save those kids. Lee Hyun-wook declares, found you. His face contorted in rage, Hyun-wook grits his teeth. Park Jae-hyun unleashes a torrent of magical energy, the air crackling with power. The force of the blast sends Lee Hyun-wook hurtling backwards. Continuing her assault, Jae-hyun advances, her weapon glowing with menacing energy. The magical onslaught devastates the surroundings, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Jae-hyun continues her advance. Hyun-wook curses, regretting his oversight. Damn it, should I have looked for my inventory bag first? He groans in pain. Jae-hyun sneers, what's with that outfit? So you were a pervert, huh? A voice booms, you're under arrest for public indecency. Hyun-wook prepares his weapon, a surge of pink energy emanating from it. Hyun-wook's face contorts in concentration as he activates his hardening ability. A swirling mass of energy coalesces. The energy dissipates, leaving only faint traces. A figure is struck by a powerful force, surrounded by pink energy. The figure is sent flying through the air. Hyun-wook squints, realizing, this is a wind spirit. Then that means, Sergeant Kim Si-hee. Sergeant Kim Si-hee stares intently, her gaze sharp and focused. Kim Si-hee asks, are you all right? I'm not late, am I? Another figure responds, not at all. You're right on time. Hyun-wook shouts, there's one more aside from her. A voice muses, I'll go after him, so I'll leave her to you. Huh, looks like a fun replacement for this pervert has come. A faint sigh escapes her lips. A spirit forms from a lump of mana. A figure in a military cap holds a staff, a glowing orb crackling with energy above the newly formed spirit. Finally, a proper meal. The spirit floats, its form still coalescing. Manhwa exclaims, eat it up and don't leave anything behind. A figure plummets from above, twin blades glinting in the dim light. A battle cry echoes through the forest. The figure with the staff prepares for a fight, the orb pulsing with power. A voice shouts, dodge. The attack is met with a desperate block, sparks flying as metal clashes against metal. The world blurs with the force of the impact. A burst of red energy propels someone upwards with incredible force. The figure is sent hurtling through the air amidst a shower of debris. The world blurs as the figure accelerates. The ground rushes up to meet the falling figure. Sergeant Kim Si-hee plummets downwards, the wind screaming past her ears. Lee Hyun-wook watches in horror. Once she's caught you, she'll absorb your mana and then release all the mana she's stored up. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in alarm. Release the mana she's stored? Lee Hyun-wook shouts. You have to be careful at both close and long range. Sergeant Choi Youngjun clenches his fist. I'll go save the kids. You remember what I said before, right? Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens. There are no predefined matchups or advantages when it comes to a battle. You have to keep looking for a method to win until the end. Seo Yunha steals her resolve. Seo Yunha shouts, I understand. I'll be fine, so hurry. A voice commands someone to hurry up and go. Far below, Lieutenant Seo Yunha plummets through the air. Park Jae-hyun wonders aloud just how much mana the spirits have. Spirits swirl around an unseen figure. Park Jae-hyun declares that she is still eating. She asks if it doesn't look tasty. A voice asks if it is fun for someone. Seo Yunha is surrounded by spirits. Spirits float in the air. Park Jae-hyun laughs, stating there are so many spirits to greet her. A voice says that it's perfect and that they are shaking with anticipation. Seo Yunha continues to fall. A voice echoes, taunting someone not to come crying later. She is surrounded by ethereal, green spirits. A surge of pink energy emanates from Park Jae-hyun as she prepares to absorb the spirit's mana. A figure in a dark cloak stands amidst glowing symbols. Park Jae-hyun declares, her voice resonating with power, that she will suck up every last drop of mana those spirits have. Her eyes gleam with a manic intensity as she commands them to come. Elsewhere, glowing blue symbols appear against a dark backdrop. A towering, tree-like structure looms over a cityscape, its branches twisted and menacing. More glowing blue symbols manifest. The figure in the red cloak stands poised, ready for action. A figure lies prone, seemingly defeated. The cloaked figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a dark aura emanating from within. The crimson robes ripple as an unseen force gathers around the figure. Park Jae-hyun lies still, unconscious and vulnerable. With a sweeping gesture, the cloaked figure unleashes a surge of raw energy. The energy cascades outward, a torrent of power unleashed upon the world. The robes of the cloaked figure are buffeted by the force, the fabric shimmering with arcane energy. The cloaked figure looms over Park Jae-hyun, an imposing silhouette against the dim light. The figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground, a silent vigil over the fallen form of Park Jae-hyun. The crimson robes brush against the ground, a silent testament to the power that has been unleashed. Rain streaks down as a figure in a red cloak stands amidst the downpour. A flash of blue light illuminates the darkness. The blue light intensifies, revealing a complex pattern. The figure in the red cloak stands before a group of children, all caught in the downpour. The blue light pulses, a sign of building power. A voice rings out, sharp and commanding. Stop right there. The figure in the red cloak remains still, seemingly unfazed by the command. A figure with spiky blue hair, holding a ball of crackling blue energy, declares, "You seem like the leader of the Black Magic Association. I don't know what you're planning." The figure continues, voice rising with intensity, "But back away from those children now." The figure in the red cloak stands defiant, their face obscured by shadow. A subtle shift in the air, a barely perceptible tremor, hints at the power held by the figure in red. A faint sound echoes, a prelude to what's to come. A figure shrouded in dark energy stands menacingly. The man with blue hair stares in disbelief. He gasps, realizing, wait, that's not a human, that's a dark elf. The dark elf's form is wreathed in shadow, a malevolent energy radiating from its core. The blue-haired man grits his teeth. Those damn villains. How rotten are they? Dark elves are beings that fell into corruption after defying the gods. I'd heard that there were people who offered treasures to these souls in exchange for strength, but... He shouts, "You bastards. You're even selling out children now." A figure stands bathed in golden light. A child lies unconscious, a victim of the dark elf schemes. The dark elf's face is a mask of cruel satisfaction. An item is revealed, the crown of light and darkness. Trait, rapidly boosts resistance. A figure with dark, spiky hair and glowing blue eyes explodes in fury. "Shut up. The fuck are you even saying?" Another figure, this one with lighter hair, retorts with equal rage. "I don't give a shit. I'll kill you all." "Sergeant Kim Si-hee, you're too honest." Kim Si-hee's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. Honest, and that's a problem? It's not just you, Sergeant Kim. This goes for most soldier players as well. In the military, players are educated according to their capabilities. That's why they tend to treat textbook rules as the answer. Kim Si-hee walked alongside a shirtless man, his body covered in scars. However, while the textbook says that one should avoid disadvantageous battles, what will you do when you cannot avoid such a situation? Kim Si bit her lip, considering the question. When you can't avoid a disadvantageous battle? Ethereal figures drift in a spectral sea. Park Jae-hyun grins, her eyes gleaming with manic glee. Haha, there are so many spirits here to greet me. That's perfect. I'm shaking with anticipation. A soldier, eyes wide with fear, brandishes a weapon. Don't come crying later. The spirits writhe, their forms indistinct. Park Jae-hyun stands amidst the swirling spirits, a predatory glint in her eyes. A blinding light erupts as Park Jae-hyun prepares to unleash her power. The spirits swirl around her, drawn to the impending surge of mana. Arcane symbols glow with an eerie light. Park Jae-hyun's expression hardens, her intent clear. I'll suck up every last drop of mana those spirits have. The command echoes, a promise of power. Come, release. The spirits are drawn into Park Jae-hyun, their energy flowing into her as she begins her dark ritual. The spirits writhe, their ethereal forms struggling against an unseen force. One of the spirits plummets downwards, its light fading as it's pulled into the darkness. The ground below seems to pulse with a dark energy, mirroring the spirit's plight. A towering structure looms in the distance, its silhouette a stark reminder of the world's oppressive nature. A voice echoes, commanding the spirits to be restrained. The spirits are bound tighter, their forms contorted by the magical restraints. More spirits are ensnared, their struggles growing weaker as the restraints tighten. The restraints glow with a malevolent energy, draining the spirits of their power. Park Jae-hyun's voice drips with disappointment. What a shame. She expresses her desire to continue playing, her red eyes gleaming with anticipation. Park Jae-hyun draws her sword, preparing for the next phase of her plan. Her eyes burn with a sinister intent, promising further torment. She prepares to strike, a glowing orb crackling with pink energy in one hand, a blade held ready in the other. The figure facing her widens their eyes, bracing for the onslaught. A close-up reveals the defender's grip tightening on their own blade. Park Jae-hyun unleashes the orb's power, a surge of pink energy erupting towards her opponent. The defender is blasted off their feet, sent tumbling through the air. The force of the blow sends them hurtling backwards, a blur against the cavern walls. The figure continues to fly backwards. Park Jae-hyun watches with a bored expression. What? How boring. She stands amidst the lingering pink energy, her boredom palpable. The woman thinks to herself, it's only fun fighting someone of similar strength. This is just. The figure on the ground bites their lip, looking up. Park Jae-hyun's eyes gleam with a sudden spark of excitement. Fine, then let's play a different game. She calls out to the spirits, asking if they like hide and seek. Streaks of pink energy erupt from her position. Park Jae-hyun stands with a staff, a pink orb of energy crackling at its tip. The energy pulses outward. An armored figure, swords drawn, finds their vision blurring. The world distorts around the armored figure. The armored figure curses, calling her a crazy bitch. Confusion sets in. The armored figure exclaims in shock. The world fades to white. Complete blindness. A description box appears, detailing the item information for Manhwa, a hero rank skill. It allows the user to sense mana within a 500-meter radius, restrain targets, inflict pain, absorb mana, and release the absorbed mana to cause damage. A strong shockwave reverberates through the area. Her eyes glowing with an eerie light, Park Jae-hyun's sinister smile widens. Floating fragments of debris dance around her as she moves forward. The shattered remains of the environment swirl around Park Jae-hyun, obscuring her path. Park Jae-hyun's voice echoes, laced with malice. Just wait, you can't hide from me. A cruel smile stretches across Park Jae-hyun's face, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Are you done hiding? A figure leaps forward, a green glow surrounding them. I'm coming. A bloody blade drips, held by an unseen hand. The blue-haired figure moves through the darkness. A trail of blood marks the path. The scene is gruesome, the aftermath of a brutal encounter. A voice calls out, echoing through the darkness. Where are you? She declares that she has found her target, pink energy emanating from her hands. The energy expands outward, searching for its prey. The energy dissipates, and Park Jae-hyun realizes she missed. The target remains hidden in the darkness. Park Jae-hyun asks where her target is hiding now, her eyes glowing red. She taunts them, suggesting they might be crying in the dark. The target remains unseen, shrouded in shadow. A voice wonders how she's finding each spirit in complete darkness, surprised by her ability. It's clear that Park Jae-hyun is using some kind of searching skill. The energy expands once more, closing in on the hidden figure. The searching skill continues to pulse with power. Park Jae-hyun triumphantly declares that she has found them, her energy surrounding her target. A figure is enveloped in swirling pink energy, its form barely visible within the luminous aura. A woman with piercing pink eyes sneers, a bubble of text reading. Hey, dumbass. The woman's expression hardens as she declares, if you call them all back, I can see where you're concentrating all that mana. The figure remains surrounded by the intense pink energy, beams of light radiating outwards. The woman with pink eyes commands, restrain, her gaze fixed downwards. The figure is still encased in the swirling pink mana, its outline blurred by the power. A woman's eyes widen in shock, her expression one of pure terror. A stark white text bubble declares, when you have no chance. A blood-soaked man grins, a text bubble above him reading, a victory? Then you just have to use anything and everything at your disposal. The man's grin widens, blood smeared across his face and chest. The woman's eyes remain wide with fear as she whispers, anything and everything? The bloodied man concludes, assassinate them in one go, a chilling smile on his face. A voice remarks that targeting someone's back is a bit much. Seo Yunha asks if there's any sense of fairness in a battle between players, stating it's stupid to bother with such things in a life-or-death situation. Seo Yunha questions fighting fairly against a criminal who's done God knows what. A voice declares that war is not a sport. A bloodied man states that in real combat, fairness is meaningless if you don't survive. Seo Yunha says to forget what textbooks say about fairness. Seo Yunha asks if they will survive. Park Jae-hyun unleashes a blast of pink energy. Park Jae-hyun's eyes widen in shock. Park Jae-hyun exclaims that it's not her real body. She runs through the downpour, her helmeted head lowered against the onslaught of rain. Her eyes, glowing with an unnatural purple hue, narrow with determination. The rain streams down her face as she continues her advance. A green aura flares around her, crackling with energy. Her entire body begins to glow with an eerie green light. The green glow fades as Park Jae-hyun confronts Lieutenant Seo Yunha. Seo Yunha explodes. You bitch. You cowardly bitch. How dare you? The lieutenant continues her tirade. And you call yourself a soldier? Park Jae-hyun retorts. Cowardly? What a joke. Park Jae-hyun continues. I didn't think the likes of you would say something like that. After you covered everything in darkness and sniffed out and sucked up all that mana like a mosquito. Seo Yunha snaps back. And so what if I'm a soldier? There isn't a single soldier out there that would fight fair. Park Jae-hyun finishes. Against people like you who kidnap children and sell them out. You. The white-haired figure, eyes blazing with fury, vows to kill with their own two hands, spittle flying from their snarled lips. Emerald energy crackles in the air, a silent promise of violence about to be unleashed. A figure clad in black leaps into action, twin blades flashing in the dim light, ready to strike. Boots pound against the ground, a frantic dance of aggression and desperation. A spectral form lies prone, ethereal tendrils swirling around its fading outline, a victim of some unseen force. Two ghostly figures materialize, their translucent forms shimmering with an eerie, otherworldly glow. The air shimmers with raw power, a surge of energy that distorts the very fabric of reality. Standing victorious over a fallen foe, the figure in black surveys the scene, blades dripping with an unknown substance. From now on, if she's up against someone like this, she steels herself, preparing for a grim resolve. The figure hardens their gaze, declaring they wouldn't mind becoming an assassin, if that's what it takes. Those damn villains. Just how rotten are they? The figure wonders, teeth gritted in disgust. You bastards. The unseen speaker explodes, accusing them of selling out children now. A figure stands bathed in golden light, energy radiating outwards. Figures hang suspended by chains as a red-eyed entity watches from below. A figure wielding a sword is surrounded by a crimson aura. The red eyes of a menacing figure glare intensely. A monstrous visage with sharp teeth speaks in an unknown tongue. A voice declares, metal bending, followed by an angry outburst. Shut up. The fuck are you even saying? A figure with spiky blue hair prepares to strike, manipulating metal with focused intensity. A voice booms with rage. I don't give a shit. I'll kill you all. The figure with the sword stands amidst swirling red energy, poised for battle. A close-up reveals intricate details of ornate armor. The red eyes narrow, filled with malice. Blue eyes lock on their target, unwavering and resolute. A figure plummets through the air, their descent shrouded in a haze of dust and uncertainty. A blade descends with furious speed, energy crackling around it as it aims for the falling figure. Another figure lunges forward, a blur of motion against the dark backdrop. A demonic figure, wreathed in crimson energy, brandishes a menacing blade. The air crackles with unseen power. The demonic figure moves with unnatural speed, its red aura intensifying. The demonic figure continues its assault, a whirlwind of red energy and sharp edges. A strange symbol hangs in the air, its purpose unknown. The cry rings out, Lee Hyunwook. The demonic figure attacks Lee Hyunwook, its claws outstretched and dripping with crimson energy. Another figure rushes forward, their intent unclear. A man, identified as a sergeant, grits his teeth, his expression a mix of determination and fury. Choi Sang-jin declares he has been waiting. A sudden attack descends upon Choi Sang-jin. The swordsman presses his assault. Choi Sang-jin's eyes widen behind his glasses. The swordsman declares he has found his target. The crimson armor gleams in the dim light. Lee Hyunwook is called out. A figure leaps into action. Sergeant Choi Youngjin declares that he was waiting. Confusion hangs in the air. The two engage in combat. A sharp sound echoes. The back of a head is shown. A character with glasses smiles menacingly. Someone has been found. Sergeant Choi Youngjin is told to calm down and listen. He shouts, his face contorted in rage. Shut up. You're insane, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have done what you did. His eyes widen, pupils dilated with fury. A surge of unseen energy crackles in the air. A figure wreathed in crimson energy descends, a clawed hand outstretched towards another figure wielding a sword. A blue halo flickers around the sword wielder's head. The ground shatters beneath the force of the impact. The figure in crimson continues the assault, sending the sword-wielding figure flying backwards through the air. The air vibrates with raw power. A vortex of wind and debris tears through the landscape. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets from the sky. A red haze obscures the view. Strange symbols hang in the smoke-filled air. A ruined cityscape looms, skeletal buildings silhouetted against a smoke-choked sky. A figure is blown away through the smoky air. Lee Hyunwook grits his teeth, surrounded by a radiant aura. He is more dangerous than he appears, capable of wielding immense power without mana. A voice screams, I'll kill you, Lee Hyunwook. Lee Hyunwook looks up, a halo of light surrounding his head. A man with orange hair and glasses declares that his children are precious and irreplaceable. They are the result of his blood, sweat, and tears, after being dragged to this godforsaken place. Lee Hyunwook shouts that now is not the time. Someone yells, hey, come on. Three figures stand in a room, observing the events with concern. A voice urgently calls out, what can we do? I think you just need to come help us, Sergeant Choi Youngjin. A man with wide eyes and glasses recoils in terror, shouting, Kya? What the fuck are you talking about? A woman with long, dark hair and distinctive hair ornaments demands, give me back my babies. Do you want to see me go insane? Give them back. A voice reports, huh? We lost the signal. The man from before grits his teeth, his eyes wide with fear. A voice snarls, you dare. Smuggle. The woman's voice echoes, filled with rage, my babies? Speak the truth. You drank some, didn't you? A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by streaks of orange energy. A voice declares, I don't drink, especially during missions. The speaker continues, their voice laced with fury. Don't fuck with me. I saw you drinking last time. The scene focuses on the ongoing battle, the air thick with tension. A demonic figure with horns and glowing red eyes appears, a sinister smile spreading across its face. It prepares to strike, the air crackling with crimson energy. The demonic figure's single eye burns with malevolent intent, its jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl. The air shimmers as the unseen force intensifies. Crimson tendrils lash out, tearing through the very fabric of reality. A piercing scream echoes through the battlefield. Sergeant Choi Youngjin is seen carrying another person. The other person gasps in shock. The crimson tendrils continue their relentless assault. The tendrils strike, impacting the ground with devastating force. An explosion rocks the area. The crimson tendrils continue their destructive path. Choi Youngjin's companion says that he can't fully control it yet, and Choi Youngjin tells him to bother, and that he can fly, right? He also says that they should take care of this quickly, and that he'll be dead later. He is thrown into the air, shouting, Ag, what are you planning? The world becomes a blur of gray and pink as the spikes close in. He continues to fall, the spikes surrounding him. The spikes continue to close in around him. The sound of something breaking echoes. He plummets through the air, surrounded by the menacing spikes. The sound of impact reverberates. He continues to fall, the spikes still surrounding him. Desperate, he fires his weapon. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, muttering, "Ack. So annoying." Another impact echoes. He fires again, trying to fend off the relentless assault. The spikes continue to erupt from the ground, a deadly thicket closing in. More of the crimson spears shoot upwards, threatening to impale anything in their path. The relentless assault continues, the spikes multiplying with terrifying speed. The barrage intensifies, leaving no room to maneuver. The spikes close in, a cage of death forming around Lee Hyun-wook. The crimson spears continue their relentless advance. A hand glows with blue energy, poised to strike back against the deadly assault. With a surge of power, the hand unleashes its energy. The spikes shatter, their deadly threat extinguished by the counterattack. The last of the spikes crumble into dust, the immediate danger averted. Mysterious symbols glow with an ominous light. Red beams of energy pierce Lee Hyun-wook, threatening to tear him apart. The energy intensifies, focusing on the Mogle fragment. A message appears, declaring that mass from the Mogle fragment has been released. The symbols pulse with renewed energy. The Mogle fragment unleashes a surge of power. Sparks fly as the energy reaches a critical point. The released energy explodes outward. The symbols resonate with the unleashed power. A monstrous form begins to materialize. A terrifying beast roars, its presence dominating the scene. Amidst the chaos, Lee Hyun-wook stands alongside another figure. He exclaims, "I almost died on that landing." He focuses his energy, a swirling vortex of blue light forming around his hands. Another figure, auburn hair flying, charges forward with incredible speed. Charge. Character A raises his sword, now crackling with the same blue energy, ready to strike. The blade glows with an intense, otherworldly light, promising swift and decisive action. A monstrous roar echoes as the creature prepares to meet the attack head-on. The sword plunges forward, piercing through the monster's defenses. The blade continues its deadly path, tearing through flesh and bone. Deeper and deeper it goes, the monster's form writhing in agony. With a final burst of energy, the sword cleaves through, ending the creature's rampage. A dark space is shown. A character yells to get him. The monster is shown. A character is shown. A dark space is shown. The monster is attacked. The monster is attacked. A dark space is shown. The monster is attacked. The monster is attacked. A dark space is shown. A character says it is clear. A sinister grin stretches across the man's face, his blue hair catching the dim light. The sound of ki echoes as a monstrous sigh, surrounded by sharp teeth, fills the frame. The laughter continues, ki, as a man with glasses looks up, his eyes wide with shock. The sound effect lingers as the man's expression intensifies, his fear palpable. A shadowy figure with long, flowing hair emerges, its form indistinct and menacing. The man with blue hair recoils, his grin replaced by a look of pure terror. The sound effect echoes again as the man with glasses stares in disbelief, his face etched with horror. The shadowy figure looms closer, its red eyes piercing the darkness. A chilling HA reverberates, a sound of impending doom. The monstrous eye widens, its gaze fixed on an unseen target, promising unimaginable horror. The sinister laughter continues, HA, filling the air with dread. The shadowy figure stands silhouetted against the darkness, a harbinger of nightmares. Ethereal purple energy swirls and writhes, obscuring the scene in a haze of otherworldly power. The air crackles with unseen forces. The swirling energy intensifies, revealing glimpses of something monstrous lurking within. A hint of crimson armor pierces the gloom. A grotesque visage emerges from the shadows. A monstrous eye, ringed with jagged teeth, stares out from beneath a brow of bone. Above, a gaunt face with glowing red eyes peers down, its expression cold and calculating. The monstrous form solidifies, revealing crimson armor adorned with sharp, jagged edges. The air vibrates with a palpable sense of dread. A figure is struck, a spray of blood erupting from the point of impact. An orange-haired figure stands poised with a sword, ready to strike. The gaping maw of a monstrous creature fills the frame, its teeth sharp and menacing. The monster's jaws remain open, revealing the cavernous depths of its throat. A shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct and unsettling. The sound of maniacal laughter echoes, HA. A horned figure with glowing red eyes grins menacingly. The monster's face is contorted in a grotesque expression, its single eye gleaming. A red figure stands silhouetted, a single glowing eye piercing the darkness. A red object pulses with dark energy, tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A character with glasses stares in wide-eyed surprise, a question hanging in the air. A man's face fills the frame, his expression a mask of intense determination. The title card appears, Steel Eating Player. A glyph of crackling purple energy manifests in the darkness. The purple energy intensifies, forming tendrils that writhe and pulse. The tendrils of purple energy thicken, becoming almost solid. A figure stands amidst the swirling purple energy, their form indistinct. The man grits his teeth, his expression hardening with resolve. An enormous amount of mana is being concentrated. A voice echoes, "It'll be bad if this fight drags on." A monstrous figure looms, its single eye burning with malevolent intent. Red energy flares, crackling with destructive power. The red energy coalesces into sharp, blade-like forms. Tendrils of dark energy lash out, seeking a target in the gloom. The violet energy intensifies as more attacks converge, filling the air with crackling power. The air crackles with anticipation. Caught in the barrage, he is sent flying backward, a red blur against the storm of energy. The force of the blows intensifies, each impact threatening to tear him apart. A monstrous figure grins, relishing the onslaught. Now, crimson beams of energy pierce the air, each strike faster and more brutal than the last. He is struck again, the impact throwing him further into the chaotic storm. His face contorts in a grimace of pain and desperation. It's too fast. The world blurs around him. The crimson beams converge, a cage of lethal energy closing in. Darkness threatens to consume him. A blurry orange circle fills the void. Blinding beams of energy converge, laced with a sinister purple aura. The concentrated energy intensifies, a lethal cage of light. The beams strike, shattering the target into fragments. The figure is consumed by the radiant assault. A voice echoes in the aftermath. Well, that wasn't hard. Lee Hyun-wook, looking weary, mutters, my blood sugar is getting low. He reaches for a familiar green bottle. Lee Hyun-wook tips the bottle back, gulping down its contents. As he drinks, a strange purple energy swirls around him, a question mark hanging in the air above his head. A monstrous visage looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The energy beams continue their assault, striking the ground with explosive force. He raises the glowing sword, his expression a mask of shock as the energy around him intensifies. Streaks of violet energy lash out, seeking their target with deadly precision. The energy continues its relentless advance, cutting through the air with a sharp, crackling sound. The violet tendrils twist and turn, their destructive path leaving trails of shimmering heat in their wake. The energy beams strike Lee Hyun-wook, the impact throwing him back with brutal force. The violet energy dissipates, leaving a lingering scent of ozone in the air. He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him as he struggles to regain his footing. A look of utter disbelief washes over the face of the blue-haired man as he witnesses the attack. The voice echoes, acknowledging the destructive power that even hardening could not withstand. Two massive swords, glowing with an eerie blue light, stand crossed, a silent testament to the battle's intensity. A massive red tentacle writhes in the shadows, its purpose unknown. He plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. The wind screams past Lee Hyun-wook as he accelerates towards the unseen impact. A hooded figure watches with a sinister grin, its eyes gleaming with malevolent amusement. A demon-like entity bears its fangs, its red eyes burning with cruel anticipation. You are quite. It begins. The demon-like figure gazes down at the falling Lee Hyun-wook, sneering. Something for a human, but you're still only a human. The demon-like figure continues, its voice echoing with dark power. From now on, you shall meet the true wrath of an immortal dash. Meanwhile, a man with glasses looks up, dazed and confused. Huh? What? I was dubbing in for you. Why did you stop talking? Clutching a green bottle, the man slurs. Oh, here comes the tipsiness, here comes the booze, but because of a certain someone, I don't have any more. The demon-like figure's red eyes narrow, its expression one of cold fury. The man with glasses clenches his fist, rage contorting his features. It doesn't matter if you're an immortal or not if you mess with my booze, he shouts. A golden light flares, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. Even if you won't die, you'll still feel pain. The hooded figure's grin widens, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's see how much longer you can keep smirking like that. He gathers energy in his hands, preparing to unleash an attack. Character A raises a blade, ready to meet the attack head-on. Mass from the Mogley fragment has been released as character A swings the blade with deadly intent. The blade cuts through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The attack continues, the blade arcing towards its target. Lee Hyun-wook is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Character A's eyes glow with an intense, focused light. The blade descends again, a final strike aimed at the fallen warrior. Lee Hyun-wook struggles to his feet, injured and muttering. It's laughing again? That's pissing me off. It looks like it's got something up its sleeve. Crimson energy crackles in the air, a silent prelude to the coming storm. Character A stands amidst the swirling red energy, a dark aura emanating from his form. A figure with spiky blue hair grits his teeth, bracing for the next attack. A voice echoes, laced with realization. As I thought, this one can regenerate too. A monstrous figure with sharp teeth and glowing red eyes looms, a predator ready to strike. A figure with glasses watches with a grim expression, the battle unfolding before him. Lee Hyun-wook is sent hurtling through the air, crashing through debris as he falls. Character A spreads his wings, a purple aura intensifying around him as he prepares to unleash another attack. A figure streaks across the battlefield, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. The monstrous figure stands defiant, its red eyes burning with savage intensity. The figure with spiky blue hair clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. A voice declares, filled with awe and dread, insane mana and regeneration. This one really is immortal. Lee Hyun-wook thinks back on his countless battles, trying to find a weakness. Monsters hide their true selves, pretending to be immortal to conceal their weakness. If neither of them are the main body. The monster looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The monster's form shifts, revealing a more demonic appearance. Found it. Injuries on the same body part aren't regenerating. The monster's blade strikes down. The monster falls, impaled by a beam of light. The reason why that one-eyed bastard separated is because they're both real. These two are one entity. But the problem is Sergeant Choi Youngjun. His stamina waning, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook considered the need to end things in one decisive strike. Would he even listen to him? Lee Hyun-wook declared that Sergeant Choi Youngjun and the others were not immortal, emphasizing the need for a swift victory. He continued, explaining that if they hit the same spot on both enemies, they wouldn't be able to regenerate. He urged them to listen carefully, as they wouldn't get another chance. The cloaked figure prepared to strike, determination etched on his face. Together, they would strike their necks. Lee Hyun-wook questioned the plan, asking who decided they should act at once. The cloaked figure gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. Lee Hyun-wook urged someone to get a grip, his voice laced with urgency. The cloaked figure's thoughts turned to saving the children, fueling his determination. Lee Hyun-wook expressed his reluctance, a hint of doubt in his voice. Despite his reservations, Lee Hyun-wook declared that he would do it, his eyes filled with resolve. The cloaked figure questioned if someone wasn't going to do something, his tone sharp. Lee Hyun-wook commanded them to stop whining and stick to the plan, his voice firm and unwavering. A monstrous figure begins to materialize, its form shrouded in a crimson aura. The transformation twists flesh and bone into something terrifying. The transformation continues, revealing more of the creature's grotesque features. Its eyes burn with malevolent intent. His brow furrowed in concentration, the warrior's eyes glow with an inner light. He steels himself for the coming battle. A voice booms, urging focus. We only have one chance. Concentrate. The transformation is complete. The monstrous figure stands tall, a weapon clutched in its clawed hand. Power radiates from its form. The weapon gleams, its edge radiating a deadly red light. It thirsts for battle. A metallic transformation begins, encasing the warrior in a protective guard. Metallic transformation. Guard. The warrior is fully armored, ready to face any threat. The metallic guard shines with an ethereal light. Blurring into motion, the transformed figure dashes forward, leaving only streaks of red in its wake. With a fierce cry, the warrior prepares to strike, his sword crackling with energy. He is ready to unleash his power. The young man grips his sword tightly, his eyes wide with determination. He will not falter. Streaking forward, the young man closes the distance, his sword a blur of golden light. The cloaked figure clashes with a monstrous entity, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks and raw power. The sword gleams, a promise of swift and decisive action. The monster recoils, a guttural cry of pain escaping its maw as the attack lands. Gah! Character A presses the advantage, his blade a blur of motion as he unleashes another strike. The sword finds its mark, slicing through the monster's flesh with brutal efficiency. The monster begins to fall, its massive form succumbing to the relentless assault. The blade continues its work, carving deeper into the monster's body. Each strike is a death knell, sealing the monster's fate. Darkness descends as the battle concludes. A tree bathed in light emerges, a beacon of hope amidst the shadows. The tree stands atop a towering building, a symbol of resilience and rebirth. The air hangs heavy with the stench of decay, the environment around them visibly deteriorated. He struggles to catch his breath, his chest heaving as he leans on his weapon for support. The rate of deterioration has significantly slowed down. To fully stop the deterioration from spreading, you must find and destroy the core. The deterioration will be put to an end once the core is destroyed. We stopped the second source of deterioration before the boss monster arrived. If we continue to eliminate the sources, the soul wave will be the first in human history to be overcome. Lee Hyun-wook's name is spoken. A voice asks, "Are we finished now?" Another voice responds, "Yes, we are. We had a bit of trouble, but we managed to get through, right?" Someone says, "Thanks to you. The upcoming missions, are you done with your insubordination?" A character reacts with a confused "huh." Hanging upside down, the figure grins with unsettling glee. Someone shouts at Choi Youngjun, accusing him of talking trash. Another voice explodes, demanding silence and asking about their babies. Another person tries to calm Choi Youngjun, assuring him that it's safe between the supplies. A voice questions the need to do this after a victory. Someone shouts to shut up, questioning who said they won. A voice booms, asking who says that this is over. A figure reacts with horror, covered in blood. A sharp sound pierces the air. A voice declares that this isn't over. A figure descends, a predatory grin on their face. "You have offered a sacrifice to the altar of the sky, February 3rd. His eyes widen in terror, a silent scream trapped in his throat as the weight of impending doom crashes down. Soon, the red flower bud will bloom, a promise whispered on the wind, carried on the breath of death itself. A chilling prophecy echoes through the darkness. Someone will rise at the altar. Crimson light bleeds from his eyes, fangs bared in a predatory grin. The transformation is complete. The message burns into the mind. Your nightmares are only just beginning. Corporal Lee slashes at the monster with his sword, drawing a spray of black blood. The grotesque form of the monster looms, its features blurred and indistinct. The monster is engulfed in a blinding flash of energy, its form writhing in agony. Corporal Lee raises his shield, deflecting a blast of energy with a resounding clang. A voice echoes, "We stopped this second source of deterioration before the boss monster arrived." Corporal Lee stands victorious over the defeated monster, his sword dripping with its essence. "If we continue to eliminate the sources of deterioration like this." A voice whispers, "This." A figure gazes upwards, their expression unreadable in the dim light. A voice calls out, "But what are the two of you doing?" A voice booms, demanding that Lee Won-suk be stopped. Another voice replies that it can't get the blade to cut him. One of the figures, blue-skinned and spiky-haired, clutches another, smaller figure. He swears he didn't touch the booze. The blue-skinned figure claims he just took a whiff. Sergeant Choi is surprised. A figure falls to the ground. One of the figures is tired, saying he spent too much time moving around. Two figures lie on the ground. Another figure lies on the ground. The figure says they saved the kids, and that after he gets some rest, the other will be dead. A voice says that he's the hardest to control, but also the most reliable. The blue-skinned figure says it's nice, he's starting to see traces of him from his past life. A figure says great work and to get some rest. For eliminating the Dark Pastor, an offering is received, taken from the followers of the defeated foe. The reward, an ancient coin of an underground kingdom. An underground kingdom? That means this is the coin of a gnome. Gnomes, the creators of the legendary hex deck. Their traces have mostly been found through items and objects, because they are an ancient civilization that never appeared in his past life. And as such, their items are astronomically expensive, but also effective. He thinks, I could get an ancient gnome item with this coin. I should need this. The protagonist holds a glowing orb. Congratulations. You have absorbed a devil's metal, Legion. Legion. It took a while to digest, feeling like 7 months had passed in an instant. The new skill, Signal Core, is a passive ability of rank D. It grants Transcendent Sense, increasing metal control by 30%, and Centurion Force, increasing the maximum number of followers by 10. He looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Centurion Force, the power to control others and create followers. The skill had no relation to creating followers, but receiving this. The city stretched out below, a vast army of dragons filling the sky. A sinister smile crept across a face wreathed in flames. He realized how that bastard managed to control such a huge army. Necromancer, he roared. The current controllable metal weight was 85,658 G, with Transcendent Sense at 30% active. A surge of power coursed through him. A cruel smile stretched across his face, a hint of madness in his eyes. He vowed, I'll absorb all your abilities going forwards. A soldier asks, is Sergeant Choi all right? Another soldier replies, he sleeps when he's tired. He's fine. A voice declares, I won't let you go. A soldier carries Sergeant Choi Youngjun over his shoulder. Another soldier says, you go help them? A voice responds, no need. A voice exclaims, huh? A voice commands, everyone, prepare for the warp. A swirling warp begins to form. Soldiers stand ready with their weapons, a blue screen displaying tactical information before them. A figure stands amidst the chaos, bathed in purple light. The purple light intensifies, illuminating the figure's silhouette. A burst of pink energy erupts. A figure stands with hands outstretched, a brilliant yellow light emanating from them. Arcane symbols flare in the air, a silent testament to the caster's power. The soldiers rappel down the side of the building, their location compromised. The descent turns chaotic as some soldiers lose their grip, plummeting towards the ground. Choi Taeyong barks orders, demanding action. What are you doing, Choi Taeyong? Get moving, he shouts, frustrated by the hesitation. But our comrades are there. A figure in a beanie snarls, his face contorted with rage. Just kill them all. Doubt creeps into the voice of another. Can we really do this? The man's eyes narrow, his expression grim. Our leader is dead, and our mission has failed. He continues, do you think Chu Kaiyong will just let us off? We should take some of their heads if we want to live. The soldiers advance, a shield raised against an unseen threat, pink energy crackling around them. A guttural sound echoes. Fear grips one of the soldiers, his eyes wide with terror. The soldiers engage in close-quarters combat, the air thick with pink energy. The arcane energy intensifies. A colossal mechanical figure unleashes a barrage of energy, tearing through the military ranks. The air crackles with discharged energy as the mechanical monstrosity continues its assault. Military vehicles are reduced to scrap as the mechanical figure advances, its destructive power unmatched. Soldiers are sent flying through the air, their bodies ragdolling from the force of the mechanical figure's attacks. The ground trembles as the mechanical figure's massive feet crush everything beneath them. The soldiers' eyes widen in disbelief. The Dark Paladin is here. Seo Yunha's face contorts with a manic grin. Seo Yunha stands tall, her armor gleaming in the reflected light of the city. Violence against the military during times of disaster is grounds for summary execution. Seo Yunha's expression hardens, her eyes filled with cold determination. Conducting summary executions now. Even the attack platoon leader is here? A voice calls out, questioning where they are going. Character A thinks that the bastard must still be in here somewhere. The man wonders why she didn't run over. A voice wonders about the next source of deterioration. Character A and Lee Hyun-wook continue through the tunnel. Suddenly, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is grabbed from behind. A sharp intake of breath echoes in the tunnel. Character A's eyes narrow, a dangerous glint in their depths. The assailant attacks with a blade, sparks flying as the blow is parried. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in pain and surprise. The fight intensifies, the blade flashing in the dim light. Someone shouts, questioning why they were stopped, and pointing out that the attacker is the vampire who terrorized them. Seo Yunha restrains Lee Hyun-wook, holding a blade to his throat. He is told to relax, that he's one of them. The two stand face to face, the rain falling around them. Seo Yunha's expression is unreadable. Choi Youngjin stands with Seo Yunha and Lee Hyun-wook. He supposes they have their reasons, thanking them. Sergeant Kim Si-hee is told that she did well and to explain properly later. Lee Hyun-wook is seen with Seo Yunha. The second source of deterioration is all over. Seo Yunha's eyes widen slightly. A voice booms, asking who says it's over. Meanwhile, a grotesque figure emerges, its eyes wide with hunger. A corpse lies bloodied on the ground. The unseen speaker declares that this isn't over. The monster lunges forward, claws extended. A dark, ominous symbol hangs in the air. Fear contorts the faces of those who witness the unfolding horror. A look of pure terror is etched onto his face. Crimson eyes gleam with malevolent intent, fangs bared in a predatory grin. A disembodied voice booms, declaring, "Your nightmares are only just beginning." The text warns, "You have offered a sacrifice to the altar of the sky. Soon, the red flower bud will rise at the altar." The gruesome aftermath of the sacrifice is revealed. Two bodies lie lifeless, blood pooling around them. A mystical symbol materializes, swirling with purple energy. From the depths, a crimson flower bud emerges, bathed in the same ethereal glow. The bud blossoms into a gnarled, skeletal tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. The mystical symbol now looms over the city, a silent harbinger of impending doom. A purple, pulsating energy crackles above a monstrous, flower-like form, its petals lined with sharp, bone-like spikes. A fleshy, spiked tongue writhes from within the monstrous form, surrounded by arcs of violet lightning. The monstrous flower fully blooms, revealing its grotesque interior as the purple energy intensifies. The monstrous head rises further, its jaws lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, as the summoning continues. The creature's full form is revealed, a nightmarish fusion of flesh, bone, and teeth, crackling with dark energy. The summoning reaches its peak, the purple energy coalescing into a vortex above the monstrous entity. Lee Hyun-wook clutches his head, his face contorted in pain as the summoning takes its toll. Seo Yunha grits her teeth, bracing herself against the overwhelming power emanating from the ritual. A voice booms out, filled with malice. "You pathetic fools." Lee Hyun-wook and Seo Yunha struggle to maintain their footing, overwhelmed by the force of the summoning. A sinister chuckle echoes as the summoning nears completion. A figure with stark white hair and sharp fangs declares that he has been waiting for this moment, commanding others to cry tears of blood and watch the spectacle unfold. A prone figure lies helpless as a voice booms, promising that soul will burn in hellfire. The monstrous Cerberus unleashes a torrent of raw energy, a blinding sphere of power crackling with violet lightning. The beast's maw gapes wide, its serpentine tongue flicking out as the energy intensifies. Cerberus continues to unleash its devastating power, the air thick with the smell of ozone and brimstone. A cataclysmic bolt of lightning tears through the sky, a harbinger of destruction. The crimson eyes of Cerberus burn with malevolent glee as it surveys the impending chaos. The lightning strikes a skyscraper, the impact vaporizing concrete and steel in an instant. The building erupts in a fiery explosion, a towering inferno consuming everything in its path. Debris rains down upon the city, a storm of burning wreckage and shattered dreams. A group of soldiers watches in stunned silence, the horror of the unfolding destruction etched on their faces. The air shimmers with residual energy, a silent testament to the devastation wrought. He grits his teeth, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Of all the things that could have happened, this had to be the worst. A monstrous figure, wreathed in crackling purple energy, prepares to unleash a devastating attack. The beast's maw gapes open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature's eyes burn with malevolent intent. The purple energy coalesces into a blinding sphere of destructive power. The sphere erupts in a cataclysmic explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outwards. The force of the blast tears through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Frustration etched on his face, he curses the turn of events. Damn, of all the things that could have happened. His teeth bared, he grits out, "This is the worst." Sergeant Kim Si-hee shouts, "Sergeant Kim Si-hee, please get the children away from here." She moves to protect the children, a determined glint in her eyes. A figure with dark, spiky hair clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around his knuckles as he prepares to strike. A voice echoes with urgency, declaring, "We need to stop the final sacrifice no matter what." The dark-haired figure launches a glowing arrow, trailing blue energy, towards an unseen target. The arrow hurtles forward, leaving a trail of light in its wake. A figure with light silver hair, eyes wide with shock and anger, grits his teeth. "TSK, who said you could do that?" An item information box appears, detailing Sir Tristan's Fail Not, an arrow that attacks a given target, without fail, ignoring all magic resistance. The arrow pierces through the figure with silver hair, crackling with blue energy as it strikes. The force of the impact sends the silver-haired figure hurtling backwards. The figure struggles to regain his footing, a look of disbelief etched on his face. A close-up reveals the intricate design of the arrow, glowing with an intense blue light. What is with this insane arrow? The arrow continues to bore through the figure, the impact radiating outwards. The silver-haired figure is left reeling from the force of the attack. A blue, magical arrow pierces through the darkness, striking its target. A surge of magical energy emanates from the point of impact. Amidst the chaos, a figure carries another, their expression grim as they move through the rain. A voice booms, declaring, "Survivor secured." A figure with glowing red eyes sneers, declaring, "Stupid soldiers, your resistance is futile." A voice echoes ominously, "Over for soul." A figure lies wounded, their voice strained as they declare, "You can't change anything." With determination blazing in his eyes, a figure declares, "No, I'll take Cerberus down and save Soul." A man's eyes glow with an intense light, his expression resolute. "Whatever your plans may be." A figure clenches their fist, a vow escaping their lips, "I'll stop them." A stylized background sets the stage. Energy gathers between outstretched hands. A figure stands amidst swirling energy. A stylized effect emphasizes the power. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, acknowledging the gamble they're taking. This plan is a gamble. A voice echoes, a stark reminder of the cost. You can't execute all your missions without losing any people. You must know that by now. The weight of the lives at stake settles heavily on Lee Hyun-wook's shoulders as he stands beside another man. His eyes blazing with resolve, Lee Hyun-wook vows, "I'll make it work." A crisp white collar and patterned tie hint at the world beyond the battlefield. A surge of power distorts the air. A monstrous visage, wreathed in purple lightning, looms. The air crackles with ominous energy. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, has torn a rift and is attempting to enter this world. One of the soldiers shouts a warning. Another soldier questions why they aren't attacking Cerberus directly. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook explains that they stopped the last sacrifice, so Cerberus is likely not properly summoned. The team realizes they need to find Cerberus's weakness and exploit it. Lieutenant Seo Yunho wonders if they can even do anything with a weakness, even if they find it. Cerberus appears, surrounded by purple energy and lightning. The monstrous figure looms, its presence radiating power. The team prepares for battle, weapons raised. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, tears through the rift to enter this world. Lieutenant Seo Yunha looks determined, ready to face the threat. The soldiers brace themselves, their weapons trained on the approaching Cerberus. Purple lightning crackles and writhes, a raw display of untamed power. A thick, crimson tail, tipped with a wicked barb, whips through the electric storm. Three monstrous heads, each a grotesque parody of canine ferocity, loom from the darkness, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Lee Hyun-wook clenches his fist, a grim determination hardening his features. "I have prepared for something like this since a long time ago." Character A's eyes burn with resolve. "I'll make it work no matter what. No matter what I have to sacrifice." A swirling vortex of purple energy pulses with destructive potential. Cerberus stands amidst the chaos, a nightmarish figure wreathed in crackling power. A single head of the beast snarls, its fangs bared in anticipation of the coming battle. The three heads of Cerberus are surrounded by debris and purple lightning. The head of Cerberus is shown with the text "Source of Deterioration Boss Monster Cerberus." Purple energy slashes through the air, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. The purple lightning intensifies, bathing the scene in an ominous glow. He is wreathed in crackling purple energy, a storm contained within a single being. A voice echoes, filled with a grim resolve. "If you say so, I'm sure we can do something." A figure draws a gleaming blade, ready to strike. "Get started then." Another figure, hands crackling with blue energy, declares, "We'll use the lightning rod plan to fight the boss." Soldiers advance, weapons raised, ready to deploy. A voice barks, "Platoon commander," and the voice continues, "Junmo to point A." The soldiers move out, deploying from a large transport vehicle. All other company members. Another voice commands, "Begin deploying weapon crates." Then, addressing Park Junmo directly. "And Park Junmo, you're the key to this operation." A close-up reveals a character's worried eyes. "You might die if things go south." A stern face asks, "But will you still trust my orders?" A soldier responds with unwavering resolve, "Of course, I will." The title card appears, "Steel-Eating Tamer." A message appears, declaring that mass from the Mogley fragment has been sealed, progressing from step 1 to 5. A shield-like object glows with an intense blue light, energy crackling around its edges. A towering, shadowy figure looms, surrounded by an ominous dark aura and crackling purple lightning. The shadowy figure is seen again, now with a large blade. A stern voice commands, "Now, pick that up and move along with the attack platoon's commander." A soldier questions the order, exclaiming, "Huh," and leave you and the survivors here. A gnarled tree looms over a ruined cityscape, its branches clawing at the sky. A voice declares that the place with the altar is the safest right now. Another voice warns that Sergeant Choi Youngjin won't be asleep for too long. The speaker urges haste, emphasizing the need to take care of him before he gets used to the environment. A monstrous creature with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes lurks in the shadows. Lieutenant Seo Yunha stands amidst the ruins, receiving a transmission. The message relays the need to draw Cerberus's attention away from Private Lee Won-suk. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in disbelief. Lee Won-suk is alive. A voice declares that they can't let them see their movements, questioning if Lee Hyun-wook can be trusted again. Sergeant Choi Youngjin affirms his agreement. Seo Yunha acknowledges that she doesn't know what he's doing, but trusts him to bring results. Seo Yunha stands resolute, bathed in ethereal light. The cloaked figure is surrounded by a radiant aura, preparing for what's to come. Lee Won-suk stands alongside another figure, a determined look on his face. "Private Lee Won-suk," he is called out. The man with the dark blue hair declares, "I'm trusting you to watch my back." The fanged man bares his teeth, a feral grin spreading across his face. Lee Won-suk shouts, "Leave it to me." Lee Won-suk stands ready, a determined glint in his eyes. Sergeant Kim Si-hee is called out, ready to answer the call. Lee Won-suk rushes forward, shouting, "Yes, let's go." The cloaked figure plummets downwards. A voice declares, "I finally have a team that pulls their own weight." The man with the dark blue hair is seen with Lee Won-suk. Sergeant Kim Si-hee and Lee Won-suk are surrounded by a mysterious purple energy. A ruined building stands against a stormy, purple-tinged sky. Lightning crackles around the skeletal remains of trees, illuminating the desolate cityscape. 3 figures in dark armor emerge from behind cover, weapons at the ready. A surge of purple energy erupts, the air crackling with raw power. The purple energy coalesces, forming a monstrous shape wreathed in lightning. The monstrous form of Cerberus roars, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, as purple lightning dances around it. A red-haired figure stands defiantly before the beast, sword raised, ready to strike. The figure leaps forward, sword extended, a blur of motion against the dark sky. With a fierce cry, the red-haired figure prepares to unleash a devastating blow. Purple energy explodes as the sword strikes, a final, desperate attack against the monstrous Cerberus. Surrounded by the monstrous heads of Cerberus, each maw crackling with violet energy, she stands her ground. A sigil of power flares into existence. Her blade finds purchase, piercing through flesh and bone. The beast roars in pain. Leaping back, she avoids the snapping jaws of the hellhound. Her eyes burn with determination. She dives back into the fray, her sword a blur of motion against the monstrous Cerberus. The beast's fangs drip with dark ichor. Locked in a deadly dance, the red-haired figure and Cerberus exchange blows amidst a storm of violet energy. Using wide-area magic, the cloaked figure prepares to unleash a devastating spell. He grits his teeth, knowing the spell is still unstable. The magic begins to coalesce, forming a swirling vortex of dark energy. Intense purple lightning crackles from the vortex, striking downwards with immense power. The purple lightning intensifies, bathing the area in an eerie glow. Cerberus recoils, sensing the immense power of the spell. The vortex of dark energy continues to swirl, the purple lightning growing more erratic. A dark void opens at the center of the vortex, a gateway to an unknown dimension. The purple lightning strikes the ground, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. The intensity of the purple lightning reaches its peak, threatening to consume everything in its path. Cerberus is caught in the blast, the landscape around him reduced to rubble. The aftermath of the spell leaves a scene of utter devastation, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burnt earth. He unleashes a surge of pink energy, the air crackling with raw power. Cerberus is engulfed in the blast, its form contorting under the immense pressure. The energy spreads outwards, pink lightning tearing through the surrounding structures. Soldiers watch from a distance, helpless against the overwhelming force. The magical energy intensifies, focusing into a concentrated beam. A soldier cries out in terror as the energy surges. The beam erupts, unleashing a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rattles the very bones. The blast expands, a wave of pure energy obliterating everything in its path. Cerberus is sent hurtling through the air, a ragdoll tossed by an unseen hand. A voice wonders if the attack was enough. The magical energy continues to surge, a testament to its immense power. The energy strikes a nearby building, the structure crumbling under the force of the impact. A surge of purple lightning crackles in the air, the energy coalescing with a palpable hum. A figure raises a hand, drawing the chaotic energy into a focused beam of power. The figure's eyes burn with the same violet light, a fierce determination etched on their face. A voice cries out, filled with desperation and urgency. Park Junmo. Park Junmo is completely consumed by the violet storm, screaming as the power surges through him. The camera pans up to show a dilapidated building. A soldier peers out from behind cover, questioning if this is the Cloud Blade. The soldier holds out a sword, asking why he is being given this. The other soldier tells Lee Hyun-wook that he is just having him hold on to it, warning him not to even think about keeping it. He asks if Junmo is really going to do it. Lee Hyun-wook declares that he will, stating that weaklings like him should do whatever it takes to get stronger. The soldier warns Lee Hyun-wook that if he fails, he could die. Lee Hyun-wook grips the sword tightly. The soldier thinks to himself that he has lived his whole life in obscurity. The text states that the life of a loser is not worth living, and that regular players level up and grow through combat. The soldier levels up, but Junmo and he were special, out-of-level growth players. They had to find their own unique ways to grow with nothing to guide them. He tried his best to help Junmo and his electric attribute, but they all failed. Lee Hyun-wook vowed that he wouldn't live like that anymore. There's only one method left. Corporal Park Junmo, leave it to him. He was prepared and would live up to it. Your standards, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. He didn't remember Park Junmo from his past life because he died early. What if this gamble doesn't pay off? What if he's wrong? Can he really be responsible for this death? A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning the nature of death. A blinding beam of purple energy erupts from the top of a skyscraper, crackling with raw power. A figure plummets from the sky, silhouetted against the ominous glow. The air crackles with the discharge of potent energy. A figure screams in agony, engulfed by the violet storm. The energy intensifies, a silent promise of destruction. The beam of energy continues to pierce the sky, an unstoppable force. The towering buildings stand as silent witnesses to the unfolding catastrophe. A desperate cry echoes through the city. Park Junmo. A voice commands, endure. The purple energy surges, threatening to consume everything in its path. Park Junmo struggles against the overwhelming power, his body racked with pain. Electric energy crackles in the air. He is surrounded by a torrent of purple electricity. Park Junmo grits his teeth, pleading, please. A voice echoes, just hang on. The electric current intensifies, swirling around him. The electric current continues to surge through him. Park Junmo screams in agony as the electricity courses through his veins. He is completely enveloped in the purple energy. The electric energy continues to crackle around him. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens into a menacing grin. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook exclaims that he can feel power coursing through his body. The surge of energy brings tears to Lee Hyun-wook's eyes. This is what it feels like to grow. Meanwhile, a figure plummets through a swirling golden portal. A soldier, eyes wide with alarm, wonders why no one is helping the assault platoon leader. Junmo blocks the area of effect magic. The voice assures that the platoon leader and Won-suk can buy them enough time. A voice promises to tame this bastard in the meantime. He reaches out, his hand nearing the dark magic. A system message appears, beginning the link with the Hunted Armor's black magic. You can use the Hunted Armor's magic once you're linked. Warning, the caster of the link will be consumed by the black magic while linked to the armor. As expected, it doesn't want to be tamed so easily. A system message appears, skill information, aura, saint, activated. The aura flares around him. He declares that he has his ways, metal bending. Energy crackles around his hand. The monstrous Cerberus looms from above, its multiple heads casting a menacing shadow over the battlefield. The Hellhound descends, a purple aura crackling around its massive form as it prepares to unleash its fiery wrath. The beast's maw glows with an infernal light, the air shimmering with heat as it gathers its breath for a devastating blast. A torrent of fire erupts from Cerberus's throat, a searing wave of destruction aimed directly at Lee Hyun-wook. With lightning reflexes, Lee Hyun-wook raises a spear of pure metal, preparing to counter the fiery onslaught with his own formidable power. The fire roars, a blinding inferno that threatens to consume everything in its path as Cerberus continues its relentless assault. The sound of the flames is deafening. The world is engulfed in fire. The sudden burst of heat catches Lee Hyun-wook off guard, his eyes widening in surprise as the flames lick at his defenses. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and determination, lightning crackling around him as he braces himself against the inferno. Lee Hyun-wook shouts a warning, his voice barely audible above the roar of the flames, urging someone to take cover. The fire continues to rage, a wall of impenetrable heat that threatens to overwhelm all who stand against it as Cerberus unleashes its full power, taunting its opponent. He stands firm, the aura of a saint radiating around him as he faces the monstrous Cerberus. The beast's jaws are wide, ready to strike. The ground trembles as the battle intensifies. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, his expression a mix of determination and concern. Cerberus unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing everything in its path. The city crumbles under the relentless assault, buildings collapsing into fiery ruins. The air crackles with heat, and the stench of burning metal fills the air. The cityscape is now a hellscape of fire and destruction. Explosions echo through the ravaged streets. A figure is sent sprawling, knocked off their feet by the force of the blast. Lee Hyun-wook, his face grim, shouts, "I'm going to be the next player here." Energy crackles around the spear as he prepares his counterattack. With a determined cry, Lee Hyun-wook leaps forward, spear aimed at Cerberus. The monstrous Cerberus stands amidst the burning city, its multiple heads and crimson hide a terrifying sight. An unseen force slams into Lee Hyun-wook, sending debris flying. The force of the blow sends Lee Hyun-wook reeling, blood spraying from his mouth as he struggles to maintain his footing. Cerberus remains unscathed, now bathed in an ominous golden light. Seo Yunha cries out, "Holy wings," as she unleashes a surge of golden energy. The golden light intensifies, engulfing Cerberus. Cerberus roars in defiance, the golden light failing to subdue the monstrous beast. Purple energy crackles around Cerberus, its eyes glowing with renewed fury. The beast lunges, its maw open wide, ready to strike. The snapping jaws close. Seo Yunha thinks, it's an undead, yet it managed to bite through. Seo Yunha is shocked. The holy wings that I used all my holy mana on. The undead monster's teeth sink deeper. Character A moves to intervene, sword drawn. A sharp sound echoes. Character A strikes Cerberus with a burst of energy. Seo Yunha is sent flying backward from the force of the attack. Lee Hyun-wook realizes platoon commander Seo Yunha is in danger. Seo Yunha is hurled through the air, surrounded by crackling energy. What can I, who just barely managed to become awakened, even do? Even an officer like her is having trouble. Seo Yunha grits her teeth, struggling against the overwhelming power. Cerberus looms, its multiple heads radiating menace. I was a loser my whole life until now. Seo Yunha prepares to strike, her expression determined. No, I'll continue to be a loser with this mindset. She plummets through the air, purple lightning crackling around her as she steels her resolve. I can do it. A dire warning flashes. Cerberus, the gatekeeper of hell, has finished acclimatizing to Earth. The air shimmers with heat as Cerberus prepares to unleash its fiery power. A torrent of hellfire erupts, engulfing the battlefield as Cerberus unleashes its fury. The inferno roars, a maelstrom of heat and destruction. The flames cascade down, an unstoppable wave of burning energy. Cerberus looms, a monstrous figure wreathed in fire, its multiple heads snarling with malevolent glee. The lieutenant stands defiant against the inferno, a lone figure against overwhelming power. A single, baleful eye burns with hellish intensity. Razor-sharp teeth glisten, ready to tear flesh from bone. The jaws of hell open wide, ready to devour her whole. Seo Yunha's eyes widen in desperation. I don't even have any more holy mana. A monstrous maw crackles with violet energy, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The cloaked figure stands defiant, a lone silhouette against the overwhelming power of Cerberus. Seo Yunha's eyes widen, a flicker of desperation in their depths as she faces the onslaught. Lee Hyun-wook's voice booms out, laced with urgency. What was the trump card that you told me about? The monstrous maw crackles with violet energy, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The cloaked figure is engulfed in a storm of violet energy, each blast threatening to overwhelm him. Violet energy crackles and arcs, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie glow. Violet energy crackles and arcs, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie glow. The cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos, channeling the violet energy into a defensive stance. Violet energy crackles and arcs, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie glow. A voice cries out, filled with concern. Are you all right, Commander? The realization dawns on Seo Yunha as she hears the shout. Park Junmo. Cerberus, the monstrous beast, prepares to unleash another devastating attack. A blinding bolt of violet lightning erupts from the creature's maw, crackling with raw power. The cloaked figure narrowly avoids the electrical assault, leaping away from the point of impact. Lee Hyun-wook, his face contorted in concentration, gathers electricity around his hands, preparing a counterattack. I don't know how much electricity I can handle at once yet. The jaws of Cerberus glow with an intense heat, a swirling inferno building within. A torrent of fire erupts, engulfing the area in a searing blaze. Damn fire! Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, bracing himself against the intense heat. Cerberus unleashes another wave of fire, the heat distorting the air around it. Gathering his resolve, Lee Hyun-wook unleashes a torrent of electricity, a blinding surge of power aimed directly at Cerberus. The cloaked figure continues to evade the chaotic exchange, dodging with practiced ease. With a surge of speed, Lee Hyun-wook positions himself between Seo Yunha and the ongoing attacks. Commander, find cover dash. A system notification appears. Mass from the Mogle fragment has been released. An ominous energy begins to emanate. A figure materializes within the swirling energy. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. The surge of energy continues to build. The figure becomes fully visible, radiating an intense aura. Someone gasps, Lee Hyun-wook. What is that? Another voice exclaims, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. A figure praises, you did well, Lieutenant Seo. Leave it to us now. And stand back. A voice calls out, Corporal Park Junmo. Park Junmo. How was it, facing a boss monster? Think you can handle it? Li Hien-wook declares, yes, I could at least hold it back with the Cloud Blade, as long as it doesn't use flame magic. Li Hien-wook's expression hardens into a menacing grin. He is told to keep distracting it as much as he can. Li Hien-wook uses maximum electrical output, purple energy crackling around him. Li Hien-wook yells for everyone to go. A message appears, stating that mass from the Mogley fragment has been released. The monster looms, wreathed in fire. Li Hien-wook continues to unleash his powers, blue energy swirling around him as he falls. He screams, purple energy erupting from his body. Li Hien-wook continues to channel his power, purple lightning crackling around him. The monster towers over Li Hien-wook, who is still channeling his energy. Li Hien-wook focuses his energy, blue electricity sparking around him. The monster prepares to strike with its massive blade. Cerberus stands, a monstrous figure wreathed in shadow and jagged edges. A disembodied voice announces that mass from the Mogley fragment has been released. A surge of energy crackles through the air. The force of the release sends Cerberus plummeting downward. A blade gleams, reflecting the chaotic energy. More energy surges through the area. Cerberus snarls, demanding to just die already. Rage contorts Cerberus' face. Purple lightning crackles through the ruined cityscape. The air shimmers with heat as the monstrous Cerberus looms over the battlefield. Arcane energy surges through the environment. Cerberus prepares to unleash another devastating attack, a ball of crackling purple energy forming in its maw. The beast lunges, its massive claws tearing through the air as it attempts to crush its foe. Sergeant Li Hien-wook grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. Damn, it missed. The realization dawns on him. Purple lightning gathers around him as he activates a new skill. Sergeant Li Hien-wook. He begins to levitate, defying gravity with newfound power. Surging upwards on a column of violet energy, Sergeant Hien-wook prepares to strike back. Congratulations. The amount of current you can control is increasing exponentially. The amount of current you can control has increased 8-fold. After absorbing electricity past a certain point, you will unlock a hidden skill. Yeah, Park Junmo. I'll leave you to it. I'll deal with the fire breathing. Horn bastard. Yes, sir. The amount of current that Li Hien-wook can control is increasing exponentially. Are you okay? I'll handle the bastard with the electricity. Cerberus unleashes a torrent of hellfire. The hellfire engulfs Li Hien-wook. The flames burn intensely. Hunted armor passive skill, activating skill Steelborn of Flames. Gives the user a certain level of fire resistance. Asterisk warning. Beware of dark magic deterioration. Ugh, as expected of hellfire. If it wasn't for the hunted armor, I would have been burnt to a crisp. A blast of blue energy erupts from Cerberus, streaking toward the team. Hellfire roars from the beast, incinerating everything in its path. A crimson beam of pure destructive force tears through the air. Violet energy crackles around Cerberus as it unleashes another wave of attacks. Cerberus slams its massive paw down, the impact shaking the very ground. The monster's eyes glow with an ominous purple light, a sign of its immense power. The attacks are proving futile. None of the strikes are getting through. A voice cries out, realizing they need to find its weak spot. Sergeant Li Hien-wook strains against the onslaught. I'm holding back its attacks somehow, he grits out. Someone shouts to bring it down soon, as they need something big to take it down. The lieutenant grits his teeth, replying, I know. I'm trying. Cerberus continues its assault, unleashing a combined barrage of fire and purple energy. A desperate voice calls out, Junmo, tactical retreat. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, looms with menacing intent, its eyes glowing with purple energy. A surge of raw power emanates from an unseen source. A fiery explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. Cerberus is enveloped in a vortex of crackling purple energy, its form shifting and growing more formidable. The air crackles with unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread filling the atmosphere. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, has acclimatized, accelerating the deterioration. Lightning crackles and dances, a visual representation of the growing chaos. The city burns as flames and energy collide, a devastating display of power. The soldier cries out, Ack! The flames are spreading. The target is moving towards. The soldier shouts, the bombardment zone. The city continues to crumble as Cerberus's power intensifies, the very air shimmering with heat and the scent of burning metal. The monstrous form of Cerberus looms amidst the chaos, its presence a suffocating blanket of dread and destruction. Molten debris rains down, each impact echoing like a death knell across the ravaged cityscape. The colossal beast continues its rampage, its shadow a harbinger of annihilation as it casts a pall over the remaining structures. A surge of energy crackles as the warp setting completes, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. Soldiers scramble around the warp gate, their faces grim with determination as they prepare for the counteroffensive. Kim Si-hee barks the order, her voice cutting through the din of battle. Prepare the weapons. A chorus of voices responds, the words echoing with grim resolve. Weapons prepared. Li Hien-wook pleads, his voice laced with desperation. Please, we only have one chance. Please succeed. The warp gate hums with power, a swirling vortex of energy, promising a desperate gamble against impossible odds. Flames engulf the city, the inferno a testament to Cerberus's unbridled fury and the soldiers' dwindling hope. The devastation continues unabated, the city's skyline a silhouette of destruction against the fiery horizon. He is sent flying through the air, a maelstrom of fire and lightning engulfing him. Cerberus looms, a monstrous figure wreathed in hellfire and crackling energy. A bolt of violet lightning slams into Lee Heinwook, the force of the impact visible even from this distance. The lightning continues to strike, each blast carrying the weight of a collapsing skyscraper. Cerberus's voice booms across the battlefield. Move aside, Park Junmo. The monstrous leg of Cerberus descends, each step shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. Another blast of lightning finds its mark, the air crackling with ozone. Cerberus's eyes burn with fury. Work already. A torrent of fire erupts from Cerberus, incinerating everything in its path. The massive sword cleaves through the air, leaving a trail of shattered stone and twisted metal in its wake. It's getting used to this environment, and it's getting stronger. Cerberus thinks, I need to find its weak spot soon. Wait. Lee Heinwook grits his teeth, preparing for the next attack. Cerberus realizes, now that I look at it, the horned one is protecting the incomplete head. Cerberus is supposed to be a monster with 3 heads, each wielding either fire, electricity, or toxic gas. But right now, it's only using fire and electricity, not toxic gas. That means, the incomplete head that's being protected. That left head must be its weak spot. Lee Heinwook leaps into the air, lightning crackling around him. He descends upon Cerberus, ready to strike. Park Junmo shouts, I found its weak spot. I'm going for the left head. You keep distracting it. Currently used electricity has exceeded the required amount. Hidden skill has been unlocked. Lee Heinwook's eyes widen with determination as he prepares to unleash his new skill. He shouts a warning, purple lightning crackling around him. All right, be careful. Cerberus's eyes glow with menacing intent. A bolt of lightning crashes down near the monstrous beast. The lightning strikes Cerberus directly, sending sparks flying. More lightning continues to bombard the area. The soldiers aim their weapons, ready to fire. Target is 5 kilometers away from the bombardment zone. A complex magic circle glows with golden light. The military team faces a setback. We have a problem. The drones can't reach the target altitude because of the excessive lightning strikes. The soldier listens intently to the orders. An officer barks out instructions. Damn, just get it as high as you can. The bombardment zone is engulfed in flames and explosions. Cerberus prepares to unleash a devastating attack, crackling with purple lightning and orange flames. The monstrous Cerberus has reached the bombardment zone, now standing in the open area. Above, the sky is filled with smoke and the glow of distant fires. A soldier is thrown back by an unseen force. Another soldier is surrounded by a swirling green aura. Below, a soldier stands ready. Sergeant Lee Heinwook moves towards the warp's bombardment zone. A soldier calls out, Sir. Another exclaims, Damn, we can't do anything about it. We just have to trust Lee Heinwook. A commanding voice orders, Continue the plan. Move the weapons towards the warp. Swords fall from above, glowing with green energy. A swirling warp zone crackles with energy. Soldiers are pulled into the warp, their bodies surrounded by green light. Above the warp zone, a drone hovers, while below, a soldier prepares for what's to come. Cerberus descends, a dark shape against the stormy sky, trailing wisps of ominous energy. A complex magical circle flares to life around the beast, its arcane symbols glowing with an eerie light. Focusing its power, Cerberus prepares to unleash a devastating beam of energy, a corona of light crackling around its heads. The energy coalesces into a searing beam, ready to obliterate anything in its path. The monstrous heads of Cerberus snarl, preparing to unleash their fury. Its eyes glow with malevolent intent, focusing on the target with deadly precision. A searing beam of energy erupts from its maw, a torrent of destructive force. The heads of Cerberus continue their relentless assault, their jaws dripping with dark energy. The energy beam slams into its target, detonating in a violent explosion of light and force. The monstrous heads of Cerberus open wide, ready to unleash another wave of destruction. Raw energy discharges from the beast, crackling with destructive potential. Flames erupt around Cerberus as the creature channels its power, the air shimmering with heat and distortion. Lee Heinwook grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination as he analyzes the situation. Lee Heinwook thinks, then let me crush you in sheer attack volume. A swirling vortex of spectral swords gathers around Lee Heinwook, each blade glowing with an ethereal blue light. Lee Heinwook shouts, Go, Steel Rain! The spectral swords accelerate, blurring into streaks of violet energy as they hurtle toward their target. Cerberus roars as the barrage of spectral blades slams into it, the impact shaking the very ground beneath its feet. The spectral swords continue to bombard Cerberus, each strike leaving trails of purple energy in its wake. Lee Heinwook thinks, Damn, it landed short. I can't get an angle from here. Li Hyanwook raises his hand, summoning more spectral swords as he searches for a better vantage point. He focuses, drawing upon every reserve of energy for one final, decisive strike. This was his last shot, and it had to count. The energy coalesces into a blinding sphere, crackling with raw power. Electric breath erupts, a torrent of pure lightning aimed directly at the monstrous beast. The attack slams into Cerberus, a blinding explosion of light and force. Someone shouts, "Sergeant Li Hyanwook now." Gathering power, a new figure prepares to strike. Park Junmo roars, "Nice, Park Junmo." A voice echoes with unwavering faith, "I never doubted you." The blade descends, a streak of cyan energy cutting through the air. The attack connects, another explosion rocking the battlefield. The aftermath of the combined assault leaves a scene of devastation. The flames around Cerberus's head intensify, the air crackling with heat. Eyes glow with an intense, focused power. A voice roars, "Magle. Maximum. Release." The built-up energy explodes outward, a wave of raw power. The unleashed force tears through the surroundings. The world is consumed by the cataclysmic release. Irregular mana waves of unknown origin have been detected. They suspect it to be a second. It's a boss monster. All members of the Taising Guild who were supporting. Nearby shelters are unreachable. Just what the hell is Chu Kyong doing? Kong Seoyun, also known as Zamare, a guild representative and South Korean player ranked 4th. It's been a while, Representative Kong. Cheon Myongo of the Black Tiger Unit? No, should I call you the Presidential Secretary of National Gate Strategies? I have many titles. Call me what you're comfortable with. I'm here to ask you for your cooperation. Warrant Officer Cheon Myongo, Tactical Instructor of the Black Tiger Unit, Secretary of the National Gate Strategies. Black Tiger Unit, an elite special forces unit of the AMT. Everything besides their name is classified. I thought the government was focused more on protecting its own instead of taking down the waves. He presses, questioning why they are being asked for help now, after having been left to tackle the situation alone. He reminds her that a country's strength is determined internationally by the number of players it has. The warrant officer states that not a single wave has been defeated by man until now. He explains that the US and China failed their first and second attempts to take down a wave and have spent 10 years dealing with the consequences. The officer continues, saying that if they were to try to defeat the wave, there is a chance they would never recover and be conquered by another country instead. He adds that it's a good example of why the number of players in a country corresponds with its defense capabilities. He asks if by cooperation, she means they shouldn't do anything. Kong Seoyun states that their special forces have set out to be the first in history to defeat a wave. Someone exclaims, wondering if the rumors about that F-rank soldier are really true. The warrant officer confirms that they are correct, stating that there's finally light at the end of this long tunnel. Kong Seoyun wonders if they could really? Cheon Myongo states that the situation has changed and asks her again. He asks if she would like to cooperate in defeating the first wave in human history. The man roars, "Magle." He shouts to release maximum power. He continues to release mass. Red energy lines erupt from him. Yellow and red energy swirls around Magle. The energy intensifies, engulfing him. The red energy coalesces into swirling patterns. Magle activates his aura, the saint. Yellow energy lines streak outward once more. Yellow and purple energy now surrounds Magle. The combined energies blaze around him. He pleads, "Please, just." He roars, "Die already, you bitch." Cerberus's head is shown, a question mark floating above it. Magle grits his teeth, thinking, fighting till the end? Damn it, since it's come to this, I'll just try this. If I've grown as much as expected, it's definitely possible. Magle grits his teeth. Magle stands amidst the ruins, his armor gleaming faintly. A voice declares that the second source of deterioration is clear, celebrating their success. The soldiers raise their weapons in triumph, their faces alight with joy. The celebration continues as the soldiers revel in their victory. A stark warning flashes. The hunted armor's dark magic corruption is increasing. Magle's expression shifts to concern as he senses the growing threat. The rain falls heavily as Magle surveys the desolate landscape. A voice booms, declaring that it's too early to celebrate. Li Hyanwook orders Park Junmo to follow him to destroy the core, while the rest are to find survivors and prepare to move. The soldiers acknowledge the order, their expressions determined. A mysterious, glowing core pulsates with energy. A surge of purple energy erupts as the source of deterioration is destroyed. The core shatters into fragments, releasing a blinding light. The light fades, leaving a sense of accomplishment in the air. A system message appears. "Congratulations. You have destroyed the core wave. Deterioration has ceased. Those who participated in the destruction of the source of deterioration will receive experience. The areas that have been deteriorated will be converted to magic stones from another world." Corporal Li Hyanwook glances sideways, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A system message appears. "You have received a reward." The system displays item information, name, seed of Mistiltine. Effect, unknown. Once this seed takes root and grows, it will grow to be a god tree, containing divinity. Character A holds the seed of Mistiltine, a faint glow emanating from it. Li Hyanwook says, "We destroyed the source of deterioration, but all we get is a stick." The system message clarifies, this isn't just some stick. It's the god-killing weapon used to kill the son of Odin, the god of light, Baldur. Mistiltine. The image of a radiant god tree fills the view. Since it's so overpowered, it never drops as a complete weapon. Character A holds the seed, a look of annoyance on his face. You need to plant the seed, get it to sprout, and continue to look after it until it becomes the god tree. It's an annoying item, but this is much better than it falling into the wrong hands. His eyes reflect a deep concern. The other man asks why Lee Hyun-wook looks so serious, reminding him that they destroyed the source of deterioration. He adds that he knows how to level up now too, and they just have to take down the last source now. The man states that it won't be easy. A monstrous figure looms, wreathed in flames. Lee Hyun-wook observes that there's another boss monster. The man explains that other monsters, who have been hesitant this whole time, will come flooding down too. A portal spews forth a horde of monsters. The man says that they can't just worry about the gate anymore, and Seoul will be flooded with monsters soon. And Park Junmo. The man tells Corporal Park Junmo to keep the fact that he can level up a secret. The man looks intently at Lee Hyun-wook. If someone asks, say that you received a skill by completing a mission. The figure wonders why they should. The other figure states that it is because they are not strong enough yet, and if people find out that they can level up. The figure continues, saying that every organization of every country and every guild will come for them, so they should wait until they are strong enough. The figure is shown with a bloody face, screaming. The figure warns that they'll kill you if they can't have you. A close-up of the figure's face shows their wide eyes. A visual effect of swirling purple energy is displayed. A cityscape is shown with the same purple energy in the sky. A figure is shown grabbing their shirt. A crowd of people is shown, with one figure shouting for everyone to prepare. It is announced that monsters will appear in areas without gates from here on out, and the platoon leader is ordered to attack. The figure is asked to make a path for them with Lee Won-suk. It is announced that the platoon leader, Park Junmo, and Kim Kyung-jin should prepare. Besides these three, the officer ordered the soldiers to go to the temporary shelter and protect the survivors. One of the soldiers questioned if they weren't going to take part in taking down the last source of deterioration. Another soldier declared that they would go too, as fighting isn't the only duty of a soldier. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook stated that there were no players in the temporary shelters, questioning if they were going to let those survivors die. A cloaked figure vehemently disagreed. An officer commanded everyone to mount up. The officer announced that they would leave as soon as everyone was on board. Chun Myongo tried to contact Kong. A soldier asked if their request was approved. The officer stated how hard it was for him because of the request, adding that the battalion commander put his job on the line too, and that he was thankful for his obsession. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook remarked, times like these. The officer announced that they had approval from the president and could use all military armories besides. The presidential armory stands ready. Corporal Choi Young-jun's eyes widen. A player is accessing the armory. Shion Myongo emphasizes that weapons for an entire division have never been approved in the history of the AMT. A request is made to station a caster in each armory to cast a warp spell. Permission has been granted from the Zuminare Guild to access their armory as well. Choi Young-jun requests everything, a bold move according to the man beside him. Kong Seoyun of Zuminare is on the line, stating she has some high-level players they're in contact with. They're all A-rank players, and they'll be of help if they get in contact with them. Kong Seoyun urges someone to hurry. Whatever it is, it better be done fast. Choi Young-jun is confused. Character A states that they don't have much time. A mana storm is confirmed from an unidentified source, and it's growing bigger. It's about 20 times as big as a normal gate. Kong Seoyun and Choi Young-jun react to the growing threat. A voice cries out, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? A dark portal tears open in the sky, swirling with ominous energy. From the depths of the portal, a monstrous hand emerges, its claws sharp and menacing. A guttural sound echoes through the air, a prelude to the horror to come. The monstrous hand continues its descent, growing larger and more grotesque as it claws its way out of the portal. The city below begins to crumble, buildings cracking and collapsing under the unseen force emanating from the portal. The portal widens, revealing more of the monstrous entity, its form shrouded in shadow and fire. The city skyline is now dominated by the ominous portal and the monstrous presence looming above. Soldiers stare up in terror, their faces etched with fear as they witness the unfolding catastrophe. Kong Seoyun watches with a grim expression, bracing herself for the inevitable onslaught. A fiery silhouette takes shape within the portal, its glowing red eyes promising destruction. The city is consumed by fire, reduced to a smoldering ruin as the monstrous entity descends. The monstrous entity continues to manifest, its presence warping the very air around it. The creature's form solidifies against the backdrop of a blood-red sky, its power palpable. A proclamation appears, the king. The text continues, revealing that Beelzebub is attempting to enter this dimension, enraged at losing his gatekeeper to hell. The soldier, Choi Young-jun, speaks with a concerned expression. I don't distrust you, but can you really do it? The ominous message reappears. His advent is delayed due to the incomplete deterioration. The monstrous entity rides within a swirling vortex of fire and darkness. Its grotesque form looms, a harbinger of destruction. Lying prone, Character A is seen from above. The countdown continues. Time until his advent. 6 hours 12 minutes and 21 seconds. Character A's eyes burn with determination. We can do it. I'll be the one. The words appear to end the soul wave. The art room is quiet, save for the scratching of charcoal on canvas. Teacher Youngjun sits before an easel, focused on his work. A voice echoes, questioning if he's really going off to the army. Another asks if he's going to be fighting monsters. Children look up with excitement, imagining leveling up like a game. Someone scoffs, dismissing the army as a joke. A voice declares that they're going off to protect little brats like them. A desperate plea echoes, protect us, huh? Then, a haunting question rises from the darkness. Why didn't you protect us? The scene shifts to a nightmarish landscape teeming with grotesque monsters. Soldiers clash against the monstrous horde, a desperate battle for survival unfolding. A soldier's face is etched with horror, the brutal reality of the fight crashing down upon him. A gasp escapes someone's lips, a silent scream in the face of overwhelming terror. He is asked if he's all right, Sergeant Youngjun. The sergeant clutches his head, disoriented. Where am I? Before that, what happened to the kids? They all died, except one. A grotesque monster stands amidst the carnage, its fangs bared. Youngjun's eyes widen in horror. What? What did that stupid-ass Lee Hyun-wook do? It was a surprise ambush. He couldn't do much. Anyway, about the current situation. The soldier stands guard, weapon raised, as Youngjun looks on with a grim expression. Purple energy crackles around the monstrous figure. The monsters advance, their forms blurred by speed. The creatures descend upon them, claws extended. A surge of purple lightning erupts as the monsters unleash their power. The soldier and Sergeant Youngjun are caught in the blast, their fate uncertain. They'll catch up to us soon, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. We have no time. Get them off of us. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook prepares to face the onslaught. We have to get to the rendezvous on time. A grotesque monster lunges forward, claws extended. You think you can mess with us? The monster is struck, blood splattering across the scene. See that? It's Lee Won-suk, the future ace of this squad. A powerful strike lands, bathed in golden light. The convoy speeds onward, determined to reach their destination. Lee Won-suk delivers a decisive blow, felling another monster. A figure strikes down at a monstrous creature with a sword, sparks flying from the impact. A burst of energy crackles in the air. A warrior with crimson hair stands ready, clad in armor. A warning declares that the king of hell, Beelzebul, is attempting to enter this dimension, but his advent is delayed due to incomplete deterioration. Energy crackles intensely. A monstrous entity rides amidst flames and dark energy. The demonic entity looms over a cityscape, a portal of fire swirling nearby. The countdown to Beelzebul's arrival continues, 5 hours 32 minutes and 12 seconds. A box is opened in a dimly lit room. The text indicates that A-rank players are gathering. A man clutches his head, exclaiming about the third source of deterioration. One figure demands booze, while another apologizes. The man's eyes widen, his hands raised in a desperate plea. Bring me my booze. A hand points towards a cardboard box filled with bottles. It's over there. He tips his head back, chugging straight from a bottle. A soldier watches, aghast, as the man drinks. The soldier questions his drinking habits. You're about to go to battle. Should you really be drinking? The soldier's words hang in the air, unanswered. The man turns away, a determined look on his face. No, I'm going in alone. He continues, his voice low and intense. Do you know why I always go in alone? Ever since I became an A-rank. The soldier looks up, confused. The man's expression hardens, his eyes glinting. All of you are too slow and get in my way. He finishes, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness. That's why I go in alone, and you guys don't get it. How scary it is. But, to protect someone. Sergeant Choi Youngjun sprints forward, his sword raised, a grim determination etched on his face. He cleaves through the monstrous horde, his blade a blur of motion. The monsters fall before him, their forms dissolving into sprays of dark ichor. His sword sings a song of death, each swing a testament to his resolve. Meanwhile, Private Choi Taeyong shouts after him, his voice laced with disbelief. Where are you going, Sergeant Choi? You can't leave the formation. Ignoring the call, Sergeant Choi continues his charge, now drenched in the blood of his enemies. He snarls. You piece of shit, laying your hands on my precious babies. Shut the fuck up. He slams into the ground, but his resolve remains unbroken. I'm going to do what needs to be done, so clear a path. He shouts in anger, his voice echoing through the room. Sergeant Choi Youngjun. Damn it. Ever since losing all of his students in a previous operation, Choi Youngjun avoids working in teams and sticks to working alone. A man who still suffers from his trauma? A chaotic scene unfolds, filled with blood and monstrous figures, hinting at the horrors of the past. A monstrous wolf-like creature stands amidst the carnage, its jaws dripping with blood. The battlefield is littered with bodies, a testament to the brutal conflict. A lone figure stands surrounded by monstrous jaws, facing an impossible situation. The cloaked figure stands within the maw of a monstrous beast. He is covered in blood, the air thick with the metallic tang of it. The beast's massive teeth loom over him. A man with orange hair and glasses crouches, concern etched on his face. You alright, kid? He asks. A young boy looks up, his eyes wide with fear. The man with orange hair reaches out, his voice gentle. Don't cry. He looks around at the carnage, his expression hardening. Where are the others? He turns back to the boy, his voice laced with concern. Kid, where are you parents? The man's eyes widen in horror. No way. A hand reaches out, as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. The man with auburn hair looks on, a soft "oh" escaping his lips. He furrows his brow, concern etched on his face. Kid, are you okay? A hand gently rests on a head, a gesture of comfort or perhaps restraint. A horrifying visage flashes before his eyes, a grotesque mask of terror. A trembling hand reaches out, fingers twitching with remembered trauma. Clutching his head, Sergeant Choi is overwhelmed by the resurfacing memories. Fuck, damn it, the memories again. A scream tears through the air, a raw expression of pain and fear. Falling through the air amidst a shower of debris, Sergeant Choi plummets towards the ground. The sound of the impact echoes, a sickening crunch of bone and stone. A voice cries out, desperate and panicked. Sergeant Choi, you can't leave formation during an operation. The man with auburn hair stares at the falling figure, a question forming on his lips. Who is that kid? Usually staying far from kids, saying that they scare you, Lee Hyun-wook is seen carrying a child. Lee Hyun-wook declares that they are taking this child with them, as he has nobody to protect him. The figure with spiky blue hair argues that it's not right to send him to a shelter alone. They cannot. The figure emphasizes that they are facing the king of the demons, Beelzebul, and cannot fight him and protect this kid at the same time. Lee Hyun-wook shouts his refusal. Lee Hyun-wook refuses the other's refusal, stating that the shelters aren't safe anymore. The figure with spiky blue hair argues that sending this kid to the shelter alone might be the same thing as killing him. The figure asks if the danger is not apparent. A monstrous figure is shown, with a text box stating that if they don't take down the last source of deterioration, Seoul is going to fall, and its people with it. Lee Hyun-wook states that all the A ranks are gathering, so it'll be safe there. The figure with spiky blue hair questions if he is wrong. There it is, that's stubbornness. The figure with spiky blue hair thinks that nothing will get through to Lee Hyun-wook when it comes to kids. He pauses, clutching the child closer. The boy needs to let go of him, but he hesitates. Wait. Fine, we'll take him with us. Choi Youngjin states, but I have one condition. We'll only take him to the rendezvous point, and you'll solely be in charge of taking care of the kid. Choi Youngjin raises a finger. One last thing. You have to follow my every order until we finish dealing with the soul wave. The brown-haired man sighs, clearly annoyed. Yes sir. Choi Youngjin continues, or not later. Every order. Every order. No exceptions. The man relents, raising his hands in exasperation. Fine, I'll listen, you annoying bastard. Choi Youngjin declares, we'll get moving then. The child pleads, kid, you need to let go of me. The brown-haired man walks away, carrying the child, with Choi Youngjin following behind. Choi Youngjin thinks to himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Great. This takes care of controlling Choi Youngjin for a while. A fiery horizon blazes. Thick, crimson tendrils writhe. A figure is impaled from behind, blood spraying. A magical circle glows beneath clawed feet. The impaled figure lies defeated, a walkie-talkie nearby. A bloody hand reaches out. A voice crackles over the comms. All A-rank players and above are to move to the rendezvous point. Chu Gyong, conquest team leader of the Great Mountain Guild, smirks. Clawed feet descend, the sound of impact echoing. Orcs stand victorious over the fallen. A voice scoffs, huh? What a joke. An emergency gathering. Are there even players left? Who can make it there? Idiots. Chu Gyong grinds his heel into a walkie-talkie. Nothing will go. His face fills the view, a grotesque grin stretching across his features. Emerald light blazes from his eyes, promising malice. A voice booms, laced with triumph. According to your plans. The steel company has arrived, and Lee Hyun-wook is apparently 2 meters tall. The soldiers wonder if the source of deterioration has truly been eliminated. They realize there must be more of them. The steel company stands ready. The soldiers report for duty. Lee Hyun-wook's boss praises his work, saying he believed in him. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook declares that this isn't over yet. The two stand together. A close-up of the boss's eyes. A guttural roar echoes through the chamber. A hulking, green-skinned monster towers over the scene, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. Soldiers scramble for position, their faces grim as they prepare to face the threat. A soldier shouts, everyone, prepare for battle. The soldiers brace themselves, weapons raised, ready to defend against the approaching horde. The soldiers stand ready, weapons trained on the unseen enemy. Cheon Myongo yells, everyone stop, that's an ally. The sound of boots echoes on the stone floor. A tense silence hangs in the air as the soldiers hesitate. A chaotic scene unfolds, with soldiers and monsters intermingled in a deadly dance. Cheon Myongo continues, hey, stop messing around. I was just checking to see how ready your troops are. The soldiers murmur, questioning the situation as Cheon Myongo observes. The man with the scarred face sneers, his eyes narrowed. He declares that the military is simply where they train their players. The blue-haired man remains silent, but the tension in the air is palpable. It's annoying if you army brats mess with our work. The scarred man, identified as Chu Kaiyong, is accused of insulting the military. He is asked if he is insulting the military. The blue-haired man remains silent, his expression unreadable. Chu Kaiyong retorts, his voice laced with menace. He asks if they want him to show them what a real insult is, threatening to make them lose all their men. The blue-haired man is being held back by another man, who tells him not to look because it's filthy. The scarred man, Chu Kaiyong, responds, suggesting they should think of it as a blessing that the military isn't allowed to hurt civilians. Chu Kaiyong continues to taunt, asking why they don't just admit that they're scared. The blue-haired man is asked what he is doing. The blue-haired man is questioned about representing his guild, and if his actions should be interpreted as the position of the Great Mountain Guild. Chu Kaiyong demands to know who the blue-haired man is, questioning what makes him think a random soldier can butt in. Another man defends the blue-haired man, stating that he was key in getting rid of the source of deterioration in Seoul. A voice declares that someone will be commanding the operation to eliminate the final source of deterioration. Chu Kaiyong's face contorts in disbelief. He questions the sanity of putting an enlist in command. The man in black explains that there are 3 gates in Gangbuk, Gangnam, and Gangseo, which opened in response to the King of Hell. The man in black continues, stating that after a set time, the 3 gates will combine into one, and they believe that's when Beelzebul will arrive. A holographic display shows the 3 gates hovering over a cityscape, connected by streams of energy. The man in black states that to fight this, the AMT Player Alliance will arm themselves with holy weapons. Chu Kaiyong suggests bombarding each gate with holy magic. Chu Kaiyong is rebuked by the man in black, who tells him to get out of here with that half-assed bombarding idea. The man in black continues, stating that the plan will only hold the King of Hell back. Chu Kaiyong demands to know if they have a plan to kill that thing or not, his expression intense. He states that with the resources they currently have, they cannot. Chu Kaiyong points a finger, exclaiming that the other man is a crazy bastard and questioning his audacity. Someone asks if they really want to die, questioning the decision to summon high-level players without a plan. Another voice urges him to calm down and listen to what he has to say. Chu Kaiyong is told that he doesn't talk for show. Character A explains that there's no way to kill the main body of the King of Hell on the other side of the gate. Someone suggests that they can still do damage against the body parts that came across to Seoul. Chu Kaiyong asks if they really can't kill him, but can mutilate him, then asks what they will achieve and if that is even possible. Character A states that they have seen parts of the body that have exposed bone due to his incomplete body. Character A explains that they can limit its movement with magic bombardment, and if high-ranking players concentrate their attacks on that area, they can chop off its limbs and stop its advent, getting rid of the deterioration too. Someone adds that if they destroy the core on top of that, someone declares that they will be the first in history to conquer a wave. The man with the buzz cut considers the situation. That seems possible, he thinks. The way you defeat a wave isn't by killing the boss, but by destroying the core, which causes the deterioration. Choi Youngjin continues, but there is a problem. Not one of the A-rank players. The man wonders if it's still possible. Who we need to destroy the core showed up. The spiky-haired man looks at a holographic display. It's possible, he thinks. Lee Won-suk scoffs. Easier said than done. Has the gate system ever allowed attacking monsters that easily? Choi Youngjin asks what they should do, for example. The man wonders if there is anything that lets them attack all 3 areas at once. Another man stands with his arms crossed, listening intently. Lee Won-suk insists that the protagonist has no experience in this at all. Whether it's the arm or the head, the system will make it much harder to beat once they do anything. Choi Youngjin questions the statement. Things like experience really don't matter with this kid. The spiky-haired man is the one who cleared the Red Gate and Seoul Station. Lee Won-suk says that he is as an F rank, no less. One of the orcs scoffs, suggesting that someone is lying because it's becoming too obvious. 2 soldiers stand guard in front of a military truck. Attacking all 3 targets is difficult. The man asks if the other person knows why only 1 A rank showed up. The red-haired man wonders what is up with the other person, questioning if he doesn't know something. The blue-haired man says that he knows. The red-haired man states that it's obvious, wondering if the others have hidden away or died already. The red-haired man says that there's no other option besides attacking all 3 at once, so he'll take one himself. The red-haired man tells the others to figure out a way to get the rest somehow, wondering what they can say if he steps up and takes 1 area himself. The red-haired man declares that it's his job to take them all out one by one once they're spread out. The red-haired man asks if the other person is scared to attack with their measly units. Someone says not to worry, declaring that they'll take command as the representative of the Great Mountain Guild. The other person feels safer already. A character states that they got him. He grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. You can't back out now. Active participation was promised by team leader Chu Kaiyong. The response was simple. Great. He continued. As you said, we'll proceed with this simultaneous attack then. Chu Kaiyong affirmed. You promised, as the face of Great Mountain. Chu Kaiyong seemed to hesitate, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Huh? Wait, I feel like this isn't Dash. The man with glowing blue eyes stated. In return, we'll decide who goes where. A surge of energy crackled in the air. A massive, pulsating structure dominated the skyline. In Gangbuk, a squad of soldiers moved with purpose. A voice declared, Team 1, ready to attack. The massive structure loomed over Gangnam as the team prepared to strike. Teams 2 and 3 are declared ready for the assault. The monstrous entity is also prepared to strike. Troops advance towards Gangseo. Awaiting the order to move out, the team stands ready. Strike Team A, assigned to Gangseo, is comprised of Chu Kaiyong, Lee Min-hee, Lee Hyun-wook, and Kim Si-hee. Lee Hyun-wook's team readies themselves. A voice wonders if they will be okay by themselves. Strike Team B, assigned to Gangbuk, consists of platoon leader Seo Yunha, Sergeant Choi Youngjun, and Corporal Park Junmo. An unknown voice tells them to listen to the soldiers here. The speaker warns them not to get separated from the adults. Finally, the Gangnam district will be taken by Team C, who will take Beelzebul's left arm. Someone exclaims that Han Tae-san, the S-rank Fist King, is in Seoul. The soldier questions why they haven't seen Han Tae-san until now. A trustworthy source claims that the Fist King will return from his training within an hour. On top of that, the gate he will return from will open in Gangnam. Chu Kaiyong's companion wonders who the trustworthy source is, realizing it's his own memory. He recalls seeing something over and over in the report of the Soul Wave. The report shows a monstrous figure surrounded by swirling energy. The records of the Fist King are displayed on a tablet. The man recalls that someone single-handedly continued to fight against the King of Hell. Thanks to that, he now has a lot of information about the King of Hell. He wants someone to take care of the bombardments. Commander. Chu Kaiyong asks if his plan is really fine. The man doesn't like this. He thinks Chu Kaiyong is a sly bastard who won't hesitate to throw his own men under the bus to achieve what he wants. He does make sense, but his plan, he doesn't trust him. The protagonist knows he's considered all of that while creating this plan. That's why he put him in the same team as him, to keep an eye on him. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is called out. Chu Kaiyong thanks him and apologizes. The protagonist feels terrible for putting all these burdens on him. He thought to himself that he had many opportunities to grow through all of this. The protagonist resolved to try his best to defeat this wave. A scarred man smirked. The scarred man shouted, "Team." Character A commanded to fire everything. A blinding light erupted. Soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire. The sound of the attack echoed. Golden projectiles streaked through the air. A monstrous figure loomed in the distance. The monster was engulfed in explosions. The barrage continued, lighting up the sky. Golden streaks of energy tear through the air, illuminating the ravaged cityscape. A fiery explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path with intense heat and blinding light. More streaks of energy converge, culminating in another devastating explosion that shakes the very foundations of the city. A voice booms out, ordering, "Platoon leader, take Sergeant Kim Si-hee and Private Kim Kyung-jin and move to Point P." The cloaked figure acknowledges the order, responding, "Yeah, take care." Another command echoes through the comms. "Team B, move in." Sergeant Kim Si-hee gazes upward, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination as she beholds the towering form of a monstrous entity. A soldier confirms their movement, stating simply, "Moving." The cloaked figure stands amidst the chaos, surrounded by grotesque monsters, his gaze unwavering. A voice crackles over the radio. "Team Leader Chu and I will move closer to the gate together. There are lots of monsters nearby, so please move quietly." Two figures converse, one stating, "Of course there are lots of monsters." His eyes narrow, a question forming in his mind. "Team Leader Chu?" A surge of red energy crackles in the air. The monstrous Mogley brings his massive foot down, crushing the ground beneath him. He looks up, a flicker of shock in his blue eyes. Chu Kaiyong grins, his eyes gleaming with malice. A show-off F-rank soldier died in one strike during the mission. How unfortunate. Dust and debris rain down as the battle rages on. Mogley stands over him, but a blade pierces his back. Chu Kaiyong sneers, "I really hate being stabbed in the back." Chu Kaiyong's eyes burn with hatred as he plunges the knife deeper. The blade finds its mark. Looking up in disbelief, he grits his teeth. "But you really move as expected, Chu Kaiyong." Chu Kaiyong's face twists into a cruel smile. Chu Kaiyong's voice drips with venom. "You think you'll get away with this?" 1 month prior, at the Bundang-oo Park gate, a soldier's face contorts in terror. A monstrous hand, claws gleaming, emerges from the shadows. A hulking, bear-like monster roars, its eyes burning with savage intent. The beast lunges, its massive claws tearing through the air. A brutal strike lands, sending blood and gore flying. The bear-like monster continues its rampage, leaving a trail of carnage in its wake. Standing amidst the fallen, the monster reigns supreme. A sinister voice cackles, "Human bait is the best. There's nothing better to get monsters to gather." One of the soldiers exclaims, "You're here, Team Leader Chu Kaiyong." "Thank Y-" Chu Kaiyong replies, "Yeah, sure." Chu Kaiyong and his comrade engage the monsters in a fierce battle. The sinister voice from before grumbles, "So annoying. Human bait always works best, but it's so annoying with so many people watching." A green-skinned monster, teeth bared, lunges at a bear-like creature wreathed in fiery energy. More of the green-skinned monsters swarm the fiery bear, their crude weapons raised. Lee Hyun-wook scowls, muttering that he doesn't care about the lava bear's territory. The hunter's expression shifts, a predatory grin spreading across his face. He declares that he's interested in the monsters. One of the green-skinned monsters grapples with the lava bear, its claws digging into the creature's fiery hide. The horde of green-skinned monsters continues their assault. Another green-skinned monster unleashes a torrent of fire upon the lava bear, intensifying the inferno surrounding it. The air crackles with energy as the battle rages. The green-skinned monster clamps its jaws around the lava bear's head, a surge of energy flowing between them. Lee Hyun-wook watches with keen interest as the green-skinned monsters overwhelm the lava bear. A screen displays the words, "Tamer skill. Monster breaking was successful." Chu Kyong raises a hand wreathed in golden energy, a sinister grin on his face. Chu Kyong's expression is one of manic glee. A pouch hangs from Chu Kyong's belt, glowing with the same golden energy. Another screen displays, "Tamer skill, dominance training." The monster now accepts the skill caster as its master. Chu Kyong reaches out to touch a massive, red-furred beast, a green glow emanating from its paw. In his past life, Chu Kyong led a monster army that rivaled mid-sized guilds. Chu Kyong stands among his monstrous army, a lava bear towering behind him. Chu Kyong was regarded as the A-rank player that was closest to becoming an S-rank. A city lies in ruins, consumed by flames. But after the soul wave was over, nobody could find where he disappeared to. Dragons soar through the ruined city, their forms wreathed in dark energy. A figure stands amidst swirling flames, their expression unsettling. The text speaks of a necromancer who could control a monster army after disappearing. A man in a cap smiles at a woman with long, straight hair in the rain. A view of a city in ruins, with monsters lurking in the shadows. The question hangs in the air, how are these two related? Did Chu Kyong awaken as a necromancer? The title Steel-Eating Player is displayed. The title of the work is presented. A monstrous figure with orange hair and green skin stands menacingly. A character with spiky blue hair looks up in shock or determination. A smiling man with red hair and glowing blue eyes is surrounded by shadowy figures. The text recounts the unfortunate death of a show-off F-rank soldier during a mission. The text reads, "But you really?" He moves as expected, Chu Kyong. "You think you'll get away with this?" The man's eyes widen in fury. Metal bending. The figure slashes at a monstrous opponent. He moves through the ruined city. Other A-rankers like this too. Was this ordered by Great Mountain? Or is this all you? The figure stands amidst a group of monsters. "Oh, looky here. What? You think you can handle me if I'm acting alone?" Chu Kyong says, "I'm Chu Kyong. You think I'm one to be held back by my affiliation like you playing soldier? But you seem to know more than you should. That is even more reason for you to die." He is surrounded. An orc towers over him, weapon raised, ready to strike. The cloaked figure remains unfazed, his stance firm despite the overwhelming odds. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. Another orc lunges forward, its crude blade aimed to cleave. Blurring into motion, he dodges the clumsy strike, the air whistling where he once stood. He moves with impossible speed. The orcs, a green tide of muscle and rage, press in from all sides. With a swift, brutal strike, he silences one of the beasts, his blade a silver flash in the dim light. He leaps into the air, a dark silhouette against the gloom. The remaining orcs watch, their primitive minds struggling to comprehend the speed and ferocity of their foe. "I'll just have to beat your intentions out of you then," he roars, his voice echoing through the cavern. His blade gleams, ready to deliver a final, decisive blow. A figure with a metallic arm strikes another, sparks flying from the point of impact. The wielder of the metallic arm grits his teeth, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. His opponent, face contorted in rage, demands, "But how? You think you can handle me if I don't have my monsters?" A monstrous beast, wreathed in red energy, prepares to strike. Another figure leaps into the fray, sword raised high, ready to cleave through the chaos. The red-haired man is struck by the metallic arm, the force of the blow sending him reeling. A pained grunt escapes his lips. The blue-haired man is struck by a beam of searing energy, the impact throwing him back. The monstrous beast looms, surrounded by fiery debris. The figure with the ponytail plummets through the air, surrounded by falling rocks. The figure continues to fall, the sound of their descent echoing in the air. The figure unleashes a beam of energy against the monstrous beast. A narrator's voice states, "I haven't seen any special abilities from him besides his monster control until now." A monstrous figure plummets from above, hurtling towards a smaller figure on the ground. Surrounded by grotesque green monsters, a figure with spiky blue hair falls through the air. A voice wonders if he is only able to control monsters because he hasn't awakened yet. The blue-haired figure is seen in close-up, as the voice questions if he is not the necromancer. The blue-haired figure stands, his expression unreadable. Lee Hyun-wook, his face contorted in anger, demands to know what the figure is, stating he's definitely not an F-ranker. The narration describes the necromancer as an out-of-level growth character who quickly grew in notoriety due to their explosive growth. A voice asks why someone is acting like such a loser. The narration states that Chu Kyong must know about the growth potential of F-ranks. Two figures are shown, one with red eyes. Lee Hyun-wook declares that if the figure is trying so hard to kill him by going as far as to hide his rank, then there really is something to him. Lee Hyun-wook, his eyes glowing with green energy, Thinks it's going to feel like a job half done if he just kills the figure and gets it over with. A close-up of Lee Hyun-wook's metallic arm is shown, as he says he's sure the figure will spill everything with an arm gone. The monstrous figure attacks the smaller figure with a sword. The blue-haired figure looks up, his eyes wide with surprise, and exclaims, what's that? He is suddenly set upon by a massive, fur-covered beast. A text bubble reveals that Chu Kyong has a fragment of Mogley too. A group of goblins surrounds Chu Kyong, closing in. The monster's massive claws reach for him. A figure with red hair orders, cut him. The figure continues, wait. I have information regarding the villain quest. The figure exclaims, I have key information regarding the King of Hell that's required to clear that quest. Lying on the ground, Chu Kyong thinks, now, take the bait. If you're the villain, I'm sure this information would be really appealing to you. A man with red hair and a cap wonders what the villain quest is. Lee Hyun-wook is lying on the ground, seemingly injured. A cloaked figure stands before a group of people, seemingly giving orders. The cloaked figure thinks about the villain alliance and their goals, questioning if the person they are after is truly a villain or a necromancer. Lee Hyun-wook wonders why they are killing people if it's not for the villain quest. Lee Hyun-wook questions why someone is getting in the way of conquering this wave. The cloaked figure states that they want him for themselves. A monster is shown with a bright light surrounding it. The red-haired man states that the guild master told him to do what he wants, so he has no reason to stand back. The red-haired man asks why he should stop the descent and declares that he'll take the King of Hell for himself. Lee Hyun-wook calls someone a bastard. Lee Hyun-wook says that someone should have a reason, even if it's not a proper one, and accuses them of killing people just because they're getting in their way. Mogley wonders why he shouldn't kill. He continues, reasoning that monsters are killing each other in this insane world, and he should take every opportunity to kill whatever could kill him. Kobe shouts that Mogley isn't the necromancer. A sword impales a goblin. A large sword impales multiple figures. A visual effect fills the panel. Mogley yells for Fail not to go. A spear impales an orc. The text reads, Spear of Achilles, open. A character with a spear faces an orc. A spear with lightning effects is activated. The text reads, Cloudblade, Dark Hand of the Cloud Master. A monstrous figure is engulfed in crackling blue lightning. A foot clad in a dark boot steps down onto a hard surface. A spear is wreathed in arcs of electric blue energy. The spear is held aloft, ready for battle. Debris rains down around the battlefield. Chu Kyong, his face contorted in rage, demands, You bastard, just what are you? Character A scoffs. A piece of trash like you cannot be the necromancer. Character A continues, I have no need for a pig like you with no information. Blue lightning crackles and explodes against the city skyline. A building is struck by a concentrated bolt of lightning. More debris falls as the city crumbles. A figure surveys the ruined cityscape, muttering, Where'd my house go? He grits his teeth, veins bulging in his forehead as he roars, You dare, destroy my house. A line of soldiers, clad in dark armor, prepare their holy cannon. Second line, Holy cannon, reload. One shouts. The soldiers reload the cannon. One questions, Can we really break that though? Another soldier points towards the city, shouting, Yes, sir. Look over there. Character A's rage intensifies. You bastard, he screams. The cannon begins to fire, energy crackling around its core. A massive beam of energy erupts from the cannon, tearing through the air towards the city. The energy surges, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The energy beam intensifies, the air shimmering with heat. The destructive power of the beam is immense, capable of leveling anything in its path. The soldiers watch in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of fear and awe. The energy beam slams into the city, causing a massive explosion that obliterates buildings and sends debris flying. The city lies in ruins, reduced to rubble and ash. He plummets through the air, engulfed in a vortex of fire and debris. Character A's voice booms with fury. You broke my house, so now I'm going to break you. Bathed in crackling blue energy, Character A stands amidst the storm. Character A declares that he has no need for a pig like the other person who has no information. Chu Kyong's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Chu Kyong wonders if he has been taken for a fool, finding the situation cute. Character A calls him a fool. Character A stands with a questioning look. He reels back, eyes wide with shock as an unseen force slams into him. A massive, chain-like tentacle whips through the air, leaving a trail of shattered debris in its wake. The force of the blow sends him hurtling through the air, a helpless projectile against the creature's might. His mind races, struggling to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming assault. When did he? How did? Something that big got so close without making any noise? The attacker reveals itself, a grotesque monstrosity of flesh and metal, its tendrils crackling with raw energy. The chain-like tentacle continues its relentless assault, aiming to crush its prey. A voice shouts out, Hey, soldier boy. Another man observes, his face grim. Observe. See why the world thinks I'm as powerful as a medium-sized guild. The monstrous tentacle continues its descent, a harbinger of destruction. He faces the hulking, green-skinned monster, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The impact sends tremors through the air. Thrown back by the force of the blow, character A struggles to regain his footing. The monster roars, its green eyes glowing with savage fury. The monster swings a massive, spiked club, the air whistling as it descends. Character A narrowly dodges the blow, the club smashing into the ground where he stood moments before. The club connects with something, sending a spray of blood into the air. The monster's attack connects, striking character A in the head, sparks flying from the impact. Are both people and monsters disposable tools to him? Meanwhile, a mechanical, centipede-like creature tears through a building, its metallic body glinting in the dim light. The mechanical horror continues its rampage, reducing the building to rubble. Elsewhere, 3 figures stand silhouetted in a doorway, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. A monstrous creature with glowing green eyes looms. A figure stands on a rooftop, overlooking the city. A blue-haired warrior cleaves through a horde of grotesque monsters, their blood painting the scene. The warrior continues the assault, a blade of pure blue energy cutting through the air. The blue glow intensifies around the sword, promising further devastation. The blade hums with power, ready to strike again. The warrior stands amidst the carnage, a silent testament to their strength. A close-up reveals the details of a uniform. A voice declares, "The army is a joke nowadays. They shouldn't lie this much. They said he was an F rank, so I took him to be a crank at most." He had shredded orc and ogre armies. He even blocked the tentacle of one of the strongest ancient beasts, Gicalopterus. Fuck, he must be an A rank at the least. Chu Kaiyong thought it was weird that such a weakling had so much sway. He continued, "You bastards. But oh no, I'm still Chu Kaiyong. You think a single A-rank soldier can withstand the might of me?" A booming voice commands, "Monsters, assemble." From the shadows, grotesque monsters materialize within the city, their forms wreathed in sickly green energy. The cloaked figure watches, his expression unreadable. A hulking, tusked beast snarls, its eyes glowing with malevolent green light. The city is now teeming with a monstrous horde, their numbers overwhelming the skyline. Another monstrous figure emerges, its claws crackling with destructive energy. Chu Kaiyong throws his arms wide, a manic grin splitting his face. "Let me show you firsthand why they call me the A-rank closest to being an S-rank. Let me see you struggle amongst my sea of monsters." Character A's eyes narrow, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Damn, did he call in all the monsters he controls? A monstrous silhouette looms, its form radiating an ominous red glow. A voice echoes, "I have no intention of fighting every single one of them." The cloaked figure clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. "I'm going to go for the kill here." Chu Kaiyong's laughter rings out, laced with arrogance. "Quahaha, so you're not stupid, huh?" Chu Kaiyong, eyes narrowed, sneers. "You think you can end all this by getting me, the commander?" He retorts with a dismissive, "How cute." Character A descends from above, twin blades glinting in the dim light of the city. The air crackles with energy as he plummets towards his target. Swords clash, sparks flying as character A engages Chu Kaiyong. The city skyline looms in the background as the battle intensifies. Chu Kaiyong smirks. "Do you think I got this far just because I can control a few monsters?" He continues, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're the idiot. You have no idea how to control Moglai, do you?" Chu Kaiyong's expression shifts to one of surprise. His eyes widen, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he mutters, "What?" Character A's sword crackles with blue energy. Character A prepares to strike, the blade poised to deliver a decisive blow. A surge of blue energy crackles through the air, signaling the start of a devastating attack. The force of the blow sends Chu Kaiyong hurtling backward, surrounded by shattered stone and the lingering glow of the magical assault. A ring of pure blue energy expands outward, the air shimmering with displaced power. Character A's eyes narrow, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "And what I aimed for." The cloaked figure mutters, "Wasn't you?" Chu Kaiyong is struck again, the force of the blow twisting his body as he's sent crashing through the air. Another wave of blue energy erupts, the air vibrating with raw power. The blue energy slams into Chu Kaiyong, sending him sprawling across the cracked stone floor. The air crackles with the residual energy of the attack. Character A holds aloft a spear wreathed in blue flames, the weapon radiating immense power. Chu Kaiyong, enraged, shouts, "You bastard! Do you even know what that is? How dare you lay your hands on it?" His face contorted with rage, Chu Kaiyong bellowed, demanding that whatever character A held be brought to him immediately. Character A held up a small brown bag, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He knew it well, he thought, the inventory bag of all the monsters' hearts. Chu Kaiyong's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, questioning how character A had managed to collect them. Character A stood amidst the rubble, his expression unreadable. Before a horde of monsters, character A warned that if he released them now, hundreds of monsters would go on a rampage. Chu Kaiyong, his voice laced with desperation, exclaimed that they would both die if he did. Character A's gaze narrowed. "We?" he questioned, his voice dangerously soft. Character A continued, stating that he didn't think he was their target, implying that Chu Kaiyong was. The horde of monsters loomed, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monsters were ready to be unleashed. A monstrous face, teeth bared, awaited its prey. Chu Kaiyong's face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide with fear as he realized the gravity of the situation. He looms over Chu Kaiyong, a dark figure against the backdrop of the city. Character A states, "Wait. Let's be realistic here. Can you even take down the King of Hell without me?" Character A holds out a glowing object in his hand. He muses, "Well, I can try, but before anything else, I don't work with people who stab others in the back." Chu Kaiyong's expression hardens. He barks, "Fuck. You lied to me about being an F rank, too." Character A's face is shadowed as he justifies his actions. "That's just how humans are. We lie, steal, and kill each other. That's just human nature." Chu Kaiyong raises a hand, his face contorted in anger. "Bullshit. Stop talking crap." Character A retorts, his voice low and dangerous. "That's not all there is to human nature. Not everyone is like you." The glowing object pulses with light in Character A's hand, casting eerie shadows. Character A's eyes narrow, his expression intense and predatory. Chu Kaiyong screams, "No." The light from the object intensifies, bathing the scene in an unnatural glow. Character A stands silhouetted against the city skyline, surrounded by a group of indistinct figures. Chu Kaiyong lies injured, blood trickling from his head. The threat has become reality. He is struck, the force of the blow sending shards of debris flying as blood sprays from the wound. A monstrous entity, wreathed in shadow and rage, looms over the battlefield, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The weapon slashes through the air, a blur of deadly motion. Chu Kaiyong spits blood, snarling, "Ack! You bastard! You're going against your master?" The word master echoes in the air. A hulking figure towers over the scene, its presence a looming threat amidst the chaos. Another strike lands, the impact sending a fresh wave of blood into the air. The air crackles with unseen energy. Chu Kaiyong raises his shield, desperately trying to deflect the relentless assault. A dark hand reaches out, the promise of pain etched in its very form. Meanwhile, Character A prepares a barrage of magical projectiles, arcane symbols glowing with potent energy. Standing amidst towering buildings, Character A is surrounded by floating blades of pure magical force, ready to unleash devastation. Item information: name, Mogley Fragment, February 13th, Hero Grade. Effects: 1. Mass Seal and Release, 1-8. You can seal and release Mogley's mass, and it grants sturdy constitution to the user. 2. Shockwave. A strong shockwave can be released. The destructive force is proportional to the degree of mass release. Character A states, "What a fitting death for someone who treated lives like they were nothing." Elsewhere, Character A prepares a devastating attack. Character A declares, "You broke my house, so now I'm going to break you." The figure of Character A stands before a massive, swirling vortex of energy. He focuses his energy, the Mogley fragment resonating within his arm. A crimson glow emanates from his skin as the transformation begins. The arm shifts, bone and muscle contorting into a grotesque, armored form. "Arm, I don't like to drag things out," he growls, the air crackling with power. The transformed limb pulses with raw energy, ready to unleash its devastating force. "So let's end this in one go." The energy coalesces into a searing beam, cutting through the air with blinding speed. The beam intensifies, a crimson streak against the darkening sky, promising annihilation. Below, two figures watch in stunned disbelief. That skill is," one exclaims. "Huh, the S-rank Fist King, Han Tae-san." The beam slams into the earth, the impact point glowing with impossible heat. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, consuming everything in a sphere of fire and destruction. The shockwave rips through the air, distorting reality itself. Tendrils of dark energy writhe within the inferno, adding a sinister dimension to the devastation. The world is engulfed in a blinding flash, the air thick with the smell of ozone and burning earth. As the light fades, he stands amidst the ruin, his transformed arms smoking, the landscape scarred beyond recognition. The air crackles with residual energy, a chaotic blend of purple and gold. The landscape is scarred, the very ground warped by unimaginable force. A face contorted with effort, sweat beading on his brow. The power unleashed was immense, even for him. Crimson energy bleeds outwards, a spreading stain against the ravaged earth. The sky is filled with a maelstrom of debris, a testament to the sheer destructive force unleashed. Explosions continue to rip through the remains of the city, each blast echoing the magnitude of the initial attack. Buildings crumble and fall, reduced to rubble in a matter of moments. The air is thick with dust and the stench of ozone. The echoes of destruction reverberate, a symphony of chaos and ruin. The city, once a symbol of civilization, is now a graveyard of shattered dreams and broken promises. Amidst the devastation, a figure stands silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky, a lone warrior surveying the aftermath of his power. A skull rests amidst the wreckage, a silent reminder of mortality and the fragility of life. A warning appears, a chilling proclamation. King of Hell, Beelzebul's first of three thought forms. The landscape shifts, revealing a hellish vista of fire and brimstone, a glimpse into the domain of Beelzebul. A towering figure, wreathed in shadows, holds a swirling orb of purple energy. Darkness descends, punctuated by embers of light. He lies amidst the rubble, defeated. Pride has taken form and revealed itself to this world. Crimson wings emerge from the smoky haze. A face of pride, a demon with burning eyes and crimson hair. The demon's armored form looms, wreathed in shadow and sparks. A close-up reveals a man's face contorted in pain or shock. The man's expression remains one of agony. Buildings crumble as if struck by an unseen force. The destruction continues, the city falling apart. The man's face is filled with terror. Pride stands tall, a demonic figure wreathed in dark energy. A warning flashes, a skull looming over the scene. The text declares that pride, one of Beelzebul's 3 thought forms, has taken form and revealed itself to this world. The man lies amidst the rubble, defeated. A swirling portal of golden energy opens, a gateway to destruction. The city lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. A colossal figure looms in the background, its presence a chilling reminder of the devastation. His golden eyes, narrowed with a mixture of pain and fury, survey the scene of carnage. He lies amidst the rubble, defeated but not broken, the weight of the destruction pressing down on him. A voice echoes, laced with concern, wondering if anyone managed to escape the devastation. Did all the civilians in the area evacuate, or did they all die? Pride's gaze hardens, his expression resolute. Well, either way, it means there is nobody here to worry about. Elsewhere, a figure begins to glow with power, energy crackling around him as he prepares for what's to come. The energy intensifies, focusing into a point of blinding light. A voice, filled with determination, breaks the silence. It's been a while. The cloaked figure stands ready, a shield of pure energy forming in his hands, prepared to face the looming threat. The figure declares, a sense of anticipation in his voice, since I got to go all out. The energy surges, enveloping the figure in a blinding aura as he prepares to unleash his full power. He unleashes a torrent of raw energy. Character A screams, do your worst. You. Pride, caught in the blast, spits out, ugly bastard. His eyes narrow with fury. The cloaked figure continues his assault, the energy coalescing into a searing inferno. The force of the blow sends tremors through Pride's body. The demon is engulfed in flames. The energy crackles and roars. A swirling vortex of power rips open the fabric of reality. The energy surges. Pride's eyes widen in disbelief. He roars, in the middle of Seoul, in Gangnam district at that. You destroyed my hopes of having a house here. He roars, fire swirling around him. Pride declares that he will destroy his opponent, who stands before him without a care. The sound of an explosion echoes. Pride is struck by a powerful attack, sending sparks and debris flying. Below, a group of onlookers watches the battle unfold amidst the ruined cityscape. A voice booms, urging everyone not to panic. Han Tae-san declares that they need to continue supporting the Fist King as he fights, urging everyone to hold fast. Pride grits his teeth, enduring the relentless assault. Another explosion erupts as the attack continues to pummel Pride. His face contorted in pain, Pride struggles against the onslaught. He begins to glow with a strange, green light. The light intensifies, focusing on his back. Spikes erupt from his spine, tearing through his armor. His face contorts, his eyes burning with crimson light. More spikes burst forth, a grotesque display of power. The transformation continues, bones cracking and reforming. Pride unfurls massive, leathery wings, a demonic silhouette against the sky. Han Tae-san's eyes widen in disbelief. He stares, mouth agape. Wings? Is that the bastard's true form? The transformed Pride looms, a terrifying figure of immense power. A voice booms, commanding action. Choi Youngjun, you are to use the quickest sword energy to damage the King of Hell's right arm. He orders the others to widen the wound, and for Park Junmo to strike with electricity. Sergeant Choi Youngjun looks up, a flicker of alarm in his eyes. Han Tae-san, his voice laced with disbelief, asks if it's the platoon leader. Choi Youngjun barks out an order, shields to the front. Pride descends, a monstrous figure of destruction. The team braces for impact, their faces grim. The winged demon looms, its shadow falling over the battlefield. The impact shatters the ground, sending debris flying. A close-up reveals the terrifying visage of Pride. The demon's power radiates outwards, a wave of destructive energy. Pride towers over the group, an insurmountable threat. The team prepares to face the onslaught, their resolve unwavering. He commanded everyone to get behind his shield, his voice ringing with urgency. A radiant golden shield began to materialize, shimmering with protective energy. The holy dome fully formed, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Behind the shield, a figure with striking pink hair watched with an unsettling smile. A surge of pink energy crackled around the golden dome, an ominous sign of what was to come. The pink energy intensified, lightning dancing across its surface. The pink-haired figure's smile widened, a hint of madness in her eyes. The pink energy pulsed, a chaotic force ready to be unleashed. A warning appeared. Envy had taken form and revealed itself to this world. The battle was set to take place in Gangseo region, Strike Team A's designated area. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the area, signaling the start of the true conflict. A torrent of crimson energy erupts, painting the air with the scent of ozone and burning metal. The red energy intensifies, crackling with destructive power as it hurtles towards its target. Character A braces himself, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hands as he prepares to defend against the onslaught. Envy watches from above, a sinister smile playing on her lips as the attack unfolds. Her eyes gleam with malicious intent, the air around her shimmering with raw power. A warning flashes. The king of hell, Beelzebub's third thought form, gluttony, has taken form and revealed itself to this world. Han Taisen barks an order, his voice echoing with urgency. He commands the team to expand the holy protective field. Character A channels his energy, a golden aura enveloping him as he begins to erect a protective barrier. The protective field expands rapidly, intricate patterns of light weaving together to form a formidable defense. The barrier surges outward, pushing back against Envy's attack with unwavering force. The protective field fully encompasses the area, a shimmering dome of golden light standing defiant against the encroaching darkness. A surge of blue energy erupts from the ground, aimed directly at Pride. Pride's eyes widen, bracing for the impact. He retaliates, his clawed hand poised to strike. The intricate details of Pride's armor are briefly visible. A sudden, unseen force slams into Pride, sending him hurtling backward. The battle spills into the city, the skyline a distant backdrop as Pride is sent flying. A voice cries out, "Wait!" Another blow connects, Pride's face contorting in pain as he shouts, "Stop! My face!" The impact distorts the metal of his armor. The force of the attack culminates in a devastating explosion. Buildings crumble under the immense power. Pride is struck again, the force driving him downward. He crashes to the ground, defeated and battered. The demon roared, his voice echoing through the shattered landscape. "You bastard, can't you hear me?" Pride's crimson eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He snarled, "I told you to stop." Before he could react, an unseen force slammed into Pride, a blinding flash of energy erupting around him. "How dare you hit my handsome face?" he shrieked. The impact reverberated through the air, a shockwave rippling outwards. The energy intensified, a swirling vortex of power threatening to consume everything in its path. Despite the onslaught, Pride remained standing, his form silhouetted against the radiant light. Another strike landed, the force of it shaking the very foundations of the structure. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the air, the sound deafening. Pride's face contorted in rage, sweat beading on his brow as he grit his teeth. He bellowed, his voice laced with fury, "Just you wait there." The battle raged on, the city below bearing witness to the clash of titans. With a swift motion, Pride seized the cloaked figure, holding him captive. The world spins. Pride grits his teeth, a savage grin spreading across his face. "I'll get my payback, like a true man." His red eyes burn with fury. The ground rushes up to meet him. He crashes through a building, the structure exploding around him in a shower of debris. His face is bruised and bloodied, but his expression remains defiant. The air screams past him. He plummets further. The city shrinks beneath him, a dizzying panorama of concrete and steel. Pride thinks, it's fun getting to go all out for the first time in such a long time. Flames erupt around him, licking at his armor, but he seems almost invigorated by the inferno. He wonders, but does this ugly bastard ever get tired? He plummets through the sky, engulfed in a raging inferno. The air screams as he falls. Flames dance around Pride, yet he remains defiant. The sound of his descent echoes. A manic grin stretches across Pride's face as he falls, the flames reflecting in his crimson eyes. The man with the messy brown hair watches, his face a mask of disbelief. Oh, it's laughing. The laughter intensifies, a chilling sound amidst the chaos. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Pride, interrupting his descent. The impact sends him spiraling downwards once more. He crashes into the earth, a cataclysmic impact that shatters the ground. The sound of the impact reverberates. Dust and debris explode outwards from the point of impact. He stood amidst the shattered remains of the city, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. Pride snarled, "It's recovered already. Damn, that's pissing me off, little rat." A sudden, unseen force slammed into him, sending the demon sprawling. He was struck again, the impact echoing through the ruined landscape. The surrounding buildings crumbled further, pulverized by the unseen power. Spitting blood, Pride snarled, "You disgusting. Get your dirty feet off of me." The attacker's voice boomed, "Yeah, let's take this to the end, until one of us dies." The figure stood tall, a demonic silhouette against the ruined cityscape, their eyes burning with crimson light. Pride lay on the ground, defeated, the weight of the attacker pressing down on him. The blow lands with devastating force, Pride's face contorting in a mask of agony. The impact reverberates through his armored gauntlet. Pride reels, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What's that?" he gasps. Blood trickles from his lips, staining his teeth crimson. The protagonist's blade finds its mark, sparks flying as it clashes against Pride's defenses. Seizing the advantage, character A grips Pride by the throat, his fingers digging into the demon's flesh. The sword gleams, poised to strike a final, decisive blow. A voice echoes, laced with challenge. Are you powerful? The protagonist unleashes a devastating strike, the force of which cracks the very ground beneath them. The city crumbles around them, reduced to rubble by the sheer power of their clash. Pride is sent hurtling through the remains of a building, a testament to the protagonist's overwhelming strength. A surge of power crackles in the air. The cloaked figure unleashes a swift, brutal slash with his blade. Pride recoils, fury contorting his features. Japanese? What are you, a weeb? He roared. The demon's voice drips with contempt. Leave now, weakling. The cloaked figure prepares his blade, focusing his energy. One blade. He moves with blinding speed, the sword a silver blur. Pride's face is a mask of fury, his red eyes burning with hatred. The blade connects, a blinding flash of light erupting as the technique lands. The air shimmers with residual energy. A surge of purple energy explodes outward, cracking the ground beneath it. The towering figure of Pride looms over character A, who stands ready with his sword amidst the crumbling cityscape. Pride grits his teeth, sweat and dirt streaking his face as he struggles to maintain his footing. His face contorted in rage, the demon clenches his fists, preparing for another onslaught. Pride's knuckles whiten as he tightens his grip, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. Character A peers out from under his hood, a determined glint in his eye. The sword gleams, ready to be unleashed. Pride declares that the other is weaker than someone else and demands they back off. He questions if the other understands, referring to them as a foreigner. A figure stands with a question mark floating above their head, seemingly confused by Pride's words. Pride states that he doesn't appreciate it when people steal what's his and warns the other not to butt into his fight. The ruined cityscape looms in the background. Pride stands tall, his wings spread wide as he glares down at his opponent. A close-up reveals Pride's intense gaze, his red eyes narrowed with anger. Pride warns the other to stand back if they don't want to die, his voice laced with menace. The masked figure stands ready, a sword held in their hand. Pride's wings cast a dark shadow as he prepares to fight. An explosion rocks the area, signaling the start of the battle. Surrounded by crackling energy, Pride prepares to unleash his power. He unleashes a torrent of dark energy, the air crackling with malevolent power. Character A counters with a shield of roaring flames, deflecting the shadowy blast. The dark energy detonates in a violent burst, shaking the very foundations of the city. The cloaked figure remains unfazed, a low chuckle escaping his lips. Pride retaliates, unleashing another wave of dark energy. The blast slams into the city, buildings crumbling under the force of the impact. Again, he summons a surge of dark power. Enveloped in flames, character A rockets toward Pride, a fiery comet of retribution. The two forces collide, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of purple and orange energy. The flames intensify around character A's weapon, the blade glowing with searing heat. Pride unleashes another blast of dark energy. With impossible speed, he dodges the attack, weaving through the chaos with uncanny grace. The city lay in ruins, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. Purple energy streaked through the ravaged cityscape. Debris rained down as the battle's echoes faded. The air crackled with residual energy. Envy plummeted through the air, her expression a mix of shock and anger. Pride's face contorted in fury. Are you insane? He roared. Pride continued, his voice dripping with disdain. Thank your weakness, because it has saved your life twice now. The demon's threat hung heavy in the air. But if you continue, you'll be the next to go. More destruction marked the landscape. The city continued to crumble. Envy's descent continued, a silent testament to the battle's cost. Pride watched, his threat hanging in the air as Envy fell. Purple energy began to coalesce around Pride, forming intricate patterns in the air. The energy intensified, shooting upwards in concentrated streams of violet light. A dense, purple aura enveloped him, radiating outwards with palpable force. The magical energy crackled and sparked, a visible manifestation of his growing power. Pride's face contorted in a sinister grin, his eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The energy surged again, a visible pulse of raw power emanating from his core. His gaze intensified, burning with a crimson light that promised destruction. Character A's eyes widened, a flicker of alarm crossing his face as he muttered, "It got uglier." From a distance, Pride stood wreathed in power, a beacon of terrifying energy. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated malice, a promise of pain etched onto his features. Character A steeled his resolve, his gaze hardening with determination as he prepared for the coming onslaught. Pride's power reached its zenith, a swirling vortex of dark energy ready to be unleashed. He is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy, his expression grim as he prepares for the onslaught. Pride tears through the city, leaving a trail of shattered buildings in his wake. The demon's weapon crackles with energy as he continues his relentless pursuit. Buildings crumble and shatter as Pride's power devastates the landscape. The city is reduced to rubble as the chase intensifies. Debris rains down as Pride's destructive path continues. Character A races through the ruined cityscape, determined to stop the rampaging demon. Pride continues his destructive rampage, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. The ground trembles as the battle intensifies. Pride's power radiates outwards, shattering everything in his path. The environment is torn apart by the sheer force of the battle. The city lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive power of Pride. Pride thinks to himself that he is lazy, but getting persistent. Pride states that he is being made persistent. Pride thinks to himself that it has been a while. Pride prepares to strike with his sword, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Pride thinks to himself that it has been a while since he has felt this nervous. The demon prepares to strike. Pride thinks to himself about one blade and mystery. Pride stabs the void with his blade. Pride is shown with his sword. The sword is shown. Pride is shown after stabbing with his sword. The sword is shown stabbing. He pressed his attack, the blade angled to cleave through any defense. Pride swung the sword down with brutal force. The blade cut through the air, aimed at his target. Character A realized that Pride had been relying on brute force until now. Bottom text present. A sharp sound echoed as the attack missed. Bottom text present. Bottom text present. The sound of near misses continued to fill the air. Pride swung again, his movements becoming more frantic. Bottom text present. Character A realized that if Pride went berserk, he would become too dangerous. He knew he had to finish him in the next 2 attacks. An enraged voice booms out. Hey, didn't I tell you? Pride, engulfed in flames, is sent hurtling upwards. He screams, to not take what's mine. The demon is struck again by an unseen force, sending him flying further. Character A looks up, following Pride's trajectory. A voice, filled with fury, shouts, that idiot. A massive explosion erupts. Debris rains down. Pride, his face contorted in rage, demands, is he hiding something in his guts? A voice declares, I saw it. Pride is struck again, the force of the blow visible. The air crackles with energy. The buildings below are pulverized. The city crumbles under an unseen force, buildings reduced to rubble in a storm of fire and dust. Pride crosses his massive arms, a gesture of both power and impatience. Oh, it blocked. So there really is something. Pride exclaims, a note of surprise in his voice. His face contorts in disbelief, a manic grin spreading across his features. Except that one time. The devastation continues, the city a canvas of destruction painted in fiery hues. Pride glances down, his crimson gaze fixed on something below. Explosions rip through the environment, the air thick with smoke and the scent of burning metal. Again, Pride's arms cross, a silent display of his mounting frustration. The city continues to fall, a testament to Pride's overwhelming power. His face twists into a snarl, the demon's anger reaching a boiling point. Gathering dark energy, Pride prepares another attack, purple tendrils crackling around his fist. Character A lies defeated, sprawled amidst the ruins. He spits, a globule of saliva flying through the air. Character A retaliates with a swift sword strike. The blade connects, sending Pride reeling backward from the force of the blow. Blood splatters from his mouth as he gags. The cloaked figure presses the attack, his movements a blur of lethal intent. Another blow lands, the impact echoing through the chamber. Pride is sent hurtling back once more, the air rushing past him. A third strike connects, each hit compounding the damage. Character A continues his relentless assault, showing no sign of slowing. Pride is thrown through the air, a ragdoll at the mercy of his opponent's power. The cloaked figure unleashes another flurry of attacks, each one precise and devastating. Pride is struck again, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. Pride summons a massive, fiery dragon construct, its form crackling with destructive energy. The dragon unleashes a barrage of purple energy beams, tearing through the ruined landscape. Clenching his fist, Pride gathers dark energy around his hand, the air thickening with malevolent intent. Blood drips from Pride's face, his purple eyes burning with furious intensity. He stands amidst a pool of his own blood, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. More dark energy constructs rise from the ground, summoned by Pride's unwavering will. Pride stands tall, surrounded by his dark creations, a demonic warlord commanding his forces. A sinister smirk spreads across Pride's face, his purple eyes glowing with unrestrained power. Pride thinks he's a simple-minded idiot. But seeing how he's fighting against a stronger opponent with only his strength, I'll recognize your warrior spirit. Pride summons more dark energy constructs, preparing for another wave of attacks. The demon Pride takes back what he said when he called Character A weak. Pride expresses his gratitude for the rift Character A opened, stating he will be able to kill it in the next strike. Pride's expression hardens, his eyes glinting with determination. Character A plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him. Pride descends rapidly, a trail of dark energy swirling around him. One blade, extreme mystery. Character A prepares to strike, his blade glowing with an ominous light. The blade hums with power, ready to unleash its devastating force. Dark energy crackles around Pride's hand, a sign of the immense power he wields. Slashing the void, Character A unleashes a powerful strike, tearing through the fabric of reality. The blade connects, sending Pride hurtling backward with a burst of energy. Gravity blow, Pride shouts, preparing his next attack. Pride's face contorts in rage, his eyes burning with fury as he prepares to retaliate. He declares, his voice a guttural roar, that this is the end. The demon grumbles, his red eyes burning with fury, that others are coming in to take his kill, pissing him off. Pride snarls, his voice laced with venom, that he's not going to let anyone steal the final blow. Character A moves to intercept, a determined glint in his blue eyes. The king of Hell's thought forms are destroyed as Pride stands amidst the chaos. Flames erupt as the destruction continues. Pride's face is contorted in a scream. Red shards of energy scatter. A beam of light pierces the ruined city. Part of Beelzebub's forcibly descended body breaks off. The light intensifies as the body breaks apart. Pride stands over a smaller figure. How disappointing. I thought you had the warrior spirit. A voice echoes. I remember telling you to back off. Pride wonders what the other person is saying, already angered by their interference and lack of apology. Pride questions if they are being treated in such a manner. Pride warns that the other person better be strong. Pride threatens that it will hurt a lot. Elsewhere, Envy stands ready with a weapon, facing an unknown character. Purple energy crackled around Pride as blood streamed down his face. His eyes burned with fury and pain. She glared, her pink eyes narrowed with determination. Envy gripped her weapon, ready to strike. Pride clenched his fist, the purple energy intensifying around him. He was clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Envy dashed forward, her sword glowing with golden light as she closed the distance to her unseen foe. A sinister smile stretched across a pale face, the eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. A voice calls out, urging everyone to get behind the shield. The shield begins to take form. A barrier of crackling purple energy surrounds the group. The shield holds, deflecting the incoming attack. The energy crackles intensely against the barrier. A woman with red hair grits her teeth, struggling to maintain the shield. The attack continues to batter the shield. The group braces against the onslaught of energy. The voice warns that the shield won't last, and orders everyone to spread out on their signal. A young man with glasses shouts about the shield. She looks up, her expression a mix of determination and fear as the world around her begins to distort. The Knight Commander's daughter shouts, now, everyone, disperse from this, Uri. Hey! A close-up of a blue eye, lightning crackling around it. The eye widens, the lightning intensifying. Pure energy surges, the air thick with the smell of ozone. She plummets through the air, the lightning a chaotic backdrop to her descent. A figure stands silhouetted against a grand doorway, a sword held ready. The Knight Commander's daughter's eyes snap open, confusion clouding her features. Where am I? She finds herself surrounded by others, the architecture unfamiliar. A stern voice echoes, you failed to become the leader again. I'm disappointed. The voice continues, I always told you. A Knight Commander's daughter must know no failure. Tears welling in her eyes, she whispers, Father. She stood before a mirror, her reflection staring back with an unfamiliar coldness. Seo Yunha's eyes widened, a mix of anger and pain contorting her features. Tears welled in Seo Yunha's eyes, her expression a mask of anguish. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. She fell backwards, the world tilting around her as if she was falling into an abyss. She is bleeding from a wound, her expression a mix of pain and determination. A sword is clutched in her hand, its blade stained crimson. Boots pound against the floor, a desperate sprint away from an unseen threat. The red-haired girl stands defiantly, her sword held ready in a dueling stance. The arena stretches around her, a cold, metallic expanse. Her breath comes in ragged gasps, a dark stain blooming on her white shirt. The dueling arena looms behind her. A pleated skirt sways as its wearer moves, the cold metal of the arena walls reflecting in its dark fabric. The dueling room is chosen. The red-haired girl faces her opponent, sword at the ready. Student leader? A voice calls out, crackling with electrical energy. Hey, what are you doing? Hands crackle with purple energy. A figure grips a hammer, its head wreathed in crackling purple energy. The gym is filled with onlookers. The figure with the hammer stands ready, purple energy swirling around them. So, will you do it or? The announcement booms across the arena. Park Junmo has awakened. The crowd watches as the two figures stand ready in the dueling room. Someone scoffs, declaring that it doesn't matter, he's still a failure. A voice from the crowd shouts impatiently, demanding that they fight already. Another voice chimes in, eager to see how well an awakened loser fights. A blonde-haired man looks on, muttering that Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook told him to keep it a secret. He then calls the fighter a loser. Another spectator sneers, suggesting that the fighter needs permission to even take a shit. He adds that being a loser runs in his DNA. Purple energy crackles ominously. Park Junmo is surrounded by arcs of violet energy. Someone gasps in surprise. The violet energy intensifies around Park Junmo as he demands to know if his opponent will do it or not. The question hangs in the air, will you do it or not? The student leader looks on with wide eyes. A spectator yells for the student leader to get serious. Are you acting like a failure on purpose? How much longer are you going to keep dodging? The student leader demands. Park Junmo apologizes. Park Junmo states that he will do better. The student leader retorts, sorry my ass. And do better? How? Idiot. The student leader prepares to attack. Purple lightning crackles around the student leader as he unleashes his attack. The lightning strikes Park Junmo, sending him flying backwards. Park Junmo is sent flying backwards. The student leader is seen with another person. The student leader says, "So, finally gonna do something now? Let's properly show everyone." Park Junmo says that we're not to be messed with. Choi Youngjin is seen. Envy is seen. Character A is fighting a monster. A man with spiky brown hair is surrounded by purple lightning. A woman with red hair stares intensely. A dark figure looms. A woman with purple hair smiles menacingly. The Knight Commander's daughter is thrown backwards. The ground cracks. The Knight Commander's daughter blocks a sword attack. A sound echoes. The Knight Commander's daughter attacks with a sword. Another sound echoes. The Knight Commander's daughter blocks another sword attack. "You're getting emotional," she says. The Knight Commander's daughter holds her sword. She swings her sword, the blade a blur of motion. The swords clash, a shower of sparks erupting from the point of impact. Her opponent sneers, "You can't control your emotions. All your moves are obvious." The Knight Commander's daughter falls to the ground. Her opponent continues, "And you're trying to copy your sister on top of that?" Yunha grits her teeth, a storm brewing in her blue eyes. Her opponent taunts, "Are you crying, Yunha?" Standing over her fallen opponent, the figure says, "Sis?" The figure towers over Yunha, sword glinting. "Why don't you just die and stop being an embarrassment to our family?" The sword drips with fresh blood. She recoils, a flash of embarrassment crossing her face. "Embarrassment? Me?" A voice, laced with disappointment, echoes, "What more do you want from me? I did my best." "Your best? Don't be childish." The speaker, a woman with piercing eyes, looks down at her. The woman continues, her voice sharp, "Your best means nothing if you don't accomplish anything. But you already know that." A close-up reveals the Knight Commander's daughter's growing distress. Her face contorts with a mixture of shame and frustration. The woman's voice rises, laced with command, "I told you to hide your emotions." The woman stands tall, her gaze unwavering. The Knight Commander's daughter begins to speak, her voice barely a whisper, "I." A surge of purple energy crackles in the air. A gate shimmers into existence, framed by bolts of lightning. Drawn by the spectacle, people sprint towards the newly formed gate. He is restrained, purple energy crackling around him. "No, don't," he shouts. The cloaked figure is thrown into the air. "Let go," he yells. He plummets downwards. Lee Hyun-wook shouts triumphantly, "We'll show those bastards who's on top. Who's the loser now?" Lee Hyun-wook's grip tightens. The man with the hammer is surrounded by purple energy. "I'm 100, he exclaims. The cloaked figure is thrown again. Lee Hyun-wook, surrounded by purple energy, shouts, "I want to be accepted." The man with the hammer is ready to strike. "You want to show?" The cloaked figure is thrown yet again. "But not like this." Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts in rage. "You fucking dumbass." The cloaked figure is thrown one last time. A figure stands, legs braced. The figure's face is obscured by shadow, but purple lightning crackles around him. A younger man, eyes wide with exertion, grips a strange device as purple energy surges around him. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's words echo, "He told me to wait." The younger man grits his teeth, thinking, "Now's not the time." Lee Hyun-wook's face is illuminated by a sinister grin. He demands, "Be honest." The younger man's eyes dart upward, his expression conflicted. He thinks of the person he hates the most. Lee Hyun-wook's face is partially obscured, but his eyes gleam with malice. He asks, "Is me right?" Lee Hyun-wook's words continue, "I hid the way for you to grow all this time, and only told you when I needed to use you." Lee Hyun-wook stands with another figure, purple lightning crackling around them. The younger man's face is contorted in anguish. Lee Hyun-wook's words echo, "You risked your life to awaken, but I told you to hide it." The younger man cries out, "No." Lee Hyun-wook's voice continues, "That's not it. What you envied and hated the most was the same F rank as you, but the one always one step ahead." He raises the hammer high, the weapon crackling with violet lightning. A voice cries out, "Me, Lee Hyun-wook." The hammer glows with intense energy, arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. He plummets downwards, the hammer held firmly in his grip. Lee Hyun-wook descends like a lightning bolt, the city a distant target below. The ground rushes up to meet him, the buildings shrinking in his vision. His eyes narrow, focused on the point of impact. Lee Hyun-wook prepares to strike, the city awaiting his descent. A figure plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet them. A sinister smile spreads across a horned face. "Poor taste," she muses. Eyes glowing with an unnatural light, the figure clenches a fist crackling with purple energy. A scream tears through the air, born of pure terror. The scream continues, echoing in the darkness. The horned figure's smile widens, a question mark hanging in the air. Her fangs glint in the dim light, a predator savoring the moment. A lone figure stands before a towering, multi-limbed monstrosity. Through thick glasses, pink eyes glow with an eerie intensity. "You've got." Darkness descends, obscuring all. A colossal eye crackles with raw electrical power, lightning dancing around its iris. A voice booms, as expected of Sergeant Choi. The soldiers surrounding the massive, fallen beast cheer, one of them shouting that he is a national treasure. Another soldier emphasizes that if it wasn't for Sergeant Choi Youngjin, they would have failed the raid. He adds that Choi Youngjun contributed 72% to the raid, more than even A-rankers of Blue Flower could. The soldiers continue to praise Sergeant Choi Youngjun, declaring that he is the strongest among them. One of the soldiers thinks to himself that Sergeant Choi Youngjun is acting out like a goddamn idiot and always shows off. The scene shows a wide shot of the soldiers standing around the slain monster. Another soldier thinks that Choi Youngjun's expression is pissing him off. One of the soldiers wonders if the others aren't scared of Sergeant Choi Youngjun. Honestly, because you never know when someone like him will become a villain. Two figures stand side by side, one listening to the negative comments. He remarks that he hears them all right. The figure states that he is used to envy and jealousy, asking so what? A close-up of the figure reveals a determined expression. Two figures with similar faces are shown, one of them expressing anger, stating that the other pisses him off even more, having the same face as him. A close-up of the angry figure shows a sinister expression. Energy beams strike the figure, their body beginning to disintegrate. The beams intensify, tearing the figure apart into fragmented pieces. The disintegration continues, the figures form almost completely erased by the destructive energy. A figure plummets from a great height, the ground rushing up to meet them. The fall accelerates, the city shrinking beneath them as they hurtle downwards. The ground looms closer, the impact inevitable as the figure continues their descent. A voice whispers, barely audible, whispering, "In my ears, went too far." The pink-haired figure stares blankly ahead, their white eyes devoid of emotion. The figure's eyes glow with an inner fire as they declare, "No matter how I think about it, I can't let something like you live." The figure continues, their voice a low growl, whispering in my ear with my own face. The pink-haired figure's expression hardens, their gaze fixed on an unseen target. The figure raises a glowing sword, their intent clear as they utter, "Makes me." A voice booms, demanding, "I told you to hide your emotions." The cloaked figure attacks Seo Yunha with a sword, the clash of steel echoing through the air. Only her legs are visible as she is pushed back. Seo Yunha shouts, "Position, speed, strength. You're only imitating." A taunting voice declares, "You'll never reach your sister's levels." The cloaked figure continues the assault, their sword a blur of motion. The voice continues, "On top of that, your emotions are ruining your sword path." Seo Yunha grits her teeth, a look of frustration etched on her face. The cloaked figure's attack sends Seo Yunha flying backwards, the force of the blow shattering the ground beneath her. A powerful energy surges. The cloaked figure presses their advantage, continuing to strike at Seo Yunha with relentless speed and power. The ground is cracked and broken from the force of the ongoing battle. She gasps, her eyes wide with shock. The cloaked figure sneers, "You think this much?" The cloaked figure continues, "Is enough to close the gap between you and your sister?" Seo Yunha grits her teeth. Enough. Purple energy streaks through the air as the cloaked figure unleashes a magical attack. The magical assault hurtles towards Seo Yunha, debris flying in its wake. The force of the blow sends Seo Yunha sprawling to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around her. The cloaked figure's relentless attack continues, the air crackling with magical energy. The magical assault intensifies, explosions rocking the ruined building. Seo Yunha, battered and bruised, glares up at her attacker. The cloaked figure booms, "I won't stand for more of this, Seo Yunha. Stop whining and find another way." Seo Yunha retorts, "I think it's long past due that you stop clinging to my bootstraps." Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination, she grits her teeth. Blood trickles down Seo Yunha's shoulder, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. The cloaked figure stands tall, sword and shield at the ready, an imposing silhouette against the arena's backdrop. The cloaked figure sneers, "Yeah, you will never catch up to her," continuing to only imitate her. The cloaked figure's armor gleams, a dark and menacing presence. With a burst of speed, the cloaked figure lunges forward, sword aimed at Seo Yunha. "Give up." The force of the blow sends her flying backwards, boots scraping against the stone floor. Her eyes widen in shock as the cloaked figure continues the assault. "Give up." Lying on the ground, Seo Yunha's expression is one of defeat. "I can't. Maybe I should give up already. That might be for the best." The cloaked figure descends, sword poised for the final blow. The sword pierces Seo Yunha's abdomen, blood blossoming around the wound. A sharp, violent sound tears through the air. A bolt of purple lightning descends from the sky. The lightning engulfs Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook shouts, "What you envied and hated the most was me, Lee Hyun-wook." The force of the lightning sends him spiraling downward. He crashes to the ground. Gasping, Lee Hyun-wook says, "Yeah, sure. You've still got a long way to go. You can't reveal your emotions yet." Rising to his feet, Lee Hyun-wook is still crackling with purple energy. Keep hiding them until the right time. Meanwhile, a soldier peers out from behind cover, his eyes wide with fear. A voice commands, "Just keep yourself hidden away." Lee Hyun-wook's face is illuminated, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. "Until I call for you again." The soldier remains hidden, trembling. He stands amidst a forest clearing, a staff crackling with purple energy in his hand. "I awakened after risking my life." The purple energy intensifies around the staff, bolts of lightning arcing from its core. The man's voice echoes with frustration. How much longer do I need to stay hidden away? The purple energy swirls around him, a vortex of contained power. A voice booms, seemingly from nowhere. Finally, your true self. Lee Hyun-wook's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. Purple lightning crackles around him, illuminating the darkness with its malevolent glow. The energy intensifies, the air thick with the scent of ozone and dark magic. His face twists with jealousy, a raw and bitter emotion. Yeah, I was jealous. Lee Hyun-wook's voice drips with resentment. I wanted to be acknowledged just like you, but I was always behind you. Losers like you give me the chills. He sneers, his eyes filled with contempt. You always act like you don't need what we have. The purple energy pulses, a reflection of his twisted inner self. But you're all twisted to the core on the inside. He is still surrounded by crackling purple energy, his body tense. The purple energy intensifies, arcing around him. His face is contorted in a grimace, teeth bared. The purple energy explodes outward, illuminating the area. He stands amidst the chaos, the purple energy swirling around him like a storm. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, asking, How are you? Meanwhile, the Knight Commander's daughter stands ready, her sword gleaming in the light. She faces an unseen opponent, the air thick with tension. Back with Lee Hyun-wook, he declares, I've given up already. Lee Hyun-wook asks, his voice laced with resentment, Why are you staying still? Returning to the Knight Commander's daughter, she cries out, At the cost of losing myself. She declares, her eyes filled with determination, I'll be known as me, myself, and I, not as someone I'm pretending to be. The Knight Commander's daughter continues her fight, her expression fierce. Her opponent's face contorts in rage, fangs bared. The Knight Commander's daughter is struck, blood splattering from her arm. A voice echoes, declaring, I'm not alone anymore. The Knight Commander's daughter grits her teeth, blood dripping from her mouth. Her opponent taunts, Don't get cocky. What can you even do? You're nothing. Meanwhile, a figure in a suit stands before two others, stating, That concludes my report. One of the figures asks, Do you really think the three of us can take down the King of Hell? Even if it's just part of him, it's bound to be too much for the three of us. The figure in the suit remains silent, his expression unreadable. The Knight Commander's daughter, back in the fight, looks surprised and asks, What? One of the figures questions the other, Are you nervous? Think we can't do it ourselves? The figure in the suit responds, I mean. The figure with spiky dark purple hair declares, I trust my comrades. The red-haired woman says, So you. A voice calls out, Junmo. Sergeant Choi Youngjun, looking unimpressed, mutters, Ugh, cringe. The red-haired woman continues, I hope you all believe in yourselves. The figure with spiky dark purple hair says, And, trust me. A character with short black hair and purple eyes states, Standing behind you all. The red-haired woman's voice booms, You've lied to yourself your whole life. The red-haired woman shouts, Do you think you really can believe in yourself? The red-haired woman, her expression softening, says, You're right. The red-haired woman, holding what appears to be metal rods, declares, And so, I'll believe in him. A voice speaks from the darkness. A voice declares that someone is his comrade. The glass continues to crack. Behind the shattered glass, the red-haired woman stands with another figure. A voice admits to being a loser and pretentious. Gathering purple energy in his hands, Lee Hyun-wook thinks that's the reason why he can be trusted. A voice shouts to shut up and pick up the weapon. He grits his teeth, the purple energy crackling around him. Lee Hyun-wook is powering up. A voice expresses disbelief that people even trust him. The purple energy explodes outward, shattering the remaining glass. The air crackles with energy. Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the swirling purple energy, transformed by its power. Purple lightning crackles around a figure, energy surging as they prepare for battle. The air vibrates with raw power as the lightning intensifies. A figure with pink hair is enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple energy, their expression intense. A voice echoes, filled with frustration. The pink-haired figure stands amidst the chaos, a formidable presence radiating power. With a burst of speed, the figure dodges a swift attack. The air crackles with anticipation. A figure with orange hair glares, their eyes burning with determination. You keep dodging. A voice echoes, demanding a confrontation. The figure narrowly avoids another strike, their movements fluid and precise. Show me yourself. I'll end this quickly dash. The pink-haired figure is struck, blood splattering as their eyes widen in pain and fury. The pink-haired figure clutches the orange-haired figure tightly, blood splattering around them as they plummet through the air. A voice cries out in pain. The pink-haired figure's face is streaked with blood, her expression fierce. Her white eyes glare with determination, blood dripping from a wound on her cheek. Below, the city stretches out, a distant landscape rushing towards them. The two figures continue to fall, the ground rapidly approaching. A hand grips the hilt of a gleaming sword, ready to strike. A voice shouts, Platoon leader. The target is the gemstone at its navel. That's its core. The sword glows with golden light, poised for a deadly blow. The orange-haired figure plummets downwards, a look of terror on his face. The sword descends, aimed at its target. A figure with pink hair and ribbons stands ready, a sword glinting in their hand. The air crackles with unseen energy. The pink-haired figure is surrounded by debris. The sound of impact echoes. The figure remains poised, their expression obscured. The pink-haired figure stands amidst the chaos. Park Junmo yells, Park Junmo. Park Junmo continues, you bastard, what are you doing? The pink-haired figure is surrounded by purple energy. Park Junmo is called out, Corporal, Park Junmo. A figure descends, surrounded by purple energy, declaring, here I come. Purple energy crackles. Purple energy crackles around the pink-haired figure. The energy intensifies, forming sharp, chaotic patterns. The air vibrates with raw power. The pink-haired figure is surrounded by a blinding aura as Park Junmo and another figure stand behind her. The energy pulses, a sign of impending victory. The pink-haired figure grits her teeth, unleashing the final surge of power. The energy explodes outward, obliterating the last vestiges of envy. Park Junmo clenches his fists, a triumphant grin spreading across his bloodied face. The team raises their arms in victory. We did it. A voice echoes, yeah. She tilts her head, a flicker of concern in her eyes as she looks at Lee Hyun-wook. Seo Yunha's expression softens, a rare hint of amusement gracing her features. I've never seen you smile before. The camera focuses on Seo Yunha's face. A man with glasses exclaims, all right, I forgot to shred her for the maximum amount of pain. A golden light pierces through a dark abyss. A monstrous figure looms over a devastated cityscape, whispering, honestly, too far. Lee Hyun-wook looks on with concern as Seo Yunha states, there's only one left now. Will Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook be fine on his own? Seo Yunha's gaze hardens with determination. He'll pull it off. Trust him. The monstrous figure continues its rampage, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A symbol glows ominously. A figure with horns and glowing eyes looks on, their expression unreadable. A drone hovers in the air, positioned directly above a swirling, golden portal. A dark void fills the space, punctuated by faint Korean script. A figure in ornate robes peers down into the swirling portal below. Legs descend into the golden vortex, disappearing into the unknown. A dark expanse stretches out, the portal a distant beacon. Plummeting through the air, a figure falls towards the distant cityscape. A close-up reveals a determined expression, the wind whipping through his hair. A voice crackles over the comms. All units of AMT. A voice commands, warp, open. The figure tumbles through a chaotic array of shimmering portals. A multitude of portals to the sky, each a gateway to an unknown destination. The city below is framed by the ethereal glow of the warp gates above. A hooded figure stares intently, their expression unreadable beneath the shadows of their cowl. The figure remains still, shrouded in darkness. His eyes blazing with power, Character A prepares the bombardment. Channeling energy, he points forward, ready to unleash the steel rain. The preparations are complete. Blue energy crackles around Lee Hyun-wook's outstretched hand, the air shimmering with barely contained power. A voice booms, declaring, steel rain. Bombardment preparations complete. The order rings out. Identify our casualties and move them to the rear. Rain lashed down as the soldiers stood arrayed on the bridge, trucks lining the sides of the road. A voice boomed out, urging those who could still fight to move forward. One of the soldiers questioned whether they could trust the man, given their current state. Another soldier countered, stating that the only reason they survived the Soul Wave was thanks to his tactics. The first soldier pointed out that they still lacked men, his expression grim. A voice declared that he, and the entire army, had bet the future of Seoul on Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. A complex magical circle began to glow, energy swirling within its boundaries. The power intensified, the air crackling with anticipation. Lee Hyun-wook stood within the circle, his eyes glowing with blue energy as he shouted, "Steel rain." The order to fire echoed out as beams of blue energy rained down from the sky. A figure with white hair and dark eyes looked on, seemingly connected to the attack. Magical energy begins to coalesce, forming intricate patterns in the air. The swirling energy intensifies, creating a dense field of arcane power. A monstrous form begins to materialize within the magical vortex, its features obscured by shadow. The magical energy reaches a critical point, crackling with raw power. Unleashing the attack, a barrage of energy and spectral blades tears through the air. The magical onslaught continues, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A pale figure with sharp fangs watches the devastation unfold, a sinister grin spreading across its face. The magical assault intensifies, the target zone engulfed in explosions. Magical energy continues to surge, illuminating the battlefield with an eerie glow. Two figures are sent hurtling through the air, caught in the chaotic storm of magic. One of the observers exclaims, "That crazy bastard. He actually used an entire armory's worth of weapons in one attack." Another adds, "What the hell is he doing? Not even accounting for distance. He's just wasting it all." He summons a circle of ethereal swords, his expression a mask of grim determination. Hyun-wook grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed with intense focus as he prepares to unleash the full force of his attack. Launched skyward, a figure is sent hurtling through the air, a mere speck against the backdrop of the city. The world blurs into streaks of blue and white as the figure plummets upwards. The wind screams past, tearing at the figure's clothes as they continue their ascent. The air crackles with residual energy, the echoes of the magical assault still lingering. The falling figure passes through a shimmering portal, its destination unknown. A figure adorned with an elaborate headdress stands ready, a beacon of serene power amidst the chaos. With hands outstretched, the figure prepares to intercept the falling form, a swirling vortex of energy gathering beneath them. The magical circle glows with an otherworldly light, its intricate patterns pulsing with raw power. The headdress gleams, its ornate design hinting at an ancient and formidable power. One of the observers exclaims in disbelief, "What the dash? After all that, I thought he would have been damaged a little at least." The voice of Corporal Lee Hyun-wook booms out, laced with frustration. "We won't win if you keep missing everything." The figure with the headdress stands amidst swirling blue energy, preparing for the next phase of the battle. A surge of power emanates from the figure, the air crackling with anticipation. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook barks out an order. "AMT drone squad, disperse." The order rings out, directing the squad to your designated locations. The AMT drone squad moves with precision, each member dispersing to their assigned positions. Dispersing to designated locations. The drones activate, their energy rings glowing as they prepare for combat. More drones activate, their intricate designs shimmering with power. The drones continue to activate, forming a network of potential destruction. The figure with the headdress stands amidst the deployed drones, a beam of energy connecting them all. The drones hum with anticipation, their power building to a crescendo. A surge of energy explodes, signaling the beginning of the next attack. A cataclysmic explosion engulfs the city, casting a fiery glow across the skyline. A looming shadow descends, dwarfing the figure standing defiantly before it. "Ma'am, he's much more powerful than before." Lieutenant Seo Yunha looks up, concern etched on her face as Choi Youngjun asks, "Shouldn't we go to assist?" Lee Hyun-wook declares, "Lee Hyun-wook told us to stay out of this fight no matter what. I'm sure there's a way." A blinding golden orb pulsates with raw energy. A figure with piercing eyes and a crystalline gem embedded in their forehead raises a hand, power radiating from their very being. Surrounded by an intricate magical circle, a figure prepares to unleash a devastating attack, lightning crackling around them. A blade of pure energy crackles with arcs of lightning, a weapon of immense power. "Go, Dark Hand of the Cloud Master." The figure stands poised, the energy blade crackling with anticipation as they prepare to strike. The energy blade stands ready, a beacon of destructive potential. Lee Hyun-wook barks orders, commanding the activation of Armories 3 and 4. A voice commands the reloading of weapons. Armory 4 is reloading. A multitude of swords float in the air, glowing with an ethereal light. A voice announces that the second bombardment is ready. Bolts of lightning erupt, striking the buildings below. A figure plummets through the air, surrounded by crackling energy. The air crackles with raw power as lightning arcs and dances. The figure is wreathed in lightning, a conduit for the storm's fury. The energy intensifies, a symphony of destruction. They manipulate the raw power, shaping it into a devastating attack. The figure plummets, seemingly caught in the backlash of their own power. Gathering power, he prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Lee Hyun-wook focuses his energy, channeling it for the impending strike. He shouts, "Mogle, January 2nd, release," as the attack begins to materialize. A colossal blade of pure energy materializes, crackling with immense power. The energy blade hurtles forward, a streak of blue against the sky. His eyes burning with determination, Character A watches as the attack speeds toward its target. The air screams as the blade cuts through it, a sonic boom echoing in its wake. The blade continues its descent, leaving a trail of shimmering energy. The massive energy blade bears down on Lee Hyun-wook, a harbinger of destruction. The sound of impact reverberates, a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations. The energy blade slams into Lee Hyun-wook, a blinding flash engulfing him. Debris rains down as the energy dissipates, the aftermath of the devastating strike. He plummets through the air, a blinding light engulfing him as he falls. The ground rushes up to meet him, a dizzying display of speed and impending impact. A voice shouts, the urgency clear even amidst the chaos. "Platoon leader." From the ground, a figure confirms, "Location verified. Get the drone as close to him as possible." A voice rings out with confirmation, "Yes." Lee Hyun-wook plummets through a swirling portal, a drone shadowing his descent. The air crackles with displaced energy. Below, a figure gazes upward, tracking the drone as it closes in on its target. Lee Hyun-wook continues to fall, the wind screaming past him. His face contorts in a mixture of fear and determination as he plummets towards the unknown. A sharp, metallic sound echoes through the air. Clutching a sword, Lee Hyun-wook hurtles towards the ground. He plummets through the air, the city's skyscrapers blurring past in a dizzying rush. Around him, chunks of debris cascade downwards, pulled by the same relentless gravity. The wind screams past his ears as Li Hyanwook continues to fall, the ground a distant, unforgiving promise. A surge of power emanates from him, a silent command, hardening. Bracing himself, Li Hyanwook prepares for the inevitable impact. The air rushes past him as he falls. He continues to fall. Elsewhere, a massive object plummets from the sky, dwarfing the buildings below. Li Hyanwook continues to fall as the massive object plummets towards the ground. The object continues its descent. The object continues its descent, shattering the air around it. The object continues its descent, a looming threat against the cityscape. A surge of blue energy erupts, signaling the beginning of the cataclysm. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets through the air, surrounded by the debris of a collapsing world. The ground explodes in a burst of light and force, sending shockwaves rippling through the ruined landscape. Debris rains down, each piece a testament to the scale of the destruction. Buildings crumble and shatter, their once imposing structures reduced to rubble. A skyscraper succumbs to the force, collapsing in a cloud of dust and smoke. The city skyline is consumed by the devastation, its landmarks vanishing beneath the dust. The relentless cascade of debris continues, burying everything in its path. He falls through the ruined cityscape, a lone figure against the backdrop of destruction. Amidst the rubble, a figure lies prone, their face marred by blood and dust. A golden emblem, adorned with a radiant blue gem, rests amidst the destruction. A monstrous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, looms in the shadows. A monstrous visage fills the void, teeth bared and eyes glowing with an unnatural purple light. The name echoes in the air, Li Hyanwook. A desperate plea rings out. Respond, Li Hyanwook. From a rooftop vantage point, two figures observe the city below. One mutters, "That lunatic." One of the figures exclaims, "He really led him all the way to the target area?" A voice urges, "You can do it, Li Hyanwook." Strange, glowing orbs descend upon the city, each marked with an unknown symbol. A voice confirms, "We set the bombardment point high, all zeroed in as you planned." The glowing orbs continue their descent, closing in on their target. The orbs draw closer, their strange symbols now clearly visible. A report comes in. "Sir, the target has reached the target area." He clutches a communication device, his expression intense. An order rings out. All men must maintain a wind speed of 0.2 meters per second within 20 kilometers of the target. Li Hyanwook barks the command. Cast the wind speed spells. Golden magical circles flare to life, the air crackling with arcane energy. Casting wind speed spells. The wind intensifies, buffeting the city. Debris swirls through the air, a testament to the escalating power. The cityscape blurs as the wind accelerates, the buildings becoming indistinct shapes in the gale. Visibility plummets as the wind whips up dust and debris, reducing the world to a gray haze. From within a bunker, a soldier shouts, "Now, Li Hyanwook. We're prepared. Respond, Li Hyanwook." Li Hyanwook. Coughing violently, Li Hyanwook's face is streaked with blood. His eyes are wide with pain and shock. Sergeant Li Hyanwook gasps, "This is Sergeant Li Hyanwook. I think I'll go deaf." Bathed in an ethereal glow, a figure stands tall, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding chaos. A disembodied voice declares, "Prepare yourself. This is gonna hurt." A figure with spiky black hair and scars on their face is engulfed in glowing blue energy. Multiple swords appear, surrounded by intricate magical circles. The swords fall from the sky, trailing blue energy. A figure with blonde hair, horns, and glowing eyes is revealed. More magical circles appear, filling the sky. Beams of energy rain down from above. A structure is destroyed by the onslaught. A glowing symbol appears against a black background. A sword is wreathed in blue flames. Another glowing symbol is displayed. The sword remains engulfed in blue flames. The horned figure looms, its gaze fixed downward. A glowing blue crystal pulses with energy. The figure's face contorts into a menacing snarl, its eyes burning with white-hot intensity. The figure challenges, "Try dodging this too." Li Hyanwook, his face bloodied but determined, gathers energy in his outstretched hand. Li Hyanwook shouts, "Come, steel rain." Magical swords begin to materialize, plummeting from the sky like a torrential downpour. The steel rain intensifies, a blinding cascade of enchanted blades. The swords slam into the ground, detonating in bursts of light and splintering debris. The barrage continues, each impact sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The landscape is ravaged by the relentless assault of magical steel. The steel rain shows no sign of stopping, a testament to Li Hyanwook's power. Li Hyanwook, eyes blazing with power, declared, "Try dodging this too." He continued, a torrent of blue energy gathering in his outstretched hand. "This whole area is going to." A rain of ethereal blue swords began to fall, each one crackling with destructive energy. The spectral blades multiplied, filling the sky with a deadly, shimmering curtain. Li Hyanwook unleashed the full force of his attack, roaring, "Come, steel rain." The ground buckled and shattered under the relentless barrage of energy swords. Each impact sent tremors through the surrounding area, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The steel rain continues its relentless assault, blue energy beams tearing through the environment. Buildings crumble and shatter under the force of the attack, the city landscape transforming into a wasteland. The ground erupts as more beams of blue energy slam into the earth, the air thick with dust and the smell of ozone. Lee Hyun-wook watches the devastation unfold, his expression unreadable behind his mask. This steel rain intensifies, the sky filled with a torrent of destructive energy. Debris rains down as the attack continues to tear apart the city, the sound of destruction deafening. The archer's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the chaos he has unleashed. More energy beams strike the ground, the force of the impacts shaking the very foundations of the city. Vehicles are crushed and overturned, reduced to twisted metal and shattered glass by the relentless barrage. This steel rain continues its devastation, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Even the towering structures are not spared, their once imposing forms now scarred and broken. The cityscape lies in ruins, a testament to the devastating power of the steel rain attack. Buildings are reduced to rubble, their skeletal remains piercing the stormy sky. Dust and debris fill the air, a choking haze that obscures what little remains of the once proud metropolis. The air crackles with residual energy. A twisted heap of swords lies embedded in the wreckage, their blades glinting ominously amidst the purple energy that permeates the scene. The scent of ozone hangs heavy in the air. Red exclamation marks flare against the darkness, a silent scream of warning amidst the desolation. The silence is broken only by the distant rumble of collapsing structures. He stands amidst the destruction, bloodied and bruised, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. Scratches mar his face, a testament to the ferocity of the ongoing battle. The purple energy pulses with renewed intensity, casting long, eerie shadows across the ravaged landscape. The ground trembles beneath the weight of unseen forces. A figure stands silhouetted against the swirling chaos, radiating an aura of immense power. The air thrums with anticipation. Swords encircle the figure, their hilts adorned with strange symbols that glow with an inner light. The scent of metal and magic fills the air. The figure's form shimmers, its features indistinct, yet radiating an undeniable presence. A sense of dread settles over the battlefield. A soldier, his face etched with worry, shouts a desperate report. His voice cracks with urgency. The figure remains, a silent sentinel amidst the storm, its power seemingly undiminished. The rain intensifies, washing away the blood and ash. The soldier's voice echoes with grim certainty. Beelzebub's thought form is still going strong. The cloaked figure grimaces, realizing the dire situation. The thought form has consumed all of their weapons. A pulsating, crystalline structure glows ominously, radiating an unknown energy. Beelzebub's thought form grins, a horrifying display of sharp teeth and malevolent intent. The crown of light and darkness is revealed, its item information highlighting its unique features. The cloaked figure smirks, blood trickling from a fresh wound. He already has Beelzebub's eating patterns figured out. The protagonist lunges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance. He declares that Beelzebub will pay for his gluttony. Arcs of blue energy crackle and writhe, illuminating the darkness. The energy intensifies, forming intricate patterns in the air. A beam of pure energy pierces the darkness, aimed directly at Beelzebub. The protagonist screams, unleashing a devastating metal smash. The monstrous visage of Beelzebub's thought form contorts in agony, its sharp teeth bared in a silent scream. A surge of blue energy erupts, slamming into the demon's ethereal form. Blood streaks across his face, but the protagonist stands firm, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. A voice booms, "This is what happens when you eat metal without a furnace." The unleashed energy dissipates into the air, leaving a shimmering residue. Beelzebub's thought form begins to fracture, its essence shattering like glass. Another blast of blue energy rips through the air, further destabilizing the demon. The energy swirls and dances, a chaotic ballet of destruction. More fragments of Beelzebub's form break away, dissolving into nothingness. The remaining energy fades, leaving only faint traces in the air. A radiant halo materializes above him, as the protagonist grips a chain of pure energy. The last vestiges of energy dissipate, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. His eyes widen in surprise. The protagonist stares at his hand, blood still smeared across his cheek. The voice declares that marks the end of this damned soul wave. Beelzebub finds himself encased in a prison of shimmering, blue crystal. Item information appears, Sir Tristan's Fail Not. The item's effect: attack a given target, without fail. All magic resistance possessed by the attack target will be ignored. The cloaked figure stands amidst a swirl of blue energy, his weapon glowing with power. The crystalline structure encasing Beelzebub gleams ominously. Sir Tristan's Fail Not pierces through the crystal, finding its mark. The sound of impact echoes through the air. The weapon strikes Beelzebub, a surge of pink energy erupting around him. Beelzebub cries out in pain, blood splattering across his face. Another wave of pain washes over Beelzebub. Beelzebub, weakened and wounded, struggles to maintain his form. Gluttony is starting to regenerate. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook and Lieutenant Seo Yunha watch with concern as the energy begins to build. A surge of purple energy erupts, coalescing into a tangible form. The King of Hell's thought form materializes behind character A, its ethereal presence casting a long shadow. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with raw power as the Korean text, Weruk, flashes ominously. The thought form nears completion, its features sharpening into a menacing visage. Golden runes flare, the air shimmering with arcane energy. A clawed limb takes shape, its texture detailed and menacing. The thought form is almost entirely complete, its expression one of cold, calculating malice as Korean text fills the air. A beam of pure energy slams into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the battlefield. The force of the blast throws character A backward, the air thick with dust and debris. The force of the blast sends debris flying as the cloaked figure is caught in the explosion's wake. A beam of pink energy cuts through the chaos. The explosion engulfs a nearby building, flames licking at the structure. The shockwave ripples outwards, distorting the air. Smoke billows from the epicenter, obscuring the devastation. A gruff voice barks, "Cease operation." The same man shouts into his communicator, "All units, evacuate the area." A soldier reports, "Sir, we don't see Lee Hyun-wook." Purple energy crackles around two figures as one declares, "We'll go in." A woman surrounded by purple energy insists, "We need Lee Hyun-wook alive to fight our next battles." A command echoes, "Mogley release." Blue energy swirls, responding to the command. Two massive, ethereal blades of pure energy dominate the landscape. The energy blades loom, casting long shadows. The energy blades stand tall. Debris and dust rain down around the energy blades. The energy blades pierce through the environment. The environment is torn apart by the energy blades. A soldier, bloodied but resolute, shouts, "All units, halt, hold your current positions." Platoon leader Lee Min-hee commands, "Warp as close to the thought form as possible." A soldier questions the order, asking, "What? You want me to warp close to that thing?" Another soldier insists, "And sir, we can't retreat." The massive energy blades loom. A soldier prepares to warp towards the energy blades. A hand rises, wreathed in blue flame, as a voice booms, declaring that all of Seoul and its citizens will become its food. A soldier cries out in pain, blood staining his side. A monstrous claw descends, promising further carnage. The city burns as a colossal figure looms, unleashing a devastating blast. Soldiers stand ready, weapons raised against the encroaching darkness. A monstrous form crashes through the ranks, scattering soldiers like ragdolls. The monster grins, its eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Fear grips a soldier, his eyes wide with terror. Another soldier lies wounded, blood pooling around him. A soldier, battered and bruised, cries out, "We can't run again." Another soldier pleads, "Sir, quickly, we don't have any time." A grim determination hardens the face of a soldier, scars etched deep into his skin. The King of Hell, Beelzebub's, advent is being delayed because the deterioration hasn't been completed. The timer ticks down, 36 minutes and 11 seconds. Lee Hyun-wook barks into his radio. The weapons are all ready to use. The order is given. Lee Hyun-wook, make it work. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I'll complete this mission no matter what. A figure with a halo of light prepares to unleash a devastating attack, blue energy crackling around them. The command echoes, "Steel rain. Fire." A multitude of weapons are launched into the sky, blurring with speed. This steel rain begins to fall, a torrent of blue energy and metal descending upon the city. The symbol of the attack glows ominously. A hooded figure watches with a sinister grin. A monstrous maw opens wide, ready to devour. The symbol of destruction looms large. The steel rain impacts the ground, the city below consumed by the attack. Beelzebub floats amidst the ruined cityscape, his flowing pink hair billowing around him like a macabre halo. Veins of blue energy crackle through the air, converging on the floating drones. The drones hover, emitting a faint hum as they prepare for their attack run. Beelzebub's eyes narrow, a flicker of awareness crossing his face. The drones maintain their position, a silent threat hanging in the air. The energy intensifies, the air crackling with anticipation. The drones circle Beelzebub, tightening their formation. From the shadows, a voice declares, "We got the drones as close as possible." Support character B watches the drone operator, concern etched on her face. But it'll find out about it soon because of the noise. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, blood streaking his face. "It's all right. Keep your current positions." Lee Hyun-wook clenches his fist, declaring, "I'll warp and dive close to it. This is the only way to take it down for sure." Lee Hyun-wook focuses his energy, warping a drone through a shimmering portal. "I'll fly into its stomach." Wounded but resolute, he declares, "And take it out with Tsar Bomba." Magical energy begins to coalesce around Beelzebub, a swirling vortex of power. The energy intensifies, forming a complex magical circle around the demon. Beelzebub is blasted backward, the force of the attack sending him reeling. Blood splatters as the full force of the Tsar Bomba rips through Beelzebub's defenses. A soldier shouts, "Lee Hyun-wook." The magical circle flares again, the attack continuing to pummel Beelzebub. More blood flows as the demon's body is ravaged by the relentless assault. Beelzebub's face is contorted in agony, the pain of the attack overwhelming him. Blood and gore explode outward, a testament to the devastating power of the Tsar Bomba. The attack continues, the magical energy tearing through Beelzebub's form. Beelzebub's features are twisted into a grotesque mask of pain and fury, his eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A figure with long, flowing blonde hair and a mask stands tall, their expression obscured. A character with spiky blue hair is caught in a brutal assault, blood splattering around them. A soldier wearing a helmet stares wide-eyed, their face contorted in shock. The soldier shouts the name, Lee Hyun-wook. A masked figure with glowing blue eyes looms menacingly. A hand is covered in blood, the scene awash in crimson. On a desolate highway, a group of soldiers stands ready. A voice demands, "Report Lee Minnie, what's going on?" The name Lee Hyun-wook echoes in the darkness. A soldier falls, having been pierced through the chest. A close-up reveals a soldier's terrified expression. Another soldier's eyes widen in fear behind his glasses. The name Lee Hyun-wook is repeated. A bald man is engulfed in a surge of blue energy. A voice booms, ordering all AMT units to fall back. A massive blue energy construct of a bird of prey materializes. A monstrous figure of blue energy rises from the ground. A tiger formed of pure blue energy charges forward. The commander declares that they will buy time for the others to retreat. A gorilla of blue energy joins the tiger, ready to defend the retreat. He is drenched in blood, his expression contorted in pain or rage. The transformation begins, horns erupting from his skull, teeth sharpening into fangs. His face twists into a monstrous visage, still slick with crimson. The transformation accelerates, his body reshaping into a massive white tiger. The tiger roars, a primal sound of power and fury. But the change is not complete. The tiger's form begins to shift once more, becoming more humanoid. Debris rains down as the transformation continues, the air crackling with energy. His body bulks, fur turning blue as he becomes a colossal gorilla. The gorilla beats its chest, a display of raw, untamed strength. The gorilla's form contorts again, feathers sprouting from its back, beak forming. Pink energy explodes outward as the final transformation nears completion. He soars through the city as a massive, bird-like creature, wings spread wide against the stormy sky. Suddenly, something strikes the bird-like creature, causing a spray of blood. A second, more powerful blow hits the creature, accompanied by a burst of pink energy. The force sends it plummeting from the sky. Inside a vehicle, soldiers prepare to move out. All aboard, don't wait. A figure with glowing red eyes urges them on. Up, get on. A sinister grin stretches across Beelzebub's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He plummets through the heavy rain, the city sprawling beneath him. The ground rushes up to meet him, the wind screaming past his ears. Below, a lone figure awaits his arrival. He hurtles past a skyscraper, the rain blurring his vision. Bracing for impact, Beelzebub gathers his energy, a faint blue aura flickering around him. "You won't get past here," he roars, his voice echoing through the storm. He slams into the ground, the force of the impact creating a crater of shattered concrete and twisted metal. Rising from the wreckage, Beelzebub assumes a battle stance, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He clenches his fists, the air crackling with raw power. His tail whips back and forth, a deadly metronome counting down to the coming storm. He is struck from above, the force of the blow sending a spray of blood into the air. The unseen assailant continues the assault, striking again with brutal efficiency. Beelzebub cries out in pain as the attack lands, the impact staggering him. A surge of blue energy erupts as Beelzebub summons a massive, spectral tiger. He admits to himself that he alone won't be enough to stop the coming threat. The spectral tiger snarls, its form crackling with blue energy. Another surge of power, and a spectral bird with razor-sharp wings appears beside the tiger. Beelzebub stands firm, the spectral tiger and bird flanking him, ready for battle. Blue energy intensifies, swirling around Beelzebub as he prepares to fight. Even if his mana runs out, even if his body is torn apart, he will not yield. Beelzebub vows that he will not allow anyone to pursue his soldiers. His eyes glow with fierce determination, a promise of unwavering resolve etched on his face. He summons a spectral tiger and bird, their forms crackling with raw magical energy. The spectral tiger descends, a blur of white fur and lethal intent. The spectral bird prepares its attack, a concentrated beam of energy forming in its beak. The air crackles with anticipation as the summoned creatures prepare to unleash their power. Blasts of energy rain down, tearing through the city's defenses. The city buckles under the relentless assault, buildings crumbling like sandcastles. Infernos erupt, consuming everything in their path as the spectral beasts continue their onslaught. Choi Youngjin clutches Lieutenant Seo Yunha, desperately trying to rouse her. "Kim Si-hee, wake up." Choi Youngjin's voice is filled with disbelief and horror. "We didn't make sure that he was dead." The voice declares, "He's dead. His heart was torn apart. Not even an S-rank healer can do anything at this point." The city lies in ruins, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. A figure lies prone amidst the smoke and debris, their fate uncertain. She lies prone, blood staining her lips and chest. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the wounds marring her flesh. A system message flickers into view. Breath room, flame, rank B. The warning chills the air. Your life force is fading, causing your internal furnace to die out. A golden, winged form hovers nearby, its presence radiating an unsettling power. Another warning flashes. The relic of the fallen angel Gregory Azazel has not been fully absorbed. Her eyes flutter open, glazed with pain and confusion. Crimson stains the ground around her, a testament to the brutal assault. The air hangs thick with the metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of ozone. A monstrous visage looms, teeth bared in a silent snarl, dripping with gore. A figure plummets through the air, a broken doll amidst the ruins. Choi Youngjun, battered and bleeding, struggles to his feet. He's strong. He gasps, his voice strained. The golden entity watches, an impassive observer of the carnage. The camera focuses on a broad shoulder, bloodied and bruised, a silent testament to the battle's ferocity. The monstrous figure looms, its face a mask of ancient malice. A soldier dashes forward, a blur of motion against the rain-slicked streets. A mass of tentacles erupts, thrashing wildly as they seek their prey. A soldier is sent sprawling, the impact echoing through the ruined city. The soldier grits his teeth, blood streaking his face. This is it. The tentacles tear through a building, reducing it to rubble in seconds. A soldier raises his weapon, energy crackling around him. Sir, Seo Yunha is ordered to retreat by a fellow soldier, his face bloodied. Seo Yunha, didn't you hear the order to retreat? A voice booms, filled with grim determination. There are still soldiers evacuating. I will spend my last moments fighting with you. The monstrous figure watches, its eyes burning with dark intent. Lightning crackles around the monster, illuminating its grotesque form. Another soldier charges forward, a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. She plummets from above, sword in hand, a cascade of purple energy crackling around her descent. The air vibrates with raw power as the energy intensifies. Youngjun gazes upward, his expression a mix of awe and apprehension as he watches the figure descend. Beelzebub curses under his breath. Damn, it had to fly. The masked figure prepares to unleash a torrent of energy. Youngjun shouts, Sir, you need to escape. A voice booms, it's charging up a wide area attack. Seo Yuna's eyes widen in alarm, blood splattered across her face. The man beside her grits his teeth, bracing for impact. The air shimmers with heat as the attack reaches critical mass. Explosions tear through the city, a cataclysm of fire and destruction. The cityscape is engulfed in flames, reduced to a burning ruin. The world erupts in fire as a figure raises their arms to shield themselves from the blast. A figure lies prone amidst the destruction, their face streaked with blood. The injured figure's eyes are wide with shock, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Amidst the inferno, Seo Yunha stands defiantly, a sword clutched in her hand as explosions tear the world around her. Another figure is sent flying through the air, caught in the shockwave of the blast. The injured figure's gaze hardens with determination, a flicker of defiance in their eyes. A single tear traces a path through the blood on their cheek. A fiery, bird-like entity materializes, its form wreathed in flames. The fiery entity pulsates with raw power, its presence radiating intense heat. A dark, ominous energy descends, the air thick with anticipation of impending doom. Golden energy flares, a chaotic surge threatening to overwhelm the system's delicate balance. A stark warning flashes. The system has detected a violation of its core rules, an abuse of power that threatens to unravel reality itself. You have been caught attempting to break the rules and abuse a skill to replace your internal organs with an item that was not meant to be used in such a way. This action has caused severe errors in the system. A guttural groan echoes, a visceral reaction to the system's instability. The system's core flickers, its intricate structure strained to the breaking point. The warning intensifies, now a dire threat. Danger. Error code 0x01102 #IBOF confirming error. The player is to stop the actions threatening the system immediately. Warning again. The system's defenses crumble, leaving it vulnerable to further exploitation. You will not be able to receive protections from the system. Error code 0x00909 #IHOOK error code 0x00122 #UYUK error code 0x01102 #IBOF error code OXO. A surge of crimson energy pulses outward, the raw power of the system's failure threatening to consume everything. The core destabilizes further, its protective shell cracking under the strain. The system's instability manifests as destructive energy, tearing through the very fabric of reality. The city below bears the brunt of the system's collapse, its structures crumbling under the onslaught of chaotic energy. In the distance, two figures stand silhouetted against the ravaged cityscape, witnesses to the unfolding catastrophe. It crackles with raw, untamed energy, the red tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. Two figures clash amidst the chaos, their movements blurred by the surging power. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the crimson storm, seemingly at its epicenter. The city crumbles under the strain, red energy coursing through its ruined streets like a malignant infection. A face emerges from the shadows, a mask of cruel amusement etched upon its features. Engulfed in the crimson tide, a figure raises their arms, as if welcoming the destruction. A critical system error flashes on the screen, the player is no longer accounted for. Amidst the chaos, a figure stands defiant, weapon in hand, ready to face whatever comes next. The system's chilling question echoes in the void. Who are you? A surge of crimson energy erupts, consuming Lee Hyun-wook in a vortex of fire. The flames coalesce around him, the heat distorting the air as Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's name echoes. A critical system error blazes across the screen, the player is no longer accounted for. A figure stands amidst a ruined cityscape, wreathed in crimson energy. A hooded figure's face is marred by strange markings, their expression unreadable. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning, "Who are you?" A declaration booms, 3rd Anti-Monster Brigade, Steel Company. A warrior's face is illuminated by an infernal glow, his eyes burning with intensity. The warrior shouts, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." He stands amidst the ruins, chest bare and scarred, the weight of the situation etched on his face. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, blood trickling from a fresh wound. "I have a lot of questions for you, but let's take care of this first." The sergeant plummets through the air, a silent scream lost to the wind. Beelzebub extends a hand, a surge of pink energy crackling around his fingertips. The ground rushes up to meet Lee Hyun-wook. A beam of violet light pierces the sky, illuminating the ruined cityscape. He crashes through the air, the impact stealing his breath. A surge of blue energy erupts around Lee Hyun-wook as he screams, "Mogle!" The power surges through him, raw and untamed. Release! The air crackles with unleashed energy. A blinding flash of light consumes everything. The unleashed power manifests as towering blades of pure energy. From the ruined landscape, beams of raw energy erupt, tearing through the debris and illuminating the sky with an eerie glow. Beelzebub's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes widening as the surge of power washes over him. The demon is enveloped in a blinding aura of pink energy, the air crackling with untold power. A guttural scream tears from Beelzebub's throat, a sound of pain and disbelief echoing through the ravaged city. Lee Hyun-wook's gaze hardens, his eyes burning with a fierce resolve. "I won't regress twice for you." More beams of energy lash out, striking Beelzebub with the force of a thunderbolt. The energy converges in a cataclysmic explosion, bathing the area in an incandescent light. Sergeant Choi Youngjun stares upwards, his face etched with disbelief at the sheer power on display. Seo Yunha and character A watch in stunned silence, their expressions mirroring the shock rippling through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Lee Hyun-wook stands firm, a protective barrier of energy shielding Seo Yunha and character A from the blast. A soldier exclaims, his voice filled with awe, "It's Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." Whispers spread through the ranks, a mixture of disbelief and hope coloring their words. Lee Hyun-wook is alive, but how is he withstanding such an attack? The bespectacled man wonders aloud if there are no protective spells in place. The item information reveals it to be Grigori Azazel's necklace, a legendary artifact with properties against divinity, curse, and darkness. The necklace's activated effect suppresses nearby divinity and nullifies all attacks born of mana, though this effect is limited by the user's level. Beelzebub, covered in blood, feels the effects of the wide, area silence. His heart pounds in his chest. The blood glistens on Beelzebub's torso, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. More information reveals that Grigori Azazel's necklace has been bound to Beelzebub's body due to his unique skill, metal control, supplying large amounts of mana automatically through his blood. A warning indicates that if his metal control weakens, the binding could fail, causing his body to break. Beelzebub grits his teeth, declaring that this is the case. A barrier shimmers into existence, pulsing with arcane energy. An unknown figure clenches their fists, energy crackling around their hands. Streaks of energy lance through the air. The figure stands amidst a vortex of power, ready to unleash their attack. Arcane energy dissipates, leaving a lingering sense of power. The cloaked figure stands amidst floating metal fragments, a faint blue aura emanating from his outstretched hands. Beelzebub's expression contorts in a grimace, his eyes narrowed as he observes the unfolding events. His clawed hands clench, a silent display of mounting frustration. The cloaked figure points a finger skyward, a beam of blue energy shooting towards Beelzebub. A collection of ethereal swords materializes, hovering in the air with a faint blue glow. Surrounded by the blue energy, Beelzebub struggles, his form flickering as if under immense pressure. Beelzebub roars, "Don't you dare look down upon me." The cloaked figure's hand glows intensely as he declares, "Metal control." The blue energy intensifies, crackling around Beelzebub like a cage. Beelzebub's body is contorted, his face a mask of pain and fury. A column of text streaks downward, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Blasted by the force, Beelzebub crashes through the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around him. Debris rains down on the battlefield. He stands over Beelzebub, who is sprawled on the ground, defeated. Beelzebub's body lies broken amongst the rubble. Beelzebub struggles to rise, groaning in pain. A surge of blue energy crackles around the cloaked figure. He extends his hand, ready to unleash another attack. Beelzebub snarls, "You won't ever escape me. Let's end this." A sinister grin spreads across Beelzebub's face. Beelzebub, the king of hell, uses his mental form, gluttony, to absorb the objects he has devoured. His body is being strengthened by the absorbed objects. Energy gathers around Beelzebub. Beelzebub is engulfed in a swirling vortex of purple energy. Beelzebub roars as he unleashes his power, his form growing larger and more menacing. A faint sound echoes. Lee Hyun-wook gathers energy in his hand. The skill information for metal detection appears, showing a radius of 135 meters and a warning that a large metal signature has been detected 36 meters ahead. Another faint sound echoes. A large metal construct stands tall. Lee Hyun-wook grins, thinking, strengthening with metal, in front of me? A surge of power emanates. Lee Hyun-wook shouts, preparing to use his ability. The metal construct thinks, idiot. Lee Hyun-wook controls the metal. The metal construct is being manipulated. Lee Hyun-wook declares, metal control. He extends his hand, blue energy crackling around his fingers as Lee Hyun-wook attempts to control the metal. The metal construct looms, its form a grotesque mockery of life, tendrils of crimson energy pulsing from its core. Falling through the air, Hyun-wook reaches out, desperate to regain control. The construct's tendrils lash out, a cage of crimson death closing around him. Impaled, Hyun-wook cries out, the tendrils piercing his flesh. You're trying to swallow me? The construct's face, a mask of jagged metal and malevolent intent, looms closer. A voice, cold and echoing, emanates from the construct. The past me ran away, but the one being swallowed now is you. Hyun-wook's eyes widen in realization, the red energy reflecting in his pupils. The tendrils tighten, drawing him further into the construct's maw. With a surge of power, Hyun-wook fights back, blue energy flaring around him. Metal bending. The construct recoils, its metal body shuddering under Hyun-wook's control. Hyun-wook is thrown free, tumbling through the air, the construct's red energy still clinging to him. Despite the gaping wound in his chest, Lee Hyun-wook summons blue energy around himself, his expression a mask of fierce concentration. A voice echoes, demanding, before that, you need to give back what's mine. The metal construct, Beelzebub, crackles with blue energy, its form shifting menacingly. The voice snarls, that doesn't belong in your mouth. The construct's face contorts in a silent snarl, its red eyes burning with malice. Focusing his will, Hyun-wook gathers blue energy in his outstretched hand, preparing to strike back. The metal construct lunges forward, its bladed limbs poised to tear through Hyun-wook's defenses. Darkness descends, a prelude to the coming storm. Sweat streaks down Lee Hyun-wook's face as he clenches his fist, a swirling vortex of red energy coalescing around it. A surge of power erupts as a voice declares, fusion reconfiguration. The metal construct is engulfed in a torrent of crimson energy, its form flickering and unstable. Red energy crackles in the air. The crimson energy intensifies, swirling with chaotic power. The red energy continues to surge, a vortex of destruction. The darkness looms, a silent testament to the battle's intensity. Metal fusion. The words hang in the air as the process completes. The rain falls, washing away the remnants of the conflict. A crystalline structure shatters, its blue light fading. Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the wreckage, his expression grim, dissent averted. He is battered and bruised, but the fight is over. The shattered remains of the crystal spear lie scattered on the ground. Congratulations. You have destroyed the mental form gluttony of the king of hell, Beelzebub, along with 3/3 cores of the source of deterioration. All parts of the body of Beelzebub, the king of hell, have broken down. Dissent averted. Lee Hyun-wook stands victorious. He holds a blue orb in his hand, his expression unreadable. The air crackles with energy. The orb floats closer to Lee Hyun-wook's open mouth, tendrils of blue energy reaching out. Lee Hyun-wook stands amidst the ruins, the blue orb now gone. Energy crackles around him. He stood amidst the wreckage, the sky a brilliant blue above the devastation. Lee Hyun-wook's chest bore the marks of a brutal battle, but his expression remained stoic. The announcement echoed, a disembodied voice declaring, all the deterioration sources are destroyed. Soul Wave. A figure with red hair and glasses looked up at the sky, stating with a sense of relief, mission complete. The city lay in ruins, a testament to the battle that had just concluded. Choi Young-jun, accompanied by another soldier, stared at Lee Hyun-wook in disbelief. That lunatic. He really cleared the Soul Wave? The other soldier muttered. Just who the hell is he? Seo Yunha watched Lee Hyun-wook from a distance, her expression unreadable. Other soldiers reacted with shock and awe at the sight of the aftermath. The city, once teeming with monsters, now stood silent and empty. A group of soldiers gathered, their faces a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Two figures stood together, their expressions somber as they surveyed the scene. The city bustles with activity, people going about their daily lives. The sky, now clear, stretches above. A crowd gazes upward, marveling at the brighter sky. A voice declares that it's really over. The city sprawls, bathed in sunlight. Someone asks, "Are you okay, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook?" The speaker exclaims that they really cleared the soul wave. A voice says that it hasn't come. Lee Hyun-wook demands that someone reveal themselves. Someone stammers, questioning what Lee Hyun-wook means by it. Two girls huddle together, looking frightened. A floating island crackles with energy. The city sprawls beneath a clear sky, unaware of the spectacle about to unfold. He stares up, jaw slack. "What's that? A castle?" The man's eyes widen further. "On a floating island. There's more left?" Fear grips the faces of the soldiers as they witness the impossible. Character A gazes up at the floating island, a blue beam of light piercing the sky above him. A system message appears. Wave clear rewards. Artifact of the sky Laputa. An unidentified object has been spotted above the skies of Seoul. The system continues. Artifact authority requirements. Ownership of Laputa Master Key. Warning. Unauthorized access restricted. Laputa requires the ownership of the artifact of the sky, Master Key. Lightning crackles around the floating island, illuminating its ancient structure. Character A stares intently at the beam, a sense of foreboding washing over him. A grotesque monster emerges, its tentacles writhing in the air. Chaos erupts as monsters and humans clash in a desperate battle for survival. Panic grips the streets as the world teeters on the brink of destruction. I've stopped the beginning of the end of humanity. The crowd looks on with a mix of fear and anticipation, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. A voice booms, filled with resolve. "And now, with Laputa, I will prevent all of your deaths. Congratulations. You are the first in history to clear a wave. Seoul will receive a special reward." A floating structure is seen amidst a storm of lightning. A sprawling city stretches out below. The man in armor exclaims, "What's that? A castle? On a floating island?" The man in armor, along with another person, reacts in shock. "There's more left?" Lightning crackles around a towering structure. A shirtless man with dark hair looks up at the structure. Wave-clear rewards are being distributed, including the artifact of the sky Laputa. An unidentified object has been spotted above Seoul, triggering an ancient metal language reaction. Unauthorized access is restricted. Laputa requires ownership of the artifact of the sky, Master Key. A floating island drifts serenely amidst the clouds. The floating island looms over the modern cityscape of Seoul. The source of deteriorations in Seoul has been completely purified. Reward distribution is beginning, with items and equipment allocated based on battle participation. The top 15% of participants in the Wave Clear missions receive trait points and common effect rewards, including corruption resistance and a stealth modifier in areas of deterioration. Amidst the rubble, soldiers stand victorious after the battle. Rewards for the top 15% of battle participants include trait points and the title of Purification Mission Participant. Warriors receive increased physical and thought form damage, along with a weapon slot upgrade. Tankers, mages, and healers gain corruption and mana wave resistance. Archers and bandits receive weapon precision and a module slot. The soldiers celebrate their level up. One thinks he can become the best in the company at this rate. It's as Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook said. Two girls observe the scene. One wonders if it's really over, questioning if any more monsters are coming. The soldier, still clad in his helmet, breathes a sigh of relief. No more monsters. It's really over now. They survived. Two young women in school uniforms stand close, a shared sense of relief washing over them. The sky, once darkened by the battle, begins to clear. A surge of power courses through Lee Hyun-wook as he levels up. The words, "level up," flash before him. Choi Youngjin chuckles sheepishly. It's been a while since he leveled up. Choi Youngjin's expression is unreadable. He finds it embarrassing to level up just by commanding. Rewards for the top 10% of battle participants. Or a Halcyon full player set. Rank, rare. Seo Yunha receives a bonus. Plus 15% physical/mental resistance. Minus 5% skill cooldown. Plus 1 trait points. And the title, Those Who Penetrated the Wall. Seo Yunha states that they need to start a mission to clean up the city. He will send in a report on what they can do immediately. She stands amidst the ruins, a notification appearing before her. Lee Hyun-wook, covered in blood, is told to claim his rewards first. Choi Youngjin wonders what they can do without the bonuses, but then expresses his gratitude for the rewards. Seo Yunha is surprised by the rewards for the top 5% of battle participants. A notification details the Darkwood Wand, a rare item with increased mana capacity, casting speed, and efficiency when using electric-type magic. It also grants bonus trait points and the title The Lightning That Pierced the Sky. Choi Youngjin is surprised to be in the top 5%. Choi Youngjin receives a quest reward item on top of the other rewards. Choi Youngjin is pleased, stating that he was always an F rank, but now he's a proper player. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook tells someone to look, exclaiming that he is in the top 5% and even got a reward. Lee Hyun-wook looks up, still covered in blood. A notification details the Ring of Gueges, a hero rank item that grants 30 seconds of complete invisibility once imbued with mana. While invisible, the user cannot be seen, heard, or detected with mana. The cooldown is 10 minutes. and it grants bonus trait points and the title, The Purifier of Deterioration. Choi Youngjin looks at the reward notification. A shirtless man holds a glowing ring in his hand, examining it closely. He mutters that there's the little guy. The man recalls that he knew quite a few heroes who went missing because of this item. He reflects that with this ring, he has saved their lives as well. The glowing ring shines brightly in his hand. A man with blue hair, covered in blood, wonders if this is it. Another figure stands behind him. It is thought that there must be more rewards regarding Laputa. A man with glasses holds a glowing shield, noting that defense plus 20 is a piece of shit. A close-up of a man with dark hair. The man says he'll give this to the kid. Someone shouts to round up the steel company. Two figures stand in a destroyed urban area. A voice declares that they will begin the cleanup mission. A swirling purple portal hangs in the air amidst the ruined landscape. A group of soldiers cautiously advances through the debris-strewn environment. Soldier A stares ahead, his expression a mix of shock and apprehension. Jinwoo stands with fresh wounds marring his chest, as Seo Yunha looks on with concern. A system message appears, detailing a hidden quest, Path of the Ancient Civilization's Successor. It outlines the quest qualifications, objectives, and rewards, including Laputa Master Access. The system warns that this quest is only available once, and Jinwoo reacts with surprise, noting it is a hidden quest. Jinwoo grits his teeth, determination etched on his face. Jinwoo stands atop a rocky outcrop, the portal looming behind him, a large scar visible on his back. Jinwoo curses the system, suspecting it won't make things easy for him. An unseen figure declares that they will have to do something first. Soldier A asks Seo Yunha if she will be alright, but she doesn't seem all that well. A woman with vibrant pink hair urgently requests that the healers be summoned. Lee Hyun-wook is ordered to gather himself before setting off. Lee Hyun-wook grimaces in pain, blood streaking down his face and neck. The city lies in ruins, buildings reduced to rubble under a sky streaked with clouds. A pair of glowing blue gauntlets hover in the air, energy crackling around them. Lee Hyun-wook lies on the ground, defeated. A disembodied voice declares that the gauntlets are an item needed in this situation. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Lee Hyun-wook curses his fall from grace. Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, calling someone an otaku bastard. A voice promises to kill someone for sure. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is commanded to carry out the hidden quest, as a swirling purple portal opens before him. Soldiers report, their voices echoing in the vast space. A figure wishes Lee Hyun-wook good luck, their voice filled with a hint of concern. Seo Yunha, her expression a mix of worry and resolve, tells Lee Hyun-wook, "Don't die, Lee Hyun-wook." His eyes reflecting a steely determination, Lee Hyun-wook thinks to himself, "This isn't an order, it's a request." Lee Hyun-wook reassures her, "Don't worry." Seo Yunha gently touches his arm, a silent gesture of support. Lee Hyun-wook declares, "I came here prepared to die, but I don't intend on dying twice." His gaze hardens, a promise etched on his face. Lee Hyun-wook announces, "Now, entering the hidden gate." He steps forward, plunging into the swirling vortex of the hidden gate. The air crackles with energy as he passes through. A new world awaits, a distant planet hanging in the inky blackness. Breaking news reports a large floating object, Laputa, is currently above the skies of Seoul. An American news channel reports on the breaking news of Laputa. The entire world of politics has its eyes on Seoul at this moment. A phone displays news about ancient ruins above the skies in South Korea being the first in human history to defeat a wave. It seems to have appeared after the Korean army defeated the final Gate Corps. A monstrous figure stands amidst a ruined cityscape, the floating city of Laputa visible in the distance. A group of monstrous figures stand ready for battle. Strange, plant-like creatures grow amidst the ruins. A news anchor reports on the breaking news of Laputa. However, a country in Asia, South Korea, has defeated the Seoul wave for the first time ever. Two news anchors report on the breaking news of Laputa. The whole world is sending messages of congratulations to Seoul for being the first. The defeat of the Seoul wave is a miracle and something to celebrate, a speaker declares. However, considering the large amounts of energy stored in Laputa, the next steps need to be discussed. Seoul is now a symbolic meeting place of the past and the present. The speakers applaud the people in their struggles, but emphasize the need for a fair and reasonable solution for the usage of this global relic. Seoul's victory is declared a cultural blessing. A voice emphasizes the need to take a calculating approach in dividing the fruits of the victory. The clearing of the Seoul wave is something to be proud of for all of East Asia. However, it's emphasized that Laputa concerns the entirety of the human race. The world is looking at the one city who has rewritten history. Laputa is a gift for humanity. Korea's achievements are applauded, but it cannot be ignored that Laputa may be the key to multidimensional travel. A strange energy crackles in the air. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a starry sky. The U.S. Special Operations Command stands vigilant. A soldier walks with purpose. A masked figure watches, their expression hidden. The air crackles with anticipation as the soldiers stand ready. A voice booms, demanding attention. The soldiers stand firm, their expressions unreadable. Boots gleam on the polished floor, reflecting the stark light. The atmosphere is thick with unspoken tension. The soldier's gaze is intense, focused on an unseen point. A hand grips a device tightly, a symbol of the power at stake. According to intelligence, nobody has gotten the master rights to Laputa. Men, under the current world order, we're constantly towing the line between peaceful balance and war. Depending on who owns that floating fortress, the world will see a new leader in lost technologies and will all fight to see who gets that ancient relic. Many countries around the world are already sending special forces to Seoul. The colonel declares that they are not going to take what is not theirs. He continues, stating they are going to protect the glory of the great America. The colonel emphasizes that they are going to secure the master rights to Laputa for world peace. The soldiers respond with a resounding, "Yes, sir." The colonel orders them to move out. The soldiers respond with another, "Yes, sir." A close-up reveals the colonel to be Garrett Whitman of the U.S. Special Forces Command, an A-rank player. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the aftermath of a brutal battle, the walls splattered with blood. Blood stains the floor, evidence of the fierce conflict. A soldier gasps, his body mangled amidst the carnage. Another soldier lies dead, a grim testament to the battle's cost. Rain streaks down the ruined buildings, washing the blood from the pavement. He gazes down at the defeated foe, his expression unreadable. His gaze is intense. The enemy lies broken, bloodied, and defeated. His eyes glow with an eerie red light. A skull appears, a symbol of the power about to be unleashed. A spectral snake coils around him as Jinwoo activates the necromancer's unique skill, Eat. The spectral serpent lunges towards its prey. The spectral snake devours the defeated enemy, absorbing their essence. Congratulations. You have successfully absorbed Chu Kaion's monster trainer skill, monster breaking. Skill reconfiguration in progress. He stood amidst the ruins of what was once a city, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. A blue aura flared around him, a visible manifestation of the power surging within. His eyes glowed with an electric blue intensity, reflecting the transformation taking place. A hidden quest notification appears, Path of the Ancient Civilization's Successor. The quest details are displayed, 5 total pieces, a 15-minute time limit, and the objective to defeat the Guardian of the Ruins. Failure will seal off the armory. Jinwoo, standing in a dimly lit dungeon, wonders aloud how this is a puzzle quest. The quest is making a complete fool of him, he thinks, as the timer ticks down to 12 seconds and only one piece remains. Jinwoo is falling. He plummets downwards through the dungeon. A figure with crimson hair yells, "Release!" Jinwoo continues to fall. A complex network of red energy pulses through the chamber. The timer ticks down. 6 seconds remain. He stands amidst towering figures, each wielding a glowing spear, as the puzzle mechanism hums with power. A voice booms out, commanding, "Release!" Only 2 seconds are left on the clock. He grits his teeth, declaring, "I don't have time for you." A surge of blue energy erupts around Jinwoo, the puzzle mechanism activating with a resounding hum. The red energy fades as the blue light intensifies, illuminating the chamber. The puzzle mechanism glows brightly, its intricate patterns now fully activated. A system message appears, "Congratulations. All the circuit puzzles of the Akashic Armory were placed successfully into their respective spots. Reward, Akashic Armory entrance unsealed." He stands before the entrance to the Akashic Armory, a swirling vortex of energy blocking his path. The towering statues loom over him as he stares at the gate. Jinwoo scoffs, muttering about the system's tendency to complicate matters. "What is this? This damned system never gives me anything this easy." A surge of energy crackles around the entrance, the air thick with anticipation. He exclaims in disbelief, "WH what?" A system message blares, "Error. Warning. Error. The player does not match the records in the system. Error code. OX9110H- #core, cause. Player identity unconfirmed result. Akashic Armory, entry denied. Asterisk only the emergency key allows you to enter in accordance with the administrator emergency protocol." Jinwoo's face contorts in frustration. "Are you kidding me? Why did you even?" He demands, his voice rising in anger. "Give me the quest then? What the hell is this?" The towering gate remains impassive, the system's refusal echoing in the silence. Jinwoo sighs, his shoulders slumping. "I came all the way to the front of the gate too." He looks down, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "I couldn't do anything else in that situation." But what Bakeseal said all came true. Lee Hyun-wook asks, his tone laced with disbelief, if replacing one's body with items is even possible. The woman with him tells him to relax, saying she only asked because it sounds possible in theory. The woman continues, stating that even if he succeeded, he would leave the system's parameters. The woman warns that he could lose all his powers or be expelled from the system and be omitted from all quests. It'll negatively affect him somehow. The woman reminds Lee Hyun-wook that he doesn't just belong to himself anymore. Don't ever think of doing something unverified like that for everyone else's sake, okay? If something like that happens. Lee Hyun-wook hums, considering the implications. The camera focuses on a character's legs as they stand before a large, ornate gate. In his last life, where they failed the wave, Laputa wasn't a reward but a disaster. It said that humans didn't have the right to use the ruins. Even so, the villains used the weapons of Laputa. That means there's some other way to get in, Lee Hyun-wook thinks, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A stern warning flashes. This is why you need to look at contracts carefully. The system explains that only the emergency key allows entry in accordance with the Administrator Emergency Protocol. A figure is shown, labeled as a bastard in the Seoul Station gate. The key, it is revealed, was for key number 2 of the Akashic Armory. Despite the system's warnings, Jin-woo declares that no matter if access is restricted or something, he's still going in. He recalls that the reason he visited that tree was for this key. The key glows with blue energy as it interfaces with the system. Arcs of blue energy crackle around the interface, symbols illuminating the darkness. With a surge of power, the system responds, granting access. A voice cries out, "Wait!" The destination is revealed, a towering structure bathed in purple light, the Akashic Armory. The massive, orb-like structure dominates the chamber. A strange energy permeates the air. He shouts, frustration lacing his tone. "What? Why isn't there anything in here?" His voice echoes in the empty chamber, unanswered. "Where are the weapons? The master key?" He stands alone, the silence amplifying his bewilderment. The orb hangs in the air, a silent sentinel. Suddenly, ethereal blue chains erupt from the orb, crackling with energy. He stares at the chains, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "What? Are you going to oppose me?" He is left questioning the intent of the orb. The chains glow with an ominous light. The orb begins a scanning process. A system message flashes, "Error, error." The scan results state that although he has the right to be the successor, he has. A disembodied voice echoes, stating that identity has been lost. In accordance with the emergency protocol, additional tests will be conducted to prove himself. The system declares that he must survive against the summoned entities. He stands ready, facing a massive, glowing entity that looms before him. The system announces that the emergency protocol has been activated. Additional tests are being conducted due to the unidentified player, and he must pass the test. Passing the test will grant temporary ruin succession access. Jin-woo grits his teeth, a surge of determination hardening his gaze. The summoned entity stands tall, its form radiating an ethereal glow. The system clarifies that the target is the unidentified successor, the method is to fight Zero Alpha, the defender entity of Laputa, and the pass requirement is survival and suitability. Energy crackles in the air as the summoned entity prepares to strike. The entity lunges forward, a blur of motion and power. He is sent flying backward, the force of the attack staggering him. Despite the setback, Jin-woo smirks, acknowledging that he has at least been given a chance. A voice booms, declaring, "I'm so damn grateful for this opportunity." The towering figure of Zero Alpha stands before a Gothic archway, ready to fight. Jin-woo, midair, swings his blade, blue energy crackling around it. Zero Alpha declares, "You're just a robot created with Hextech." He continues his assault, the blade a blur of motion. Zero Alpha plummets downward, a voice shouting, "Fall." The robot crashes through the air, sparks flying. The descent continues, the rings above a silent testament to the force of the blow. Zero Alpha, seemingly unfazed, asks, "You managed to deflect that?" A sinister grin spreads across his face. A close-up reveals the entity's menacing red eye. The entity prepares for another attack. Zero Alpha stands ready, a glowing blade in hand, his red eye burning with intensity. The battle continues. A strange, disc-shaped object floats in the dark expanse of space, its purpose unknown. Below, a character wonders about the meaning of a test. The blue-haired man's eyes narrow as he declares that he was never intended to be given access in the first place. The man with blue hair shouts that he won't go back empty-handed. A voice declares the intention to create their own right to use this place. A figure stands with a massive sword, ready for battle. The blue-haired man plummets downwards. The blue-haired man continues to fall. A figure with red hair is surrounded by swirling red energy. A voice questions if they regressed easily after sacrificing their heart. The red-haired figure reaches out, surrounded by intense red energy. A voice shouts, "Metal Smash, version up." A close-up of a blue eye reveals intense power. A concentrated beam of light pierces through the darkness. The words Super Metal Smash appear in bold, red letters. Korean characters fill the void. More Korean text appears above a cityscape, accompanied by a stern warning. Your identities will be erased once you begin the mission. A sea of soldiers stands in formation, their faces obscured by helmets. The commanding officer declares, "This entire mission is top secret." In another location, a different group of soldiers, clad in camouflage, are reminded of what they are fighting for. South Africa, think of your families back home. The promise of a better future fuels their resolve. If we succeed in this mission, we'll become a first-world country. A stern figure addresses a squad of soldiers in dark armor, his words carrying the weight of command. Bet your lives on this mission. Inside a hangar, a soldier reports to his superior. USA, sir, preparations are complete. The soldiers stand ready, their expressions hidden behind helmets and visors. A close-up reveals a soldier's determined gaze, accompanied by a final order. Don't stand back. The soldiers are reminded of their elite status. You are the best in the world. They stand in formation, a sea of armored figures awaiting their orders. A palpable tension hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. A voice booms out, the command ringing with urgency. To the ruins. The destination remains unseen, a place shrouded in mystery and danger. A shimmering portal materializes, crackling with arcane energy. Halt before the warp. The soldiers pause, their resolve unwavering as they stand before the gateway to the unknown. Be proud and conquer. The order is given, sharp and decisive. Deploy. The soldier's face is grim, his eyes reflecting the gravity of the mission. Without hesitation, the soldiers leap into the swirling vortex, trusting in their training and their mission. They plummet through the chaotic currents of the warp, the world outside a blur of distorted light and energy. Below, a sprawling cityscape emerges from the swirling chaos, their destination drawing ever closer. Two figures stand amidst the ruins, their expressions unreadable as they observe the incoming soldiers. Strange, glowing orbs drift in the sky above the ruined city, hinting at the mysteries that await. He plummets through the warp gate, the ruined city rushing up to meet him. A shout rings out. Look above. Lieutenant Seo Yunha, eyes wide with alarm, yells, 1 o'clock. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook shouts a warning. Sir, it's an ambush. Sergeant Choi Youngjin curses, realizing the speed of the attack. Damn it, they're quick. Multiple countries dropping from warps in the sky. More soldiers plummet through the swirling blue warp gates, completely exposed. The soldier notes the scale of the assault. There are currently 9 confirmed warps. A blinding explosion erupts in the sky. The blast catches one of the soldiers, engulfing him in flames. A system alert blares. Enemy attack identified. The soldier returns fire, leveling his weapon at the unseen enemy. Another explosion rocks the sky. He continues to fire, weaving through the falling debris and incoming attacks. He is caught in a storm of explosions and energy blasts as he plummets through the warp gate. The soldier's helmet reflects the chaos around him as he continues to fall. He passes through a glowing, rune-etched portal. A soldier shouts over the comms, keep firing, but drop quickly. A voice booms, declaring, we will be the first to land on the ruins. The soldiers plummet through another portal, feet first. More soldiers fall, laser fire streaking past them. Returning fire, the soldiers try to fend off their attackers as they descend. Energy blasts rip through the air around the falling soldiers. Below, a sprawling city comes into view. A soldier's determined gaze focuses on the city below as a voice declares, our only target. The voice reveals their destination, is Laputa. A voice declared that they would be the first to land on the ruins. A figure plummets through the air, boots first. Another figure falls, the wind whipping around their armored form. Laser fire streaks past a diver as they descend, a shield deployed to deflect the incoming barrage. Another diver weaves through a hail of energy blasts, the golden light of a massive energy beam illuminating their descent. The divers approach their target, a sprawling city nestled on an island, a voice echoing, don't forget. A close-up reveals a determined face, the words, our only target, hanging in the air. The armored collar of a soldier fills the frame, the declaration is Laputa, emblazoned nearby. The sky is filled with divers, all hurtling towards the island city below. The city of Laputa glows faintly, a silent warning before the storm. A system message flashes, Laputa's defense systems are activated. An automatic 2-layer defense protocol is now online. The system announces the creation of an arcane lightning field above the holy field. The defense protocol will continue until the administrator's explicit instructions are received. A shimmering blue holy field envelopes Laputa, crowned by rings of golden energy and crackling arcane lightning. Against the backdrop of the city, the soldiers continue their descent, plummeting towards the activated defenses. The holy field pulses with power, a visible barrier against any intrusion. The soldiers fall faster, the ground rushing up to meet them. One soldier braces for impact, his expression grim. Arcane lightning crackles around a falling soldier, illuminating his descent. The soldier's face is illuminated by the blue light of the arcane lightning, a mask of determination etched upon his features. Explosions erupt below, painting the sky with fire. The arcane lightning field roils with energy, a tempest of raw power protecting Laputa. Laputa's 2-layer defense systems have been detected. Activating his personal protective equipment, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook initiates tactical skydiving protocols. Runes glow around his hands. The personal protective equipment activates, creating a shield around him. The air crackles with energy. Below, the ground rushes up to meet them. The U.S. special skydiving armor protects him from magic, shock, and electricity. Blue sparks dance around the shield. The air vibrates with unseen power. The personal protective equipment is functioning perfectly, absorbing the energy. The soldiers plummet towards the surface. He prepares to land. Parachutes deploy as the soldiers descend. Explosions ripped through the sky around the descending soldiers, the air crackling with discharged energy. Reacting instantly, the soldiers activated their ARGOS-5 Malawian Quatch's personal protective equipment, bathing themselves in a protective blue aura. The onslaught continued, a relentless barrage of explosions and energy blasts aimed at the descending troops. One soldier was caught in the blast, the ARGOS-5 Malawian Quatch's shield flaring as it absorbed the brunt of the explosion. Above the chaos, a voice boomed. Lieutenant Brisson, report. Parachutes billowed as the soldiers continued their descent, navigating the treacherous sky. The situation was dire. No more than 10 have made it to the landing point. We continue with the mission. This shield will last 5 minutes at most. Bracing himself, a soldier prepared to breach the defense matrix, his eyes narrowed with determination. The ARGOS-5 Malawian Quatches hummed with power, its blue energy shield a beacon against the chaos. With focused intensity, a soldier primed his weapon. Yes, sir. Energy crackled around the weapon as it charged, ready to unleash its power against Laputa's defenses. The assault began to bear fruit. Beginning Laputa defense, shield penetration. A tactical knife, classified as Acid Bane, is described as using poisonous materials from an Acid Draco. It can be used without mana, disable all magic, and change properties by swapping out materials. The soldier is ordered to prepare to help by Sergeant Serrano. Those who can fly and those who are left are ordered to fire back against other countries. A soldier responds, affirming the order. A soldier's helmet crackles with blue energy. The soldiers declare that they have to be the first to enter the Laputa control rooms. Metal is bending. A close-up of an eye shows a focused gaze. A beam of energy cuts through a barrier. A figure is restrained by red chains. The figure struggles against the chains. The figure remains bound by the chains. He is surrounded by jagged shards of metal, a crimson energy swirling around each piece. The metal pulsates with an inner light, the energy intensifying as it courses through the sharp edges. The shards begin to coalesce, forming a massive, intricate structure of twisted metal and sharp points. He leaps forward, propelled by an unseen force, towards the ever-growing metal construct. A voice booms, declaring, fusion reconfiguration. Crimson and violet energies swirl around him, a vortex of raw power building to a crescendo. He raises his arm, the metal bending ability reaching its peak, ready to reshape the world around him. A pink and white aura explodes outwards, the air shimmering with the force of his will. His hand outstretched, he unleashes the full potential of his metal bending, the power radiating from his fingertips. He stands before the colossal metal structure, a testament to his control and mastery over the very essence of metal. He leaps once more, ready to integrate himself with the metal construct, his purpose now clear. A digital display flashes, announcing, congratulations, you have collected a freed one. The screen details the item's properties, legendary rank. Properties, shield/flight ability. Shield form, reflect physical and magic damage. Flight form, flight. This item is restricted to the successor of Laputa. Lee Hyun-wook gazes up at the newly acquired freed one, floating above the city skyline. The man's expression is unreadable as he stares at the object. The freed one pulses with a soft, internal light. Holding a glowing blue orb in his hand, Lee Hyun-wook exclaims, "Don't make me do anything weird again." The man continues, "You say puzzle. I say it's a stupid way of hazing someone." Lee Hyun-wook's voice rises in anger. "Now you're trying to kill me, talking about the right to this place? If you do that again, I'm going to consume you too." The freed one continues to float in the sky. The freed one glows with a red light. The freed one glows with a blue light. A message appears, confirming that identity verification is complete and that the ruin's successor test has been passed. Another message indicates that temporary administrator rights have been granted, providing the administrator master key. The control core, named Talos, is described as an artificial intelligence core with Laputa's master key embedded. It allows entry to Laputa's central command rooms, disables administrator verifications, and gives priority to ancient system activation. A note advises activating rights to the ruins after entering the control room. Hyun-wook realizes that the orb was the master key all along. Lee Hyun-wook, grinning, declares that he understands why the orb was so naggy and insists on loving it. The control core Talos floats silently. A message states that a restriction has been imposed due to vulgar language and that he must choose the master key or the freed one to possess outside. The control core Talos floats in the air. Lee Hyun-wook stares at the orb, urging it to come on. He yells, questioning if the orb is kidding him and demanding it stop messing with him, reminding it that he said he'd be nice. Lee Hyun-wook pauses, saying, "Wait." A voice questions the decision to only bring one possess outside. The AI is asked to define possess again. The AI responds, defining possess as having something as belonging to one, owning it. The voice questions if that's right. A voice expresses disbelief, stating, "No way." Lee Hyun-wook grins, realizing this means he can just devour the orb. Lee Hyun-wook eyes the orb, calling it a tasty-looking thing. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing it for use. The sword glows with golden energy, ready to strike. A soldier shouts that it's opening. Soldiers stand ready, weapons charged, preparing to enter. Another soldier believes they'll be able to enter soon. A soldier commands the rest to prepare to enter Laputa and hurry. They need to enter before he arrives. A head is wrapped in bandages. Soldiers descend via parachute amidst a fiery barrage. A soldier stands ready, weapon in hand, as lightning crackles around him. A blinding explosion erupts. A glowing symbol materializes in the air. More soldiers advance through the chaos, explosions rocking the landscape around them. Someone cries out in pain. The soldier's eyes glow with an unnatural light. A man states, "Came faster than I expected." A bald man with a scar across his forehead roars, demanding to know who the invaders are. The voice booms, declaring that no one will mess with Korea's sky. A massive explosion of green and orange energy erupts in the sky. Below, soldiers gaze upwards at the unfolding chaos. A shimmering, violet portal tears open in the air. The soldiers and the bald man watch as the portal expands. A man with spiky black hair stares intently at the unfolding events. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook shouts in alarm. The soldiers below question what is happening. The voice declares that it's an invasion, and the brigadier general has stepped up. The man with spiky black hair looks up at a large, ominous object in the sky. The bald man stands next to a younger man with glasses, both observing the situation with concern. He is warned by Seo Yunha to look behind him. A voice assures that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. Lee Hyun-wook stands before a large, glowing sphere. He declares it to be the control AI of Laputa, the master key. Commander Kim Kang-seok identifies himself as the brigade commander. Energy streaks through the air. A figure plummets downwards, acknowledging they took down some enemies but can't do much more. Someone inquires about the progress of securing the master key. Lee Hyun-wook confirms that he has the master key. Lee Hyun-wook states that they just need to enter the control room. A figure asks what they need to do. A scene of fiery destruction unfolds. Lee Hyun-wook orders to destroy everything and clear a path. He grins, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Good, I like that. Energy crackles, coalescing into a destructive force. About you. The energy intensifies, forming a sphere of raw power, green lightning dancing within its core. The sphere is launched, a contained cataclysm hurtling through the air. Lee Hyun-wook strains, holding the massive sphere aloft, its blue energy outline shimmering. Debris rains down as the energy reaches critical mass. Then I'm going all out. The sphere erupts, unleashing a blinding explosion of orange and yellow energy. Silhouetted against the inferno, Lee Hyun-wook stands triumphant amidst the devastation. The energy coalesces around him as Lee Hyun-wook declares, "I'm going to show these bastards clearly." Lee Hyun-wook roars, his face contorted in a mask of fury. He shouts, urging someone to do what they do best. He commands them to destroy everything and clear a path. A swirling mass of green energy crackles with contained power. He prepares to unleash a sphere of energy. Kim Kang-seok declares that he's going to show these bastards clearly. He questions why they should fear a tactical nuke. A concentrated beam of golden energy erupts from the ground. A soldier prepares to fire their weapon. A soldier shouts, "Commander Kim Kang-seok." Soldiers unleash a barrage of energy blasts. A soldier takes aim with a heavy weapon. Kim Kang-seok summons a massive sphere of energy, raising his hands to the sky as if to command the very heavens. Blazing trails of power streak across the battlefield, cutting through the air with violent intensity. A winged beast is engulfed in a blinding explosion as the energy sphere makes contact, feathers scattering like ash in the wind. Azure beams of energy rain down from above, a relentless barrage of destruction. Soldiers stand ready, weapons raised, prepared to face whatever horrors emerge from the chaos. The air crackles with the sound of raw power being unleashed. Lee Hyun-wook declares that he needs to go to the commander, fearing that those who survive the crash will soon target him. More soldiers stand amidst the wreckage, their expressions grim as they survey the devastation. A scarred man states that he doesn't have much mana left, as most of his main summons are injured, and that he won't be much help even if he came along. He adds that the commander is defenseless after using his skill. Another man emphatically agrees with the assessment of the commander's vulnerability. One of the men urges the other to back the commander up, while the scarred man tells him to take care. A lone figure stands amidst the ruins, a silent testament to the cost of war, thinking of his men. He orders the troops to head back to Laputa. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, how are we supposed to get to it when it's in the sky? Seo Yunha wonders. Lee Hyun-wook assures her not to worry, stating that this guy will take care of it. The soldiers defend against the aerial attacks, using energy shields to protect themselves. The aerial attacks continue, with the soldiers struggling to maintain their defenses. One of the soldiers reaches his limit, struggling to defend against the relentless attacks. He thinks to himself that he is reaching his limit. A soldier asks for alcohol. What are you saying, Sergeant Kim Si? This is an order. The commander already used his skill. If you do this, you might get caught up in his attack. There's no way that Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is okay now. He needs all the help he can get. That's true, but our orders are to stay in the rear. Do you owe him anything? Why are you going so far? Are you all okay? A figure descends, surrounded by swirling energy. She declares that she is here to help. She wondered who needed saving. Not in any real way, she thought. But she did somewhat feel like she owed him. Like she owed him. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers stood ready. More soldiers stood at the ready. A large, blue bird-like creature descended rapidly. Someone accused others of fighting amongst themselves, trying to rob them. An older soldier exclaimed, "Now, you're all ganging up on an old man." The bird-like creature prepared to unleash its power. Golden energy erupted from the creature. The bird-like creature stood tall amidst the soldiers. A voice booms out, filled with rage and contempt. He roars, his hands glowing with power, demanding they get off his lawn. A soldier retaliates, firing a weapon towards the source of the outburst. The force of the blast sends soldiers flying. Another soldier shouts for everyone to take cover. The soldiers scramble for safety amidst the chaos. The air crackles with energy. A massive explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The air shimmers with heat. A colossal wolf-like creature appears, a soldier clutched in its jaws. Arcane energy swirls. Jinwoo's eyes blaze with power as he prepares to strike back. A violent explosion rips through the area, consuming everything in a blinding inferno. The initial blast intensifies, becoming a cataclysm of fire and force. Streaks of superheated air and pulverized debris streak through the aftermath. A sphere of pulsating blue energy materializes amidst the chaos. The sphere expands, its azure glow illuminating the ravaged landscape. Residual energy whips through the air, a testament to the raw power unleashed. The light fades, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Kim Kangseok's breath hitches as the shockwave buffets him. The force of the blast sends Kim Kangseok flying backward. His face contorted in a mix of shock and fury, Kim Kangseok grits his teeth. An unseen ally's voice rings out, filled with conviction. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I believe in you. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes blaze with determination. I'll definitely secure Laputa. Within the protective spheres, figures drift through the digital currents. Laputa's interim administrator is confirmed. A threat of external breach registers at 7%, partially disabling defenses and securing an entryway. The digital defenses flicker as the breach widens. The digital world pulses with an ominous energy. Hyun-wook's expression hardens as he observes the unfolding situation. The hexagonal shields shimmer, struggling to contain the encroaching threat. The digital script flickers, a warning of impending danger. The cityscape of Hextech City Laputa looms in the distance, a prize to be defended. Hyun-wook prepares himself, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Hyun-wook vows, I'll definitely have you in this life. Hextech City Laputa. A complex network of glowing blue structures stretches into the distance. The walls are constructed of pink brick, shimmering with embedded lights. A grand hall rises, its ceiling adorned with intricate patterns and a central, glowing emblem. They stand in awe of the interior. A floating orb hovers before them. Lee Hyun-wook exclaims, I never imagined that there'd be a city like this on this sky island. He adds, look, I thought these ruins were ancient, but these all look new. A voice remarks, it all looks so expensive. A warning flashes, warning, warning, do not touch. The text continues, any damage will result in immediate execution. The text states, Laputa can designate a Balabalber. The text explains, to create a wide area blessing and hextech buff. The text continues, additionally, Laputa, unlike the rooted world tree, can travel anywhere. The text states, and is able to not only defend, but also bomb targets. It's the pinnacle of hextech. A powerful energy surges from Laputa. The narration box states that Laputa is the cream of the crop technology of the ancient gnome civilization and should be handled with care. Simply put, Laputa will bring about massive wealth and power for whichever region takes ownership of it. Lee Hyun-wook observes that the owners of this floating battleship can attack anywhere in the world. Lee Hyun-wook's companion retorts that he talks a lot when he starts bragging. The narration box states that they have arrived at the entrance of the control room. A voice requests that they validate their interim administrator authority. Lee Hyun-wook tells the others to wait there until he comes back, promising to be back soon. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens as he detects multiple metal readings. Suddenly, a voice shouts, 9 o'clock, ambush, as energy blasts streak toward them. Seo Yunha's wings flare as she prepares for battle. A blinding light erupts as the holy dome shatters. The protective barrier collapses, leaving them exposed. The remnants of the dome explode outward. The holy dome. A shot rings out, narrowly missing its target. A voice booms, demanding they stop. The barrel of a massive weapon is pointed in their direction. Seo Yunha grits her teeth, her expression hardening. Lee Hyun-wook stands ready, his eyes narrowed. That was a warning shot. Armored figures advance, their weapons trained on the group. I don't want to cause unnecessary bloodshed. A heavily armored figure stands forward, issuing a demand. Hand over the master key and surrender. Lee Hyun-wook's face is a mask of fury. We'll let you live. They destroyed Seo Yunha's holy dome in one attack. More than that, he didn't realize they were there before they attacked. That warning, they're not bluffing. These guys are strong. Two armored figures stand guard, their presence a silent threat in the ruined dome. Are they from the Villain Association? A hand signal is given, the command to wait for the order. One of the armored figures barks. No stupid moves. We will kill you. I repeat. Hand over the master key. Jinwoo's eyes narrow, a predatory grin spreading across his face. How unfortunate for you. Energy crackles around Jinwoo as he shouts, spread out. The armored figures receive orders. Get to their rear. Anti-personnel combat. The armored figures advance, their movements precise and coordinated. Jinwoo unleashes a surge of power, the ground cracking beneath his feet. One of the armored figures is sent reeling backward, caught in the blast. Skill information: metal bending, fusion reconfiguration. Rank: unknown/unique skill. Source: Grigory Azazel's necklace. Critical system error caused the effects to be changed as mentioned below. Free manipulation of metal in a wide area, ultra-dense complex fusion, reconstruction, and enhancement of body parts. Warning. Usage of skills unregistered with the system could lead to unforeseen results. Jinwoo focuses his power, red energy swirling around his hands, a determined look on his face. You shouldn't have come to face me in armor. A fusion reconfiguration is initiated. An error message flashes ominously. The system identifies the skill as metal bending, fusion reconfiguration, a unique skill sourced from Grigori Azazel's necklace. The system confirms multiple usages of the unregistered skill and defines an unidentified player as the source of the errors, initiating a system purge. The system's status indicates extermination in progress. The error message persists. The error message continues to flash. A figure is caught in the system's purge, digital corruption spreading across his hand. He is struck by a massive, golden fist, the impact sending digital shards flying. He cries out in disbelief, "What the hell?" Lee Hyun-wook's name is shouted in anger. A surge of red energy erupts, targeting an unseen figure. The crimson energy intensifies, filling the void. The attack continues, the red energy swirling around his central point. A soldier in camouflage armor looks around, his expression a mask of confusion. The soldier wonders, a wind spirit? Sergeant Kim See-hee's eyes widen as realization dawns. From above, a voice cries out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." Sergeant Kim See-hee declares, "I'm here to save you." A voice calls out, wondering about Sergeant Kim See-hee, while another shouts for Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Lieutenant Seo Yunha stands ready, a blade gleaming in her hand, surrounded by a vibrant green aura. Seo Yunha declares, "I'm here to save you." A figure stands amidst the chaos, a complex shield of energy radiating from their gauntlet. Seo Yunha's expression is one of grim determination. Lee Hyun-wook plummets through the air, lines of energy streaking past him. A complex magical circle flares to life, its intricate patterns glowing with an otherworldly light. The circle erupts in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves tearing through the surrounding area. He is sent hurtling backwards from the blast, struggling to regain his balance amidst the chaos. A vibrant green aura envelopes Lieutenant Seo Yunha, her form shimmering with protective energy. The aura intensifies, a swirling vortex of emerald light. Within the green glow, a complex orange sigil materializes, pulsing with arcane power. The green energy flows around her, solidifying into a visible barrier. The emerald light continues to radiate outwards, a beacon against the destructive force. Jinwoo's eyes widen in disbelief, the explosion reflecting in his shocked gaze. No way an explosion? A surge of power emanates from Seo Yunha, accompanied by the mental command, hardening. But the skill malfunctions, the system displaying a stark error message. Jinwoo stares in stunned silence, the implications of the failed skill hanging heavy in the air. A voice cries out in frustration, "Damn!" A massive explosion tears through the environment, consuming everything in its path. The destructive force continues to spread, leaving a trail of devastation. The inferno rages on, reducing structures to rubble. The explosion intensifies as Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's name is shouted. A soldier's eyes widen in disbelief at the sheer power unleashed. Another soldier, peering through glasses, mutters, "That guy is bad news." Another soldier is caught in the blast, his face contorted in shock. The fiery tendrils of the explosion reach out, seeking to consume more. Seo Yunha and another soldier are caught in the blast, struggling to maintain their footing. A soldier cries out in disbelief, "Platoon leader?" Seo Yunha shouts, "If you fall here, you won't be able to protect Laputa, much less your squad mates." A voice commands to get in the control room. Seo Yunha declares that she will be their shield. Lee Hyun-wook affirms that he is their shield. Lee Hyun-wook's expression hardens. A voice responds with understanding. Seo Yunha is struck by a powerful attack, engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. A figure, obscured by a helmet, taunts, questioning if they think he would lose and demanding they move. Seo Yunha is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. Seo Yunha wonders what that punch was. She questions if it was an attack. The armored figure stands firm, radiating power. The attack leaves Seo Yunha reeling. A voice booms out, laced with malice. "Hey, you fat piece of lard." Her eyes widen, a flicker of dread crossing her face. A surge of energy crackles through the air. The armored figure unleashes a searing blast of power, the sword in its hand glowing with lethal intensity. "Why don't you get a piece of this?" The energy rips through the air, a blinding white light. The force of the blow sends Seo Yunha flying backwards. The armored figure presses the attack, the energy beam unrelenting. The attack slams into her, tearing through her armor and leaving her battered and bleeding. A strangled scream rips from her throat. The armored figure continues its assault, the beam of energy burning brighter. The air shimmers with heat and raw power. The armored figure barks an order. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, go in quickly. We'll hold." The figure with the spiky black hair and purple eyes stands tall as he declares, "Them here." Beside him, the red-haired woman remains vigilant. A gloved hand grips a golden blade, ready for action. Sweat beads on his brow as he grits his teeth. TSK. Withdrawals. This is bad. His body refuses to obey. My body's not listening to me anymore. Jinwoo's face is grim as he says, please, take care of this. The command rings out. Talos. Control room now. Jinwoo stands ready, his gaze fixed on the distance. Seo Yunha remains close by. A lone figure stands atop a pillar, bathed in an ethereal glow. A hulking figure with scars across his face stands guard, a soldier with a weapon at the ready behind him. The man in the helmet thinks, they said I'd only have to worry about the soldier who controls metal. He realizes, so he isn't 100% trustworthy after all. The figure atop the pillar is surrounded by a blinding light. A blue aura emanates from the soldier, enveloping his lower body. The soldier grits his teeth, his face contorted in effort as energy crackles around him. The system displays, ability activated, skill name, absorb wound. Caster, Colonel Garrett Whitlow. Target, First Sergeant Rucker Bresson. The caster is absorbing the wounds of the target, regenerating lost tissue. Colonel Garrett Whitlow's hands glow with power as he channels the absorb wound ability. A soldier, his face etched with pain and relief, says, thank you, sir. A soldier moves swiftly through the environment, weapon drawn, ready for engagement. Seo Yunha watches intently, her expression a mix of concern and determination. The system displays, skill activated, skill name, attribute buff enhancement. Caster, Colonel Garrett Whitlow. Target, First Sergeant Rucker Bresson. Mana to attribute mana flow made more efficient. Colonel Garrett Whitlow stands atop a pillar, bathed in a golden light, channeling his power. Energy surges around the legs of a soldier, preparing for a powerful attack. A masked soldier, a scar visible near his eye, commands, get him. Seo Yunha's eyes widen, her expression hardening as she prepares for battle. A voice shouts, demanding that they be stopped. The force of an unseen attack sends figures flying through the air, crackling with purple energy. The soldiers are hurled further, the impact blurring their forms. They continue to be tossed through the air, helpless against the onslaught. A shimmering green barrier flares to life, a complex pattern of runes swirling around a central eye. Another shield, this one a vibrant blue, manifests with similar arcane symbols. They swapped the bullet attribute without changing rounds. Seo Yunha's expression is one of shock and determination as she prepares for what's to come. Someone yells for everyone to get behind the shield. A figure raises a shield, a swirling vortex of blue orbs dancing around him. Another soldier is sent hurtling through the air, a dark silhouette against the bright background. A soldier prepares to strike, a determined look on his face as he grips his weapon amidst the floating orbs. An orange-haired man with glasses stares intently, his expression a mix of shock and determination. A surge of icy energy erupts, filling the air with a blinding white light. Two figures are blasted forward by the force of the ice, propelled like ragdolls through the air. The icy energy continues to spread, coating the environment in a layer of frost. One of the figures cries out in pain as they are sent hurtling backwards, struggling to regain their balance. The city is now a frozen wasteland, the buildings encased in ice. Each of them are as powerful as a company. The orange-haired man, eyes wide with concern, asks, just who are these guys? A dramatic view of the ice structures dominating the city skyline, hinting at the scale of the threat. A towering wall of ice rises, dwarfing the surrounding buildings. The ice structures stretch into the distance, creating a surreal and dangerous landscape. Amidst the chaos, two figures continue to battle, their movements blurred by speed and the swirling ice particles. A golden aura flares, its geometric patterns resonating with unseen energies. A figure is encased within a sphere of vibrant green energy, bathed in the attribute buff. A figure watches the scene unfold, a surge of recognition crossing his face. Is that him? Bolstered by the enhancement, a figure assumes a fighting stance, orange energy radiating from their form. The enhanced power explodes outward, sending dust and debris flying. The figure remains encased in the green energy sphere, the attribute buff intensifying. A figure with a rifle watches the scene, their expression unreadable. Frustration contorts the man's face, his teeth gritted in anger. The figure with the rifle remains vigilant, observing the ongoing power surge. The red-haired man explodes in fury, brandishing his sword. You fat piece of shit. I told you to focus on me. The soldier levels his rifle, the weapon trained on Jinwoo. His eyes narrow with focused intensity. A bead of sweat trickles down his brow as he prepares to fire. The air crackles with the sound of gunfire. Leaping into the air, Jinwoo narrowly avoids the volley of bullets. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief. This bastard. He noticed me even with my speed. Jinwoo's expression hardens, his focus absolute. He continues to evade the relentless gunfire, moving with impossible speed. Each dodge is a calculated risk, a dance with death. The air vibrates with the force of the bullets. The soldier's frustration is palpable as Jinwoo effortlessly avoids his attacks. Jinwoo's eyes narrow. No, he didn't just notice me. The soldier, Sergeant Choi Youngjun, throws a punch at Jinwoo. The punch connects. He thinks he caught up to me. A blinding light erupts. The explosion tears through the building. The force of the blast sends debris flying. The world is consumed by fire and destruction. The shockwave expands outwards. Jinwoo is sent hurtling through the air. Sergeant Choi Youngjun's face is illuminated by the light. Choi Youngjun shouts, "Sergeant Choi Youngjun, get the man casting the buffs in the back." A protective barrier shimmers. Choi Youngjun says, "Hold them." Lee Hyun-wook, "That bastard. It's easy to say that." The figure states that what's important now isn't holding them back. A voice echoes, declaring that they could actually die. A mechanical figure is shown engulfed in flames. The mechanical figure stands amidst the inferno, its expression unreadable. The digital landscape stretched before him, a surreal expanse of floating cubes and shimmering code. Standing amidst the virtual debris, he surveyed the alien world, a sense of purpose hardening his gaze. A voice echoed, declaring this place the zenith of the Hextech gnomes, the central control room of Laputa. It was one of the few places in the world that could interfere with the system. Jinwoo realized this was a place where he could work against the system. A stern warning cut through his thoughts. Now was not the time to be amazed. His obliteration was imminent. He snarled, demanding they analyze what was wrong with him first. Analyzing the temporary administrator's errors, a surge of blue energy coursed through him, his form flickering with digital distortion. A guttural sound echoes through the chamber. He is bathed in a torrent of blue energy as the system probes his very being. The winged eye of the system manifests, its gaze piercing and analytical. A full-body scan materializes, the data streams swirling around him like a digital vortex. The word agile flashes across the screen. An error analysis begins, seeking the cause of the temporary subject's biological instability. Data mismatches are detected, revealing conflicts in multiple perception data streams. The report lists Lee Hyun-wook as an out-of-level growth player with incomplete memory and ability data. Azazel's necklace is noted as having transformed from an unregistered item, and a fragment of the Demon King's corpse is also listed. The biological existence of the subject is deemed unstable, with the data attrition rate climbing from 68% to 79%. Jinwoo's expression hardens with concern as the analysis progresses. The winged eye reappears, its light intensifying as it focuses on Jinwoo. The error analysis is complete, the cause identified as multiple registered data collisions. He remains at the center of the system's scrutiny, the data streams swirling ever faster around him. The system displays its analysis. The current codes are identified as timeline-altered Lee Hyun-wook. Azazel's necklace, a physical artifact, is highlighted. Gluttony, a fragment of the Demon King's corpse, is also identified. The system continues, stating that the core data and player Lee Hyun-wook have combined to create this anomaly. He has been classified as an error and is being obliterated. Lee Hyun-wook grimaces, acknowledging the inevitable. He mutters, "Ugh, so I'm an amalgamation of errors, and this was bound to happen." He asks, "How do I solve this, Talos?" The system responds that he can solve this error by separating all entangled data from his core. But in that process, the system warns, the 3 pieces of data connected to his core data will be affected. Namely Azazel's necklace and Gluttony, fragment of the Demon King's corpse. The system asks how to proceed with memories and skills. The system concludes that the timeline-altered Lee Hyun-wook will be deleted. His memories and skills are on the line. The system threatens deletion. If he loses Azazel's powers here, Lee Hyun-wook knows he'll die. Even if he gets lucky and survives. Without the memories from his past life, all he's done will become meaningless. Talos, if they can separate the data, that means they can also recombine them, right? Theoretically, it is possible. However, for data fusion, the core data needs to be dissected as well. In that case, the success rate is 0.0008%. It is very unlikely, and he may lose his core data in the process. Even if he does succeed, with multiple pieces of data being fused together, he may not end up the same. Would you like to proceed? Lee Hyun-wook sighs, the weight of the decision heavy on his shoulders. He only has one choice here. He declares, "Let's do it." He acknowledges the risks, responding, "Understood." A glowing orb appears, signaling the beginning of the dissection for data fusion. The data fusion process unfolds, visualized as streams of energy and abstract forms. Lee Hyun-wook states, "I would like to say farewell, with your complete obliteration still a possibility." He then adds, "Hey, this is where you're supposed to encourage me." Lee Hyun-wook declares, "I will now begin." A close-up reveals his determined expression as the data fusion commences. A system message appears, proceeding data dissection for fusion. Dissection progress, 23%. A warning flashes, there is a chance you may be obliterated in the dissection process. He coughs, experiencing discomfort as the data dissection progresses. Another system message, data dissection in progress. Dissection progress, 53%. He is caught in a vortex of digital dissection, the code tearing at his very being as the process advances. A dire warning flashes, the rate is rapidly increasing. Another warning blares, declaring that the temporary administrator core data sustainment probability has decreased to near zero, and the data dissection is halted. Digital wings materialize amidst the chaos, a fleeting image of salvation, or perhaps a cruel illusion. A desperate plea echoes, "Don't stop, no matter what." The digital wings spread wider, now seemingly attached to Lee Hyun-wook, his form still writhing in the throes of the failing process. The digital landscape continues to fragment, the code breaking down into meaningless shards. Abstract symbols flicker, their meaning lost in the digital decay. Meanwhile, a grand hall stretches into the distance, its architecture hinting at a forgotten age. Ornate details adorn the walls, hinting at a civilization of immense power and artistry. A figure stands ready, a sword held firm in their grip, prepared for an unknown threat. The hall continues, its secrets guarded by the silent stones and the watchful figure. A massive structure of blue crystals dominates the scene. Above a soldier, a question mark hangs in the air. The soldier's expression is stern, his eyes narrowed. The soldier is told, "I admire you for not surrendering, soldier." The soldier's face is obscured by a helmet and goggles. The soldier is urged, "But we don't want an unnecessary sacrifice. Give up now." A figure stands with a sword, their back to the viewer. The figure with the sword asks, "What are you talking about?" The figure exclaims, "I don't understand what your translator is saying at all." The crystal structure looms large in the background. A figure asks, "To save the squad members first?" As two figures fall towards the crystal structure. A figure plummets towards the blue crystals. The soldier grits his teeth, declaring, "You shouldn't have gotten back up." A burst of energy crackles in the air. Choi Youngjin raises a fist, ready to strike. "I don't like hitting people when they're already groggy." Jinwoo moves with blinding speed, a blur of black against the crystalline landscape. Jinwoo sneers, "You've already done so much. Act like a proper villain." Choi Youngjin smirks. "That way, I can play dirty without feeling guilty." The soldier intercepts the blade with his armored forearm, sparks flying as metal grinds against metal. The sword gleams, reflecting the harsh light of the crystal cave. Choi Youngjin's face contorts in a grimace of effort. The soldier's armor bears the brunt of the attack. A fierce clash echoes through the cavern as Jinwoo and Choi Youngjin continue their duel. The sword finds its mark, a searing pain erupting as it slices through the air. He launches a powerful kick, connecting squarely with Choi Youngjin's chest. The force of the blow sends Choi Youngjin reeling. Choi Youngjin's face contorts in pain as he's sent flying through the air. He is sent hurtling backwards. The ground rushes up to meet him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue energy. A soldier levels his weapon, preparing to fire. An orange shield materializes in front of him. The ground is cracked from the impact. Jinwoo is surrounded by bullets. The bullets fly towards him. An explosion. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, sending shards of debris hurtling through the air. The force of the blast is immense, shaking the very foundations of the surroundings. Amidst the inferno, a figure is thrown backward, clutching a sword. Flames lick at their heels as they are sent spiraling through the air, a desperate struggle against the overwhelming force. A guttural sound echoes through the chaos, a primal scream lost in the roar of the flames. The figure, now identified as Jinwoo, raises his sword, his expression a mask of grim determination. A voice booms, declaring, "You only win the game by destroying the Nexus." The words hang in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. The Nexus, a League of Legends reference. A heavily armored soldier stands guard, a silent sentinel amidst the destruction. Their visor reflects the inferno, a cold, unwavering gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. Jinwoo's stance is firm, his muscles coiled and ready to unleash another strike. The air crackles with anticipation, the scent of ozone heavy in the air. A symbol glows with an eerie light, pulsating with an unknown energy. He stands atop a ruined structure, a lone figure silhouetted against the fiery sky. Energy lines crisscross the battlefield, a web of power waiting to be unleashed. Jinwoo prepares to strike, his eyes narrowed with focus. The sword gleams in the firelight, a promise of swift and decisive action. Another symbol flares, its meaning shrouded in mystery. Jinwoo's face is a study in determination, his gaze unwavering as he prepares to face whatever lies ahead. Blood splatters as a figure is struck with considerable force. The impact contorts the face of the man in the military uniform, his eyes squeezed shut in pain. Blood streaks across the lenses of the man's glasses, his expression a mix of shock and pain. Energy crackles in the air, a surge of power unleashed. A golden barrier erupts around the figure, deflecting the incoming attack. The force of the impact sends the man flying backward, his sword clattering to the ground as blood stains his uniform. A blinding light fills the area, the raw energy of the ability radiating outward. The armored soldier stands amidst the chaos, surveying the aftermath of the attack. A voice echoes, filled with regret. "What a shame." The figure laments, "You would have made a great ranger under my command." Spikes of black hair jutted out as a figure dropped from above, a sword held ready. A blue-eyed woman watched from behind a shimmering barrier. Lee Hyun-wook lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. Sergeant Choi Youngjin's face contorted in a furious yell. The order rang out, "Capture the master administrator within the control room." Choi Youngjin's subordinate affirmed, "Yes, sir." The sergeant's expression was one of pure rage. Raw energy coalesces, a blinding light forming in the digital void. The energy condenses into a sphere, crackling with raw power. The sphere descends, leaving trails of light in its wake. The sphere continues its descent, approaching a waiting figure. The figure is enveloped in a blinding surge of light. Waves of energy ripple outwards, distorting the digital landscape. The data fusion reaches 100%. The light fades, revealing a figure with heterochromatic eyes. The command rings out. Attention. A superior barks. This is your next order. The order is to capture the master administrator within the control room. The control room glows with an ethereal light. A soldier's gaze is fixed, determined. The soldier responds with a resounding, "Yes, sir." The sound of destruction echoes. A figure stands silhouetted against a burning cityscape. Another crash reverberates. The man in the suit explains that the Korean guilds won't have any available resources to respond to anything else in Seoul because of the internal terrorist attacks. Hee Baekjun, the 10th ranked player in South Korea and guild master of Great Mountain, ranked number 3 in Korea. Hee Baekjun, holding a phone to his ear, asks, "But is this global chaos really necessary?" He continues, his brow furrowed. "How will you respond if an actual war breaks out?" The unseen character responds, "Respond? Why is that necessary? There's more for us to gain with everyone in the world at each other's throats." Hee Baekjun listens intently, his expression grim. Hee Baekjun asks, "Won't our plans be in trouble in the off chance that Korea gains control of Laputa?" The other character retorts, "You must be getting old, Hee Baekjun. You're worrying too much." The unseen character continues, "The deployed U.S. assets are elite troops trained to assassinate S ranks." Hee Baekjun asks, his voice laced with concern, "With the Fist King unable to act, what's left to stop them in Seoul?" A symbol glows faintly in the darkness. A magical barrier shimmers with power. The symbol glows brighter, illuminating the barrier. Standing on a precipice overlooking the city, a figure gazes out at the sprawling metropolis below. A close-up reveals heterochromatic eyes, one a piercing blue, the other a burning orange, reflecting the gravity of the situation. The city of Laputa stretches out, a majestic cityscape of towering structures and intricate designs, now marred by visible damage. Crystalline structures jut out from the city, their sharp edges reflecting the light, yet bearing the scars of recent conflict. A warning flashes, damage detected within Laputa. The system identifies the cause, intruders. A lone figure plummets towards the damaged city, a harbinger of further chaos. The heterochromatic eyes narrow, a storm of determination brewing within. Explosions rip through the city, sending debris flying and shaking the very foundations of Laputa. The face is grim, dirt and determination etched into every line. The crystalline structures stand as silent witnesses to the destruction, their beauty now tainted by the ravages of war. Laputa, once a symbol of hope and progress, now faces an uncertain future, its fate hanging in the balance. Talos orders an assessment of their casualties. Command confirmed. The report comes in. 3 frozen squad members identified, but no life-threatening injuries detected. Another report indicates 1 squad member with deep cuts, somewhat critical. However, they have been given first aid by an unknown party. Talos warns against getting too close. The figure stands amidst the damaged city. Explosions rock the structure. Mechanical constructs float amidst the debris. Sparks fly from the damaged automaton. Heavy chains hang amidst the destruction. The chains stretch far into the ruined city. A mechanical construct hangs suspended by chains, surrounded by explosions. A sign declares the presence of U.S. military special equipment, the M7 Smart Mine. The mine's functions are detailed. It emits magic shackles instead of exploding, automatically captures targets within a 10-meter radius, tightens shackles with resistance, and restrains mana recovery, rendering abilities unusable. It is capable of restraining even S-rank players for a certain period. Bound by heavy chains, a figure hangs suspended. Glowing orbs emanate from the restraints. The chains, thick and imposing, descend into a crystalline abyss. A voice booms, demanding surrender. A figure plummets downwards, lost in a blur of motion. A voice declares that Korea lacks the power to control Laputa, demanding the controls be handed over. The speaker asserts that if they comply, Korea and their squad will no longer need to suffer. The chained figure, eyes blazing with heterochromatic intensity, questions if this is truly how it works, accusing someone of taking everything from those weaker than them. The voice identifies Colonel Garrett Whitlow of the ARS. A distant view reveals a structure amidst a starry expanse. The speaker reacts with fury, daring someone to speak of the ARS, a classified secret. An unknown voice declares that since he knows of them, he won't get out of this. The soldier, face contorted in anger, states that they are taking him with them. Another soldier responds with a firm, "Yes, sir." Bound by heavy chains, Jin-Woo remains silent. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing red light. The air crackles with energy as the words "extreme metal smash" appear. The chains shatter, fragments flying in all directions. The soldier yells in alarm, his face a mask of shock. He shouts for someone named Lucky to fall back. Jin-Woo plummets downwards, now free from his restraints. His silhouette is a blur of motion as he falls. The words "metal control" appear, signifying his power. An underling shouts that they can get him, referring to Jin-Woo. Lee Hyun-wook remains restrained by chains. Jin-Woo unleashes his metal control, creating a violent explosion of metal shards. The force of the blast sends Li Hien-wook flying. Sprawled on the ground, Li Hien-wook spits out a taunt. Dumbass. You should have listened to your commander. Jin-woo retaliates, his metal control manifesting as a barrage of razor-sharp projectiles aimed at his captors. The air crackles with blue energy as Jin-woo continues his assault, the metal bending to his will. A massive metal spike hurtles toward its target. The blue energy intensifies, showcasing Jin-woo's mastery over metal. Metal spikes pierce through Li Hien-wook, blood splattering across the scene. The sound of impact echoes. He stares intently, his electric blue eyes narrowed. Arcane symbols swirl into existence. Choi Youngjun plummets through the air, surrounded by a faint blue glow. Garrett Whitlow, encased in a glowing aura, declares, "Have to damage Laputa." The colonel orders, "Take him down at all costs." Ability activated skill name. Attribute buff maximum enhancement. Target, Sergeant Camilla Serrano. The ability increases mana to attribute conversion efficiency, attribute imbued projectile power by 43x, attribute conversion speed by 450%, and reduces mana consumption by 45% for 30 seconds. It accelerates attribute changes for the minigun, massively strengthening attribute power. Golden energy crackles around the battlefield. Choi Youngjun continues to fall, the ground rushing up to meet him. Garrett Whitlow, surrounded by a glowing circle, responds, "Yes, sir." The golden energy intensifies. Jin-woo reaches out, his expression unreadable. A surge of energy erupts. Energy blasts streak across the battlefield, illuminating the ruined landscape with flashes of searing light. The blasts detonate in a furious display of power, sending debris flying in all directions. More energy surges erupt, the air crackling with intense heat and the smell of ozone. The relentless barrage of energy continues to pound the area, leaving nothing untouched. The soldier, eyes wide behind the mask, exclaims, "Just who is this guy?" Frustration evident in his voice, the soldier continues, "He's deflecting all my mana rounds while I'm buffed to the max?" Blue energy crackles around his hands as a man declares, "Stay out of this." The words metal decomposition appear, glowing with an eerie light. More energy blasts erupt, tearing through the already devastated landscape. The energy continues to surge, the air thick with the scent of burning metal and ozone. Amidst the chaos, a figure plummets downwards, caught in the crossfire of the energy blasts. Standing amidst the destruction, a figure surveys the scene, seemingly untouched by the surrounding chaos. A 60-second cooldown prevents the use of that invincibility skill. He already knows what to do when fighting. Give up already. There is something you need to do in the future. I don't want to kill you either. Figures crackle with blue energy as they face off. You're already aware that your intelligence on Korea and Laputa is faulty. You think a soldier will give up on his mission so easily? Most high-ranking players around the world have already gone missing. Blue energy flickers around him as he prepares for what's to come. What a joke. Are you trying to buy me over? To attack on the same day, at the same time. Isn't that odd? The other countries won't stop attacking. Look at Laputa. Won't stop attacking, just because we backed off. Ki Baekjun declares that they need to secure Laputa for the safety of the world, ordering all men to prepare to fight. Ki Baekjun shouts for Talos to open the armory. A narration box declares the opening of the master armory. The armory begins to open, revealing its inner workings. Jin-woo and another figure stand ready as the armory opens. The inner mechanisms of the armory are revealed. A soldier looks up in shock as the armory opens. Another soldier reacts with surprise as the armory activates. Energy swirls around the armory as it fully opens. The armory reveals its full scale, hovering above the city. Weapons are released from the armory, filling the sky. Jin-woo and the other figure watch as the weapons are deployed. A figure surrounded by blue energy declares, "I told you to stop." The man's expression is stern as the blue energy crackles around him. Silence. A man with a white beard speaks into a device, stating, "There's an unusual bastard in there." A man in a suit contemplates. He must be the one getting in our way all this time. The man continues, "If he is the S rank the military's been developing in secret dash." He concludes, "Based on what he's been doing, we need to consider the failure of the USARS team, too." A body lies in a pool of blood. Another man observes the scene, stating, "A new S rank, one that's not on our list." The scene shows the aftermath of a brutal attack. The man's expression is grim as he assesses the situation. A voice declares that the target should be placed at the top of their assassination list, as they have done before. The declaration is met with vehement denial. Someone exclaims in disbelief, questioning if the target is an A rank. The rank is corrected, S rank. The speaker wonders about the inhuman, overwhelming power. A figure stands amidst swirling energy. A voice thinks that this is someone previously unseen in the system of their world, relying on instinct. The figure is described as a predator of a completely new rank. The figure is revealed as the Great Steel Emperor.